The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I, of course, am your host, Matt from the past. It is March the 20th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1602 AD, United Dutch East India Company granted a monopoly in all Dutch seaborne trade with Asia. In 1800, Alessandro Volta reports his discovery of the electric battery in a letter to Joseph Banks, president of the Royal Society of London. In 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte enters Paris after his escape from Elba begins 100-day rule. In 1854, Republican Party formally organized in Ripon, in Wisconsin. In 1900, U.S. Secretary of State John Hay announces that all nations to whom he sent notes calling for an open-door policy in China have essentially accepted his stance. In 1933, Dachau becomes the first Nazi concentration camp. In 2016, Barack Obama becomes the first U.S. president to visit Cuba since 1928, arriving for a three-day tour with First Lady Michelle. In 2024, new rule limiting tailpipe pollution aimed at greatly expanding electric vehicles in the U.S. is announced by President Joe Biden. Also in 2004, Vaughan Gething confirmed as well new First Minister and the first black leader of a national government in Europe. In 1952, 24th Academy Awards, the American Paris wins Best Picture. Humphrey Bogart and Vivian Lang win Best Actor and Best Actor. In 1991, Michael Jackson signs $65 million deal with Sony Records to produce 6 albums. In 1973, Pittsburgh Pirates right fielder Roberto Clemente elected to Baseball Hall of Fame 11 weeks after his death in a plane crash. Born on this day, Henrik Ibsen, Frederick Winslow Terror, Brian Mulroney, Carl Reiner, Fred Rogers, today's your birthday, William Hurt, Spike Lee, Holly Hunter, David Runelis, Sergei Ramenchiev, Von Meeder, Bobby Orr. Dying on this day, Henry IV of England, Albert of Prussia, A.E. Douglas, Brandon Benhen, Queen Jelenia, and Kenny Rogers. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, calling all cars. Be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Santa Ana Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 164. Be on the lookout for a tan sedan driven by one or two men. Has Laguna Beach Cab Company lettered on side of car. It's thought to be used in hold-up and shooting in Laguna Canyon. These men are armed and dangerous. That's all. Larger and larger grows the roll call of cities and counties using Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively. At this time, we proudly salute three new cities. Pasadena, the fishing center of culture and wealth. Phoenix, capital and metropolis of the great state of Arizona. Marysville, of the fabulous, famous Mother Lode country. Veteran Pasadena officers have frequently proved they could shoot it out and win. Phoenix is rooted in desert tradition. No city in the West has a more colorful or more heroic background than Marysville. To serve the law in these places, men must be courageous, hard-hitting, hard-driving men of action, and so they are. And so they chose Rio Grande cracked gasoline, already able to boast service for Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, San Diego, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties. In fact, last year, 3,724,318 gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline were used by law enforcement officers. This is enough gasoline to drive 10,000 cars to the Atlantic seaboard and back. Do you know of any other gasoline that can point to such overwhelming preference? Try Rio Grande cracked gasoline in your car. See your independent Rio Grande dealer tomorrow. Tonight, we take pleasure in presenting Deputy Sheriff Jim Workman of the Santa Ana Sheriff's Office. Deputy Workman.
Good evening. Tonight's Calling All Cars is an excellent example of the futility of crime used as a means of getting some easy money. The boys implicated in this case were both under 20 years of age. They had no real reason for turning to a criminal career other than that of being too lazy to take on the responsibilities of an honest job. Theirs was no kind of passion. No sudden, uncontrollable emotion made them lose their heads. It was an act of sheer brutality, of almost unbelievable cruelty. Our office, in cooperation with the authorities of Laguna Beach, Huntington Beach, and others up and down the coast, made every effort to apprehend these youths as soon as the report came in. And we did. One within 24 hours of the crime, and the other a few days later. How this was done will be related now in the following dramatization.
It is early evening, June 16th, in the little village known as Laguna Beach. Nestled snugly between the rolling foothills and the Pacific Ocean, this colony for years has been the home of many of California's most brilliant thinkers. Here, too, the little theater buzzes with curious activity the year round, an outlet for the artistic temperament of Laguna's populace. Seated behind the driver's wheel of his parked taxi, Harold Marshall, 26-year-old cab driver, waits on call. Chats at intervals with friends as they pass his stand.
Hi, Harold. Keeping you busy tonight?
Not too busy, Harold. Just coming to work?
Yeah, I draw the night shift.
Ought to be a mob in later. There's a party for the cast of that play they put on last night up in Silverado Canyon somewhere. I guess everyone will be out there.
Good enough. I guess I better keep the old coffee pot full just in case. Did you see the play?
No, I didn't get a chance. Heard it was pretty swell, though.
I didn't either. working as usual. Well, don't take any wooden nickels. I got to get inside and start dishing up the short orders. See you later.
Okay, Harris. I'll be in for some of that coffee later myself. Okay, thanks. Such is the informality of Laguna, where everyone knows everyone else by his first name, where such things as street numbers are unheard of. Out the coast highway a quarter of a mile, young Marshall pulls his cab to a stop in front of a brown, board-and-bat studio house, over whose portals hangs a large sign reading Mona's Studio Club, Laguna's only nightclub. Shutting off the motor, he walks to the door, opens it, steps inside.
Hello, Bud. Are you taking Mother downtown?
Sure will, Mona. Hello, Johnny. Bud, hi. Couldn't be better. Place looks kind of deserted tonight.
It's that party up the canyon. This town isn't big enough for two parties the same night.
Oh, don't worry. They'll all be in here later.
Oh, I'm not worrying. Not this one.
Is Mother ready, Mona?
In a minute, Bud.
Okay, I'll be outside.
All right. I'll send her out.
Hey, Bud. This is the fellow I was looking for. How do you get to Silverado Canyon Drive from here?
You going to the party too, Dean?
I wouldn't miss it. Let's see if I can find the place.
Well, you know where the Dude Ranch is, out the canyon?
Yeah?
Well, just past there, there's a little road turns up to the right. Not much more than a cow path. Room enough for about 1.5 cars at a time.
Sounds swell.
You can make it all right, though. Once you get on the road, just follow your nose, and suddenly you're there. Now, I gotta go now. Here's Mona's mother.
Okay, Bud. Thanks a million.
Maybe I'll see you up there later.
Okay, I'll see you later, man.
And a few minutes later, Harold Marshall drops his fare to the destination, then returns to his stand in front of the sandwich mill. As he's about to turn off the motor, two men approach the cab. Not recognizing either of them, he decides they must be out-of-towners looking for a ride. After a moment's hesitation, one of them speaks.
Good cab for hire?
Sure is.
Okay. Want to go for a ride?
All right. Hop in. Now, where to?
I'll just drive out the canyon away. I'm not just sure of the address.
You going to the cast party?
No. No, we're just going out the canyon away. We'll tell you when it stops.
Okay. You fellows new here in Laguna?
Yeah.
How do you like it here?
It's all right.
You'll like it better after you've been around a while.
Yeah.
That big grove of trees on the right is Perry Wood. There's a regular open-air theater in the middle of it. If you knew the name of the place you want to go, I might know where they are.
I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay.
All right, driver. Turn around right up there and pull over.
Now, there isn't any house along here.
That's all right. We know where we're going.
Okay. Sure, a funny place to want to stop.
Yeah. Turn off your motor.
Why?
Turn off your motor.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
Let him have it.
No, don't do that. Oh.
You're hitting pretty hard, Joe.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's see what he has on him. Give me a hand dragging him out. Yeah, okay. Hey, here's the now.
Lay off of me, will you?
Stand back, folks.
What are you going to do? Oh. Don't shoot me more, please. Take it back.
Come on, folks.
Oh.
Drag him out here. Yeah, okay.
Take it easy, will you?
Hey, not that way, not that way. Pull him out this side. We'll be hidden by the car. Yeah. That's got it. See what he's got on him.
Please, take it easy, please. My back.
Come see it. I got it. Not much, but better than nothing. Come on, let's beat it. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. Don't leave me here. I bleed to death. I'll be awful. I'm Terry. Take me back to town with you. Leave me where I can get the doctor, will you? If you said. What do you think we ought to do? I don't know. If we leave him here, he's sure to bump off. Better be murder if we were caught. Yeah. Well, maybe we better dump him back near town. Please. What if somebody sees us with him in the back? What do we do then? I don't know. What to shoot him for? Don't ask questions. Can't stand here all night gabbing. What'll we do? Leave him here? Hey, look. There's a hut on the roof. See it. We better beat it. No, quick. Take this guy's hat and pull it down over your head. Got it. Now get in the seat there and look as though you're waiting for somebody. What are you going to do? Lie down here and keep this guy from squawking. Get in the cab. Okay. Don't let me see your face.
What's the matter, Bud? You out of gas?
No, this is all right.
What are you doing parked out here?
I'm waiting for someone. It's all right.
Well, I sure can't help.
No, thanks.
All right. Night.
Nice going. So listen, we got to get out of here. That was too close for me. Okay. I'll take this guy with us and dump him later. That's all right by me. Only let's do something. Come here. Give me a lift. Now walk real quick. We're going to take you back. We'll take you somewhere. Come on. Break up. Oh. I got it. You drive that first time. I'll stay here in the back seat. Okay. Back towards the village drive the two useful desperados with their wounded victims. Back to where the canyon road runs into Forest Avenue, Laguna's main thought street. Past pedestrians who know marshal but sight, they drive right to the corner of Forest and Coast Boulevard, where they swing the cab in behind the sandwich mill and little parking lot. All right, get out. Hey, come on, help you. Get moving, folks. Back up the canyon way. Over here. Hello. Hey, what's the matter? What are you doing lying there? Doctor. Yeah? Okay. Hold it, fella. I'll get it out. I'll get him over here in a jiffy. Hey, Allison, somebody shot Bud Martin. He's over the mountain. Get us out. Rushed to the receiving hospital, Marshal gives a description of the two gunmen, then drops into a coma from loss of blood. An ambulance is called, and after a preliminary examination of his wounds, which show both bullets were lodged in his spine, he is taken to St. Joseph's Hospital in Santa Ana for an immediate operation. Meanwhile, the Santa Ana Sheriff's Office is notified of the shooting, and a blockade is made to the three main arteries leading out of town in hopes of catching the suspect. A description of the cab, as well as the two boys, is phoned to all substations, where to go to apprehend and hold if found. Laguna is bottled up from the east, the north, the south by road, the west by ocean, and 5 miles up the canyon. They'll be taking the guy back now. The cop in town will be out on us as soon as they find him. Yes. We can't just drive around here all night. How do we get out there? We try to get through Santa Ana, they'll spot us for sure. If they think we can't go back through Laguna. Hey, look, maybe we can get out over these hills. There's a third road over there. Let's go somewhere. We can't let this side. Let's go, okay? Very often. Yeah, but ain't dead end. Hey, folks, look ahead there, right? Oh, my car that's coming down this road. Turn around, let's beat it. Right? Cantor's not moving up. Hey, look, the car's pulled across the road. Maybe it's a car. How could it be? They haven't had time to get up here yet. They might have been up here all the time. Well, what do we do? Stop, I guess. The guy on the road, they're waving at us. Okay. Customer's in on a blast on.
Hey, how do you get yourself right canyon place, you know?
No.
Oh, I thought you was Bud Marshall. Looked like your cab.
Well, it's not.
Okay, but you don't know how you get
I
up
told you
there.
no.
Okay. Hey, thanks anyhow. No soap, Benny. This guy don't know either. Just around
As soon as he pulls out of the way, get moving, okay? We'll go up a ways and turn around. I don't like this road. It's clear now. Let's go then. Okay.
Driving the cab over the rough road, the two fugitives find a place big enough to turn around in, then back into the canyon to disappear into the night. And in the meantime, Freddie Violet, the inquisitive youth of a few moments before, and his companion decide to give up their search for the party and return to Laguna. And there they meet with a scene of unusual activity. Gathered in front of the taxi stand are a group of people. Parked shelter-skelter, two Laguna police cars and a sheriff's car indicate that something has happened. Inquisitive again, Violet edges his way into the circle of faces. Asks, what's up?
Hey, what's all this happening, Harry?
Bud Marshall got held up in cops.
What? Hey, that's terrible. Where is he?
They took him to Santa Ana. Got to operate on him.
Did they get the guy that did it?
There was two of them. Took Bud's cab to escape him.
Well, say, if that doesn't... Huh? They took Bud's cab?
Yeah.
Benny. Hey, Benny, did you hear that? They took Bud's cab.
Well, what's so amazing about that?
Yes, I saw him.
You what?
I saw him. Talked to him. I was supposed to could have touched him.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Hey, listen. About 15 minutes ago, I was up at Silverado Canyon trying to find a party, and I saw Bud's cab driving around.
You sure it was his cab?
Sure, I'm sure. And there was two fellas in it. I asked them where Silverado Place was, and one of them said he didn't know him. They drove off.
That was only 15 minutes ago?
Yeah?
Yeah, Allison. Yeah? Tell the boys we're going up the canyon. I've got a lead as to where those guys are.
A few minutes later, a hastily organized posse of police, deputy sheriffs, and citizens start a manhunt that covers every inch of the canyon territory. All night, the search continues through thick mountain brush. But as the first rays of the morning sun announce the new day, the weary members of the posse admit defeat and return to their homes. It is apparent to all that the vicious gunmen have made good their escape. And at the St. Joseph's Hospital in Santa Ana, young Harold Marshall spends the long hours of the night in the operating room, while surgeons make a supreme effort to sustain the small flicker of life that minute by minute grows weaker. Then, late the following afternoon in the service station of Huntington Beach, 15 miles north of Laguna.
Hello, young fellow. Something I can do for you? I just thought I'd get a drink of water if it's all right. It's kind of hot walking. Sure thing. Help yourself. Thanks. Wish I could bring a little business with you. I don't think there's been 10 cars in here since I opened up this morning. They'd make $1 million that way. Yeah, I guess you're right. And I'll bet that out of those 10 cars, at least 5 of them wanted water, tires checked, and directions as how to get somewhere, and nothing else. From Laguna? Laguna? Yeah, down the highway there. Oh, I know where it is. We used to live there. Don't remember any Laguna ticks coming in today, though. I thought maybe you'd heard how that fellow that got shot down there last night was getting along. Oh, you mean Bud Marshall? I guess so. Cab driver? Yeah. I read about it in the paper this morning. Pretty tough on him. Yeah, he's still alive, isn't he? Was when I read about it. Paper said he was awful low. Gosh. What's the matter? You know him? Huh? No, I don't know him. I just thought maybe he was a close friend of yours the way you sounded. No, I never heard of him before. I was just thinking, well, guess I'll blow. Thanks a lot. It's yours. It's all right. I've heard a lot of silly questions, but that kid takes the cake. They've got in a hurry to go all of a sudden. Think someone was after us. Hey, wait a minute. There was a couple of kids that did that job in Laguna. Hello, operator. Get to the police station, quick. Yeah, and make it fast, will you? Listen, I tell you, I don't know anything about it. What was the idea of asking all those questions? Well, I was only wondering how the fellow was, that's all. Well, where'd you hear about the shooting? I read it in the paper. Which paper? The Times. Sure it wasn't the Examiner? No, I'm not sure, no, but in fact, it wasn't even in the Times, was it? Well, I guess maybe it was the Examiner. I guess maybe we'd better take a ride to Santa Ana and see what else you know. I have an idea it's plenty.
Driven to the sheriff's office in Santa Ana, the young inquirer continues to deny everything. And after an hour of grilling, deputies take him to St. Joseph's Hospital, into the small, darkened room where Harold Marshall lies hovering between life and death. turn a light on his face.
All right, sir. If you can wake him, we're ready.
Harold. Harold. I may not be able to. It's very weak.
Nice to meet him.
Harold. Harold Marshall. Can you hear me, Harold? Do you think you could open your eyes for a minute? Yes.
Harold, you see me over here?
I can see. Hey. That's one of the fellows. That's the one.
That's all, nurse. Thanks. Come on, you. Well, what do you say now, young fella? Come on, let's not kid each other anymore. No go. Well, how about it then? You want to tell us all about it?
Let's go somewhere. I don't like this place. It makes me kind of...
Okay, kid. We'll go back to the station. And when we get there, you'll talk?
Poor honey. Let's get out of here.
And a little later, the now thoroughly scared young man makes a complete confession. Gives his name as Fulton DeMord. Names his companion as one Gerald Vance. But when asked where his crime mate is, he claims he has no idea. Swears that he hasn't seen him since they separated the night of the shooting. And despite continued drilling, he sticks to his story. Finally convinces the sheriff that it's the truth. Then, just as the questioning is ending, DeMord unwittingly gives a hot lead.
That's all I can tell you, Sheriff. I didn't even know Jerry well. I ran into him in town one night, and we went out to his place. His home? Yeah. Where is it? In Chino. Chino, eh? Come on, boys. We're taking a ride to Chino, and DeMord here is going to show us where Vance lives. Hey, wait a minute. I don't want to do that. Save it. What you want to do is your business. But what you're going to do is a very different thing. Come on.
Speeding to Chino, the officers locate Vance's home, but fail to find him. They do, however, get a full description, as well as a recent snapshot. And armed with these, a statewide bulletin is flashed to all points. Teletyped messages feed over the huge police network.
Attention all points. Bulletin. One for kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon. Gerald Vance, 18 years, dark hair, medium build, last seen Laguna Beach, California, June 16th this year. This man is known to have a gun. Might resist arrest. If located, arrest and notify Sheriff, Orange County.
1 week later in Medford, Oregon, on one of the numerous ranches.
Hey, come, son. Okay, I guess. It's a good chopper for a young fella. Yeah. It looks kind of hot, though. Yeah. That's sure funny, me looking hot. I suppose maybe I should wear an overcoat while I chop this wood. The sun trying to set a new record for being hot.
Ah, take it easy, son. Didn't get sore just because I rib you a little. I don't mean nothing by it.
Well, we'll save it then. This isn't my idea of having a good time, just chopping wood. You don't help it any by standing around gabbing.
By golly, for a little fella, you're the toughest kid I ever seen. You can't say boo without you going all up in the ladder. Must have something on your mind, eh?
No, I haven't anything on my mind.
Still sore, huh? Well, guess I might as well leave you be as long as you feel this way. No use trying to be... Say, now who in the blazes can that be tramping around over there? Never saw him before.
Where?
Over the house. Coming this way now. Looks like an officer or something.
Give me the cop.
Yeah, looks like it. Soon know, though, he's coming over here. Hey, what's the matter with you? Looks like you'd see the ghost.
It's nothing. Just a heat, I guess. Why don't you go and see what he wants?
Well, there's no use my going over to him when he's coming over to me.
Yeah, but...
Besides, I don't feel much like walking.
Hello there. You the foreman of this ranch?
Well, foreman's away, so I guess I'm next best. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a young fellow might be working around these parts. Kid about 18 years old. You seen anyone like that?
Sure. Got one right here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let me go. I ain't got it.
What's the hurry then?
That's my business.
Sure. Only I wouldn't try running out again if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, what the devil is all this about anyway?
Here's a picture, Pop. Ever see this kid before?
Yeah. Say, here's a picture of you, kid.
That's what I thought. Now listen, Vance. I'm not going to waste any time fooling with you. You're coming along with me nice and peacefully, and there's going to be no arguments. Am I right?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think you're a pretty fresh punk, and I think I know how to handle punks. How's that? Can't think of an answer. Is that right? Well, that suits me fine. The less you talk on the way back to town, the more I'll like it. Come on, get moving.
Notified by teletype of the arrest, Orange County officers speed to Medford, bring the suspect back to Santa Ana. And there they hurl question after question at him, receiving as replies a stony silence. So once again, young Marshall is waked out of his coma, and once again he looks for an instant at the face framed in brilliant light, then names the boy as the other gunman, names him as the one who actually shot him. And a little later, with this positive identification completed, Vance and DeMord are brought together for the first time since the shooting, stand side by side as the sheriff talks to them.
Well, boys, the game's up. You're right on a well-known spot, and you know it, don't you? You're pretty young to start living in San Quentin.
San Quentin?
Sure, that's where they send people who do what you did.
But they can't send us up there. They can't do it.
Sorry, young fella. You're the one who made it this way, you know. Maybe if you'd have thought a little more before you pulled this job, things would be different. But you shot a man and thought you could get out of it scot-free. But now you know different. But you're lucky in one way, though. There's a pretty good chance that your victim will pull through. And if he does, at least you won't have murder on your hands. What is he smoking? And it's going to be just too bad for both of you.
Right.
Even if he doesn't bump, as you put it, the doctor says he'll never walk again. Those slugs you pumped into him have severed his spine. Not a very pretty thought to have to live with, is it, boys?
I didn't think about that when I did it. Why'd you do it, Jerry? It all looked so simple then, and now I can't do it. I don't want to go to jail. Please, Sheriff, if I promise to go straight, if I promise on my word of honor, anything...
I'm sorry, Jerry. It's too late for that now. You might just as well make up your mind to take a jolt, because there's no way out. That's the law.
And after a preliminary hearing held in St. Joseph's Hospital at the wounded boy's bedside, a short trial finishes the criminal career of Gerald Vance and Fulton DeBoard, when they are sentenced to serve life imprisonment in San Quentin Penitentiary without possibility of parole. Their victim, Harold Marshall, recovered from his experience, but today is still suffering complete paralysis of both legs.
Thank you, Deputy Wilson. Nearly 3 3/4 million gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline used last year in protecting life and property in this territory. No other gasoline can point to such dramatic service. If your car could have been started when Christianity was born and driven normally every day until now, scarcely more than a third of this huge quantity of gasoline would have been consumed. More police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. Why don't you try it in your car? Just drive in tomorrow to your nearest independent Rio Grande dealer. He can also offer you the finest motor oils you can buy. Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Sinclair Opaline. Both are thoroughly blue-waxed, speed-jellied, and refinery-sealed in tamper-proof cans. They are so free-flowing in winter, and they stand up so completely under the most terrific engine heat that you can use the same grade the year round. Ask your Rio Grande dealer about Sinclair motor oils tomorrow. Ask him, too, for a free copy of Calling All Cars News, full of pictures and stories about your favorite radio and screen stars and many special features. Do this tomorrow. narrator Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Trapped in a Romulan prison, Worf vows to liberate his fellow Klingons.
You will grow accustomed to life here.
Never.
But can one man end years of captivity?
I won't allow you to destroy what we have.
Are you afraid to die while escaping?
And must he sacrifice himself to start a revolution?
He will kill you.
Raise your weapons.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
We'll have to get that trumpet player off the blended stuff and onto the straight, I think. Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in New York City. With John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guests, Ella Fitzgerald and Al Jolson. And now here's Bing Crosby, who is currently appearing in a new movie entitled Riding High, which will be seen on television screens all over the country just 25 years from tonight.
See your local paper for time and station.
You know, Bing, I think I'll go out to see your picture this evening. I'm not going to wait for it to hit television.
Well, okay, if you want to be impatient and headstrong, go ahead. But, Ken, we got a lot of show here tonight. Now, we better get to rolling, huh?
What are you rolling with?
Well, this is Derby week, you know.
Mm-hmm.
May 3rd, so I think we ought to start with The Horse Told Me from Riding High. You know that picture you can either see now or 25 years from now. John, let's go, huh, boy?
Gather on, folks, and take your places. We've got some advice on how to play the races.
Oh, the owner told Clarence the clocker told Jockey Magee. The jockey, of course, passed it on to the horse, and the horse told me. Now there's a sleeper, they say, in the 4th race today. A little filly called Rockaway Rose. Are you listening? She comes on with a burst, and she'll win if she's first. But I swear she'll be 3rd if she shows. Oh, the owner told Clarence the clocker told Jockey Magee. The jockey, of course, passed it on to the horse, and the horse told me. Now, tomorrow, I'll bet just for kicks. That I'll get. What's gold?
It's just old yellow lead.
I can lose with a grin.
If the horse don't come in,
I'll just blow one more hole in me head. Oh, the owner told Clarence the clocker told Jockey Magee. The jockey, of course, passed it on to the horse, and the horse told me. It is the same old story at any old track.
whether Saratoga,
Rockingham Pack,
Lincoln Field,
Hialeah,
Belmont Park, Arlington Park, Hollywood Park.
don't forget Del Mar.
The horse told me.
Boom. That's what the horse told me, Ken. What did the horse tell you?
What did the horse tell me?
Yeah, don't tell me you weren't stopped out on the street by a horse who had some big news about Chesterfield.
Oh, I get it. Time for the commercial, huh?
Indubitably.
Well, Bing, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It so happens that I wasn't stopped by a horse today who told me anything about Chesterfields, but I do hear thousands of glowing words from people every day about Chesterfields.
So do I. That's even better.
But when it comes to Chesterfields, the words I like best are short and simple. They satisfy, and they're mild.
40 lashes.
Right.
You go stand in the corner and say, I'm a bad boy.
I'm a bad boy. I'll do the speech over.
All right.
But when it comes to Chesterfields, the words I like best are short and simple. They're milder, and they satisfy.
That's a very nice thought, Ken. Nice going.
Well, thanks, but I can't take credit for it. That's what Bill Lundigan said the other day about Chesterfields.
Bill Lundigan?
Mm-hmm.
I saw his latest picture last week, the 20th Century Fox. Mother didn't tell me. That boy's all right.
Oh, I'll say he is, Bing, and so are Chesterfields. Why, every day, thousands of smokers are proving for themselves that Chesterfields are milder.
That's a fact, Ken. And, folks, you can prove it for yourself. Here's all you have to do. You get yourself a pack of Chesterfields, open them up, and smell that aroma. It's much milder than the others. Then smoke that pack, and you'll know for sure that Chesterfield is the milder cigarette. Now, if you'll make this little test, I'm sure you'll always buy Chesterfield.
Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfield's over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC. Boom.
I'm always happy when Ella Fitzgerald comes to our show because she's my favorite singer. Tonight she's doing one of my favorite songs, Ray Noble's I Hadn't Anyone Till You.
I hadn't anyone till you. I was a lonely one till you. I used to lie awake and wonder if there could be a someone in the wide world just made for me. Now I see I had to save my love for you. I saved my love for you. I never gave my love till you. I saved it all for you. And through my lonely heart, demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone till you. I kept my love in secrecy. I put it under lock and key. I had to save my love for you. I never gave my love away. I waited for that lucky day when I could give it to you. And through my lonely heart, demanding it, Cupid took a hand in it. I hadn't anyone till you.
Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, that's real nice, Ella. Don't go away now. You know what I really got you here for, don't you? I want to sing a song with you. That's my purpose. A little duet. How about that new song, Stay with the Happy People?
I'll be very happy to.
Take it in a nice, easy tempo, or Ella will lose me. When old Mr. Grouch sat on his gloomy couch and told us that the end of the world was near, gotta stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy.
Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy.
Down through the countless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is just looking around for company.
So stay with the happy people.
We gotta stay happy.
Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style.
Just stay with the people who love to wear a smile.
We gotta stay with the happy people.
Have your fun, live in the land of joy.
We gotta stay with the happy people.
Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy.
Down through the countless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is looking all around for company.
So stay with the happy people. With the happy people.
Don't wrinkle your brow.
It's strictly out of style.
Just stay with the people who
love to wear a smile. Tonight, here we are at CBS Playhouse number 2, within a stone's throw of Broadway. So it seems entirely fitting that we should have as our next guest a man who is symbolic of the main stem. Here now is the world's greatest entertainer from the world's greatest street, Mr. Al Joseph.
Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me, the Herald Square. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Whisper of how I'm yearning to mingle with the old-time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there ere long. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Whisper of how I'm yearning to mingle with the old-time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there ere long.
Great, Al. It's great. It's sure wonderful to have you on the program.
Well, thanks, Bing, but you know, I was a little worried about being your guest tonight.
Why?
Well, I was afraid your kids might get mad at me, you know.
Practically giving up singing, Al. They're working out with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh,
now.
I see.
Al, you're looking great. Solid.
Yeah?
Yes, you're bubbling tonight. You're full of
Well,
it.
I
What
should
a
be,
beat.
Bing. I really should be. You know, this is a real thrill for me being back on Broadway. Broadway, this is my street, you know.
Well, with the exception of the Paramount building, Hope owns that, you know.
Well, I'm so happy tonight that doesn't even bother me.
Bothers me.
Well, Bing, let me tell you something, son.
Huh?
I'm really so thrilled tonight. Do you know that 18 members of the original Al Jolson fan club, 18 of the original Al Jolson fan club, are listening in tonight at Morristown, New Jersey?
The original fan club is listening in over in Morristown, huh? Why don't you have them come out here and see the broadcast?
Hmm?
Why don't you have them come over here and see the broadcast?
Bing, the trip would kill them.
I don't want you to think I'm getting personal, Al, but I'm really amazed at the addition there. The little,
What addition?
little fuzz on the upper lip. What's that?
It's a mustache. I grew it on the train coming east, you know.
Well, that's cheaper than playing cards. Fella can get hurt with, you know.
Oh, yeah,
strangers,
naturally,
you know,
yeah.
grab you. You know, Al, I'm going over to France before long. I could use a mustache myself. I think I may grow one. Why do you laugh?
I don't think you can do it, Bing. I got to get a gag at
Don't you tease me. I develop complexes easily.
But, Bing, I want to tell you, you're certainly a lucky man to going to Paris this summer.
Isn't that nice?
Wow. You're in for a thrill of your life, especially when you get there.
You don't think it's too late, huh?
No. Hey, by the way, how do your passport pictures turn out? Tell me.
Oh, Dad, you know passport photos.
Yeah.
Everybody looks like Milton Berle on Kinescope.
Could be worse, you know.
How?
They could look like Milton Berle.
Oh, not that. I really think Milton's cute, though.
Yeah, he's cute.
He's cute when he grabs the back of his coat and Kate waves at his mother. And...
Yeah. Mother waves back at him.
Yeah. Well, listen, what are we doing standing here giving publicity to that other medium, television? You know, radio's worried about television, and the movies are worried about television.
Not as much as television's worried about television.
I think we ought to discuss it at all. Yeah. How does it feel to get back to New York City, the scene of your many great triumphs?
Bing, it's depressing.
How come?
Most of them are married now.
But now, tell us about New York in the good old days. That's what I want to hear.
Well, sir, when I first came here, you know, New York many years ago, I used to sing in saloons. I used to sing my heart out in those places and go home at the evening with 2 nickels and a dime.
Well, tax-free. That's not bad.
And then came a big break. I was singing one night when in walked in that fabulous free-spending Diamond Jim Brady. Dingsy, I was beside myself. I gave Diamond Jim the full treatment. Yeah, you know. I started right off. I gave him bicycle built for 2. The good old summertime. I think it's that Minimade. In my merry Oldsmobile, and I finished up with Mommy.
Mommy? You mean Mammy?
No, that was before my mother headed for Dixie, you know. Anyhow, when I finished singing, Bingsy, there was terrific applause. And Diamond Jim called me to his table.
You were about to be rewarded, eh?
Yes, sir. Bing, you remember reading about it and seeing it probably in pictures, that 16-carat diamond stick pin he always wore in his tie?
Al, don't tell me.
Yes, Bing. He stuck me with it.
Well, tax-free, that ain't bad. Now, what do you say we have the ushers kind of lock the doors? We'll sing 400 or 500 songs at the folks, huh? What do you say?
Okay, Bing. What do we start with?
How about Rosie, Al? You get it started and I'll jump in.
Oh, John Scott.
Yeah.
Play it loud, will you?
Yeah.
Joel's fan club is listening in Morristown. That's your line, young man.
Hold on. Joel's fan club is listening in Morristown, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Play it out.
That's what I say.
You can have that kind of a line.
Yeah. Rosie, you are my posy. You are my heart bouquet.
Come out here in the moonlight. There's something sweet, love, I want to say.
Your honey boy, I'm waiting. Those ruby lips to breathe.
Don't be so aggravating, my blushing Rosie, my Rosie sweet.
There's a little bunch of sweetness that I long to call my bride. And believe me, I'm most happy when my baby's by my side. Her baptismal name is Rosie, but she puts the rose to shame. And most every night, you'll hear me call her name. Professor, I'm going to think about my baby. Rosie,
you are my posy.
You are my posy.
You are my heart's bouquet.
My heart's bouquet.
Come on, here in the moonlight.
Here in the moonlight.
There's something sweet,
There's something sweet, love.
I want to say.
I'm going to think about my baby. Your honey
boy.
I'm waiting.
Holding on the gate.
Those ruby lips to breathe. Now don't be so aggravated, my blushing Rosie, my Rosie sweet. There you are.
Loaded.
Look out for that incision.
You're really hot tonight, Al.
Say, Bing, how about doing another old one?
Okay, I wish we had Buddy the Sylvia to play the uke, huh?
Oh, Avalon, you mean, huh?
Yeah, Avalon.
Oh, well, let's do it.
Okay.
Take it. I found my love in Avalon beside the bay.
I left my love in Avalon. And I sail far, far away.
I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn.
And so I think I'll travel on to Avalon. I found my love in Avalon.
Oh, yeah.
Down beside that beautiful bay.
And I left my love in Avalon. And I sailed away.
I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn. And so I think I'll travel on to
I think we ought to jump from Catalina Island now right back to Broadway here.
Well, if we're going back to Broadway, how about doing Lullaby of Broadway?
We love it to pieces. John Scott, will you assist?
Come on along and listen to the Lullaby of Broadway. The high and poop-a-doo, the Lullaby of Broadway.
The band begins to go to town, and everyone goes crazy. You rock-a-bye your baby round till everything gets hazy.
Hush-a-bye, I'll buy you this and that. You hear a daddy saying, and baby goes home to her flat. Just sleep all day.
Oh, good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way.
Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight.
Let's call it a day.
But I need up.
Come on along and listen to the Lullaby of Broadway.
The hip hooray and ballyhoo, the Lullaby of Broadway.
The rumble of the subway train,
the rattle of the taxis,
and those daffodils who entertain at Angelo's and Maxie.
When a Broadway baby says goodnight, it's early in the morning.
Manhattan babies don't sleep tight until the dawn.
Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way.
Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day. Listen to the lullaby.
Jolie, he's indefatigable.
He really is.
This being the month of May, Kenneth, and our last month on the air this season for Chesterfield, we'd better redouble our efforts to make every smoker his own or her own cigarette expert, don't you think?
Oh, you're right, Bing, and any smoker can do it. It's as simple as ABC. A.
You get yourself a pack of Chesterfields, and then you open the top all the way.
And B. You smell the milder aroma that comes from that Chesterfield pack. No other cigarette has it. And finally, C.
You light up a Chesterfield and you enjoy this fact. To bake...
Go stand in the corner.
You light up a Chesterfield and you enjoy this fact. Tobaccos that smell milder, they're going to smoke milder.
Yes. Every man man who grows tobacco knows that fact. Tobaccos that smell milder do smoke milder. Now, what goes into a cigarette is what you get out of it. Into every Chesterfield goes the right combination of the world's best mild, ripe tobacco.
And out of every Chesterfield, you get a cooler, better-tasting smoke, a much milder smoke. So come on, make this simple test for mildness.
Be your own cigarette expert.
Buy Chesterfields today and enjoy more smoking pleasure than any other cigarette can give you. Now, if Jolie will come back here, if you'll just return Jolie for a mo, we ought to blend in Old Kentucky Home, because I'd like to dedicate this to the crowds that will assemble at Churchill Downs in Louisville next Saturday, determine who is right about which horse. We'd also like to send our congratulations and our best wishes to our great friend Bill Coram, a great sportsman, and on this, his first derby as the head man.
The sun shines bright in the old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer and everyone's gay. The corn tops bright and the meadows in the blue, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, high time comes a knocking at the door in my old Kentucky home. Good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for the old Kentucky home. For the old Kentucky home. Far away.
That's it for tonight. And my thanks to Ella Fitzgerald and to Al Jolson for dropping in.
Thank you, Bing. But by the way, son, who's going to be your guest next week?
Oh, big next week.
Yeah,
Miss Mary Martin's going to be with us. We're going to sing some songs. Then after we get through singing, I'm going to put the muscle on her for some South Pacific tickets.
You know, Bing, this will kill you.
What's this?
They called me about taking Enzio Pinz's role, in South Pacific when he goes on vacation.
Yeah?
Yeah, it didn't work out, though.
Why not?
I was too young for the part.
Now, you keep punching, Allie. Don't...
Well, at least during the audition, I got to kiss Mary Martin,
Well, tax-free, that ain't bad either. Where you going, Al? You going over to Jersey, see your fan club?
Are you kidding?
No.
The trip would kill me.
I guess we can just about make it up to Lindy's, Al. Come on. See you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in New York City by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Miss Mary Martin. Chesterfield also brings you Arthur Godfrey Time 5 mornings a week. And on Saturday nights, the Arthur Godfrey Digest over these same CBS stations. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
You're doing more, we're doing more, the Dallas Times Herald
is pleased to announce the hare has finally beat the tortoise. In the past 6 months, the Times Herald has gained in total Sunday readers. The news is lost. And while we've always led the news in Dallas and Dallas County, it's nice to jump ahead in total circulation, too. We've made ourselves the better paper. You've made us the bigger paper.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ferndale is an average small American town surrounded by nice middle-class American homes. It is located in a middle America state and is about as representative of the United States and what its citizens are all about as you can imagine. Nobody in an atmosphere like this has any contact with violence nor walks in any fear, except who knows what hides in the private jungle beyond any respectable door.
Pow! Gotcha. Dead center. All right, Billy. Give me the guns. Oh, Mom, can't I take them to school? Sorry, partner. But I wanted to show Clancy Williams.
Unlatch that belt, paleface, or I'll use it to make your other end red. Better get on your horse.
Bye, Mom. I love you.
I love you too, Billy boy. And I also could kill your Uncle Ralph for this stupid birthday present. Guns. What place do they have in our life? Or anyone's? Why does the back doorbell always ring when you're at the front? Coming! All right. What's so important? Yes?
Hello, wife. Long time no see.
Who are you? What do you... Oh, no. It could be...
Our mystery drama, You Only Die Once, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joan Loring and Joseph Julian. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
This is the world of the piston engine. An automobile engine that's reigned supreme all of this century. You've just entered Mazda's rotary engine world. A world that has no pistons, valves, rods, no reciprocating motion whatsoever. It is therefore a world of uncanny quiet, serene smoothness, an uncomplicated world with far less to go wrong. It's a world where clean air requirements, good mileage, and incredible performance exist harmoniously. You have to drive this car to understand why Mazda's rotary engine may replace the piston engine. Time demands change. The past gives way to the future. The rotary engine Mazda.
Test drive the Mazda and discover the astonishing difference in Mazda's rotary engine world. Experience the future today at R.D. Rhino Mazda in Fort Worth.
Another winning season for Cullman Bourne Sporting Goods. That makes 72 in a row.
You can be a winner during the month of August at Cullman Bourne's Anniversary Spectacular. Start your own streak in the Billiard League with a Brunswick Commander pool table. 7-foot table, originally $335, now $259. The 8-foot table, originally $349, is now only $279.
During Cullman Bourne's 72 in a row anniversary savings streak in every department.
At all 9 Dallas-Fort Worth locations.
Exciting news from Shook. Take a 10-day test ride on the world-famous Michelin steel-belted radial tires. Feel the difference Michelin's make in the way your car handles and rides. Buy 4 Michelins during this special test ride offer and receive absolutely free a 9-digit electronic calculator or a pair of name-brand shock absorbers of original equipment quality with free installation. Hurry, quantities are limited, and this offer good through August 10th. Shook Tire and Rubber Company, your Michelin and undercar specialist. 2 convenient locations, Mockingbird at Irving Boulevard and Rossett Field. See you at Shook.
Marge Stanley loves her mornings. In fact, she loves her whole life. It suits her. It's just her style. She's naturally a morning person. By 8 a.m., Billy is off for school and her husband Howard off for the bank. Then she has a long, long morning to set the house to rights, laze a little in the bathtub, freshen and dress crisp and smart as always. It's a routine that never tires and is seldom broken. And certainly never as rudely and shockingly as this day that brings terror, violence, and the threat of death to her loved ones and herself.
Hey, Marge, come on, snap out of it.
What happened to me?
You passed out.
Oh, I remember I opened the back door, and even with the beard, I thought for a moment, but you can't be. I mean, it's 8 years ago, and he's dead. He's dead.
You mean Lou Miller?
Yes.
The guy that drowned in the reservoir?
My first husband, who died.
You mean your husband? I didn't die, Marge. I'm still alive.
Oh, no. No, please. It couldn't be. Please, God. Howard is my husband. Howard Stanley is my husband. Whoever you are, please go.
You know who I am, Marge, just as well as I do.
But you drowned.
There was no body, Marge, remember?
You didn't drown. You are Lou.
That's right, baby.
Oh.
I've been fingerprinted enough places to nail that down for sure.
Oh.
So, no welcome home kiss for your loving husband?
You're not. I have a husband.
A meek little Joe who took off for his daily walk to the bank, huh? Mr. Howard Stanley, right?
Yes.
And a son, too. Cute-looking kid. How old is he?
He's 7.
Yeah? Big for his age, huh? And smart, too, I bet.
He's very smart. Just like Howard.
He must be. 7 years old and in the 4th grade.
Never mind, Billy. It's you. What happened? Where have you been?
Now, that's, like they say, a long story. Tell you what. Why don't you fix me some eggs and bacon the way you used to? And some good hot steaming drip coffee, like the old days. And while you're at it, you and me can have a good long talk about the future.
What did you come back for, Lou?
I'm your husband.
After walking out on me for 7 years?
I didn't walk out on you, babe. Remember? I was dead.
But you're not. You just deserted me.
Did you get a divorce?
Why should I get a divorce when everybody thought...
So, you see, we're still married.
Lou, what happened? Where have you been?
Remember that summer, Marge?
I'm not likely to forget it.
Them 3 fellas held up that Potsdam bank and lit out with $100 grand. Boy, was I glad I was a scuba nut that year. When they dragged the reservoir where they were sure the guys dumped the loot before they caught him, it couldn't turn up a thing. They did post the reward, 10,000 smackers.
Biggest thing ever happened in our part of the country. How could I forget?
Boy, I'm telling you, Sugar, I thought them water wrinkles would never wear out of my skin from diving after that bonanza.
We were going to use the $10,000 for down payment on a house and a car.
Are you kidding? I ever found that suitcase jammed in some crack? I wasn't going looking for no reward. That was all going to me.
You found it?
No, I didn't find it. I worked down to the deep end. It was a good 150 feet there. What happened to me was I got swept into the spillway.
The what?
Where the water runs out of the reservoir. Must have caught my head a real crack. I was stuck in a kind of a pipe. I got out of my tanks, and then I passed out. I must have lost my face mask then, too.
Yeah, that's how come the insurance company and everybody else thought you must be drowned. What happened to you?
Well, when I came to, I was lying in some reeds, half buried in the mud. There was blood all over my face. I didn't know where I was. Well, get this, Marge, because it's what counts. I didn't know who I was. And I either got out of the flippers or I lost them, and all I had on was a pair of swim trunks.
What did you do?
I busted in some house and I got some clothes. And I lit out, hiking. Worked my way west, working odd jobs. And I figured I couldn't keep drifting forever. I had to establish some sort of, what do you call it?
Identity.
Yeah, that's it. Like who I was. I had to be someone. So I joined the service. 6-year hitch. And 2 nights after I'm out, I got hit in the head in a barroom, Brannigan, and pow, I remember who I am. So I figured I'd come home. You and me have some talking to do.
What?
I need a stake, Marge. Some dough. That's one reason I looked you up.
Well, I could let you have $15 or maybe $25.
Come on, don't kid around with me, baby. I said a stake. You know what I'm talking about. Real money. I had to do quite a bit of digging to turn you up when I got back to Ferndale.
You mean other people know you're alive?
Now, don't panic, doll. I ain't stupid. I may not be long on schooling, Mrs. Miller, but I got what it counts up here.
Mrs. Howard.
Well, now, that's the real question, ain't it? Just whose wife are you?
Well, now, be reasonable, Lou. There isn't any question of that. I mean, you and I were married less than a year. Howard and I have built a life together for nearly 7 years.
What does your husband do at the bank?
He's, a bank officer.
Class job, huh? Pays pretty good, huh?
Banks don't pay that much money.
Not even to senior vice presidents? I told you I've been snooping around a couple of days, sweetheart, so don't try any tricky stuff. Now, let's get down to real business. Just what's it worth to you to keep this happy little home you got all in one piece?
I don't think I have to tell you what it's worth. I have a savings account. I've been saving for years for a trip we wanted to take. If you'll get out of my life again, you can have it.
How much?
It's nearly $3,500.
And where is it?
At the bank.
Your husband's bank?
Yes.
What would you do? Just go there and draw it out?
Yes.
Supposing your husband caught you doing it, how would you explain?
I'll go on his lunch hour. He won't have to see me.
And where will I be?
You can wait here or come with me, whatever you want.
And no cops. No mention of any of this.
Do you think I want anyone to know you're still alive? That no matter how innocent it was, I've been living with another man as his wife when I wasn't really. You think I want Billy mixed up in this? It's a small town, Lou. And a lot of people are smaller, and this happens to be a terribly important time in my husband's life.
Yeah, I gathered from the posters. Running for mayor, ain't he?
I don't want to discuss Howard with you. I just want to do whatever I can from hurting that man I love. So I will go to the bank and get the money, or you can come with me.
All right, let's knock off all the pretty talk and take a real look at where we stand. Now, you're not paying me off with any measly $3,500.
How much do you want?
Something in the neighborhood of 30,000 green ones.
Oh, you must be crazy. We haven't got that kind of...
I had an insurance, Marge, remember? 15,000, double indemnity.
Oh.
They ever pay off?
Well, I...
Oh, come on, then. Don't try to give me any hard time.
Yes, they did.
So, of course, you blew it all on a new house and goodies. But I'll lay you odds you got a sock full of other dough somewheres. You'll pay off.
Why should we?
Because you've been living with a man you're not legally married to.
I'd get a lawyer's opinion, first of all. And I would be willing to bet right now that no court would hold me or Howard responsible for an honest mistake.
You'd have to give back all that pretty insurance money. You can't collect on a corpse that ain't.
That could be arranged.
So you do have it socked away.
Whether or not we do is none of your business.
There's another little thought you might have in mind. How many votes do you think it's going to cost your husband for mayor when I make this public?
You're just as much of a louse as I discovered right after I was stupid enough to marry you. Howard will take his chances. I think I can speak for him.
Can you speak for him on everything?
What are you getting at now?
The one other person concerned in all this. Billy.
You leave Billy out of this.
How can we?
He has nothing to do with you.
It was a good try, Marge. But what kind of a lunkhead do you think I am? First moment I found out there was a kid involved. Yesterday. I went and looked up the birth certificate.
Oh.
Billy ain't no 7 years old. He's 8.
Oh.
And as stupid as I am, I can count. That makes him my kid.
He doesn't know that, Lou. He thinks Howard is his own father.
Okay, baby, we could leave it that way. Just so you come through with the 30 grand. That's the only way you're going to get rid of me now. Until then, you got a monkey on your back.
Poor Marge. Her relaxed morning has been shattered as thoroughly as her nerves. And deep as the threat to her immediate happiness seems, she has no conception of how vicious and violent her fight to protect her family is going to be. With her head swimming, she looks again at the man sprawled on the couch and hopes that it's only some ghastly dream. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Friends, there are people within the sound of my voice who never enjoy the company of their loved ones except at mealtime. They're lonely men sitting and watching baseball games all by themselves when they could be watching a parade at Six Flags in the company of their sons and daughters. There are women in the audience, and you know who you are, whose usual words to their blessed little ones are things like, "Be quiet and stop that." Oh, how much better it would be for her to share the thrill of a fireworks display or a suspenseful escape act with her little tots at Six Flags this Saturday or Sunday. Now, I can hear you say, "I want to do that. I want to be with my family at Six Flags. I want to enjoy the rides and attractions with my dear ones, but it costs money." Well, friends, now you can do it. Saturday and Sunday are family days at Six Flags. After 3 p.m., the charge is only $3.50 per person. Now think of it. Togetherness, a harmonious family for only $3.50 per person. Saturday and Sunday after 3 p.m., and the park will be open late both nights.
One of the delights of backyard barbecuing is eating with your fingers. One of the disadvantages is having to swat bugs with the same fingers that hold juicy, drippy hamburgers. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you that's why True Value hardware stores have Raid House and Garden Bug Killer. So you can make sure that ketchup and mustard mess goes no further than your fingers. Raid kills bugs dead, but used as directed, it won't harm plants or shrubs or your pets or the food that you serve outdoors. True Value hardware dealers suggest you use it this way. About half an hour before you're ready to serve, spray Raid around your patio or picnic table. It kills bugs in the air and in the shrubbery where they hide. And Raid is just as effective indoors and safe. It won't oil stain furniture and draperies. The 13.5-ounce aerosol can of Raid House and Garden Bug Killer is just $1.29. Just one of the values you'll find at the True Value hardware store near your home.
The shock of meeting a husband you have believed dead for over 8 years is enough to numb and scramble anyone's mind. At least Marge found it so. She couldn't believe that Lou was any real danger to breaking up her present family legally, nor that the publicity would mean anything in Howard's campaign. But two things did terrify her. The effect it might have on Billy, and the tension, a kind of mad and inhuman quality that underlay everything that Lou said, as though, in some inexplicable way, he was dead inside, that he was a ghost returned from the grave.
You stay away from Billy.
From my own son?
He's no son of yours.
Like I told you, I seen the birth certificate.
I didn't mean that. I mean he's nothing like you, thank God. And he worships his father. I mean Howard.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Let it go. Don't answer.
Oh, it's Bob Russell's car in the driveway. I can see it from here. They're next door neighbors. They know I'm home.
All right. Go answer. There are no tricks or funny business.
Put that pistol away.
Go open the door. Find out what he wants. Don't let him come in, or I'll drop him like a bowling pin.
All right, but don't lose your head.
You just worry about your own.
Hi, Marge. Sorry if I disturbed you.
No, I was in the kitchen.
I didn't want to come at all because, to tell you the truth, I thought you might have sneaked back to bed for a nap.
Oh, no, I was just going to get dressed and go marketing.
I know. You're the morning person. That's what Betty calls you. This is all the junk on the community chest Betty promised you.
Oh, that's great.
How's it going? Dragging any formidable loot?
Over 60,000 up to now, and we're only halfway along.
Well, keep it in a safe place.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you feeling all right?
Me? Why?
Well, you look a bit pale, sort of drawn.
Maybe I'm just picking up a little cold.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, I got a customer waiting.
Uh-huh.
60 grand, huh?
Oh, don't get your hopes up, Lou. It's all in small checks. Most of them at the bank and all made out to community chest. Even you couldn't figure a way to get your claws on that money.
All right, you can cut the comedy. I have my own way. And not much more time to waste. I've been figuring while I was waiting for that used car salesman.
Bob's a stockbroker.
I want you to call your husband and get him home here from the bank.
I can't do that.
Well, you better, doll, or I'll lock you in a closet and go down there and bring him back my own way. I got to get all this settled today.
But I can't bring Howard home from the bank. What could I possibly...
Don't answer it.
That's silly. Why not? What am I going to do? Scream for help?
Just don't answer it. You're out.
But it might be Betty ringing to make sure Bob dropped off the stuff. Oh, that's right. Howard was going to call about us having lunch together.
Sam. Okay, there's an extension in the kitchen, right?
Yes.
I'll be listening. And don't try anything or I'll kill you. Might as well know I have nothing to lose.
Hello?
Darling, it's Howard. I'm calling about lunch.
Where are you whining me?
Well, what was that?
What was what?
Was Billy home? Anyone with you?
Why, no. Why?
It sounded as though someone was on an extension.
Oh, don't be silly about lunch. Why don't we have it here at home?
Well, I'd veto that anyway, but it's what I was calling about. I can't make lunch.
Oh.
I've got to run up to the state capitol, have lunch with a man.
I'm certainly glad it isn't another woman. Couldn't you put it off for today?
I'm sorry, honey, not a chance. See, this guy has got the votes I need in his pocket. I want to be mayor, honey, just long enough to clean up our own little backyard.
I know, dear. So, when will I see you?
All around dinner time. I love you. You take care of yourself.
I love you. Howard.
Why did you let him get away like that?
What could I do?
I'll tell you what you're going to do. Call him back. Get him here.
How?
I don't care how. Tell him you're sick or Billy's sick.
Lou, I can't get away with that
You
now.
do what I tell you, damn it. God.
Why can't I tell him the truth?
You want to?
He's got to know sometime.
All right, then tell him here, where I can handle him. And he doesn't get any fancy ideas of ringing in anyone else. Dial.
I'll call his private number.
It's gone.
You heard for yourself on the extension.
Yeah. Well, maybe just as well. Now, look. I'm coming back to something. That insurance money.
But it doesn't really exist now you're alive.
Listen to me.
Please. That hurts.
A lot more things going to hurt if things don't go my way. Now, first, the insurance money. Where is it? Don't get me mad, baby, or things are going to start getting real rough.
When it finally came through, we put it in a custodian account for Billy.
Now, that's real nice. Only Billy doesn't need it anywhere near like his old man does. So I'll tell you what. We got it made. Howard's out of the picture. So you and me will just stroll over to the bank. You can draw out the $30,000 and give it to me, and all our troubles will be over.
That won't work, Lou.
Why not?
Because Howard is the custodian, not me.
Damn. Why does everything have to go sour for me? Now what are we going to do?
I told you I have a little money in the bank.
Now let's forget that chicken dribble. You don't seem to realize the spot you're in, Marge. I'm no small-time operator anymore. The chips are all down with me, so I can't lose except all the way. So you better listen to me and jump whenever I tell you to.
You don't sound real.
Well, this ain't no ghost story, honey. You're going to have to live with this one. And I'm stuck here until that half-pint husband of yours gets back.
Why don't you go away and come back this evening? I've got a whole day of appointments.
I ain't going nowhere. Neither are you.
But it's just like kidnapping.
You named it, baby. You named it. All we're waiting for now is the payoff. Hey, hold on, Marge. Where do you think you're going?
I was just going to the front door. It's about time for Billy to be coming home from school.
You just stay away from doors. I'll tie you up. I've been on the go so long, I've forgotten what sleep is.
Tie me up?
Yeah. I don't want to take no chances you get some crazy idea taken off. We're calling the police.
With Billy coming home, I wouldn't dare.
To leave him alone with me, huh?
Yes. And why would I call the police? You do have some right to be here.
Look, I'm desperate, Marge. I'm not kidding you anymore. All that guff about getting amnesia and stuck in the spillway, forget it. I was just trying to keep things nice and simple at first.
You found that money in the reservoir all those years ago.
That's right. I was going to take off from you anyway. You and me were a mistake from the beginning.
Oh, that's true enough.
You just wanted kids in a home. I wanted the big time. For a while, I had it. I left my air tank and my face mask bobbing in the middle of the lake, and I swam ashore. I took off for Vegas. Had a run of bad luck, so I blew the $100,000. I had to get even with the tables, so I used a little muscle here and there with the private citizens to keep myself in bread.
You mocked people?
Don't look so holier than thou. I got my comeuppance, if you want to know. 6 of the years since I left you, I spent in security prisons. I won't tell you what for. I'll tell you one thing. The next thing they get me for, if there is to be one, that's it. I'm in for good. So don't make any mistakes about how desperate I am. So get away from that door now. Make me some coffee. And where's the job?
It's on the way to the kitchen.
Mom. Good. She's in the kitchen. Just get my guns and strap them on. Better hide unless that's the law.
I could use something to eat with a coffee.
All right, Lou.
Who's Lou? Well, Billy, you just gotta find out. Stick 'em up, Lou.
Lou, don't. It's just
I can see who it is. It's the kid.
Gee, you turned and hit the floor fast. That's a good trick.
I'll tell you another good trick, Shrimp. You ever heist anyone and he turns on you, don't you hold back on the trigger ever.
But you were so fast.
I could have put a bullet right through you, kid.
Is that a real gun?
What would I be doing with a real gun? This is just a present for a kid I know.
It sure looks real.
Yeah, so do yours.
Yeah. Who are you?
This is a friend of your Uncle Ralph's, Billy. Right, Lou?
Yeah, that's right. You could call me Lou.
I'm Billy.
Put it there, partner.
Shake.
Your Uncle Ralph just wanted to make sure you liked the guns. So I said I was passing by and I'd stop in and check.
Oh, they're super.
Hi, darling. I was just trying to find the darn key. Who are you?
Unexpected visitor. A friend of the family. Marge's side. She asked me to get the door. She's feeding Billy. Come on in.
Oh, sure. Sorry, it's just it was such a surprise. Have we ever met?
No. Oh, don't let the get-up put you off. I just came off a camping trip.
Oh. Well, you seem to know who I am. You want to tell me who you are?
Sure. Lou Miller.
Lou Miller? But you're dead.
That would make it simple, huh? No matter how scary a ghost is, there are ways of making them disappear. Now, me, Howard, I'm the real McCoy. Like, if you want it right between the eyes, I'm Marge's real husband, and that's my kid inside.
Oh, my God.
Maybe it won't take too much praying to turn me back into a ghost. That's what you and me are going to talk over, Howard. You're the only one with the keys to turn time back again. Just the way it was.
A completely stunned Howard can only stare at this specter from the past. A man so evidently his physical superior that he could not solve anything on that level, nor on any other level, as he is about to find out. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Hello?
Hi, honey. How would you like to go out to dinner tonight?
I'd love it. Where?
Honey, you can have your choice of over 40 of the finest restaurants in the Metroplex.
Jack, you joined the Carriage Trade Dinner Club.
How did you know?
With the Carriage Trade Dinner Club, you get over 40 delicious dinners free in the finest restaurants
Honey,
like
how
Coach
did...
and Horses Tavern, The Buttery, Caruso Spaghetti and Wine, Vic's Gallery, Kirby's, The Catfish Hut,
Honey,
and many
how
more.
did you know...
And there are absolutely no restrictions. You can order any dinners on the menu. Then when the waiter brings your check, you simply present your Carriage Trade Dinner Club card, and you're charged for just one dinner. The second is free.
Jeanette, how do you know all about the Carriage Trade Dinner Club?
They're running great big ads in the Morning News, Times Herald, and Star Telegram telling all about it, dear.
Like the one you slipped into my briefcase?
Uh-huh. I wanted my husband to have the very best. The Carriage Trade Dinner Club, the most respected dinner club in the world.
From time to time you'll find one that is different from the rest. Someone who really wants the things he does to be the best. And when you do, you know that you can count on them to see you through. All the problems that beset you make you happy when you're blue. Get on board with friendly Chevrolet. Come get ahead with friendly today. I've made so many wrong decisions when it comes to buying cars. Friendly, I wasn't wrong about you. Friendly, I wasn't wrong about you. Friendly Chevrolet. Friendly, I wasn't wrong about you. Friendly Chevrolet.
Howard is about to have his first meeting with something which neither you nor I, or at least most of us, would be able to handle. Total immorality. And it takes not much longer than a few minutes both to tell Howard the story of Lou and very little longer to realize that he is dealing with a man who has nothing left to lose. Not even his conscience.
What you suggest to Marge is impossible.
Why?
Because everything, bank books, money, drafts, checks, anything valuable is locked up in the vaults by now.
So? You're executive vice president, aren't you?
Yes.
You got the keys, haven't you?
Yes. Once the time lock disengages, which will be, let's see, it's 6 o'clock now, exactly 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
You mean you can't get in there tonight?
You'd need an atom bomb to blow that vault door open.
The first thing tomorrow morning, you could get those bank books and cash in the dough.
Well, I could, but I can't.
Why not?
Because, first of all, the money for the insurance was left in trust to Billy. It could only be spent on him, but that no longer holds either. The money isn't Billy's or anyone's but the insurance company's now.
How come?
It was paid in good faith because you were presumed to be dead. And you are quite manifestly alive.
Now, look, don't give me none of that lawyer double talk. Who knows I'm alive, except you and me and Marge?
Look, suppose I did go along with you. As soon as you'd leave, what's to stop me from going to the police and telling them what's happened?
For this chicken feed, nothing much. Wouldn't be worth coming back to put a bullet hole through your head, or Marge's, or the kids.
Your own son?
Who wants him? I never did. One big reason I lit out. You're welcome to him.
Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Why didn't you come in and see me as soon as you got home?
Well, I knew you were eating dinner. We have a visitor.
He heard his father's voice, and there was no holding him.
Want to see some of the tricks Uncle Lou's been showing me with my gun?
Uncle?
Lou's a friend of Ralph's, Howard, and just sort of got made an honorary uncle.
It's all right, Marge. I know who Lou is.
Oh, the twirly parts I'm not so good at yet because my hands are kind of small, and I haven't had enough practice, Lou says. But I'll show you one thing he taught me. Turn around, Lou.
Billy, I really think...
It's okay, Marge. Let the kid have his fun. Okay, I'm turning my back. I don't know you're there.
Stick 'em up.
Ah, you got me. Dead center.
See, Daddy? See? If you're going to heist a guy and he starts to turn on you, hit the trigger right away.
That's what Uncle Lou taught you?
If you don't want to find yourself dead.
But supposing the other man doesn't have a pistol?
Who takes chances? Besides, Billy knows I have one. Still there, you see?
That's not a real pistol either.
Oh, of course it isn't. Who'd have a real pistol in this house?
Can we play some more now?
Nope, Billy. That's enough. Time for bed. Let's go.
But I don't want to go to bed. I want to play some more.
It's time, son.
Oh, well, okay. You'll come up and say goodnight too, Uncle Lou.
Sure. If you take off right now with your mother.
Okay, chum. Up the wooden hill.
You always say that. It's a staircase.
It's what my mother always used to say to me.
You're a cute kid. You wouldn't think it, but I really go for kids. And them for me. Him and me can have a real ball this weekend.
You're not welcome in this house.
What's the matter, Howard boy? You afraid I'm going to let Billy know you ain't his real father?
For his sake. It would be better for your son not to have his whole life shaken up.
Well, I got news for you. If you and Marge don't play things my way, this whole family's going to get shook right out of sight. Now go pour me a shot till we get the kid out of this, and I can lay out for you and Marge just how we're going to play this thing.
You can't ask me to rob my own bank.
I ain't asking, I'm telling you. A Monday morning, once that time locks off, you pack a suitcase with $250,000. And don't go writing down serial numbers. And keep the bills as small as you can.
But what's the point? You can't get away with it.
I'll be sitting here with Marge and Billy, and little Bertha here. Anything goes wrong with the outline I already gave you, anything, you're suddenly out a wife and a kid, right?
But no matter how much time we try to set up for you, your getaway, the police will be right on your trail.
How, Howie boy, how? I'm dead, remember? I don't even exist. Who'd be looking for me?
When we tell our story.
Don't you see it all, Howard? Do you think any of us is going to be alive after...
Who the devil is that? What kind of a double cross is this? That's a sheriff.
Now, look, don't lose your head. He's an old friend. He could have stopped by for a dozen reasons.
Well, one of them better not be me. Now, listen, both of you. I'm going upstairs with Billy. You leave all the doors open. If anything goes wrong, let me tell you both, this is a real gun. And the first shot I fire goes right through the kid's head.
Your own son.
What kind of a man are you?
The kind neither of you patsies would like to find out about. Open up and get rid of him.
Hey, Jim.
The lights are all on. I knew someone had to be home.
Yeah, well, we were just sitting down to dinner.
Well, this won't take long, but I'd like to step inside.
Sure.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Jim.
Everything okay?
Of course. Why not?
Well, I don't know. You just don't look yourself. You're always so full up of the old get up and go.
Oh, that I think I got a touch of the flu.
Oh, sorry. It's going around these days. I got 2 deputies out with it, or else they got a couple of girlfriends my phone tabs haven't turned up.
Maybe there's a gap in the tape. Jim, Marge sort of had dinner on the table practically, so,
Oh, sure. But what I have to say can be said quickly. Maybe shouldn't be said at all, but you're 2 old friends of mine not to. That's a flyer just came in this morning to the sheriff's office. Here. You 2 have a gander at it. You don't have to read all the writing. I'll give you the gist. That there's a picture of John Clemens, wanted for armed robbery and the killing of a policeman in California. Out on parole from Soledad State Security Prison, alumnus of Joliet, armed, dangerous, to be approached with caution. 3 former suspected murders, will shoot to kill. Nothing to lose, because when he's taken this time, he goes up the river the rest of the way.
I don't know any John Clemens.
Nor I.
But if his name wasn't John Clemens, wouldn't you know him? If his name was maybe Lou Miller?
But Lou's dead.
Lou isn't dead. This guy Clemens was in the service. I got a set of his fingerprints from there. And 8 years ago, when Lou swore on as deputy to dive in the reservoir looking for the money that got stolen, he had to record a full set of fingerprints. No, sir, I'm sorry to have to say it for many reasons. They're the same guy. Lou Miller is still alive.
Well, all right. Now, look, suppose he is. What's that got to do with us?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. But there is Billy, and this guy is on the run and desperate. Just in case, I'm going to give you some protection. Can I use the phone?
Well, what for?
Well, you might turn up here. I'm going to cover you for a while with a 24-hour guard.
Okay, everyone, freeze. Don't anybody make even one little move.
So you beat me to it, Lou.
You always move too slow, Jim. Marge, Howard, get back in that corner.
Lou, don't lose your head.
That's just what I'm planning to keep. Come on, move. That's better. Okay, Jim. Just face me like you are, and very slow and easy slip the buckle and drop your gun belt. That's it. Right on the floor. That's right. Now, you got any rope, heavy cord, wire, adhesive tape in the house? Come on. You know I ain't got nothing to lose by now. Want me to shoot you instead of tying you up?
I just bought some new rope for... What difference does it make? It's in the kitchen closet.
Okay, everyone, now just... Let's move out to the kitchen. Careful. Real careful. That's it. Keep moving. Don't try anything. Into the kitchen, that's it. Now, I'm just staying here in the door. Marge, you sit at the table. You too, Sheriff. Howard, fetch the rope.
Stick 'em up.
Marge!
See, I did it right again, Uncle Lou.
Billy, where did you get that gun?
Well, you took mine away, and then you were all playing games, and everybody else was having fun, so I came downstairs, and I found this heavy old gun by the living room door. Gosh, it makes a loud bang, doesn't it, Uncle Jim?
Well, it sure does, Billy. Marge, why don't you take Billy back to bed?
But I want to say goodnight to Uncle Lou.
Billy, son, don't spoil the game. Uncle Lou's just playing possum to make you look real good. Now, don't spoil his game, huh? How is he, Sheriff?
Bullet got him right in the spine. Too late for the ambulance.
How is he out?
This time he's gone for good.
Oh.
Did you get Billy to bed?
Yes. What's going to happen to us now? Howard, what have I brought on you?
We'll weather it, Marge.
But the whole story will come out now. And I'm not thinking about us. But what it'll do to Billy. What a thing to grow up with.
Just a minute, you two. Isn't there a quote somewheres about God moving in a mysterious way his wonders to perform?
Well, that's almost the exact quote, but...
Main thing, it seems to me, in all this is to keep Billy from being all broke up over what was an accident.
Jim, when this story breaks in the papers, how can it be kept from Billy?
The question is first, can it be kept out?
How?
Of course, there's got to be a story. A man is dead. But a story about what man?
I don't understand you.
You're returning that insurance money to the company, of course, Howard.
Well, naturally.
So now let's take a good, hard look at the rest of it. Now, I intend to have a long talk with Judge Markham. Now, I can't answer for him, of course, but I've known him all our lives. Now, if I was in his place, here's the way I see it. This man's legal name is John Clemens. He's been using that name for over 8 years. He's a known killer. There's a statewide alarm out for him. So now, here's me, the sheriff, an old friend of yours, visiting for the evening, when this John Clemens tries to pull off a heist. 2 shots are fired, one from my gun, one from his. The one from my gun kills this John Clemens. So, where does Lou Miller figure in this? A man already dead 8 years?
You mean Billy, the whole time, doesn't have to know exactly what he's done?
It was an accident, Marge. The child has no idea what he's doing. Who'd want to place this burden on his shoulders? Like I say, it's not my decision, thank God. But I'd hoped Judge Markham feel about it that you only get a chance to live once. Seems fair enough to me. The best you ought to have is, like him, one chance to die.
What would you do? What would I do? Faced with a decision like this. Open up an old, closed Pandora's box and saddle an 8-year-old child with a swarm of circumstances he's not equipped to handle and mark him for life? Or leave the alternative truth that a man who chose another life and another name and who long deserved to die finally met his comeuppance, killed by a bullet fired in self-defense. Perhaps the sheriff said it best. God moves in mysterious ways. I'll be back shortly.
On the corner, Church's Kitchen's making golden fried chicken.
Right before your eyes, always crisp, deep fried.
The way chicken should be fried. Golden crisp flavor, fresh in every bite. Drop by Church's Fried Chicken Kitchens. The golden taste of Church's comes ringing through.
There's a party in every box of crispy Church's fried chicken. And the bigger the box, the bigger the party. Whether you're celebrating the fall of the Roman Empire, the 48th anniversary of the Little Orphan Annie fan club, or whether you're celebrating 5 o'clock today, a box of crispy, crunchy Church's fried chicken will make it happier with a double crunch in every bite. Take home a party. Take home Church's, the crispy lover's chicken.
Drop by Church's Fried Chicken Kitchen. The golden taste of Church's comes ringing through. The golden taste of Church's comes ringing through.
If you wear or buy eyeglasses, you couldn't live in a better place than Dallas. Optics is right here, one of the nation's largest suppliers of glasses and contact lenses. Opticians and optometrists all over the country send them work. And now, Optics have a special plant sales room open to the public. That means anybody in the Dallas area can now enjoy Texas-size savings on all glasses and contacts. The widest choice of quality frames, a complete choice of lenses, clear, tinted, bifocals, contacts, and the new half-weights, lenses that are half the weight of glass. Complete one-day service for most glasses, too. Full satisfaction guaranteed. Optics Vision Center, the special direct sales outlet right at Optics Plant, 2534 Royal Lane between Stimmons and Harry Hines. Open to the public Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. Saturday till 12. Come in and see for yourself.
Put on a happy face at your Vision Center.
At 8 years old, there are ghosts and goblins, mysterious figures that move through trees, phantom ghosts that can leap into the mind and spin it flying the wrong way. But time goes by, and a boy grows up, and with 2 understanding parents and a sheriff who opens his files to let a young man read the truth of his background, Billy can accept his father for what he was and thank his lucky stars for the foster one his mother provided for him. Our cast included Joan Loring, Joseph Julian, Tom Keena, Dan Arco, and Hetty Galen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Mr. Sanford, I'm finished with the job, and I want your okay.
I'll put on the pot and give you a cup of coffee.
Thanks, I'd appreciate that. Come right down. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Won't be a minute. I'm coming, Mr. Carroll.
Mrs. Sanford, the strangest thing.
What did you say, Mr. Carroll?
Look at that wall.
Oh, dear. Another crack?
No, it's not another crack.
What?
It's the same crack. I just filled it with cement.
But you couldn't do it. It looks old and dry.
Look at my hands. They're still covered with cement. Here are my tools, my trowel. I could swear it was closed up not 5 minutes ago.
And that cold draught blowing from it.
Like from a tomb.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Myers department store near you and take advantage of great savings on their Buy of the Week special. Yes, ladies, you'll want several of these 100% no-iron polyester dresses made to sell for over $20, sale priced at only $12.99 each or 2 for $25. This shipment has just arrived and features the newest in fall fashions. See these outstanding polyester dresses right away at Myers, sale priced at just $12.99 each or 2 for $25. And remember, you also receive the added savings of S&H green stamps at Myers.
You know, when you get right down to what a burger ought to taste like, you get down to cooking burgers just the way people like them. Now, that sort of thinking is why Whataburger makes burgers that taste so good. Whataburger cooks them to your order. Big, 100% pure beef burgers. A full quarter pound of goodness. Lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, mustard or mayonnaise, and onions. Woo-wee! And those fresh toasted buns add just the right touch. Throw in some crisp golden fries and an ice-cold Coca-Cola, and partner, you got yourself a meal to remember. The Whataburger, from the folks who sure have a good idea of what a burger ought to be.
You're listening to KRLD Dallas, 1080 on the dial.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Hey, Harry,
so doggone excited about going to the conference.
For sure.
The eyes of the whole world are on San Francisco.
Yeah, well, I wonder how the Axis countries feel with the United Nations conference going on.
Well, Hal, I'd like to give you an idea of what I heard over the shortwave radio last night from the Axis countries.
All right, Eddie, we now switch you to Germany. Take it away, Berlin.
Take it away, Berlin. They took it away. The Fuhrer wishes to announce that already the Nazi soldiers have covered a lot of ground. Correction, a lot of ground has covered the Nazi soldiers. The Fuhrer has asked all Germans to make Berlin another Stalingrad, and they did. In fact, now there are more Russians in Berlin than there are in Stalingrad. The Allies have taken over Vienna, the capital of Austria. The Russians have taken over Berlin, the capital of Germany. Today they have entered Prague, the capital of Czechoslovakia. That's what our Führer has been saying. Our enemies are capitalists. In San Francisco, the Allied nations are discussing what to do with Germany. Discussing what to do with Germany. That's silly. They did it. And now we conclude with a word from our beloved Führer, which will be relayed by shortwave radio to the United Nations Conference in San Francisco. Now, a word from our Führer.
We take you now to Japan.
Flashy flash. There is no truth to report as Japan in the same boat as Germany. Japan had no boat. Clever Japanese strategy again outwits Americans. Nipponese and Mindanao disguised themselves as trees and bushes. As a result, not one Japanese soldier was killed. However, regret to report, we buried 800 trees and 400 bushes. Flashy flash. Bulletin from General Pesishmati say that Allies are spreading false rumor about Russians having entered Berlin. To prove there are no Russians in Germany, we now take you by shortwave to Berlin. Come in, Berlin. How do you do? He'll be back.
I wish I was going to San Francisco with you. I'd like to get all the fellows at the conference and do a special broadcast on VE Day.
A special broadcast on VE Day? What would you call the program?
VE the People.
No. Harry, after an idea like that, I think you should go up there with some news service.
UP?
No, PU. Look, Harry, you'll do much better if you stay right here and hold your own peace conference.
How can I hold a peace conference?
By conferring with our listeners and giving them a piece of good advice.
Oh, well, you mean like this. Ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, take a glassful of sparkling sal hepatica. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it and get fast, gentle relief. Then, too, sal hepatica helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So why not get yourself a bottle of sal hepatica, remembering this caution use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
Oh, Harry, before I leave for the Golden Gate City, where they're meeting today to improve the shape of the world, I would like the folks here to meet a shape that needs no improving. Lovely Nora Martin. Let's go down and get the tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, Nora Martin singing Dream.
Dream when you're feeling blue. Dream that's the thing to do.
Just watch the smoke rings rise in the air. You'll find your share of memories there. So dear, when the day is through, dream and they might come true. They never are as bad as they seem. So dream, just dream. Never are as bad as they seem. So dream.
Gee, Harry, I wish a cab would come along. I got to get to that station.
Yeah. Well, here we are, Eddie. Here's a cab. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Hey, you guys seem in a hurry. I'm a newspaper man. I've got work to do. Yeah? Pretty fancy taking a cab. Most of the kids delivered their papers on a bicycle. You don't understand. I'm going to San Francisco. I'm Eddie Cantor. Eddie Cantor? Yeah. Holy smoke. Hey, I'm your #1 fan. I rush home and listen to you every Tuesday night. Yeah, I'm on Wednesday night. I can't wait. So you listen to my program, huh? Oh, yeah. Hey, since you're going to San Francisco, I got a song I wrote dedicated to the United Nations. Yeah? What's the name of it? When it's over there, over here, I'll be glad to hear it's over there. It's a war song. Yeah, it could start a war, yeah. But I'll say one thing for you, taxi driver, you're patriotic. Oh, you bet, yeah. I just written another song about what the people of the United States are going to do for the clothing drive. Would you like to hear it? Would you like to, yeah, we would just like to hear, yeah. What the people of the United States will do for the clothing drive. Go ahead. Yeah, here's how it goes. We'll give them calls from South Dakota and colors from the town of Kalamazoo. We'll send them pants from Pennsylvania and shoes from old Chicago, Illinois.
Train leaving for San Francisco on track 7. Train leaving for San Francisco on track 7.
Hey, Eddie.
What?
Look at all the people getting on the train at track 7.
Put that speaker down, Harry. That is not funny what you're doing.
Oh, no? Wait till they all wake up in Pomona.
Harry, you're liable to get yourself into trouble.
Oh, no, Eddie. I'd like to be a train caller. You know, after all, that's my favorite work.
What do you mean?
Well, I spend week after week putting people on the right track.
You do?
Yeah, like when I tell millions of women about Trouche, the new idea in hand lotion.
Harry, please. It's a little out of place to talk about Trouche in a railroad station.
No, it isn't out of place at all. In fact, it fits perfectly in a railroad station. If women would train themselves to use Trouche, they would travel far in the direction of helping to keep their hands soft and smooth.
Oh, I get it. Train and travel. That's good.
So if your hands are dry or chapped from housework or office work, get on the track of Trouche, the beforehand lotion. Smooth Trouche on before you go to work, before you do dishes or undies. Why, Trouche is so effective it will help guard your hands even in hot, soapy water. It's used by the debutante as well as the working girl, so regardless of your station in life...
Station, yes, good.
To help keep your hands looking lovelier, use creamy, fragrant Trouche, the beforehand lotion.
Harry, you forgot Depot.
No, I didn't. I just said use Trouche, Depot forehand lotion. I'll spell it for you. It's spelled T-R-U-S-H-A-Y. T-R-U-S-H-A-Y. Touche.
Quiet. And all you people will have to get off his back. He's not going to San Francisco. That's me, Harry. I gotta get on a train and my baggage isn't here yet.
I have to wait outside. I have to close this gate.
Oh, well, goodbye, Harry. Be back soon.
Goodbye, Eddie. I can't stand it. It's awful.
But, Harry, I'll be back tomorrow night.
I know, but it's awful you getting on that train and me being here. It's just too much.
Why, Harry?
Promise you'll write for me after Dampatino.
Please, Harry, I'll write. I left you before. Now, why are you crying?
I can't help it. I'm caught in the gate. It's pinching my stomach.
Well, Harry, I guess I'll have to go without my baggage. Sounds as if the train's about to pull out. I can hear something puffing like a train going choo, choo. What is that going choo, choo?
Achoo-choo.
Gordon, the mad Russian. What about my baggage? Huh? You were supposed to bring 7 grips, a portable typewriter, a radio, and 2 trunks. And you come down here empty-handed.
You know, Cantor, when I left the house, I had a feeling I forgot something.
Tell me, Russian, what am I going to wear at the conference?
The correct attire is a black top hat, a white ascot tie, and a gray frock coat.
What about pants?
By all means.
How could you forget to bring down my baggage?
Well, Cantor, the beautiful maid happened to come in as I was packing.
The beautiful maid came in, so what happened?
She looked at me. I looked at her. Yes. When all of a sudden,
yes,
I stopped packing and started napping.
Here you are running after the maid while I'm pacing up and down the station.
You exercise the way you like, and I'll exercise the way I like.
Oh, goodbye, Russian. I've got to catch my train.
But, Cantor, come here. Take me along. I would be very helpful at the international conference.
Would you?
Most, yes. Cantor.
Yes, go ahead, speak.
This you won't believe because it's a lie.
Yes. Continue, Russian.
I once blazed a trail through the Australian bush. I have traveled all over the Great Sahara Desert. Yes. And in Belgium, I explored the Belgian...
Hunger?
No, thanks. I'll sit with one out.
Russian, have you really been to all those places?
Most maybe. Why, even in Siberia, I spent 20 years exploring the salt mine.
How did you find the salt mine?
Salty.
Listen, Russian,
yes?
to be at the conference, they only want men who have participated in the affairs of war-stricken countries.
Well, what do you know? By a strange coinkydinky.
Coinkydinky? Coinkydinky?
Pardon me, are you trying to say coincidence?
Stop clowning now, Russian.
Yes.
What experience have you had in a foreign country during the war?
What experience have I had? Mine, dear Mr. Bunzel.
Yes, go on.
For my next lie... Let me tell you about the time I went to Paris.
Paris.
Yes. I arrived there at 12, walked down the Rue de la Paix, and by 1 o'clock, I joined the underground.
You did?
Yes, I fell in a sewer.
Russian. And to think that you want to go to the San Francisco conference.
But, Cantor, I could be your interpreter. I speak many languages.
You do?
Most of course. Sunday night, I went to Charles Boyer to learn French. Yes. Monday to Don Amici to learn Italian. And last night, I went to Carmen Miranda.
What did you learn there?
Silly boy.
Harry, what are you doing here? The train's about to pull out.
Well, it's about that new singer you have on the program.
Freddie Martell?
Yeah, Freddie has a message for the men at the conference, but maybe I better let Freddie tell you. Okay, Freddie, take over.
When we round the final bend at the end of the scrappin', don't let it happen again. Keep a life that never fails on the trails we'll be mappin'. Don't let it happen again. We'll be to blame if the flame should ever die out. See that the eagle keeps an eagle eye out. When the great day comes with the drums and the clapping, close with this mighty amen. Don't let it happen again.
The voices of countless millions throughout the world are echoing that cry. And the representatives of those millions are gathered now at San Francisco to make it come true. The sound of it is in their hearts and minds, and from it all a better world will come. But you and I must work to make it so. The victory will be won in Germany. Then will come the mighty struggle for the victory that must be won in Japan. But the real victory, freedom, will come only after the peace. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Vigilance against the foes of human rights, against prejudice and bigotry. Vigilance against any tyrant who would deny any man anywhere the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Then and only then will we know that it will not happen again.
When the great day comes with the drums and the clapping, close with this mighty amen. Don't let it happen again.
Don't forget to get back by next Wednesday. We're going to give out the prizes for the essay contest.
Don't worry, Harry. Everybody knows their entries must be received before midnight, April the 27th. I'll be here to announce the awards next week, and I'm sure all of our listeners will join us to see who won. But in the meantime, Harry, don't you forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible.
You mean Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health?
Yes, and True Shade, the beforehand lotion.
Okay. Say, folks, with the weatherman deciding to make with the cold weather right after he gives us a touch of spring, Mr. and Madam, watch out for those colds. They can be mighty uncomfortable. And you can get fast, pleasant relief from those annoying cold symptoms with Minute Rub, modern chest rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Cooper household, it's a bright, sunshiny morning. Outside, the birds are singing. And inside, Liz Cooper is singing, too.
Here comes the bride, here comes the bride.
Now, you may think this is an odd song to sing in the morning, but this isn't just any morning. It's the Coopers' 10th wedding anniversary. And just thinking of being married to George for 10 whole years makes Liz feel like singing.
Da, 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 da. Oh, good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper. What are you so happy about?
Don't you know what day this is, Katie?
Yes, it's Friday.
No, it's something much more special than that.
Oh, of course. This is the day they collect the garbage.
Oh, Katie. Today is my wedding anniversary. George has been my favorite husband for 10 years.
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it hasn't been 10 years.
Well, not exactly. It's really been 9 years, 11 months, 29 days, 22 hours, and 45 minutes.
I knew it wasn't 10 years.
Just think, Katie, 10 years ago, I was an eager young bride of 21. And today, I'm an old married woman of 25.
How time flies.
I wonder what George will give me. What is the 10th anniversary, Katie? The 50th is gold and the 25th is silver. Is the 10th diamond or china?
It's tin.
Tin? T-I-N?
That's right, like in C-A-N.
Oh. Well, George probably doesn't know anything about it being tin, so let's not tell him. What he doesn't know won't hurt me.
You'll be lucky if Mr. Cooper remembers it's your anniversary.
Why, Katie, of course he'll remember.
I don't know. Husbands have strange memories. They can't remember the day they were married, but they can tell you Ty Cobb's batting average in 1922.
Well, George is different.
Hey, Liz, where are you?
You watch. The first thing he'll say when I walk into the breakfast room is, "Happy anniversary, darling."
I'll be listening at the door.
Good morning, my wonderful little husband.
Oh, morning, dear. What is it, dear?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, Liz.
Yes, dear?
This coffee is cold.
Well, I'll get some hot for you. George, are you just going to sit there reading the paper? Haven't you something to tell me?
No. Oh, certainly.
I thought so.
Dick Tracy found the jewel.
Get your own coffee.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Haven't you any idea what this day is?
Sure. Oh, my gosh, this is the day I have to send in my car payment.
George, what was Ty Cobb's batting average in 1922?
385.
He was right.
She was. I didn't think she followed baseball.
Oh, and I thought you loved me.
Oh, well, I do, honey. Hey, what's the matter with you? You're sure acting crazy today.
Well, a girl has a right to act crazy on her anniversary.
Anniversary? It is. I mean, of course it is. Oh, I knew it all the time, dear. I was just teasing.
You were?
Of course.
Well,
how could I forget our 15th anniversary? Now what's the matter?
it's our 10th.
It is. Well, it seemed like... I mean, it doesn't seem like so much wonderful fun could be crowded into 10 measly years.
Oh, really?
Of course. And if you don't believe I remembered our anniversary, look here in this little memo book of mine. There, what does that say?
It says, buy anniversary present for Liz.
See?
Oh, George, you did remember.
How could I forget the luckiest day of my life? Say, what are you supposed to give on the 10th anniversary anyway?
Don't you know?
No.
Well, then I do.
What is it? The lead? Pewter?
No. Diamond wristwatches.
Never heard of that.
Well, you wouldn't want to give me just plain old diamonds. They have to be in something. So it might as well be a wristwatch.
Liz, I don't have the money to buy you a diamond wristwatch.
Well, how about just diamonds?
How about just the wristwatch?
Well, okay.
I'll see if I can find a tin one.
Oh, you knew it all the time.
Honey, I'm afraid we'll have to buy each other inexpensive little gifts. We'll put a limit on it.
All right, George. After all, it's the thought that counts. Shall we say $50?
Shall we say $5?
Well, let's compromise. I'll spend $5 for your present, and you spend $50 for mine.
Sorry, spendthrift. $5 is the limit. Hey, it's getting late. I've got to get down to the bank.
Isn't it funny, George? You work at the bank with all that money around, and yet you can only spend $5 for your... Goodbye, George.
Goodbye, Liz. Happy anniversary.
Happy Annie. Katie?
Here I am.
Well, he remembered, didn't he? He had it written down in his book.
I can't argue with that. I guess he remembered all right.
Now, let's see. I have to buy him a present under the $5 limit. Where can I get $5?
I think something's burning in the kitchen.
Katie, come here.
How much do you need, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, I have a little saved. If you'll loan me $4.50, I can make it.
I've only got $2.50.
I'll take it.
But that only makes $3.
Well, it works out. Don't you see? He gives me a $5 present. I give him a $3 tie, and he owes me $2.
Oh?
George, boy, it was mighty good of you to come along and help me choose Iris's birthday present.
Well, I'm glad you asked me, Mr. Atterbury. I have to buy Liz an anniversary present today.
Oh? How long ago was your anniversary?
Today.
Today? How did you remember?
I didn't. I forgot until Liz reminded me this morning. She thinks I remembered, though.
You must be a fast talker, boy.
No, it's simple. I always carry a special memo book. On one page, it says, get Liz's birthday present. The next page says, get Liz's anniversary present. Another one says, get Liz's Valentine present.
That's pretty clever.
Sure. No matter when she jumps on me, I can prove I made a note to do it.
Well, Iris just keeps mum. Every day that I've forgotten, she adds $10 to the cost of the present I have to buy her.
Oh, brother. What are you getting her for her birthday?
A mink coat.
Mink?
Her birthday was last fall.
Oh, but mink.
It was either the mink skin or mine. Say, here's the fur department. Pardon me, miss, could you wait on us?
Well, they asked me to stay here until the regular girl gets here. She's late. I never worked in furs before. If you'd like to wait for her...
No, we're in a hurry.
Well, I'll try. I don't know my way around in furs.
We understand.
I know everything there is to know in nightgowns. That's my department.
I believe you. I'd like to see some mink coats.
Mink?
Yes, mink.
Oh, yes, sir. Let me see. Oh, here's a lovely one here. A full length.
Oh, yes, that's very, very nice. How much is it?
Well, let's see. Oh, here's the tag. It's only $3,000.
That's a lot of money.
Why, I should say that's entirely too much. Let me find you something else.
No, let me see this one, please.
Why, I should say not. $3,000. Why, I wouldn't let you spend that much.
I want to see that coat.
Let's get something cheaper. How about a nice Hudson seal?
I don't want Hudson seal.
Well, forget about the seal. For that money, you can get a new Hudson.
My wife would look pretty silly wearing a new Hudson. She doesn't have that step-down design. Now, would you mind putting that coat on so we can see how it looks?
Would I mind? There. How do I look?
You look very nice. What do you think, George?
Oh, it's a beautiful coat.
Oh, I've never worn mink before.
Miss, would you stop twirling around, please?
Oh, it feels so natural to be wearing mink. La, 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 la.
Miss.
Oh, I'd love to run barefoot through this. Do you think it looks natural on me?
If it looked any more natural, you'd be a mink.
Oh, I love to run my hands over and hold it close to me.
Look, mink. I mean, miss. If you can tear yourself away from that coat, wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
And send it to Mrs. Rudolph Atterbury, 630 South Lucerne.
Yes, sir.
Before you wrap that up, miss, I'd like to buy a present for my wife, too.
Oh, very well. What did you have in mind?
What do you have for about $5?
How about one of the buttons from this coat?
No, I'm serious. Do you have anything, like a nightgown, maybe?
Well, I have a nice nightgown for about $15.
Well, all right. Size 12.
Oh, I'll bet I know what kind you want. Black, sheer, and lacy.
Yeah. Wrap it as a gift and send it to Mrs. George Cooper, 321 Bundy.
Yes, sir. I'll send both of them this afternoon.
Well, come along, boy. We don't work banker's hours, you know. Oh, that's right, we do.
I can't wait. What do you think George will give me for my anniversary?
I don't know, Mrs. Cooper. What can he get for $5?
Yeah, that's right. All I could find for him was a belt.
Well, that's practical.
Well, if he doesn't spend more than $5 on me, I'll really give him a belt. And I won't say Hickok on it either.
Look, Mrs. Cooper, in front of the house, a delivery truck.
Oh, it's my present. I know it is. See, the driver's getting it from the back of the truck. Oh, that's an interesting-looking package he's bringing in. It looks like it could be a dress or a robe. I'll get it.
Package for Mrs. George Cooper.
Oh, thank you.
What is it?
I don't know. It's wrapped so beautifully I can't bear to open it.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I should wait till George comes home. Yes, I'll wait. Well, I'll just take a teensy peek in one corner.
Good. Some peek.
Katie! Look!
Mr. Cooper didn't buy that for $5.
Oh, it's the most beautiful one I've ever seen. Oh, Katie, I have the most wonderful, loving, sweetest, the most adorable husband in the whole world. And this is just what I wanted for an anniversary present. My first mink coat.
Liz Cooper has just had the biggest surprise of her life. Right now, Mr. Atterbury is letting George off in front of his house. Good night, Mr. Atterbury. I hope Iris likes the mink coat. She will. I hope Liz is satisfied with that nightgown. Oh, she'll love it. I'll bet she's opened it already. Night. Good night. Hey, honey, I'm home.
George, darling.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, you wonderful husband.
I love it, but what's it all about, honey?
Oh, my present came this afternoon.
Well, honey, I'm glad you like it.
Like it? I almost lost my mind over it. But, George, all that money.
Oh, well, so I went a little over the limit.
A little over? Oh, George.
You liked it, huh?
I put it on right away.
No.
Yes, I was so eager to show it off, I wore it down to the market.
You wore it to the market? You mean you wore that to the...
Oh, I know it isn't the thing to wear shopping, but I just couldn't resist.
Didn't people stare at you?
They couldn't keep their eyes off me. Oh, George, you should have seen everybody. That cute little cashier wouldn't let me alone till I took it off and let her try it on. Anything, dear. Now, don't worry. I kept my eye on it all the time.
Oh, that's great. I hope you didn't catch cold.
Cold? In this weather? As a matter of fact, on the way home, I was so warm, I took it off and carried it over my arm.
I'm losing my mind. Didn't a policeman stop you?
No.
Well, didn't anybody notice the crowd that was following you?
Why should a crowd follow me just because I was carrying my new mink coat?
Liz, when you walked down... Your new mink coat?
Well, of course. And George is just perfect. The skins are beautifully matched, and the style is just what I would have picked out for myself.
Oh.
George, you look pale. You'd better sit down.
Oh.
Well, you could have waited till I got you a chair. What's the matter, George?
Liz, there's something I've got to explain.
Now, don't worry, darling. I'm not going to scold you for going over the price limit. It's all right. I saved $2 on your present.
Oh, but Liz...
Oh, George, how did you know that all my life I've wanted a mink coat? I've dreamed about them at night, but I never thought I'd own one.
But, Liz...
Are you trying to say something, you dear, sweet, wonderful, generous, thoughtful, marvelous husband, you?
Yes, Happy anniversary, dear.
Happy anniversary to you, too, darling. I'll get it.
No, let me get it, dear. I have a feeling it's for me.
All right, I'll put the coat on and model it for you.
Hello?
Hello, George, boy. Have you given Liz her present yet?
Yes, Mr. Atterbury.
And you know the store got the packages mixed up, eh, boy?
Yes, sir. Was Iris mad when she got the nightgown?
Boy. Not only is she furious that she didn't get the mink coat, but she's not the black lace nightgown type. She's a long flannel girl.
Well, wait till I tell you what happened here.
Look, I'm calling from the drugstore. Iris locked me out of the house. Now, how soon can you get that coat down here?
Well, I've been trying to tell you, Mr. Atterbury. Liz thinks the coat is her anniversary present.
What?
Oh, you should see the look on her face. I don't have the heart to tell her.
I'd like to see the look on her face when you tell her you're fired if you don't get that coat down here.
I'll tell her, but can't I have a little time to sort of break it to her gently?
Certainly, George. Take all the time you want.
Oh.
As long as you have it down here in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Oh.
Where are you, dear? Oh, well, how do you like your wife in a mink coat? Pretty, huh?
Oh, no. They didn't send that one, did they?
Why, what do you mean?
Oh, that isn't the one I bought. I wouldn't have you seen in that cheap old thing. Oh, come on, take it off. I'll send it back.
Well, George, you're the luckiest man in the world because I like this one. Think of all the money you'll save.
Yeah.
Let's go someplace. I want to show the coat off. I know. Let's go call on the Atterbury.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, it isn't insured. It isn't safe to wear it out.
Oh, well, then I'll call up and invite them over here.
No. Let's just spend a quiet evening at home, dear.
Oh, I don't want to stay home.
I'll get it.
I wonder how my new hat would look with this coat.
Yes, Mr. Atterbury?
Where are you, boy?
You haven't given me any time, but besides, she won't take the darn thing off.
Well, make her take it off. Turn the heat up. Hit her over the head. Chloroform her. I don't care
wait a minute. That turning the heat up might do it. I'll put it up to 110 degrees. You just wait there. You'll have your coat.
Wait here, nothing. I'm coming to your house.
Now, please.
I'll stand under the dining room window. If you don't hand that coat out to me in 15 minutes, I'll come in and tell Liz the truth.
I'll have it, Mr. Atterbury. I'll turn the heat up right now. Liz, where are you?
Here I am, darling.
What are you doing? And why is every light on in the house?
Oh, I was just going around seeing if my new coat went with each room. It clashes with the dining room, George.
Well, let me change it for you.
All right. Gray wallpaper would be nice.
Aren't you a little warm, Liz?
No, I'm just comfortable.
Well, I guess it takes a while.
What does?
Nothing. Why don't you go to bed, Liz?
Oh, I couldn't go to bed. The coat would get all crushed.
Well, you don't have to wear it to bed, you know.
I wonder if I could hang myself on a hanger and sleep in my coat all night.
Liz, are you sure you aren't warm? I'm stifling. Phew.
I guess it is a little warm, George. Look at the windows. They're all steamed up.
Yeah, I don't know how you can stand it.
Oh, I'm so happy with my little mink, I can't feel anything. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Asterbilt? Reggie, darling, how are you? Oh, what was that? Sounds like someone throwing pebbles at the window.
Oh, you're hearing things.
No, George, there's someone outside. Oh, they want to steal my coat, and it's not insured.
Don't worry. I'll see who it is.
Wait a minute. Are you insured?
Yes.
Well, go ahead then.
What? Don't worry. Nobody's going to steal anything while I'm in this house. Mr. Atterbury, where are you?
Over here in the bushes. Don't you recognize me? I'm wearing a hibiscus over one ear. Now, give me the coat.
I don't have it yet.
Oh, you idiot. Oh, you idiot. I'm going in and tell her.
No, she thinks there's a prowler out here. Now, I'll get her to give me the coat for safekeeping. You must stay right there.
Hurry up. I've been here so long now, some ivy's growing up my left leg. I'll hurry.
Did you see anyone, George?
Not a soul, dear.
Well, I'm sure there was somebody there.
Liz, If there is someone there, they're after the coat. Now, you'd better let me take it and lock it in the closet until morning.
Well, all right, dear. Here you are. Good night, little mink.
Thank you. Hey, what's that?
Boy, that was fast action.
Huh? Well, what are you talking about?
The police, while you were outside, I called and told them there was a prowler in our garden, and they've got him.
Oh, no.
Don't get excited, George. We're safe now. They're taking him off to jail.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cooper.
Is George home yet, Katie?
No, he called a few times, though.
Well, I'm glad he isn't here. Katie, I felt awful about George buying me that beautiful coat when I had practically nothing for him, so, well, I made a compromise, and I bought him a wonderful present.
Liz!
Oh, George, I've been waiting for you.
Liz, I have no time to waste. I have to tell you something.
Not until I give you your anniversary present, dear. It's a day late, but I think you'll like it. Here.
Why, Liz, that's the most beautiful watch I've ever seen.
It's platinum, George. And it tells everything. The hour, the minute, the second, the day, the year, and the phases of the moon.
Oh, Liz, honey. Oh, gee, it makes me feel like a heel to tell you this now, but, well, that mink coat doesn't belong to you.
What?
Well, Mr. Atterbury bought it for Iris, and I bought you a black lace nightgown, and the clerk got the packages mixed up. There, I said it.
Oh!
Oh, I'm sorry, honey, but where's the coat?
Oh!
Well, what's the matter?
I haven't got it.
You haven't got it. Well, where is it?
I exchanged it for a mink jacket and bought your watch with a difference.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Grace Coppin and Carl Swenson in Till Death Do Us Part.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we witness the curious drama of an overpowering love that even death could not shake. A story that I call Till Death Do Us Part. It's late at night, and Chris Werby, a successful young businessman, is dreaming about his beautiful and affectionate wife, Vivian. But it doesn't seem to be a pleasant dream.
Oh, please, Vivian, leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Why do you insist on waiting on me hand and foot? I can't stand it, I tell you. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Chris, darling, you really want to wear your muffler today? It's quite chilly.
Really, Vivian, I don't need it. I do very well.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Vivian, this is the 5th time you called me this morning.
But, darling, you had a headache. I just wanted to make sure you're all right.
I'm all right. I'm fine, but please don't call again.
Oh, Chris, your wife's waiting in your office for you.
Darling, I brought your vitamin pills. You forgot to take them this morning.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Oh, Chris, Vivian's waiting in the office.
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Chris, darling. Chris, darling.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Chris, darling. Chris, darling, wake up. You're having a nightmare.
Oh, another nightmare. It was so real, so vivid.
Shall I call Dr. Williams, Chris? These nightmares you've been having worry me.
No, I don't need it, Doctor.
Then let me get you some hot milk to make you sleep, darling. I'm worried about you.
I don't want anything except to be left alone.
Why, Chris, I just want to help you.
I don't want help. I just want some peace. Vivian, we can't go on like this. You're smothering me. You won't let me live my own life. I want a divorce.
A divorce? Oh, Chris, you're being silly. You know you don't mean that.
I do mean it. If you won't divorce me, then I'm leaving you. In the morning, for good.
But, Chris, you can't be serious about this.
I'm deadly serious, Martin. I'm leaving the business in your hands, and I am clearing out. Maybe gone for 6 months, a year. Maybe I'll never come back.
But why, Chris, why?
Why? Because I am drowning in an ocean of love and attention, that's why. You know Vivian. She won't divorce me, so I'm clearing out.
But where will you go?
I don't know. I'll get on a train, get off someplace, buy another ticket, ride a while longer, end up someplace where no one can find me. Not even Vivian.
Well, Chris, if you... Oh, excuse me.
Yes?
Mrs. Werby is here to see Mr. Werby, Mr. Martin.
Oh. Ask her to wait.
Yes, sir.
She mustn't see me. Stall her off, Martin. Now I'm leaving by the back way, and for heaven's sake, after I'm gone, convince her I mean it. I'm not coming back.
So, Chris Werby fled from the wife who loved him so much that her love was worse than hate. He went from one city to another, crossing and recrossing his own tracks like a hunted animal. 3 months later, he found himself in Portland, Oregon. In his room at a leading hotel, he drew a long breath of freedom and picked up the telephone.
Oh, room service, please. Room service? Please send up a waiter. Thank you. Oh, I think I'll stay. New York, 3,000 miles away. That ought to be far enough to give me a chance to start a new life without... Oh, that's fast service. Just a moment. Come in and, Vivian!
Hello, Chris, darling.
No. No, it can't be you.
Well, of course it's me, Chris. Who else would it be?
But I didn't even know I was coming here myself. How did you follow me?
Chris, darling, I've only been a little way behind you ever since you left. Don't you understand? There's a bond between us. A bond of love nothing can break. It would lead me to you, even if you traveled to the other side of the world.
What do you want?
Darling, haven't you had enough of traveling? I want you to come back with me. I've made reservations on the evening plane.
No, I'm not going back with you.
Then I'll just have to stay here with you, Chris. Oh, darling, if you'll be reasonable, so will I. If you'll come back, I'll promise that everything will be different. I won't bother you anymore. Truly, I won't.
I could only believe that.
But it's true, Chris. You'll see. Everything is going to be different. Please.
All right, Vivian. I'll try. Just once more. Gentlemen, this will acknowledge your order of the 25th and advise you that...
Your wife's on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Oh, all right. Put her on.
Hello, darling.
I just wondered what you'd like for dinner tonight.
Vivian, you mustn't bother me with such things. I don't care what we have for dinner tonight. This is the 4th time you've called me this morning. No,
Chris, darling, what is it? Another nightmare.
Yes, another nightmare. All day and all night, one long nightmare. You promised you'd change, that you'd stop hounding me, let me alone. And you haven't.
But, darling, I love you. I just want to do things for you.
Vivian, I warn you. I only came back to see how it had worked. If it doesn't stop, I will leave you again. I swear it.
Then I'll just have to follow you again, Chris. No matter where you go, I'll know. Remember, darling, the minister said, till death do us part.
Till death do us part. Yes, I remember.
What, Chris?
I was just thinking. Perhaps I need a vacation. How would you like to run up to Maine for a few days?
What?
We could try the deep sea fishing. Just the two of us.
Oh, I'd love it, dear. Just the two of us. Oh, it sounds wonderful.
So a desperate idea was born in Chris's mind. There was only one way out of the nightmare Vivian's love was making of his life. Only one way. He decided to take it. A few days later, he and Vivian were out fishing far from land when somehow the boat caught fire. They found themselves struggling for life in the icy water.
Chris, why doesn't someone come? We've been in the water for hours.
No, Vivian, only about 20 minutes.
Oh, it seems much longer. I'm such a bad swimmer. Oh, help me, Chris. I'm all out of breath.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vivian. You've clung to me for the last time. You're on your own now.
What do you mean?
I can swim for hours. When help does come, they'll only find me, not you.
Chris, you don't know what you're saying.
I tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. And I ran away. You followed me. It's the only way that I'll ever be free of you.
You can't do this, Chris. I love you.
Grabbing me around the neck isn't going to help you.
No! You can't drown me. I won't let you go. I won't.
Yes, you will. There. Goodbye, Vivian.
Chris, save me. Don't let me drown.
This is the end. Do you hear? I'm free.
I'll never leave you. I love you, Chris. I'll come back to you.
She's gone. I'm free. Free. Come in. Oh, yes, Martin.
Excuse me, Chris, but there's Miss Ballin to see you. Says she's an old friend of yours.
Ann Ballin. Well, I should say she is. We were engaged once. Show her in, Martin.
Sure, Chris. In here, Miss Ballin.
Thank you.
Ann.
Hello, Chris.
Gosh, Ann, it's wonderful to see you again. Why, it's been at least 4 years since...
5 years, Chris. 5 years, 3 months, and 4 days since you left Owenville.
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
A lot's happened.
Chris, I just learned that you lost Vivian 6 months ago. I want you to know how sorry I am.
Thank you, Ann. How long are you in town for?
Oh, I'll have you know I'm now a resident of this fair metropolis. I have a job here as of yesterday.
Ann, that's wonderful. You may not know it, but you're going to see a good deal of me.
And Chris and Ann Ballin did see a lot of each other. They picked up the romance that had been interrupted 5 years before when Chris first met Vivian. And 3 months later, they were married. With Ann, Chris was as happy as he'd been unhappy with Vivian.
Oh, Chris, it's a lovely present. But you shouldn't have been so extravagant.
Well, this is our first anniversary, isn't it?
What?
We've been married a whole month.
Oh, my, a month. So we have how time flies. Chris, darling, are you glad I looked you up in such a shameless way? I did it on purpose, you know. I was determined to have you back at last.
It was a wonderful idea, darling. I don't know why I didn't think about it first.
5 years ago, I'd have been too modest. But you see, I learned something from Vivian.
Let's not talk about Vivian, dear. She was... Well, let's not talk about it.
You know, you sometimes call me Vivian.
Mm-hmm. Good Lord, it's just a habit, I suppose. I never think of her anymore, Anne. I swear it.
Oh, Chris, a message came for you.
A message?
Yes, from a fellow named Sidney Rand. Said he was from your hometown, was here for the day. He'd like you to meet him at the Murray Hill bar after work for a drink if you can make it.
Sidney Rand. Of course I can make it.
Well, this is like old times, Chris. Have another, huh?
Yes, sure thing, Sidney. Bartender, 2 more of the same. Well, now tell me some more about the folks back in Owenville, Sidney. How's Sam Morris?
Sam? Oh, he's married now, got 3 kids. Jeff Layton married Margie Lewis about a year ago. I suppose you heard about Ann Ballin.
What can you tell me about Ann that I don't know already?
I guess this will come as a shock to you, Chris, knowing how fond you used to be of her. But Ann died last month.
What? What did you say?
Ann Ballin. She died a month ago.
But that's impossible. Sidney, you're wrong.
Gosh, Chris, I wouldn't joke about such a thing. I was at the funeral myself with Sam Morris.
But that couldn't be.
That's true, Chris. They never did find out what she died from.
It couldn't be. It couldn't be.
Chris, where are you going? Hey, what's the matter with you? Chris, come back.
Ann, where are you? Ann, answer me. She's not here. She's not in the house. Looks as if she hadn't been here all day. Maybe she hasn't been here at all. Maybe I
wouldn't joke about such a thing, Chris. I was at the funeral myself with Sam Morris.
Sam Morris. Yes, that's it. Operator, I want to put through a long-distance call to Owensville, Pennsylvania, to Mr. Samuel Morris. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, is Sam Morris there?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's out. This is his mother speaking. Can I help you?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morris. This is Chris Werby. You remember me.
Why, yes, of course, Chris. How are you?
Fine. I want to ask something. How is Ann Ballin?
Ann Ballin?
Yeah. How is she?
Why, Chris, Ann died last month.
Ann died last month?
Yes, very unexpectedly.
You sure? It couldn't have been somebody else?
Oh, no. We all attended the funeral, Chris. And we saw her in the coffin at the church just before the services.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No. I don't believe it. She's alive. We're married. I gotta go see her. I've got to go see her body for myself.
Mister, you must be crazy. Getting me out of bed at 2 a.m. Look up the cemetery record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Andrews, but you're the caretaker of West Creek Cemetery, and I've got to know if a girl named Ann Ballin is buried here.
I know, that's what you said. Why'd you have to know at 2 a.m? If she's buried here, she'll wait.
I tell you, I've got to know now. I'll give you $20 to look it up for me.
$20?
Yeah.
I have to see it first. Seems to me you're a little touched in the head about the whole thing.
Here you are. Now get out that record book.
All right, mister. I keep it right here handy. Never had to look at it at 2 a.m. before, though. What'd you say the name is?
Ballin. Ann Ballin.
Let me see. B.B. Here we are. First name in the beast. Ballin, George, Martha, Ann. Ann Ballin.
Are you certain?
Here it is, right down in black and white. Interred October 16, 1948. Section 15, Plot 5.
It can't be.
What'd you say, mister?
I must see that grave. Opened.
Well, you'd have to get a court order for that, mister.
I want it open now. Tonight.
What? Say, I don't know who you are, but you better get out of here.
I'll give you $200 to open that grave.
You must be crazy. That's against the law.
$500. Nobody needs to know.
$500?
Yes.
You got it with you?
Right here. See? Now, that is all yours. If I can see whose body is buried in Ann Ballin's grave.
Well, I shouldn't do it, but it won't do no harm, I reckon. Won't bother her any, that's sure. So give me the money, mister, and come on. Listen to that dog. He knows what we're doing. We should be doing this, mister. The dead shouldn't be disturbed. Rest in peace, that's what the minister always says.
Rest in peace till death do us part. Let's see who's inside that coffin, because Ann is not there. I know she isn't.
All right, mister. I'll lift the lid now.
I can't see anything. The shadows are so deep.
I'll shine my light in. But be prepared now. What? There ain't nobody in that coffin. It's empty.
Empty. Yes, it's empty. I knew Ann couldn't be buried here. I knew she couldn't, because a month ago I married her. Ann! Ann, where are you?
Yes, Chris. Chris, here I am. Darling, where have you been all night? I've been so worried about you.
Oh, Ann, it's so good to feel you in my arms again.
Oh, dear, you act as though you never expected to see me again.
There was a moment when I thought I wouldn't. I thought... I don't know what I thought.
Chris, what happened?
I've been so mixed up. You remember Sidney Rand, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Last evening I had a drink with him, and he started telling me all the news of Owensville.
Hmm?
Then he told me that you'd been dead for a month.
That I'd been dead for a month?
Yeah. And then when I got home, you weren't here, and I thought... I don't know what I thought.
Well, darling, it was only because I ran out of gas that I wasn't here when you got home.
I should have known it was something like that, but then, see, I phoned Sam Morris in Owensville, and his mother said the same thing, that she'd gone to your funeral a month ago. So I drove straight up to Owensville.
Chris, you didn't.
I'm afraid I did. I went to the cemetery where your family's buried, and there I found a grave. Yours.
My grave?
Yeah. The tombstone said, Ann Ballin, November 15th, 1922, October 14th, 1948. I couldn't believe my eyes.
What did you do then, Chris?
I paid the caretaker to help me dig up the coffin. And when we opened it, we found it empty. Ann. Ann, what is it? Why are you laughing like that? Ann!
Chris, Ann Ballin is dead.
Ann Ballin is dead? Ann, what's wrong with you? You're Ann Ballin.
I'm not, Chris. Look deeply into my eyes. Don't you recognize me?
Recognize you?
Yes. I'm not Anne. They were right. She's dead. Don't you know who I am now, darling? Do you remember that day in the ocean? I told you I'd never leave you, that I'd come back to you.
Vivian. No. You can't have come back. Your face, your eyes. You're Anne.
Only outwardly, Chris. close your eyes.
Listen to my voice. Now you recognize me. Don't you, darling?
Vivian! You are Vivian.
Yes, Chris. Vivian in Anne's body. Because mine was lost at sea.
You can't be.
But I am, darling. Nothing can ever separate us. I love you too much. I couldn't come back to you in my own body. So I stole Anne's.
You stole Anne's body?
Yes, Chris. I drove her out of it. They thought she was dead. Before she was buried, I took her body. I escaped and closed the coffin so no one would know. Then I came to you. Oh, darling, now we can be together again as we were before. And I don't have to pretend to be Anne any longer. We'll be together forever.
Together? Forever?
Yes, forever, Chris. Nothing will ever separate us again. Not even death.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Poor Chris. He'd have been so much happier if Vivian had only hated him instead of loving him. There's nothing he can do about it now. Everyone tells him he's so lucky to have a wife who loves him so much. And then they wonder why he gets violent. Once I knew another man who... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. Here's an announcement of interest to listeners to this program. Mysterious Traveler comic books are now available at newsstands everywhere. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, Pet Milk's famous food expert, Mary Lee Taylor, has done it again. Yes, Mary Lee has come up with another recipe so outstanding, it's been named the recipe of the month. It's for pineapple upside-down cake. So unusually good, husbands the country over voted it the best ever. Right now, Mary Lee Taylor's pineapple upside-down cake is featured in grocery stores from coast to coast. With this shortcut Pet Milk recipe, the most inexperienced cook can bake a light, fine-textured, rich-tasting pineapple upside-down cake. Now, why are foods made with Pet evaporated milk so unusually good? Because Pet Milk is good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation. Even when mixed half and half with water, Pet Milk is still richer than ordinary bottled milk. And that extra richness makes a delicious difference in all sorts of family foods. Makes a difference in your food bill, too, because Pet Milk costs less generally than any other form of whole milk. Tomorrow at your grocer's, get Pet Milk. Help yourself to one of the handy take-home recipes featuring pineapple upside-down cake and treat your family to this wonderful dessert soon. Mrs. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista has a housekeeping problem. There's an unsightly-looking fixture in her living room that makes the room hard to keep clean. She can't throw it away because she can't even lift it. And besides, she's married to it. So here she is, dusting around it, as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
See.
Magee, I hate to bother you when you're so busy reading the paper, but I'd like to dust the coffee table.
Oh, don't mind me, kiddo. That's okay. Go right ahead and dust.
Thank you. Will you lift your feet
There's not much in the paper anymore these days, anyhow, it seems like. Unless you like news, of course. Personally, I'd rather read...
Magee,
Huh?
are you going to take your feet off of my coffee table, or shall I gild them and stick a few books between them?
Oh, why didn't you ask me, kiddo? There, both of them. What I'm looking for in the paper... Oh, here it is. The Daily Horoscope.
Horoscope?
Uh-huh.
You don't take that seriously, do you, Magee?
Well, I've known it to work out pretty good, like with Uncle Dennis. He was born under the sign of Pisces, the fish. He sure drinks like one.
Now, that doesn't prove anything. He could have been born under any sign.
Oh, not under the sign of Aquarius, the water bearer, he couldn't. If there ever was a guy that couldn't bear water, Uncle Dennis is...
Now, you just never mind Uncle Dennis. Read your paper.
Let me see. It says, today is a very critical day for all those born under the sign of Scorpio. And, hey, that's me, Molly. I'm a scorpion.
Well, you're an honest lad to admit it.
It says if you were born under this sign, be very cautious about any moves you make today, or great harm may befall you. Uh-oh. It says this danger exists only during the daylight hours. When the sun goes down, you will find all your troubles behind you. Oh, my gosh, Molly, am I glad I seen this.
Huh. You're going to be careful about the moves you make today, are you?
Oh, I'm going to go further than that, Molly. I ain't going to make a move today. Not one of any kind.
What?
Why, you don't catch me tempting fate. I've been warned. I'm not going to budge from this chair till sundown.
What?
I'm going to sit right here as quiet as a mouse at a cat show.
Oh, for the... Now, Magee, that's a little silly.
No, sir.
You know Mayor Latrivia and his girlfriend are coming for dinner tonight, and there's a million things to do around here today.
Well, you go right ahead and do them. I won't get in your way. I'll set.
Well, now, if this isn't the silliest, come in. Good morning, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly, and good day to you, Bubble Nose.
Hi. Drag up a Davenport and set a spell, suet seat.
No, thanks. I'm just passing through.
Oh?
I only have one more call to make this morning, and then I'll be free for the day. Thought you might like to get your clubs out and set golf back a few hundred years.
Not today, Fatso. I'm not moving out of this chair till after sundown. Too dangerous.
Oh?
Yes, sir.
Who's after him now, Molly, and I hope they catch him.
It's the stars, Doctor.
Stars?
Yep. Yes. He read a horoscope in the Gazette that said he should be careful today. And you know him. He goes overboard like an orange peel on a ferry boat.
Oh, so now it's his horoscope, is it?
Yep.
Ah, that's just an excuse to stay home because he knows I'd beat his ears off.
Ha, Pa, quit dreaming, you dreamer. You never beat me an honest game of golf in your life.
Naturally not. You don't play an honest game of golf.
Oh, now, Doc.
I do, too.
You do not.
He does, too.
I do not.
You do, too.
He does not.
And stop arguing with my wife, you big bully.
Sorry, Molly. But just ask him about the last time we played, though.
Oh, that.
Ask him who it was took 32 strokes getting out of the woods and then claimed he was using his club to kill a snake.
Magee, you didn't.
Yes. And ask him what I brought out of them woods when he started beefing about it, too.
What, Doctor?
A dead snake. A little cheater.
Well, my goodness, that wasn't cheating, Doctor.
The heck it wasn't. That was my dead snake. I planted it there for just such an emergency.
Heavenly days. Well, I'm really sorry he can't play with you today, Doctor. You two sterling sportsmen are very evenly matched.
Yep. Well, I better get along and make that last call. I'm going to see young Dr. Benson, a new rival of mine.
Oh, a new doctor in town?
Yes, he's a nice lad. He spent 6 years in medical school, had 2 years of postgraduate work, and 3 years as an intern. So today he hung up his shingle.
Oh, and you're going over to welcome him, are you?
No, I'm going over to treat him. When he hung up his shingle, he drove a nail in his hand.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and the Dipsy Doodle.
Takes care of the living room.
Looks swell, too.
Have to move the Davenport back against the wall now.
Right. Whew. That Davenport is heavy, ain't it?
Yes, it is. But how could you tell?
Simple, kiddo. I could tell by the way you strained. I sure wish I could help you, but I
Magee,
can't.
now this is ridiculous. We've got company coming tonight, and if you can't give me a hand with all I have to do, would you just kindly go bowling or something?
Oh, gee whiz, Molly, you heard my horoscope. Be careful of any moves I make today. It's too risky.
Oh, for goodness sakes. It didn't say you had to grow to that chair. It merely said...
Please, my dear. I'm afraid you just don't understand the deep meaning of these here things.
You're so right.
You see, it all depends upon the position of the stars, Molly. The stars have been guiding our lives for countless generations, like the Democrats in the White House.
How do they do that?
Well, the way them stars are lined up decides everything, even our health, whether we're sick or well. All them stars are marked with little signs, see, and that's what we call the signs of the Kodiak.
No, dearie, Zodiac, not Kodiak. A Kodiak is a bear in Alaska.
That's what I say. It don't matter if you're a bear in Alaska or fully dressed in whiskey. You can catch your death of cold if you go against the Kodiak. And I'm not going to move because...
Come in, for goodness sake. Well, merely trivia. We weren't expecting you this early.
Well, I just stopped by for a minute, Molly, to tell you that Miss Newell and I may be a few minutes late this evening.
Hi, Latrivia.
Oh, hello. Her appointment at the beauty parlor has been delayed.
My gosh, boy, you don't have to buy the girl a new face just to impress us.
Of course not.
Just drag her along the way she is. If a gal's homely, she's homely. So what?
Miss Newell is not homely. She merely likes to be well-groomed.
Groomed? That's for horses, Latrivia. You don't mean this gal's as big as a horse and they got a...
Now. That'll do, dearie.
I think you'll like Lillian, Molly. Charming girl. Studying to be a concert violinist, you know.
Wonderful.
How'd you meet her, Latriv?
Well, I was sitting on a bench in the park one day.
She walked by and dropped a hanky. You don't have to tell me, boy. I know how they operate. I go to the movies.
She did not drop her hanky.
Of course not.
She dropped her violin case. On my foot.
Oh, Oh, she's a sly one.
It was purely accidental, whatever you're thinking, Magee. And I'm sure I know what you're thinking. Lillums is a very refined girl.
Lillums? Oh, no.
Yeah, well, that was a slip of the tongue.
Well, we're looking forward to meeting her, Mr. Mayor. Pretty, is she?
Like a vision, Molly. Eyes like pools of moonlight. Teeth like pearls.
Does the moon love 'em, Lillums?
Who knows I love 'em, me? Oh, stop that!
Looks like this Lillums kid is out to get him.
Nothing of the sort.
Yeah?
Miss Newell and I merely enjoy each other's company. Mm-hmm. She took me to visit her family recently, and I found them to be...
That's all, Homer. That does it. You're a dead duck.
Oh, don't be silly. Her parents treated me with great respect. Matter of fact, her father even showed me his collection that he's so proud of.
Collection of what, stamps?
No, shotguns.
Oh!
But if you think for 1 minute that he was going to...
Mr. Mayor, now don't get upset. McGee's just teasing, but when you and Miss Newell get here tonight, I'll make him behave.
I shall be deeply grateful. We'll be here about 7.
Well, bye-de-bye, honey bunny.
Bye-de-bye, dear honey bee. Oh, get lost! Never mind! I'll get lost!
McGee, you shouldn't kid Mayor Latrivia like that.
Ah, it's good for him. Besides, I got to do something to break the monotony of sitting in this chair all day.
Well, I don't see how you could possibly get hurt just doing a few things around the house. You could just...
No,
Hello,
Molly.
Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, I came by to take you to the ball game, pal. First game of the season. Wistful Vista Vultures and the South Northville Southern Yankees. I got free tickets.
Oh, boy, I just left it. I'm sorry, Junior. I can't go. I ain't moving out of this chair till sundown.
Is he sick?
No, but I will be soon. It's his horoscope, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, I can't take a chance.
Oh, come on, pal. I wish you'd go with me.
I'd sure like to, but...
I can spare him, believe me. We're having guests for dinner, and I'd rather have him out of the house than sitting here looking like a stuffed ancestor.
Did you say guests for dinner, Molly? Have you decided on a dessert yet?
No, I haven't had time to think about it yet.
Well, I've got the suggestion of the century.
You did it.
Pineapple upside-down cake, Molly, made with pet evaporated milk.
See, that is a good idea. Easy to make.
And easy to take. Yes, sir. Pet Milk's pineapple upside-down cake. That's the recipe of the month, you know, featured in grocery stores everywhere.
Boy, I'd sure like to see that game.
You see, it's Pet Milk's version of that great old favorite, Molly. And you know how much extra deliciousness you add to all your cooking when you do that cooking with Pet. Pineapple upside-down cake made with Pet Milk's husband-tested recipe. Ah, that's really living.
Who's pitching, Hilo, you know?
You hush, dearie. Mr. Wilcox is pitching. Go ahead and pitch, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, now look. Just picture the scene at your dinner table, Molly, when you march proudly in with that beautiful finish for a wonderful meal.
3 men on base.
It's topped with juicy red pineapple. It's garnished with maraschino cherries. It's chock full of mouth-watering flavor. And it has the added goodness that Pet Milk brings to all your cooking.
Yeah, it's almost game time now.
Sure is, and I'm sorry you won't go with me, pal. I'll miss you.
Well, thanks, Junior. That's very nice of you, but
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'll be sitting there watching the game, but my mind won't be on it.
Oh?
Deep down inside, my thoughts will be back here with you 3.
3?
Yep. You, Molly, and that pineapple upside-down cake. Goodbye, kid.
Why didn't you go with him, McGee? You'd love it.
You said it, I'd love it. But I can't take the gamble, Molly. That might be just the place the stars have picked out to clobber me in. Who knows?
Heavenly days, what an attitude.
Well, when I'm not going
Come
to...
in. Oh, hello there, Ole.
Well, hello, missus, and the same to you, McGee.
Hi, Ole. If you got any big deals for me, boy, don't tell me. I don't want to hear any good news.
Well, okay. In that case, I won't tell you about Cupid doll on the punch board at the Elks Club. The one you've been trying to win all week.
Oh, what about it, Ole? What about it?
Oh, nothing. I just happen to know where to punch to win it, that's all. You gotta hurry, though.
Oh, boy. No, sir. Not today, Ole.
His horoscope has him grounded, Ole. He's as worried about the stars as a Hollywood columnist.
You know about horoscopes, Ole?
Oh, sure, McGee. My boy Lars, he's with the Navy on submarine.
Oh, yeah.
Every day he looks through the horoscope.
That's the periscope, Ollie.
It is?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Lars, he always looks through it in the paper every day to see what happens to him with the sign of a spoon on it.
Well, that's his horoscope, Ollie.
Well, Magee, you said it was a periscope.
Well, I thought you meant a periscope.
I said a horoscope.
You said he looked through a thing on a submarine. Them things you look through on submarines is a periscope.
You ever been in the Navy, Magee?
No.
Well, I was. I was a sailor on a Swedish submarine before I was married.
Okay, so when you were in the sub and you wanted to see outside, what was the round thing you looked through?
A porthole. What good you look through? A horoscope?
Well, personally, Ollie, I think this whole thing is a lot of nonsense, but himself here is sticking to it,
You bet I'm sticking to it. All the signs of the Kodiak point to trouble, and if I make any moves before sundown, I can't go against the signs, can I?
Well, my Uncle Otto Svensson tried it, Magee, just last week.
Yeah?
He went against the sign at 14th and Oak in his little old jalopy. we got a new name for Uncle Otto now.
Really? What do you call him now?
The late Mr. Svensson. Well, I give you regards to the Cupid doll, Magee. So long, both you fellas.
So long.
The King's Men and Singin' in the Rain.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart and I'm ready for love. Let the stormy clouds chase the folks from the place. Bring on the rain, I've a smile on my face. Down the lane with a sweet refrain, just a singing in the rain. Oh, why am I smiling? Why do I sing? Why does December seem sunny as spring? Why do I get up each morning to start with so much joy in my heart? Singing in the rain, I'm singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. I walk down the lane with a happy refrain, just singing in the rain. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, I'm ready for love, and I'm singing in the rain,
Well, now, let me see. The roast is in the oven. Vegetables are ready. Table set. Oh, I mustn't forget to put the candles on. Clock says 6:15. The mayor and Lillian are due at 7.
Hey, Molly!
There he goes. The only thing he's moved all day is his lower jaw, and that hasn't stopped 5 minutes.
Hey, Molly! Quick! Bring some water!
Take it easy, lover. You can't be that thirsty. You've had 4 root beers and an orange juice.
Hey, water! My cigar slipped under the cushion. My chair is afire.
Heavenly days. Get up, Magee. Get out of the chair.
Now, give me the water, quick. The water.
Of all things.
Oh, boy. That's got it. My gosh. I thought I was going to have to move for a minute there. Horoscope or no horoscope?
Well, that does it. Look at that fine chair, the arm of it. That's just delightful.
No, just a little hole burn in it, that's all. About the size of my head. But don't worry, baby, I'm okay. In 10 minutes more, the sun goes down, and this terrible ordeal of mine will be over.
I'm so happy for you.
It took a lot of courage, a lot of willpower, but I've been brave. The horoscope says when the sun goes down, you will find all your troubles behind you. Remember? I'll be glad to get up when the...
Who's that? Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp. Come in. How's everything at your house, boy?
Oh, she's fine, Mr. Magee.
You mean...
Sweetie Face.
My dainty young wife.
Your dainty young wife?
I can dream, can't I? She was fixing dinner last night, and I went out in the kitchen, and I said, "Sweetie face," I said, "spring is here, the season of romance. Lean down here," I said, "and give your little Wally a great big smack."
Oh, you devil, you. Did she do it?
Yes, but I picked a bad time to ask, Mr. Magee.
Oh?
Have you ever been smacked with the flat side of a fresh halibut? A 5-pounder?
No, I guess he just hasn't lived, Mr. Wimple.
Well, today has been just a lovely day for me, though. I've been out in the woods with my bird book, bird watching.
Oh, you see anything interesting out there?
Oh, yes, indeed, I did, Mr. Magee.
Good.
I saw a red-breasted sapsucker sucking sap. Then I saw a dead woodpecker busy at work.
A dead woodpecker working? What was he doing?
Pecking dead wood. That's what they always do. That's why they were...
You really love birds, don't you, Mr. Wimple? How did you get so interested in them anyhow?
Oh, it all started years ago, Mrs. Magee, when a little bird saved my life.
Saved your life?
Yes. I was lost in the North Woods.
Wow.
Miles from civilization. No compass, nothing. I had about given up when a little seagull flew into my camp one day.
Yeah?
The little fellow just seemed to sense my plight. Oh. He flew around and around me like he was trying to tell me something. Finally, I understood. And that little bird saved my life.
My goodness, he must have been a smart little bird.
Oh, I wouldn't say he was smart exactly, but he certainly was delicious.
Hey, Molly, look. It's getting dark, kiddo. It's sundown. Wow, I can get up.
Well, thank heaven. You've got time to get yourself cleaned up now before the guests come.
Oh, it's good to stretch. I was getting plenty tired sitting.
Magee, what's that in the chair?
Oh, why, it's a letter. I've been sitting on it all day and didn't even feel it.
I don't see how you can feel anything.
They must have brought it in with the other mail this morning and dropped it in that chair. And...
Well, who's it from? Open it up. Turn on the floor lamp.
That red bulb must be burned out.
Bring it over here by the window.
Yeah, there's enough daylight over here. Uh-oh. It's from the Light and Gas Company.
What?
It says final notice. Unless your bill is paid by 5 o'clock today, your gas and electricity will be turned off. Oh, my gosh.
No lights. Our guests. Magee, we can't eat in the dark.
We won't have to eat. The gas just went off, too.
Oh, I can't finish cooking. My dinner.
Well, that proves it, Molly.
Proves what?
That horoscope was right. It said when the sun went down, I'd find all my troubles behind me. And I did. I've been sitting on them.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. The woman who's been married a while and whose babies are now school age has no question in her mind about what brand of milk to buy for her family. She gets Pet brand evaporated milk because she knows by experience there is no better milk. She's seen her babies grow strong and sturdy on Pet milk and knows that no milk is easier for a baby to digest. No milk has a better balance of the milk minerals and vitamin D needed for building sound bones and teeth. She also knows how easy it is with Pet milk to fix the kind of good, nourishing food her husband and youngsters like best. Fix it for less money, too, because Pet milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. And she knows that Pet evaporated milk isn't a milk substitute. It's the real thing. Good, sweet country milk made double rich by evaporation. There's no better milk, that's for sure. So you young wives who are just beginning to keep house, begin to use the brand of milk found in so many happy homes across the country. Pet brand. Pet evaporated milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, we Americans love to refer to our country as a land of freedom. But it doesn't look that way to a crippled child.
That's right. Freedom to do as you please is a pretty empty phrase when your legs don't work.
That's why the National Society for Crippled Children maintains training camps in hospitals and special schools so that crippled children, all crippled children, may have their God-given right to a healthy, normal life.
The Society for Crippled Children is supported by our contributions through the sale of Easter seals. Send your contributions to Crippled Children, care of your local post office.
That's all, just Crippled Children, care of your local post office. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Suppose, quite by accident, you heard you were being dropped by someone you considered to be your friend. Well, that's the unhappy situation Sally Carter finds herself in. And what the surprising outcome is, you'll hear in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Right after the story, you'll hear about an easy recipe that makes good use of leftover ham. It's Mary Lee Taylor's recipe of the week for ham loaves with ketchup gravy. And you'll hear how to make it on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning over NBC.
Now, Eddie Cantor brings you more fine entertainment on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Okay, kids, you all have your parts for tonight's story. Let's see, what's the title, Barbie?
It's called Vacation from Death. The story of what happens when a detective tries to take a vacation.
Yeah, that's right. There are plenty of good characters, too. I hope you boys will make the most of your parts.
I'll say there are good things in this script, Mr. Glenn. Listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Vacation from Death. Tonight's story opens in a boathouse. Skip Allen, the proprietor, is greeting Jeff Canfield, a customer he's apparently glad to see.
Ah, you're late, Mr. Canfield. Mr. McCrae's been getting impatient.
Yeah, well, let him get impatient, Skip. John McCrae's going to have to slow down plenty if he's going to keep with me.
It sounds like sense to me, Mr. Canfield. Most of you city folks do everything too fast. That's why you all die so young. Why, I figured I was just a stripling when I was your age.
Yeah. Well, Skip, nobody will ever convict you of speeding, will they? Where's the boat?
right off here. There you go. McCrae's got the sweetest little houseboat on the river. You and him are in for the finest vacation you ever had. Nothing on the river to bother you. Not even a policeman.
Good. Well, I'll see you, Skip.
Yeah.
Better not keep McCrae waiting.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Canfield.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah? Who? Jeff Canfield? Yeah, just a minute. I can still catch him, I think. Hey, Mr. Canfield, telephone.
Tell him I've left, Skip.
Well, it sounds like it's important. You better answer.
All right. Hey, Skip, you haven't got a telephone hooked up on that houseboat, have you?
No, I'm afraid that's a little out of my line.
Yeah, give me the darn phone. Yeah? Yeah, it's Canfield. What? Now, look, I gave you my answer on that before I left town. Yeah, I'm on a vacation. That's right. No more murders. Well, there are plenty of other good detectives around. Try one of them. Flamand, for instance. Oh, I'm sorry. It's still no. I'm on a vacation.
Jeff, it doesn't take a detective to deduce that a houseboat is just about the most peaceful way to spend a vacation that man ever invented.
Oh, well, you don't have to sell me, John. I'm happy. Just let me sit here on the deck and drink in the silence. We've just about started, but Ah, peace. It's wonderful.
Not even thinking about that telephone call you got on the dock? Maybe, but my hunch is that by the time we get to where this river empties into the Mississippi, you're going to be plenty bored with peace and quiet. Murder is in your blood, Jeff.
Not this, baby. I've solved my last case. I've had all the death I can stomach.
I hope you mean that.
Huh? Wait a minute. You say that a little too vehemently. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, if you must know, the real reason I invited you on this trip was to persuade you to take charge of the protection of my plants. $1 million industry needs the smartest protective system available. The kind of a system you could set up.
John, I might have known you had an angle when you pitched up this vacation idea.
Jeff, when a man gets to my time in life, he begins to think about an heir.
Well, don't blame me because you're not married, John. What's that got to do with...
The whole business ties together, Jeff.
Whole business?
Yes. You and I on a vacation together. My offer to make you chief of my protective system and my desire for an heir.
I don't get it.
That's what I like about you. It wouldn't occur to you.
What wouldn't occur to me?
The fact that I want you to inherit the control of my business.
What?
Exactly. I'm an egocentric old man, Jeff. I want my plants to go on after I'm dead, just as they have. But that's going to take a smart man.
Well, the woods are full of smart young men.
Not smart enough?
You want me to come into your business now and then be ready to take over when you cash in your chips, huh?
Exactly. Why not?
Well, that's a spot for a relative, not for a private dick like me.
No, Jeff, relatives are out. Haven't got any close ones anyway. But the important thing is, I've made up my mind about you. I may as well say I don't change once my mind's made up, no matter what the odds against me.
What'll you bet?
What do you mean?
Well, I've got a hunch that you will change. Hey, now, don't tell me we're going to have to work on this trip. What's the matter with the motor?
I don't like that sound either. Can't be much wrong with it, though. I had old Skip Allen overhaul the whole boat before we shoved off.
Well, I don't know anything about motors, but my guess is that we're in for trouble.
Well, maybe we ought to pull into that lagoon up there and take a look.
I hope you know how to monkey with motors, because I'm not going to budge from this deck chair. I came on this ride for a vacation.
No, Jeff.
Well, here's your lagoon. Here's a guy who looks like he knows all about motors. See the guy sleeping in the rowboat over there?
Oh! You in the rowboat!
Dead to the world. Get this boxcar in close to him. Maybe he'll hear you.
Can't get too much closer. Don't know how deep this lagoon is.
Well, you're coming up on him now. Hey! Hey, wake up, you! Hey! He's really sleeping.
Look at him. Look at that sunburn. He's been out here for more than a little while. Hey! Wake up!
He's got the right attitude. Doesn't give a darn for anything. Go on, wake him up, John.
Not going to budge, huh, Jeff?
Oh, no, not me. I am as comfortable as he is.
Well, I'll have to go over the side then. Give me a hand here. Yeah. I'll go down the rope ladder.
Well, pretty frisky for an old man, John.
Hey, Jeff!
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you wake him?
Jeff, this man isn't asleep. He's dead. Good thing we hadn't gone too far from Skip Allen's landing. Here we are now.
Good thing? What do you mean a good thing? Finding this guy dead's ruined my vacation.
Hello, Skip! Skip Allen!
Oh, what's the trouble out there?
Skip, we're coming back in. Everything clear?
Sure. What's the matter? Here, grab this line when I toss it to you.
Here, good throw, Skip. Pull us in, will you?
What's up, Mr. McRae?
Found a dead man, Skip, in that lagoon just around the bend. Looks like he rented one of your boats.
A dead man? In my boat? Oh, you can't be serious.
I'll help us get the body ashore, will you, Skip?
What?
All right, Jeff. I've got his feet.
All right, now. Easy does it.
Well, you're fooling, were you? Here, I got it. Let's bring him into the boathouse.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. How about right here,
Yeah,
huh?
I'll be all right.
Okay. I want to take another look at him before we call in the coroner.
There doesn't seem to be a mark on him. Suppose he had a heart attack?
Well, could be. But I got one of those pesky hunches that...
Yeah? What do you mean, Mr. Canfield?
I told you, Jeff, you've got murder in your blood. If you really want a vacation.
Yeah, I know. It's just my suspicious nature. Only, Skip, how many times have you heard of a man dying alone on the water from a heart attack?
Well, never heard of that, Mr. Canfield.
There you see. Skip's been on the river 50 years. Haven't you, Skip?
Oh, more than that. Never been off the river all my life.
I still say, Jeff, you love murder. You make it up, even where it isn't.
Here, roll him over. Let me take a look at him.
You ought to remember his face, Skip. Probably one of the summer cottages around your place.
No. Never laid eyes on him before.
Anybody working for you, Skip? I mean, anybody who might have rented this man one of your boats?
No, I'm here by myself. Never leave the place, even sleep here. And I know I ain't seen this guy before.
But the boat had your mark on it, unmistakably.
That's right. Blue letters, S.A., and a number 38.
38? Well, that ain't right. 38's still here, tied up to the dock.
You sure of that, Skip? There wasn't any question about that number, was there, John?
I thought it said 38. Why worry about it? You still haven't any reason to think the man was murdered. I say forget it. Let's get back to our houseboat cruise. Skip can turn the body over.
We're in it now, John. Might as well stick around and answer the coroner's questions, whether it's murder or not.
Hiya, Skip. What you doing?
Oh, hello, Tubby. This is Tubby Wilkins, just one of the young loafers around here.
Hey, what do you get off calling me a loafer, Skipper?
Why, you never did a day's work, did you? Here you are, over 20 years old.
I get by, don't I? More money than you.
Yeah.
Hey, what's this? A stiff.
You ever see this man before, Tubby? Take a good look at him. You know him?
No. I mean, yeah, I seen him.
Where did you see him?
Well, why don't you ask Skipper? He knows him.
What?
He must know him. The guy rented one of Skip's boats.
Yeah, when was this?
What are you talking about, Tubby?
Early this morning. I was out in my own boat, and I saw this guy come and talk to Skipper. Then I seen him take one of Skip's boats.
Why, that ain't true.
What were you doing out then? Fishing?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I was fishing.
I never seen you with so much as a string in a bent safety pin.
What?
Fishing. Why didn't you tell him what you was really doing on the river?
Now, wait a minute, Skip. What's this all about?
Stubby. See what he tells you. He never went fishing in his life, but he spends every night on the river.
You shut up.
He's a runner. Goes down every night and brings up stolen goods, which he delivers to a fence.
What's that got to do with this dead man?
Nothing, see?
I don't know, but I do know he's lying in his teeth when he says I rented a boat to this guy.
Never mind, Skip, never mind.
Yeah.
What about it, Tubby? You still haven't told us who this guy is.
You didn't ask me.
Now, look, don't get smart. If you know who he is, tell us and quick.
Well, all I know is I seen him drive up with some woman and stop at the Porter Cottage last night. Then this morning I seen him in the boat.
Well, what's this Porter Cottage?
It's one they rent. People come and stay for a week or so.
Where is it?
Right down here, about 500 yards.
Well, let's go down and see the woman.
Oh, I seen her drive away. You won't find her at the cottage.
Well, maybe not, but I'll find something. Something that'll lead me to the answer. The answer to a murder. This the Porter place, Skip?
Yeah, this is it. Looks as if nobody was here, all right.
I'll take a look anyway. Yeah. While I'm doing that, you'd better run over and find out what you can from Mrs. Porter. She ought to know the name of anybody who rents her cottage.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. Mostly these folks that want an overnight place, they just drive in and pay cash in advance. They don't have to keep no records that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, see what you can find out anyway. I'll be here when you get back.
Okay, Mr. Cantor.
A great way to spend a vacation. Oh.
Some vacation. The quiet, peaceful houseboat cruise Jeff Canfield counted on was first interrupted when he and John McCrae found a dead man in a rowboat. And now this. It looks as if somebody else wanted Jeff to take a vacation, the permanent kind. But more about that later. In the meantime... And now, Act 2 of Vacation from Death. Detective Jeff Canfield, declaring it was all through with murder, started off on a vacation cruise with his millionaire friend John McCrae, only to find a man lying dead in a rowboat. Trying to identify the dead man, Jeff has been knocked out. As he comes to, he finds Skip Allen shaking him.
Here, Mr. Canfield.
Okay. Oh, who slugged me? Hey.
It's me, Mr. Canfield.
Huh? Oh, hello, Skip.
Yeah.
Oh, my head. Oh, that was some buster I got laid out.
Oh, well, yeah, are you all right?
Yeah, I'll live, I guess, but...
Who hit you?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Here, let me help you up.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's that?
Well, what are you doing here? Who are you, anyway?
Just a minute. Who are you?
My name's Norton, and I'll thank you to get out of my cottage.
Oh, she must be...
Is it true that you and your husband rented this place last night from Mrs. Porter?
Well, I don't see that that's any of your business. Now, will you leave, or will I have to...
Just a minute.
I don't know any excuse for breaking into a private cottage.
When you've answered that telephone, perhaps I can explain.
Hello? Oh, hello. No, just some unexpected callers. I don't know who they are. I'll get rid of them, all right. Sure. What? Tonight? Oh, but I thought... Oh, all right. Yes. Yes, you know I do. Later. Goodbye.
Mrs. Norton,
Now, what is it you want?
do you know where your husband is now?
Why, fishing. Went out early this morning.
My name's Canfield, Mrs. Norton. I'm a detective. There's a possibility that the man we found...
The man you found?
Yeah. I want you to come with me, Mrs. Norton. The man we think is your husband is...
You mean he's dead? Jerry's dead? No. No, it can't be Jerry.
In my boathouse, ma'am.
Will you come with me, Mrs. Norton?
Oh.
Catch her. I'm sorry it had to be this way, Mrs. Norton, but he had no identification, nothing except his fishing equipment and this druggist's box labeled salt tablets.
Well, he always used them. He got himself.
Isn't a mark on him except that intense sunburn.
Well, it must have been his heart. He complained about it, but I never thought it was serious.
He had a bad heart?
Yes, he always complained.
Complained about your affairs with other men?
What do you mean? You can't...
Can't eavesdrop? I'm sorry, Mrs. Norton. You made it impossible for me not to overhear what you said on the telephone. Who were you talking to? We know your husband was dead then.
That's none of your business.
Perhaps not. But when a man's murdered, a lot of unimportant things become the business of a detective. Now, who...
I don't have to answer your questions.
No? Well, maybe you refuse to answer because you know too much about the murder of your husband.
He wasn't murdered. You have no business.
He died under mysterious circumstances. And until that mystery is cleared up, it's the business of a detective to investigate. Are you going to tell me?
I'll tell you nothing.
Oh, what?
Irene, run! Get out of here while I get him down there. Oh, let go of my arm.
I'll break your arm, Tubby.
Okay. Okay, you win.
All right. Now, no funny business. You've got a lot of questions to answer.
Lay off, Irene. That's all I care about.
Irene.
Yeah, Mrs. Norton.
What's she to you, Tubby?
You think I'm going to tell you? You're crazy.
I want an answer, Tubby.
Try and get one.
All right, you ask for it.
No.
Now, do you want some more?
No. I'll talk.
All right. Now, what do you know about Irene Norton?
I don't know nothing. I just know her, that's all.
You knew her well enough to call her Irene.
Well, I knew her husband.
Down on the dock, you told me you didn't know him, that you just saw him once.
Oh, sure. I was afraid you might try to pin it on me.
Pin what on you? I didn't ask you to do anything except identify a dead man. Now, you know more than you're admitting. Now, come on, out with it.
All I know is he was the guy that gave me my dough.
Yeah? You know more than you're telling, Tubby. And if you aren't guilty of Jerry Norton's murder, you better talk and talk fast. Because if you don't talk now, I'm afraid the murderer will see to it that you don't talk at all. The houseboat's okay again, Jeff. Whatever was wrong with the motor's been taken care of by Skip, and we're all set to push off again. Not me, John.
Huh? What do you mean?
No, I've got a little unfinished business to attend to yet.
You don't still have that crazy idea that Norton was murdered, do you?
I do, and it's not crazy.
But you yourself admitted that there wasn't a mark on his body, no evidence, no nothing.
All right, call it a hunch.
But I've got $1,000 that says I can prove it was murder.
And that's a lot of money to put on a hunch, but if you're crazy enough to do it, I'll take you up on it, providing you don't take too long to prove it. I'm still taking that vacation trip, remember?
And I'll take it with you in 1 hour.
What?
Yeah. I'll call everybody together in 1 hour. Skip Allen, Tubby, and Irene Norton. And I'll have my murderer then with proof.
I still say you're crazy. I'll be waiting on my houseboat for you and your $1,000. It'll give me something to spend on my vacation.
Cantor?
Yeah, over on the dock, Skip.
Yeah, there you are. Here's Tubby. I had to threaten him with a gun, the young skunk.
What do you want with me? I told you I didn't do nothing.
Never mind, Tubby, never mind. You see why I want you.
Where's the woman? Hasn't Mrs. Norton showed up yet?
No, not yet.
But you said everybody was to meet here at 10 o'clock. It's past that already.
Yeah, I know, Skip. Maybe she isn't going to show up.
Well, I ain't going to stay here either, see? You can't make me.
Quiet, Tubby. We're going to find out who murdered Jerry Norton. Now, you wouldn't want to miss that, would you?
I don't know nothing about it. I ain't going to hang around and get framed or something.
Got a guilty conscience, Tubby?
Now, listen, you...
What are you going to do, Mr. Canfield?
Ah, chassez la femme, as the French say, Skipper.
What's that?
We're going to find the woman in this case. You got a motorboat ready to go?
Oh, yeah, sure, right here. But why...
Get the motor started, Skip. We're following Mrs. Norton.
Following? I thought that...
Earlier tonight, I saw her take off on a motorboat.
In the dark? Well, where would she be going in the dark?
Well, my hunch is that she's meeting somebody. Somebody who may know something about the murder of her husband. Get in the boat, Tubby.
Why don't you leave Irene alone? What do you think
Get in.
Okay.
All right. All ready, Mr. Canfield?
Ready. Shove off, Skip.
Okay. Seen hiding her hair of a boat yet, Mr. Canfield.
Yeah, and the moonlight's bright enough so you could pick out a piece of driftwood on the river.
Just keep on down the river, Skip. I have a hunch that we'll be seeing something very shortly. Yeah, over there.
What do you mean? I don't see no motorboat, just old John McCrae's houseboat.
Maybe. Head over toward it.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
You better shut off the motor, Skip.
Yeah?
Getting close enough so they can hear it.
Yeah, but what do you...
Cut it. All right, quiet now.
Hey, look.
Jumping tadpoles. It's Mrs. Norton's motorboat.
Yeah, tied to the stern of the houseboat.
Uh-huh. Irene Norton didn't show up for our rendezvous because she had a little date to meet John McCrae out here. I'll head us right for the stern, Skip.
Yeah?
I want to drift right up alongside the houseboat.
Uh-huh. You aiming to board her?
Right. And be ready for anything when we do. I'll take the lead. I'll have my gun handy.
Easy.
All right, ready now. Let's go. Skip, you go last. Tubby in between us.
Okay, Mr. Canfield. Easy.
Okay, Skip?
Yep, that does it.
What now? Do we just walk in and say, surprise?
Shut up, Tubby, shut up. You'll find out soon enough. He should be in the cabin right near the stern here.
Should never have come out here. I told you to stay put until...
Until I get picked up by that dick. Ha! I wasn't born yesterday, John. I know you were baiting it.
I'm going to rush him. Now, lay low. There may be some shooting. Now! All right. Don't try reaching for that gun again, John. Next time I won't aim for your arm.
You'll pay for this.
Oh, no. I think the state will be glad to give you first aid for your wounds.
The state?
Yeah, Skip. My friend, John McCrae, is Norton's murderer.
But that's ridiculous. I had nothing but...
Try to run out on me, will you? Sure, he's the murderer. He murdered my husband. I had nothing to do with it.
Thank you, Mrs. Norton, but I knew that all along.
But you tried to hang it on me and her.
No, Tubby, you're wrong. I knew you had something to do with it, but I knew you were too dumb to figure it out for yourself.
What?
Yeah. You gave Jerry Norton the boat he had, didn't you?
Well, sure. Mr. McCrae said Norton was a friend of his. He gave me $50.
Uh-huh. And you also gave Norton the salt tablets?
McCrae said they were from Irene. Said Norton always used them.
Well, apparently he did use salt tablets. However, these tablets were poison.
Poison?
That's right. When I picked up the box Norton had in his pocket, my finger touched the powder, which had shaken off the tablets. And my sense of taste did the rest. All I had to do was discover who'd bought salt tablets, and I was reasonably sure who'd poisoned your husband. It turns out that my good friend, John McRae...
This is asinine. You can't prove...
You gave yourself away when you started shooting, John.
Well, what about the woman?
Well, Skip, McRae's been having an affair with Irene Norton for quite a while. When Jerry Norton began to get in the way, McRae figured that he could eliminate Jerry and have Irene to himself. And he would have succeeded, too.
Yeah, but it was McRae that found Norton.
Sure. He figured if I was with him when we found Norton apparently dead from sunstroke, there wouldn't be any investigation. He knew that Norton complained about his heart, so he knew he wouldn't arouse Irene's suspicions.
Wow.
But he made one mistake.
Yeah? What? Sounds pretty foolproof to me.
He thought a detective could take a vacation. He should have known you can't take a vacation from death.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
There is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. There is a difference, a great big difference. Get relief with every single drop.
Yes, there is a big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops. The medication makes the difference. Only Vicks cough drops are medicated with the exclusive throat-soothing ingredients of Vicks Vapor Rub. 2 delicious flavors, Vicks Regular and new Wild Cherry. Next time your throat feels raw and irritated from coughs due to colds, remember,
there is a difference, a great big difference in Vicks medicated cough drops.
The medication makes the difference.
Yes, the medication makes the difference.
And for a stuffy nose, just one whiff. With a Vicks inhaler, and that miserable feeling of a stuffy nose goes in seconds. Use it anywhere, anytime. Vicks inhaler.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Mr. Dillon?
What are you so riled up about, Chester?
Cless Braden and Howard Rab.
What are those bullies up to now?
Well, see, you won't never believe it, but there's a real Chinaman here in town. A little Chinese fellow with a pigtail and all. He just come into Dodge on a freighter's wagon, and right now Braden and Rab, they got him pushed up against the wall out there.
Oh, what are they doing to him?
Well, they're deviling him and poking fun at him. I told them to leave him alone, but, Mr. Dillon, I wish you'd go tell him.
All right, Chester. I'll go tell them.
If there's anything I hate, it's a bully.
Well, maybe they're just curious about him. He's the first Chinaman I ever knew of in Dodge.
Wait till you hear him. Here they are. Look. I think you understand one word they're saying. He just backed up there staring at him, holding tight that little old box he's got.
Maybe that's what they want.
That little box? Well, probably just his medicine or something.
He's not an Indian, Chester.
No, sir, he ain't. But maybe them Chinese fellas has medicine, too. Look how he's hanging on to it.
You don't talk real good, do you, Rat?
Somebody must have split his tongue.
Oh, no. You know Chinese boys always sound like that. Now, look, good fella. I'm just asking you one more time. What are you doing in Dodge?
Oh, me catchy job. Me all the time working hard.
Oh, job, huh? Well, I sure hope you ain't brought your family with you.
No family. One man and one boy. All the same me.
Well, that's one good thing.
Why shouldn't the man have a family, Rab?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Marshal.
I said, why shouldn't he have a family?
Oh, well, you want a lot of Chinamen running around loose here?
What's your name, fella?
Chen Lang Wong. Me good boy. Got some place Dodge City all the time working hard.
Chen, I'm the U.S. Marshal here, and you're welcome in Dodge. You can stay here as long as you like.
What are you mixing this for,
You got no business protecting him, Marshal. He's just dirty fawn, ain't he?
Except for the Indians, we're all foreigners here, Braden. Chen, I told you you're welcome, and you are. And if either one of these men bother you again, you come and tell me about it.
Now, look, Marshal, you look at that little box he's got. That's probably full of money that he stole somewhere.
No money. Chen not stealing no money.
Who's going to believe you?
Get out of here, you two.
Huh?
Go on, move.
See about this later.
I never heard nothing like it. The law protecting
Chen don't like you bring trouble, Marshal.
I'll worry about the trouble, Chen. Tell me, what kind of work do you do?
Well, we catch on place. Very good cook.
A cook, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, what kind of cooking do you do, Chen?
All kind. Chinese cooking, American cooking, all kind.
Say, you know what, Mr. Dillon? We ought to take him over to Delmonico's.
Oh, why?
Well, sir, Mr. Green fired the cook he had there yesterday. Might be he ain't found another one yet.
All right, Chester, you take him over. Chen, you remember what I said about Rab and Braden. You come tell me if they give you any trouble.
Millions know that the best laxative ever made is Haley's M.O. And now you can get it in a wonderful new flavored form. Yes, flavored Haley's M.O. Just imagine. It's a laxative that tastes so good, everyone will be delighted with it, children and adults alike. And remember, ordinary laxatives provide only a certain amount of relief, for irregularity is usually accompanied by acid stomach upset, and ordinary preparations pass right through your stomach without helping one bit. But because Haley's M.O. contains the two most widely approved and time-tested ingredients known, it works first in your stomach to relieve excess acidity, and then where other preparations act to relieve irregularity. By giving you thorough relief, Haley's M.O. makes you feel better, infinitely better than ordinary preparations do. And Haley's M.O. is so gentle, it's recommended even for surgical patients. So buy Haley's M.O. today. Look for the big letters M-O on the package. Get either the plain form or the new flavored Haley's M.O.
Mr. Green at Delmonico's took a chance and hired Chen Wong that day. And it turned out he wasn't lying about being a good cook, and neither was he lying about working hard. Mr. Green let him sleep in a storeroom off the kitchen, and there he stayed, out of sight, and for a while, out of trouble.
Oh, hello, Matt. Come in.
Hello, Doc.
I'll be right with you as soon as I finish with Chen Wong here.
No, what's the matter with Chen?
There, lying right there, you see? That's what was the matter with him.
You lost a tooth, aren't you?
There you are, Chen, I'm through. See, you better let me take a look at that in a day or two, huh?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll come back. How much do I owe you?
Oh, $1.
May I pay you next time? See, I won't get my salary from Mr. Green until Saturday. I have no money except for that.
Oh, sure, Chen, anytime.
Chen, the first time I saw you, you were being a very good Chinese boy, all the time worky hard, catch 'em job, that sort of thing.
Isn't that how a Chinaman's supposed to talk, Marshal?
Well, I thought it was, till just now.
Oh, some of my countrymen do talk like that, Marshal. English is a very difficult language for us.
Oh, what about you?
I was more fortunate than most. When I first came to America, I worked for a man who was very kind. He taught me, made me study and practice several hours every day.
Oh, I see. Well, why were you talking the other way when I first saw you?
Experience has taught me that many men resent a Chinaman who does not talk the way they expect him to. I wish to avoid trouble.
Chen's on his way to San Francisco, Matt. He's going home as soon as he can save up enough money for his passage.
Oh, well, I wish you luck, Chen.
Thank you, Marshal. Well, I must get back to work now. Good day, gentlemen.
So long, Chen.
Goodbye.
Yeah. He's a nice fella.
Yeah, he is.
I believe him about being broke, too.
Why shouldn't you, Doc?
Haven't you heard?
I heard what?
Pless Braden and Howard Rabb. They've been saying Chen's got lots of money. Now, they say he keeps it hid in that little box of his.
Oh. Yeah, with that kind of talk going around, Chen's in trouble. There are men besides Braden and Rabb who would murder him for his money and not even think it was a crime.
Suppose you're right, Matt.
I think I'll catch up with him and have a talk, Doc. I'll see you later. I had that talk with Chen, and I tried to get him to put his box in the bank and then let everybody know that he'd done so, but he said that he wanted the box near him and that he'd keep it hidden in his room. I couldn't argue him out of it, so I knew there'd be trouble. Sure enough, a couple of days later, it happened, though not the way I'd expected. It was noon, and Chester and I went into Delmonico's for dinner.
Say, this place is plumb deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe it's closed.
There's Mr. Green.
Green, are you closed today?
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm closed, Marshal. I got no cook.
What?
Chen, he won't cook today. I don't know what's the matter with him. He won't even talk.
Oh, where is he?
Sitting in his room back there on the floor, just sitting there, staring at his hand.
Well, maybe he's sick.
No, he ain't sick. There's something wrong with him. Maybe you can find out what it is, Marshal. He might talk to you.
Yeah, sure, I'll try.
It's a storeroom right off the kitchen, Marshal. Door's open.
Yeah, I'll find it. Hello, Chen.
Hello, Marshal.
Okay, can I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Come in.
How's your tooth? Giving you any trouble?
No.
Tell me something, Chen.
What, Marshal?
Do you consider me a friend?
I believe you are.
Well, good. Then maybe you'll let me help you.
In what way?
Well, I don't know. You'll have to tell me what's wrong first.
It would be difficult for you to understand, Marshal.
Well, maybe, but tell me anyway.
I'm Chinese, Marshal. I've lived many years in America, but I'm still Chinese.
Yeah, go on.
Years ago, my country was overrun by a tribe of Tartars called the Manchus. As they took each city, they required the inhabitants to shave around their heads. leaving only a long strand of hair to be braided into a queue. It was a sign of subjugation. But that has been forgotten. And now the queue, or pigtail, as you call it, is of great importance to us.
Wait a minute, Chen. I just noticed. Where's yours?
To lose the queue is a great disgrace to us, Marshal.
Who did it, Chen?
2 men. The same 2.
You mean Braden and Rab?
They came here last night. They wanted my treasure box.
And you wouldn't tell them where it was, so they cut off your pigtail, is that it?
They took it away with them, Marshal. That makes my disgrace even worse.
Chen, will it help any if I get it back for you?
If I don't get it back, I must kill those 2, Marshal.
No, don't you go killing anybody. You let me handle this.
I'm very sorry, Marshal, for all the trouble.
You just wait here, Chen. I'll see what I can do.
Well, if it ain't Marshal Dillon. You gonna buy us a drink, Mark?
I thought I told you men to stay away from Chen Wong.
Chen Wong? Now what's he hollering about?
His pigtail. He wants it back.
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Yes, you do.
Chen's lying to you, Marshal. All them heathen foreigners is lying.
Rab. I want that pigtail now. Where is it?
I don't know nothing about it, I tell you. It was not us, honest. Now, Marshal, we did not do it.
Maybe I ought to beat the truth out of you.
Oh, we're telling you the truth now, Marshal.
I don't believe you. You get that pigtail back to Chen or you're in trouble.
No, what do you mean, trouble?
You'll find out when it's too late. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. I went back to Chen and I tried to explain things to him. I told him what had happened if he killed anybody, but that didn't bother him. And then I got mad at him for being so stubborn, and I guess he figured I didn't understand at all. So I left him feeling pretty helpless. The next day, he made his first move. I found out about it at the Long Branch.
Oh, it sure has been a long day, Matt. I'm worn out, and I got the whole night ahead of me yet.
Oh, well, what happened today, Kitty?
Oh, well, Sam over there got the bright idea of offering every other drink on the house to any soldier that walked in here.
Well, that's one way of keeping your saloon full.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. And if this goes on, I might as well move out to Fort Dodge and join the Army. I think it'd be easier.
I'm sure they'd be glad to have you, Kitty.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Rab?
That Chinaman, that's what. He's haunting us, me and Braden, and if he don't stop it, I'm going to put a bullet in him.
What do you mean he's haunting you?
Why, all afternoon he's been following us. Wherever we go, he just stands around staring at us. Why, it drives men crazy after a while. Now, I'm warning you, Marshal. I'm going to shoot him.
Good. Then I can come to your hanging.
Rabbit told you before to give Chen back his pigtail. He won't bother you if you do.
You still believe him, don't you, Marshal?
I believe him.
Well, it's a fine thing when a U.S. Marshal takes a word of a stinking, dirty little...
Shut up! Now, you get out of here, Rab. Go on.
All right, I'm going.
Matt, you better do something about that. They'll kill Chen for sure.
Unless he kills them first, Kitty. But I'll tell Chester to keep an eye on him. I'll see you later.
Yeah, sure.
New kind of shoe shine, doodly-doo new, shine all up. A one, a two, I tell them what's new.
Kids' scuffed up shoes take on a dancing shine.
With new Shinola, the liquid kind. 8 or 9, tell them it dries to a shine.
No puffin' and no buffin', it dries to a shine.
That new Shinola, the liquid kind.
Next thing you know, the Shinola folks will be offering to put the shoe polish on for you. Their new Shinola liquid wax not only shines itself with no rubbing or brushing, it now has an ingenious new kind of applicator that takes the work out of applying the polish. It's a flexible, flat-shaped applicator that bends to the contour of your shoe and eases right into those hard-to-get-at corners. Spreads the polish so accurately, you don't even have to take your shoes off to shine them. And Liquid Shinola's new wax shine is as special as the applicator. It's the fine leather shine you don't have to brush. why not turn over your family's shoe-shining chores to new Shinola Liquid Wax?
Sorry, Mr. Dillon.
Why did you lose them, Chester?
Well, see, they was in the Texas Trail having a drink, and I was watching them like you told me. And Orlo Watts come up and started talking to me, and next I looked, they was gone, all three of them, so I come after you.
We'll find them.
Yes, I sure do hope so. Jim was carrying his little box, Mr. Dillon, right under his arm. He was... Look over yonder. What's everybody crowding up that alley for?
Well, let's go see.
All right, let Mr. Dillon through here, Don. Stand back, everybody. Alvin, Mr. Dillon, it's Chan.
Yeah. He's been strangled, Chester.
Strangled?
Yeah, with his pigtail. I gave it back to him, all right.
Hey, look there. Knife. It's got blood all over, too.
That's a butcher knife. Chen must have cut one of them. Maybe both.
That'll make it easier to track them.
Yeah. Now, listen, all you men. I want you to stay here. I don't want anybody following us. You understand? All right, come on, Chester. Just take it easy. He may be waiting for us.
Yes, sir. Look, there's something laying over there by that rain barrel.
Oh.
It's a man.
Yeah, it's Howard Rabb, Chester. Looks like Chen cut him up pretty bad.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Now let's find Braden.
Get out. Going back, Marshal. You ain't gonna take me.
He's out by that shed there, Mr. Jones.
Yeah. You stay here, Chester, and keep down. I'm going to crawl up there to where I can see him.
All right. I'll holler at him a little to keep his tension.
All right, good.
You ain't got no chance, Braden.
Get on back, I tell you.
Mighty poor shooting, Braden. You must be awful scared. Did Chen get his knife into you, too?
You just stand up one time, Chester. I'll be happy to kill you.
You drop your gun, Braden.
No!
Okay, Chester.
Did you kill him?
Yeah, I killed him.
Well, I guess you had to.
There's Chen's treasure box, Chester. Pick it up, will you?
Here it is. I guess that's what they killed him for. Must be full of money after all.
Now, let's take a look.
By golly, it is money.
Yeah, this much is money. $4.
$4? Is that all?
That's all.
What's that other paper?
I don't know. Strike a match, Chester. Hold it over here, huh?
Yeah. That looks like some kind of a document, don't it? What's it say?
I can't see it very well. Hold it closer. Some of it. Chen Lan Wang was of invaluable service and intelligence. General McClellan's Army of the Potomac. Peninsular Campaign, March 1862. Correct.
Wait a minute. Make another light. There we are.
March 1862, in recognition, something. Chen Lan Wang is hereby granted full citizenship of the United States. Signed, Ulysses S. Grant, President.
I'll be doggone.
Well, it looks like Chen wasn't exactly a foreigner after all, doesn't it?
Poor little fellow.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I'm going to take this letter out to Major Honeyman at Fort Dodge. I got an idea he might want to give Chen Wang a military burial.
That'd be fine, Mr. Dillon. That'd be just fine.
Now, Basil Rathbone, star of stage, screen, and television.
Hello there. Nothing's more trouble to an actor than an awful cold. How can you perform? Burning with fever, muscles aching too. I have to get rid of those nasty cold miseries fast.
What do you take, Mr. Rathbone?
At the first sniffle, I take 4-way. It's the fastest way to stop cold distress, even a virus cold.
Right. Of all leading cold tablets, tests prove 4-way is the fastest acting brand. In minutes, 4-Way's exclusive formula is speeding amazing relief into your bloodstream. In the same time, other brands showed no sign of relief. No other cold tablet, only 4-Way, starts so fast to relieve all these cold miseries.
Relieves aches, pains, headache.
Reduces fever.
Calms upset stomach.
Overcomes irregularity. Today, get 4-Way brand cold tablets, fastest way to stop these cold miseries. Only 29 and 49 cents. If a bothersome cough accompanies your cold, get welcome relief with new liquid 4-Way cough and cold medication. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Lawrence Dodkin, Barney Phillips, and John Daner. Barney Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. And Georgia Ellis is Kitty. And Georgia Ellis is Kitty. And Georgia...
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
At 49, American.
Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tarleton cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert Tarleton is back, and there's something about them you like. Herbert Tarleton is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back. That cork-tip cigarette, Herbert Tarleton, available now for you. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back. And remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tarleton. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, today, March 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. As you all know, St. Patrick drove the snakes out of Ireland. So today we bring you a man who was run out of Waukegan, Jack Benny.
I'm glad you said man there anyway. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for your information, I wasn't run out of Waukegan. It was merely a request by the city fathers and mine. And being a sharp guy, I took the hint and 2 shirts and left. Well, let's not talk about me. After all, this is St. Patrick's Day. That's why I'm wearing this shamrock in my lapel.
Shamrock?
Yes.
That's a moth that took a bite out of that $12 suit and turned green.
Mary, don't be funny. This is a very good suit. Taste it. Feel it. Anyway, why aren't you wearing something green today?
I am wearing something green. See?
Oh, yes. What is it?
It's that gold bracelet you gave me for Christmas.
Mary, that's an old joke.
All I know is I polish my other bracelets. This one, the gardener takes care of.
Well, that's appreciation for after all, Mary. It wasn't easy to get that bracelet. I spent over 3 hours at that claw machine. And now, ladies and gentlemen... That's good. I didn't know it was going to be that good. I'm going to say that. You know,
Say, Jackson.
What?
You're talking about St. Patrick's Day. Did I ever tell you the one about that friend of mine who got an Irish car?
An Irish car?
Yeah, every time you blow the horn, it plays Ireland Must Be Heaven because my motor came from there. Oh, Harris, you're the Barry Fitzgerald of the Bobby Sox.
Well, pull out your garters and get out of here, will you? Put on your garters, ready? You always try to run
Say,
one...
Jack.
What?
Jack, since this is St. Patrick's Day, don't you think we ought to do
This
a little
program
play
is
for
starting
our...
out like we had no rehearsals at all. And you want to know something? We didn't. Everybody walks in any time they want to. Hey, Jackson, they holler. What is it? What is
Well,
it?
Jack, this being St. Patrick's Day, don't you think we ought to do a little play for our Irish listeners?
Well, we're doing better than that, Don. Tonight, for the first time since his release from the Navy, Dennis Day, the smiling Irish songbird, will be back with us.
Oh, so the kid's coming back, huh, Jackson?
Yep.
Gosh, Jack, Dennis has been gone for 2 years. I'll bet the Navy has changed him a lot.
I'll bet it has, too. Anyway, he ought to be here by now. I think I'll call his house and see what's keeping him.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Bloomer Girl wants now. I'll find out. Hello, Mr. Benny. Huh? Dennis Day? What's his number? Okay, I'll call you back when I get him. Say, Mabel, did you hear Mr. Benny's program last week? Yeah, Ray Milan was on it. Gosh, he's wonderful, even if he is the lost weekend. Listen, Mabel, if you think Milan is the lost weekend, you should have a date with Benny. Those are my sentiments exactly. You want to know something, Gertrude? What? The contest has been over for 6 weeks, and I still can't stand him. Yeah. You know, Mabel, 2 weeks ago he asked me to go to the Academy Award ceremonies, but I had another date. Gee, Gertrude, how come Mr. Benny always asks you to all those swanky affairs? Well, why shouldn't he? After all, my mother gave him the best years of her life. You know, I wouldn't mind going out on a date with Mr. Benny, but he's a sneaky type. Sneaky? Yeah, he's the kind who lures an unsuspecting girl into his car, drives her out to a dark spot, pretends he's out of gear, stops the car, and then spends the next 2 hours talking about his picture. It's enough to discourage a person, believe me. I'll say. You know, Mabel, I got a confession to make. Once I let Mr. Benny kiss me. Why, Gertrude gear shift. Say, tell me, Gertrude, what are his kisses like? Well, it's like when you're blowing bubble gum and the bubble collapses against your face. Well, between you and me, I'd rather have the gum. Yeah. See, Dennis Day's number doesn't answer. I better tell Blue Eyes about it.
Hello? Oh, we'll try him again later, Gertrude. Goodbye. Oh, say, Gertrude, what are you doing tonight? Tomorrow night? Tuesday night? Wednesday night? Thursday night? Christmas Eve? Oh, you're going to visit your mother. Well, don't be surprised when you walk in, sister. Goodbye. Well, we might as well get on with the show till Dennis gets here. Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Will you? Sorry Now, played by Phil Harris and his Hour of Harm Orchestra. Hey, Phil, you know, this is St. Patrick's Day. Why didn't you do something for the occasion, something Irish?
I did. I put a harp in my band.
Oh, yes. You got a girl playing it. See, you know, her fingers must get callous and sore plucking on all those strings.
Well, it's her own fault, Jackson. She forgot the bow, so let her do the best she can.
She's our orchestra leader for 10 years now. Phil, you don't use it. Come in.
I beg your pardon, but hello again.
Dennis! Dennis! Welcome back, kid. Welcome back. Gee, it's good to see you. Gosh, Mary, doesn't he look wonderful?
Oh, he sure does.
Oh, boy, I never expected this. Are you going to kiss me too, Miss Livingston?
Why, certainly, Dennis.
Doggone, Dennis, I can't get over. You look so mature. You've changed so.
Well, sure he's changed, Jackson. This kid's been in the Navy for 2 years. He's grown up.
Yeah, up.
Dennis, tell us about yourself. Did you enjoy your 2 years in the Navy?
I sure did, Miss Livingston. The Navy's wonderful. I went all over the South Pacific, and I saw plenty.
I imagine you did, kid. I bet you had a lot of fun, too. Say, Dennis, I've been wanting to ask you something. Tell me, kid, how about those waves?
That's what made me seasick.
Yeah,
grown up. Yeah. You know, Dennis, I was all over the South Pacific, too, and I ran into some pretty rough seas. In fact, once I was tossed overboard.
Oh, I was tossed overboard lots of times.
You were?
Yeah, but the captain made the fellows cut it out.
Dennis, the boys kept throwing you overboard. That's terrible.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. The Japs kept throwing me back.
He was the pickle in the middle.
Yeah.
Say, Dennis, when you first joined the Navy, how did they know how to classify you? I mean, how did they know what rank to give you?
Oh, that was easy, Miss Livingston. First, I had to fill out a lot of forms, answer a lot of questions, and then for 2 days, they gave me a written test.
For 2 days? That must have been quite a test.
And after it was all over, they made me an ensign.
An ensign? An ensign?
Yeah. I wonder what they'd have made me if I'd have passed.
Maybe it's just as well you didn't. We won the war this way, you know? Well, Dennis, we're all anxious to hear you sing again. How about it?
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, I don't know why you want me to do a song. You've already got 2 singers.
2 singers? What are you talking about, kid?
You know, those 2 fellows who sing... Oh, them.
Well, Dennis, they're not exactly singers. See, they're tobacco auctioneers.
Oh.
You see, we changed sponsors after you left. Tell them about it, Don.
Okay. Now, Dennis, you studied Morse code in the Navy, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now listen to this. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. What does that mean?
Tick, 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 tick.
Yes. Tick, 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 tick.
Tick, 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 tick.
Wait, what are you 2 ticking about?
I don't know about him, but I've got a loose tooth.
Oh.
Dennis, tick, 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 tick stands for LSMFT.
Oh.
Now, what does LSMFT stand for?
Tick, 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 tick.
No, Dennis, look. LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Oh.
Yes.
And not only that, Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
And that, Dennis, is the whole story.
Oh, boy, I hope they make a picture out of it.
Yeah, starring Sonny Puffs. Well, come on, Dennis. We all want to hear a song. What's it going to be?
Well, since today is St. Patrick's Day, I thought I'd sing Danny Boy.
Well, that's swell. Go right ahead.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and
call me back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warm sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you
Very good. That was Danny Boy, sung by Dennis Day. And now...
Say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you, how's Mr. Allen?
Who?
Fred Allen.
Well, kid, it was nice seeing you again.
No, Phil. In fact, I'm glad he brought it up. Dennis, I'm happy to tell you that Fred Allen has the same old program, the same old jokes, the same
Oh,
old...
wait a minute, Jack. That's not fair. I've heard all of Fred's programs, and they've been very funny.
They have. Mary, I wouldn't mind if his jokes just laid there, but they crawl out of the radio and stain your rugs. Some program.
That just shows what you know, Jackson. I think the funniest thing in radio is Allen's Alley.
Oh, you do, huh?
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
I think Mr. Benny is much funnier than Mr. Allen.
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do. And what's so great about Allen's Alley? Anybody with half an ounce of talent can do that.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see you do it.
Well, I'll just show you, sister. Phil, get your band ready while I put this clothespin on my nose so I'll sound like Fred Allen. Now, I'll go down to the alley, and you kids will play the parts of the people that live there. Okay, Phil, music.
And so, Kenny Delmar, I won't say it's been very windy, but last night...
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Well, if it isn't Cleveland. Gee whiz. Cleveland, Kenny Delmar and I were just discussing the high winds we've been having here.
Well, Mama says that all the wind is caused by the pickets.
The pickets?
Yes. She says they carry their signs too high and walk too fast. And Mama also
Just
says...
a minute, Cleveland. I have a brother-in-law in the last row who's not quite through laughing. Anyway, I imagine your mother knows all about pickets. I understand she's been picketing Lindy's restaurant because the lamb chops look better in their panties than she does in slacks.
Oh,
I don't know. You write this stuff on Thursday, and then on Sunday, nothing happens. What was that, Cleveland?
Oh, Mama doesn't wear slacks anymore.
She doesn't. Why did she stop wearing slacks?
A policeman gave her a ticket for pulling a trailer without a license.
Well, so much for your mother and her homegrown bustle. We've got to get down to Benny's Boulevard.
What is your question for tonight?
Our question is Fred Allen or Jack Benny the better comedian?
Shall we leave?
As one of my eyes said to the other, let's pack our bags and go. Well, I see Senator Harris is home. There's a 10-gallon hat and a 5-gallon jug on the porch. Let's knock on the bunghole and see what he's got to say.
Somebody, I say, somebody knock.
Yes,
Harris is the name. Senator Harris, that is. I'm from the West.
From the West,
When
eh?
I'm east of the Mississippi River, I'm in enemy territory. I hate the East. My favorite actress is Mae West.
Look.
No man living can make me go see Slim.
All
I
right,
never go
then.
out of the house on Easter Sunday.
Senator.
When I bake bread, I won't use yeast.
That's yeast.
I thought you'd get a rise out of it.
Senator, if you...
Speak up, son. What you got on your mind? This is a free country.
Well, I'm trying
Never saw anyone like this, son. Your mouth just like the front door of General Motors. Wide open, but nothing's coming out.
You're tired, eh? Well, Senator, the question tonight is, who is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
I brought it up in the Senate. Now watch this one, son. It's tricky. I brought it up in the Senate, and it made Senator Tidings glad. Ha, ha, ha. Glad tidings. That's a pun, son.
I heard it.
That's an anecdote, you nanny goat.
Now, wait a minute.
You're like a midget, son. Everything goes over your head. Own up, son. You got a mind like a chick.
What?
A cluck, that is.
Look, Senator, just tell me which comedian you like best, Allen or Benny?
Where's Allen from?
Boston.
How about Benny?
He's from Waukegan.
Waukegan's west of Boston, ain't it?
Yes.
Benny's the one. So long, son. So long. Remember the words of Horace Greeley. Go west, young man. West, that is. So long.
So long.
So long.
So long.
So long.
Where's that sound effect man? Always late. Late, that is. Well, I suppose the senator has gone back to his newspaper. He spends all night reading Westbrook Pegler. I wonder if Titus Day is at home. He's always so moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Day, I see you're at home.
Yep, day in and day out, days in.
Yeah, I see. But you say your eyes look all red.
Been crying, Bob, reading a sad book.
What's the title of it?
Forever Amber.
Titus, Forever Amber isn't a sad book.
Tis when you're my age, Bob.
Well, I have a very important question to ask you tonight. Who do you think is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Well, Bob, that's a moot question.
Moot question.
Yep, moot be Allen, moot be Benny.
I see. Well, which one do you consider the better comedian?
Never hear 'em myself. When they come on, I put my radio out in the hen house.
In the hen house? Why?
Steps up production. Every time Allen and Benny lay an egg, my hens try to match it.
And that really increases your egg production.
Did up to last Sunday.
What happened last Sunday?
All my hens killed themselves straining. So long, Bob.
Well, I guess Mr. Day has his troubles, just like the city folks. Let's try this next house.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him and the whole red house.
Ah, Mr. Kitzel.
You a was expecting maybe Fibber, Magee, and Molotov.
Tell me, Mr. Kitzel, how is the hot dog business?
Very good, except for one thing. Mine customers have trouble making up their minds.
Making up their minds to what?
Whether they want the pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, or the mustard in the middle and the pickle on top.
I can see where that would pose quite a problem. Anyway, what I'm trying to find out tonight is who you think is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
In mine house, that is making argument. Mine wife, Tulule, is liking Fred Allen.
And you?
I am liking the great Gilderstein.
Oh, the great Gildersleeve.
Yes, when Gilderstein is broadcasting, Tulule is leaving the room.
I see.
When Fred Allen is broadcasting, I am leaving the room.
What happens when Jack Benny is broadcasting?
The radio is leaving the room.
What?
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him and the whole there.
Suppose Mr. Kitzel's life would be complete if people could just make up their minds where they want the mustard. Well, here's the last house in the alley. I wonder what a knock here will bring.
Greetings, all. It's time for play for Rogers here with Rondelay.
You have more poems for us tonight?
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard? Said the rum to the gin, I understand you're going steady with Raveland.
No.
Or I said to myself, this is not for me, as I picked up the dice and threw a 3.
No.
Or my mother has rolled her stockings down since she heard Van Johnson is back in town.
That's done. Tonight we are trying to find out who is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Precisely why I'm here. I have written a poem.
Now, what is your comedian? What? Wait till I get this on tight. What is your comedian's poem called?
Allen or Benny.
How does it go?
Allen or Benny? The question rings, and the nation is put to a test. From city to hamlet, you hear the cry, is Allen or Benny best? Allen has bags and Benny is cheap, and they're both on Sunday night. So millions of people from coast to coast tune in to hear them fight. And I often wonder just what it means as they hurl their epitaphs. For while they're knocking each other out, Cass Daly gets all the laughs.
Well, I never thought of it. Thank you, Rochester Openshaw. And now Phil Harris and his No Goodman Orchestra will play Onesie-Twosie because that's as high as they can count. Take it, boys.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, sir. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At market after market, Lucky Strike consistently selects and buys fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Oh, Dennis.
Howdy, Bub.
We're through with that. Dennis, I just wanted to tell you that we're all very happy to have you back with us again.
I'm glad to be back, Mr. Benny, and I want to thank Larry Stevens for doing such a swell job on the show while I was away.
Well, we all feel the same way, Dennis. Good night, folks.
Yeah, night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
F.I., Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated. Next time, try Zuni, a new nail polish created to give fingertips a more lasting beauty. Insist on a Zuni manicure at your favorite beauty salon. You'll like the texture of Zuni, spelled Z-U-N-I. Hear the Chapel Quartet at 10:15.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen with Akim Tamiroff. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Deep in the heart of New York City is a strange foreign country called Greenwich Village. The inhabitants are painters and longshoremen, sculptors, school teachers, and stockbrokers. It's a place where the normal seems eccentric, and any dark night a shadowy character may tap you on the shoulder and try to sell you a poem or a painting. The strange adventures of two girls from the Middle West who settled down in this never-never land kept Broadway audiences laughing for about 2 years. The play was called My Sister Eileen. Columbia Studio made the picture, and it's still making Eileen famous in theaters throughout the world. Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair all gave delightful performances on the screen. And the three of them lend the authentic touch to our production tonight, with Akim Tamiroff heading our supporting cast. Until the opening performance of any play, no one can predict a hit in the theater. That's because art is, unfortunately, not so predictable as science. But things happen rather differently with a product like Lux Flakes. That's designed with precision beforehand to do the things that are sure to make a hit. I wish the same scientist could work out a way to tell me how the public will receive a picture. Maybe it can't be done in show business, but they've certainly taken the guesswork out of housework. You're not guessing when you use Lux Flakes. Now tonight's gay comedy, My Sister Eileen, starring Rosalind Russell as Ruth, Brian Ahern as Bob Baker, and Janet Blair as Eileen, with Akim Tamiroff as Mr. Apopolis. Our scene, a street in New York City's Greenwich Village. The time, July. The temperature, 93 degrees. Through the waves of heat rising from the sidewalk come two charming but bedraggled young ladies. These are the sisters Sherwood, Ruth and Eileen Sherwood, who hail from Columbus, Ohio, and wish they'd never left there. Their first day in New York has been spent in room hunting. The hunting has been horrible. Right now, their feet are killing them.
Oh, Ruth, I can't walk another step, honest. Well, this apartment's the last one on the list. We might as well look at it. Ruth, why don't we stop at a hotel tonight and get a nice fresh start in the morning? Eileen, maybe I should have told you earlier. You know this $100? That's the last money we ever take from Dad. The last? The last. Oh, but supposing we don't get jobs? Then we starve. We beg, we borrow, or steal, darling. Is that a promise? Yes, Ruth. All right. Now, the first thing
Good evening, my dear young ladies. Am I wrong in presuming that you are looking for a haven in this troubled world?
No, we're just looking for a room.
Seek no more. You have reached your goal.
We have?
Absolutely. Right this way, dear young ladies.
How high up is it?
It is not up. It is down.
Hey, you mean in the cellar?
Follow me, dear young ladies, follow me. I will show you the best value for your money in Greenwich Village.
Yes, but in the cellar, I don't think we want to...
Cellar? What do you mean the cellar? The basement. Now, here we are, right over here.
Look, I don't think we're interested in anything...
Now prepare yourself. Well, isn't it beautiful? Now, tell me, isn't it just what you've always dreamed about?
If I did, I'd never go to sleep.
Now, please. Not the exquisite imitation fireplace and these big, comfortable day beds. Now, try the bed. Now, just try it. There. You see?
Yeah, I see. Come on, Eileen.
Now, look. Just look at that interesting and exciting dormer window.
I like to look out of the window, not up at it.
Don't be prejudiced. Now, life passes up and down in front of you like a regular parade. Now, what more could a young person with a typewriter want? Am I wrong in presuming that you are an author?
She's going to be.
Well, I knew it. Of course, I could tell it.
Have you got anything higher up?
Higher up? Higher up, my dear young lady. Why don't you let me show you the place before you raise a lot of objections?
Yes, Ruth, let Mr.
Apopoulos.
Yes, let him show us the place.
Now, you have a head on your shoulders, young lady. Now let me point out a few features of this beautiful suite. A, it is a summer. B, it is at least 30 degrees cooler down here than anywhere higher up. And C, it is only $45 a month.
$45? Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Apopoulos. We'll let you know. Come on, Eileen. Come on. Ruth, couldn't we stay here for a few days, and then if we like it, we can...
Sure. And I'll do better than that. You can have the place for a month on trial at absolutely no cost to you. Then, if you are not 100% satisfied, I will give you back your first month's rent.
The whole month?
The whole month. And July is 31 days.
Well,
It's yours. It's yours. Now I'm going to show you where everything is. Now, in here, ladies, we had a model kitchenette, complete in every detail.
Where's the icebox?
Under the stove. Where else?
Well, usually they do put
And
them...
here we have a luxurious bathroom, not the basin with hot and cold taps.
It's awfully small.
Small? Well, in this room you won't entertain. And you, young lady, are you artistic and fussy like your sister?
Well, I'm going to try to get a job on the stage.
Oh, an actress.
Mhm.
Well, yes, you certainly have the face and build for it.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you take this luxurious room, I will leave that painting, you see, exactly where it is.
Oh, it's charming.
Yeah.
Who did it? Yeah, and what is it?
I did it. Oh, sure. You know, painting is one of my interests. Yeah. I also write epic poetry and epic drama. Well, ladies, what do you say? The painting stays?
Oh, let's take the place, Ruth. I can't see what we can lose. Mr. Poplar said he would give us our money back, but
I don't know. Legally, you have me where you want me. I gave my word in front of 2 witnesses. 3, including me.
Yes, but oh, please, Ruth. Oh, well, all right. Here's the rent. 20, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
45.
What was that?
What was what?
That noise. The whole room shook.
Oh, this. Oh. You see, that just shows you how you'll get used to it. I didn't even notice it.
Get used to it? You mean it happens all the time?
Sure, but you won't even be conscious of it. Oh, little blasting. The new subway.
Oh, you mean they're blasting right underneath us?
What are you worrying about? Those engineers know how much dynamite to use.
But does it go on all the time?
No, of course not. You see, they knock off at midnight, and they don't start again until 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning? Oh, Ruth, we can't stay here. You'll give us our money back.
What are you getting so hysterical about? I said I will give you your money back, and I will. I will at the end of the month if you are not satisfied. Now, good night, ladies. Sleep tight.
Oh, Ruth, what are we going to do? We're going to do 30 days. Ruth, which bed do you want? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm so tired I could sleep on the floor. We ought to have this phone connected in the morning so we can start calling up for jobs. You don't call up for jobs, dear. You go out and look for them. Oh, Ruth, I wonder what the boys back home will think when I'm an actress in New York. Well, there's one advantage in not leaving any men behind. I don't have to worry what they think. Oh, I know, dear. It's different with you. Boys never meant anything in your life. Not after they got a load of you, they didn't. Well, good night, dear. Good night. Hey, didn't I just put out the light? I think so. Then what makes it so bright in here? Oh, there's a lamppost right in front of the window. Oh, fine. Well, pull the shade down, Ruth. There isn't any shade. No shade? Oh, well, we're practically sleeping out in the street. Just wait till I get that Apopolis. Nice, comfortable bed. It's like sleeping in an iron lung. Would it help any to close the window, Ruth? Close the window, we'll suffocate. Oh, gosh, I'm afraid. You know, a dog could chase a cat through there. Yeah, and probably will. Oh, well. Let's get some sleep. Maybe we can forget.
I'm not going back there. That's all.
Who's that?
Why not? First place you'll cook another cover.
Who's the two men out there? They're standing right at the window. For the love of... Why do they have to pick out this spot? You get away from there, you drunken loafers.
Hey, what's that?
You get away from there. You get away from there, we'll call the police.
Another dame. They keep two bays. One for you, but that one's mine. Okay, mine's not so bad.
You get away from there.
Hello, kitty pie.
Get away, get away, get away.
I'm fitting to fiddle and raise the law.
Oh, we'll close the window. Close the window. I should say not.
Don't you do it, Ruthie. I'd rather see her close it.
Oh, Ruth, please.
Come on, cutie. Come to Papa.
You get away from there, do you?
Come on, break it up. Break it up. Oh, good evening, officer. Break it up, I said. We're just making a social call, officer. That's all. We were just going. Good night. Come on, beat it. Good night, officer.
Oh, officer. I'm awfully glad you came.
Yeah. Say, you're new in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yeah. We just moved in today.
Well, if you're smart, you'll move out tomorrow. I like things nice and quiet on my beat. I'm warning you.
Yeah, but,
Remember what I told you, that's all.
Eileen, did you hear what he said? Yes, I did. Oh, Ruth, I'm afraid. Oh, no, honey, don't. You'll be all right, darling. You'll feel better in the morning, dear. Just get some sleep and everything will look fine. Good night, dear. Good night, Ruth. Manhattan Magazine, good morning. Manhattan Magazine, just one moment, please. Yes? What do you wish, please? I'd like to see some of the editors. Sorry, no appointments at office. Just leave your manuscript, please, or mail it in. I've been mailing them in all my life. Here. Thank you. We'll let you know.
You want a rubber stamp.
I want circulation, Mr. Baker.
Well, let me alone and I'll get it for you.
How?
Let me run the Manhattan for 3 months with my policy and without your interference.
You're talking to the owner of the Manhattan, Baker.
And the biggest bottleneck in the whole organization.
Now, wait.
Let me change the policy. Just as a try. Now, look, let me just run one human incident a week. Just one.
And you know exactly what people want?
Well, what you want isn't selling.
So let's go bankrupt your way, is that it?
Oh, well, all right. Let's go bankrupt your way. It's much quicker.
That's all for today.
No. Wait a minute. I'm going to prove something to you. Hey, you out there. Anybody? Here, come in here. You do. Can you read?
Oh, yes, and I write, too. I just left one of my stories
never mind
there.
about the writing. Everybody writes in New York, even people who can't read.
Well, I happen to be from Columbus.
Oh, very interesting. Come on in.
Who's this, Baker?
Mr. Craven, meet Miss, what's your name?
Sherwood. Bruce Sherwood.
Meet Miss Sherwood. She can read. From Columbus, Ohio. Meet Mr. Craven, the owner of all the Craven publications.
Oh, how do you do?
What can she do? I just told you. She can read. Now, Miss Sherwood, in your time, you have read the Manhattan. Isn't that true?
Yes.
When was the last time?
Oh, years ago.
Years ago? Well, why did you stop reading?
Well, it just didn't interest me.
Oh, that's no answer. Can't you explain why, or don't you have any opinion?
Opinion? From Columbus, Ohio?
We think in Columbus, Ohio, too, you know. As a matter of fact, we think your magazine's about 15 years behind the times.
Oh, you do, do you?
Go on.
Yes, we do. People used to go for all that PC and safety talk. They didn't know any better. But life's become a lot more real now.
Oh, has it?
Yes, it has. We have radio now and movies, and we're right in the middle of a war. The Manhattan. That's just a bore. Not only in Columbus, Ohio, but in 90% of the nation.
Thank you, Miss Sherwood.
Wait a minute. Where did you find this girl, Bob?
Outside.
What was she doing there?
I was trying to submit a manuscript.
To which one of my magazines?
The Manhattan.
That's all I want to know. Mr. Baker, your guinea pig plans the Manhattan, but she'd like a material published.
Now, just 1 minute. If you'd like to know the truth, I came to the Manhattan in desperation. It was the last magazine I could think of.
Well, what do you know?
And now that I've met the brains of the organization, I'm sorry I came at all.
Hey, Miss Sherwood, wait. Yeah, wait.
Oh, hello, Bruce. Had any luck? Oh, terrible. I met an editor and the owner of a whole magazine chain. Why, Bruce, you're in. Yeah, they got me in to throw me out. What about you? Oh, I had the most exciting day, Bruce. I was in the outer waiting room of Wallace Productions.
Now you're getting someplace.
Mm-hmm. And I met this man, Mr. Clark, a newspaper man on the Globe. And what do you think?
What?
He interviewed me.
Oh, he did. But did you get in to see Mr. Wallace, dear?
Oh, well, no, but don't you see, if I wait until the interview comes out, Mr. Wallace will come to see me, and so will all the other producers.
That was Mr. Clark's advice, I gather.
Oh, and I told him all about you, and he seemed very interested.
So interested in me, he can't wait to get you alone, huh?
Oh, don't be silly. He's going to speak to a city editor about you.
Well, from here on, it's clear sailing, then. What have we got for dinner?
Oh, spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh, haven't we polished that off yet? We've been eating it for a week.
Oh, Ruth, we ought to have something for dessert.
Oh, now, let's skip dessert here, please.
Oh, but we can't hear. There's a man coming for dinner.
Who? What man?
Frank Lippincott.
Oh, now, who is Frank Lippincott?
Oh, didn't I tell you about that boy who manages the National Drugstore on 44th Street?
Nope.
Oh, Frank's a very nice boy. He didn't let me pay my lunch check.
Eileen, why don't you wander into the Ritz someday?
I'm a rambling wretch from Georgia Tech and a heck of an engineer.
Listen.
Hello? Anybody home?
Go see who it is, Eileen.
Hello?
Just a minute. Yes, what do you want? Oh!
Hey, open up.
Eileen, what's the matter?
Oh, it's a man with pants.
Well, dear?
Well, I mean short pants, short, no legs in them.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, girls.
Hey, see here, you can't come in here like that.
Oh, don't mind me. This is my practice costume.
Yeah? Well, what are you practicing?
Football. Got to keep training, you know. So you're the new girls, eh? Well, my name's Loomis. The wife and I live upstairs.
How do you do, Mr. Loomis?
Oh, leave out the mister. Just call me Rex.
Rex?
Yeah, that's what they call me at Georgia Tech. I'd have made All-American, only I was expelled. Say, my wife and I got something we want to talk over with you, girls.
Listen, look, Mr. Loomis, we happen to be
I'll
very...
get it. Yes?
Hi, is Effie here?
Effie? Why, no.
Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, but there's no Effie here.
You said that. I said I'll wait. What's your name, Toots?
Eileen.
Warm, isn't it?
Yeah, but you'll cool off.
Now listen, you.
Say, I'll handle it.
Oh, a guy.
Say, what's the idea of crashing in on these girls?
Now, don't get yourself excited. I didn't know you was the landlady. It's just a mistake.
You bet it's a mistake. Now get moving.
Very well. Good afternoon. You're the hairiest landlady I ever saw.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Loomis.
Oh, that's all right.
You know, he was looking for a girl named Effie. Is there an Effie in this place?
Well, there used to be. She lived in this studio. She was some kind of a medium. Used to get psychic readings or something.
I hope she didn't leave any tambourines floating around.
Come in.
Oh, sure. Come in, everybody. Hello.
Oh, come here, honey. Girls, this is Helen, my wife.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Hello. Well, have you asked the girls about it yet, dear?
Oh, well, no, not yet, baby.
Well, there isn't much time, and we've got to get it settled.
Yeah, well, girls, it's like this. You know, Helen's mother is going to visit her, which kind of straight arms me right out into the alley.
Have you got enough room?
Well, we could make room, only, you see, Helen's mother doesn't know that we're married.
And I'm afraid to tell her because the rec isn't working now.
Oh, but I start to work just as soon as the professional football season opens. So we thought that in the meantime, you two girls wouldn't mind putting me up in the kitchen.
What? You mean sleep in our kitchen? Oh, he won't be in your way, really.
But what about a hotel?
Oh, we haven't got a cent.
Not a cent.
Well, maybe we could do it for one night.
Hey, wait a minute. We're crowded enough as it is.
Oh, thank you, girls.
Oh, gee, that's swell. I'll get a blanket and a pillow right away.
I know, but
you think...
Eileen, something tells me you weren't quite ready to leave Columbus.
But, Ruth, now what could we say?
We could have said no, couldn't we?
Oh, that must be Frank. Let him in, will you, Ruth? I've got to change my dress.
What's that guy's last name again?
Lippincott.
Lippincott.
And remember, Ruth, he's a very nice boy, so please be careful.
Well, who am I, Tugboat Annie? Come in.
Oh.
Why, good evening. You must be Mr. Lippincott.
Yeah. Guess you're Eileen's sister.
That's right.
I can see a family resemblance, all right.
Oh, well, now, I'm very flattered.
Of course, you're sort of a different type.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Won't you sit down, Mr. Lippincott? Dear sister's just freshening up a bit. She'll be out in a minute.
Oh, Ruth.
Oh, yes, sister. What is it, dear?
I'll be out in a minute.
You see, I wasn't lying. Eileen's been telling me about your drugstore.
Oh, has she?
I understand you have awfully good food.
Oh, it's best, and very reasonable.
Reasonable isn't the word, as I understand it.
What?
Huh?
You said reasonable. I said...
Yes. Don't you think you ought to start all over again?
Hello, so sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's all right. Your sister and I had a nice little talk.
Oh, yes. As you would have been proud of me, dear. I didn't make one slip, did I, Mr. Lippincott?
What?
Oh, may I take your hat, Frank?
Oh, thanks. Oh, this is for you.
Oh, Frank, you shouldn't have done that.
It's some California red wine. I thought it'd go good with spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
It's a special we're running this week.
So's our spaghetti.
Well, Frank, I guess you're just about finished. Dinner's almost ready.
Say, this is great. You know, I've always wanted to live in a studio like this.
Well, I'd better set the table.
Oh, do you mind if I help you?
Why, Frank, how nice. The dishes are in here.
Say, this is great.
Hello.
Well, what do you want?
I'm looking for a party named Sherwood, Eleanor Sherwood.
You mean Eileen?
Yeah, come to think of it, Eileen.
And who shall I say is calling?
Fox. Chick Fox, her name.
Oh, the newspaper man. Huh?
Yeah, who are you?
Oh, I'm her sister.
Sister? She's a blonde, good-looking kid, ain't she?
Yes, she's a blonde, good-looking kid, ain't she? Oh, Mr. Lippincott. Huh? This is Mr. Clark.
Oh, how you do?
How are you?
Mr. Lippincott's with the National Drug Stores.
Oh, yeah? I buy all my clothes there.
Oh, you're quite a card, aren't you, Mr. Clark?
This wine looks heavenly, Frank. Why, hello, Mr. Clark.
Hi, Eleanor. Say, I got great news for you, honey. We run the interview this week.
Why, Chick. I mean, Mr. Clark, why, that's just wonderful.
I sure am, gorgeous. You know, I've been turning you over in my mind all afternoon. Hey, what's in the bottle?
Oh, it's a very fine California burgundy type wine.
It's a special.
Well, let's all have a drink, shall we? Do we need any ice?
Oh, no. This wine should be served at the temperature of the room.
Well, then you better cook it for a couple of hours.
Well, here's to us and to Burgundy, California.
Oh, what was that?
It's all right. It's just the subway.
Miss Sherwood, I'm afraid I...
Oh, Frank, the wine is all over your pretty white suit.
Oh, what a shame.
My pants are wet.
Oh, well, I'll get a dishcloth. Now, don't move, Frank.
Get up there. Get your hands on me, you big slug.
Bruce, what's that?
Hey, something's the matter out there.
Let me go. Come back here. Officer, what's the trouble?
Oh, it's the wreck. What's happened?
Tell this big clown I'm okay.
Yes, he's all right, officer. I hope.
Well, I found him out in the alley in his shorts carrying all these bedfolds. I think he's some kind of a fiend. Oh, you're crazy. I'm going to live here.
Live here? Live here?
In the kitchen.
It's all right, officer. We know him.
Oh, it's you two again, ain't it? I thought I warned you to move out of my feet.
How dare you?
Now, you wait a minute, officer.
Yeah, see here, officer. And who do you think you are? I'll tell you who I am.
Oh, stop it. Who cares who anybody is? What's the difference? Anybody walks in here. Everybody walks in here.
Good evening.
Bruce, that.
Why, he's a Cossack, isn't he?
I am the doorman at the Russian Blini. Where do you want me to put her?
Put who?
The girl. She passed out. We carried her home.
What girl?
Bring her in, Igor.
Hey, it's Effie. She used to live here.
Put her down, Igor.
Wait a minute. Take that thing out of here. She doesn't live here anymore. We rented...
Hey. This is not the first time I take her home. Come, Igor.
Well, for a place with a bad location and no neon sign, we're doing a whale of a business.
Now, who's that?
Come in, whoever you are.
Hello.
Oh. What did you think?
Oh, good evening, Miss Sherwood. I read your story, and I'd like to discuss it.
What did you say, Mr. Baker?
I said I read your story.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said, Mr. Baker. You... Oh.
Bruce! Oh, see his faces.
Somebody get me a cold
Bruce,
towel.
rubber hands.
Get a cold towel. Quick.
I feel all right now?
Oh, sure. Where are we going?
Oh, someplace we can talk. We certainly couldn't do it back there. Holy smoke, you live in a menagerie. Who are all those people?
Well, they're just some
Look
people
like a
that happen...
three-ring circus. How long have you lived in that place?
Well, now, let me
Who was
see.
that guy with the wine all over his suit?
Oh, that was a friend of my
And
sister's.
say, what's the idea of running out of my office today? Hey, come on, answer me.
But you don't seem to wait for an answer, Mr. Baker.
Oh, don't I? Oh, I'm sorry. Look, hope you don't mind my rushing you away like that.
Oh, not at all. As a matter of fact, we were just sitting down to dinner when all
you're
of a sudden...
hungry. Well, why didn't you say so? Hey, driver, corner of 3rd Avenue and 43rd.
Yes.
That's the best food you ever had in your life.
Really?
They make a dish there that's fit for kings.
Honestly, what?
Spaghetti and meatballs. Well, how'd you like it?
Oh, it's just
Can't
terrific.
eat this stuff too often, though. Makes you fat.
I shouldn't wonder.
What an earful you gave the boss. Oh, it was beautiful. You know, for a girl from the backwoods, you're pretty shrewd. Where did you get all that sense?
Well, Grandma used to
what's
say
the difference? You've got it. You know, I've been having this fight with Craven on policy for years, and then you come along and state the case better than I did myself.
Now, look here. I need advice. What do you think I ought to do?
Well, offhand,
Let
I
me tell you what's been
first...
going on with Craven ever since I took this job.
Now, wait a minute. You did read my stories, didn't you?
What? Oh, yes, I told you I did. Now, here, where was I?
You were saying something
Oh, yeah,
about
yeah.
this guy.
Now, don't misunderstand me. Craven's a nice guy. Outside the office, you wouldn't know him. But the moment he gets down there, he's a bullhead. Why, talk all the time. Never hears what you have to say. People like that drive you crazy, don't they?
Yep.
Oh, it kills me. I've tried to tell him that the first requisite of a modern magazine is to keep up with the times, with the changing customs and speech, you know. Here, say, aren't you getting tired of this place?
Not the place so much.
Me too. Let's go. No, I'm not going to quit. Why, anybody can walk out.
Well, good night.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not going in yet. Sit down.
Oh.
You see, let me tell you, there's a thrill to this job.
Yeah.
If I can do what I want,
but
if I can work on stories that are alive and help authors with talent to dig those stories out, eh? Well, what do you think?
I think it's just fine, Mr. Baker. And I also think it's after 3 o'clock in the morning, and if I ever come across the kind of author you're looking for, I'll let you know. Good night.
Hey, wait a second.
What for? I can't even get a word in edgewise. I can't seem to tell you, remind you that I'm an author, too, and that I've written some stories about Columbus, remember?
Oh, and I read them. Why, they're good.
They are? Well, why didn't you say so?
Didn't I?
No.
Well, I'm telling you now, they're quite good.
Oh, just quite good.
Well, isn't that enough?
You mean if you could publish them, you wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't. Oh, the people come off all right, but the stories are flat. They don't get anywhere. Nothing happens. Ha-ha. That's because not enough happens to you.
Oh, it doesn't, eh?
That's what I said. Why, you can't lead a quiet, sheltered life the way you do.
Quiet, sheltered? Down in that tunnel, with subway blasts bouncing me all over the bed, and Apopolis, our rat-shooting landlord, and Eileen dragging home newspaper geniuses and drugstore Romeos and anything else that happens to be met up with during the day, and football players drifting in and out in their drawers, not to mention the rest of the world snooping through the windows over some kind of a public exhibition. Oh, shut up. Did you say sheltered?
That's it. That's exactly the stuff. Well, why don't you go on and write it?
Write what?
Well, write about all those people. Start your story in Columbus and bring it to New York. Write about Rasputin and Eileen and the blast and the menagerie. See, it's wonderful.
See, I see what you mean. Of course, I'm going to do it.
When can I have it?
I don't know, but I'm going to work right now. Oh, somebody threw something. Better go home before you get killed. Good night.
Good night. Shut up.
What do you think this is, the Grand Central Station?
Is that you, Ruth?
Yes, dear.
Well, what's all that noise out there?
Nothing, just me.
Well, what time is it?
3:30.
Ruth, you were out with a man.
Uh-huh.
And you've had no experience with men.
Isn't it awful?
Aren't you ashamed? And you were supposed to take care of me.
Oh, Eileen, I love New York. I love everything about it. I like the air. I like the streets. Ruth! Oh, my gosh, the police. They called the police. Oh, get in bed, Ruth. Get in bed. Oh, I wish I was back in Columbus.
Mr. DeMille presents the second act of My Sister Eileen, starring Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair, with Hakeem Tamiroff in just a moment. Meantime, I have a problem.
You have, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I think being on the Lux Radio Theater is bad for me.
You do? Why, I can't see anything wrong.
But I can't. That's just the trouble, Sally. I keep seeing things.
Seeing things? What kind of things?
Oh, blouses and dresses that are all streaked and faded because they've been washed wrong. You know, I can't just walk up and say, lady, if you'd washed that dress the Lux way, it wouldn't look like that.
Not if you want to stay healthy, you can.
Well, Sally, what do you think I ought to do?
Well, let's see. Maybe we could have some cards printed for you to hand out. We could say, new improved Lux Flakes, mildest, safest ever made, help washables last longer.
Yes, or don't let strong soaps and cake soap rubbing make your washables wear out before their time. Lux things last longer.
Or just, let your washword be Lux.
That's short and simple.
So is Lux Care.
True.
And if you could just get every woman to try one big box of new improved Lux Flakes, she'd see for herself how really thrifty it is.
Maybe all I'd need would be one card that says, new improved Lux Flakes come in the same familiar package. Ask your dealer for a thrifty big box tomorrow. Well, it's certainly an idea, Sally. I'll have to think it over. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of My Sister Eileen, starring Rosalind Russell as Ruth, Brian Ahern as Bob Baker, and Janet Blair as Eileen, with Hakeem Tamiroff as Mr. Apopolis. Now let's return to the Sherwood residence in Greenwich Village. No, let's not. They are still blasting that subway. We'll drop over instead to the Manhattan magazine office, where Ruth and Bob Baker are talking over the story Ruth has just finished.
You really think it's all right?
I think it's great. As far as I'm concerned, it's in the next issue. Craven's reading it now.
Yes, but...
You know, you're quite a gal. I like you very much.
But he's had it for over an hour.
No, don't you worry. He's a slow reader. Oh, I meant to tell you. I don't like the title.
I don't like it either.
Well, we've got to get another one.
Well, I have thought of some others.
Like what?
Well, these two all hinge on Eileen.
Yeah?
I mean, she's in it so much that I thought of simply calling it...
My Sister Eileen?
Yeah, that's it.
Might be good. Might be perfect. In fact, it's...
Oh, I'm sorry to intrude.
Oh, intrude nothing. We're waiting for you, Craven. Well, what do you think of the story?
Nice job. I didn't think Columbus had a dinner.
What I tell you, Ruth, it's a magnificent job.
Yes, you ought to be able to sell that somewhere.
What?
Somewhere? Well, why the dickens do you think I asked you to read it?
Because you want to put it in the Manhattan. It's not the type of material for our policy.
No? Well, you and I are going to have a showdown on policy right
Oh,
now.
no, please.
Now, look, Frank, either that story goes in our next issue or I quit.
Oh, no, that's absurd, Mr. Baker.
Well, I guess I'll have to accept your resignation, Bob.
Good.
But not until that issue is off the press, unless you don't care about another job in the publishing business.
And then the Reck's mother-in-law arrived, and she found out Reck and Helen were married. Boy, was she mad. Has the Reck moved out of here? Oh, yes, he's gone back upstairs.
Good.
He doesn't care much for his mother-in-law, though. He says he's going to wait till Mother's Day and then sock her. Nice sentiment. Well, what else happened today? You didn't get into anybody's inside waiting room, did you? No, I was at the food show. And what are they casting at the food show? Well, I saw a lot of people coming out with big bags of samples. So I thought we might as well have some, too. Look, I've got enough junk here for a week. Vita-Kernels, Zippy, Ruffo, Nature's Broom. We're going to have breakfast all day long. Oh, but it's good for you, Ruth. It's lovely. I'd like to vary it with a little smoothage, like a steak. Oh, I forgot. Frank and I are friends again. I explained everything. Who'd you tell him Effie was, our fairy godmother? Gee, I had a swell lunch. I had tomato juice, a pimento and olive sandwich, a tuna surprise, a giant double malt with marble cake. That's right, dear. Keep your strength up. You're eating for both of us now. Well, it's a funny thing, Ruth. You don't seem to be losing any weight. How can I on potatoes, bread, and spaghetti? I'm starving all day long, and I keep getting fatter. I think I'll go on a diet of Nature's Broom. Delicious with strawberries and cream. What isn't? You know, I wouldn't mind this place or sizzling our meals or anything if I only thought it was getting us someplace.
Ruth, do you think we ought to go home for a little vacation?
No, I don't. I think we ought to stay right here and do a little work. I want a little peace and quiet around here. I'm going to work till at least midnight.
Greetings, dear ladies, greetings.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Congratulate me, young
Oh.
ladies. Today is the big day. Tonight's my one-man show. So I come to take my painting away, and... Hey, what kind of funny game got on here? Where's my painting?
Well, didn't you take it? I didn't even notice it was gone.
Now, don't bother to give me a cock-and-bull story. What have you done with my painting?
Why, it must have been stolen. Maybe it was the same gang that swiped the Mona Lisa.
If you didn't take it, who did? You know everybody who comes into this apartment.
We don't even know half of them, including you.
My dear lady, that painting was the last existing canvas of my blue-green period.
What happened to the others? Termites?
That's your last word?
Termites.
That's all I want to know. See if anyone noticed it was gone.
Ruth, I wonder who could have taken his painting.
Oh, there must be an idiot sneak thief in the neighborhood.
Oh, dear. What's the matter, Ruth? You look terribly down.
Yeah, bad enough to see they can't write your own name. It's on account of my stuff that Bob Baker's life is turned inside out. I'm a jinx besides.
Oh, gee, Ruth, if you start feeling that way, who's going to hold me up?
I'm not worried about you, Eileen. Not while there's a man alive.
Oh, but after all, men are only an escape.
Comes another escape.
Hello, Sherwood resident. Miss Ruth Sherwood. For me? Who's calling? Oh, just a minute. Wait a second. Ruth, it's just hard paper.
Hello?
Yes? Yes, this is she. Her. She. What? Oh, yes, Mr. Baines. Yes, Mr. Baines? Oh, thank you, Mr. Baines. What is it? What happened? Yes, Mr. Baines. 10th Street, Brooklyn. Sure, I understand. Yeah, right away, Mr. Baines.
I can't believe it. What is it? What did he want? The editor. He's going to give me a chance to show what I can do. I got an assignment over in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? What happened over there?
A merchant marine, a Portuguese ship with a load of young cadets. It just came in. I got to do a human interest story. Where's my hat? Where's my bag?
Oh, Bruce, this is the pardon from the governor. We're saved by the bell, Eileen. I guess Chick Clark was some good after all.
Yeah, I guess I owe Mr. Clark an apology. I always thought he was just trying to get around you. I still think so. Oh, Eileen, goodbye. Take care of everything. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Eileen, where is Brooklyn?
Oh, you can't miss it.
That's a help. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Hi, Eleanor.
Oh, Chick.
Well, what's the good word?
Oh, how did you get in here?
Oh, your back door lock is busted.
Oh, yes, I know. Gee, you scared me to death.
Take it easy, sugar. I just happened to see Ruth ducking down the subway, and I said, maybe Eleanor's alone.
Oh, yes, well, she was on her way to Brooklyn. Oh, Chick, I want to thank you for getting Ruth that assignment.
Ah, forget it. Now, let's get our people first now.
Mm-hmm.
Come here, sugar.
Oh, well, Chick, I've been waiting for that interview to be published.
This week, sugar.
Oh, thanks. Well, you gotta go now. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Excuse you?
Mm-hmm.
After I went and fixed it to get you alone without that eagle-eyed sister of yours around?
You mean, it wasn't the editor. It was you. You sent Ruth over to Brooklyn on a wild goose chase.
Well, goose chase nothing. It was one of the other boys' assignments.
Oh, but how will the editor ever know that Ruth wrote it?
Well, maybe he won't, but it's darn good experience for her.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed. Oh, how am I ever going to tell her?
Now, don't get spazzy, Eleanor.
Oh, you get out of here.
Oh, now that's a silly attitude to take.
Go away. Get away from me.
Oh, stop playing
Oh,
coy,
please.
sugar.
Stop it, please. Come in. Oh, Mr. Baker. Now, Mr. Clark, would you please get out?
I think I'll do it the lady out, Mr. Clark.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. It's a little too hot for wrestling anyway. You know, I look forward to the day when the Bronx Express runs right through this room.
Oh, Mr. Baker.
There. You're all right.
I don't know what I'd have done without you.
Now, you come and sit down. There. That's it. Go. Everything's fine now, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. You came to see Ruth, didn't you?
Ruth, yes. Oh, yes. Where is she?
Oh, that Chick Clark sent her on a fake newspaper assignment to Brooklyn this sneak.
Really, having a bad day, isn't she? Well, Ruth tells me you're an actress.
Yes, I want to be if I can ever get in a producer's office.
Well, certainly that's a bit too difficult. I'll see if I can arrange something.
Oh, if you only could. Oh, but I would want you to go to any trouble, Mr. Baker, after you've taken such an interest in Ruth.
Let's say I've taken such an interest in all the family.
Oh, Ruth was right, Mr. Baker. Why, you're the nicest person I've met in New York, too. And you know, the things they say about New York aren't true at all. Why, everybody's been just lovely to me.
Yeah. I think I can understand that.
Can you, Mr. Baker?
Oh, sure.
Oh, well, I'm sorry what happened to you and your job. Ruth told me all about it.
Oh, yes, isn't it great? You know, I am so lighthearted since I was a kid. You know what I had in mind when I came calling? A celebration.
Oh, you mean with Ruth?
Yes, but why not with both the Sherwoods? A Sherwood sister on each arm and a swell. Now, what would you say to a theater, a nightclub supper, eh?
Oh, I love it, Mr. Baker.
Fine. Well, I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye, Bob.
Go away. Go home. Go home, do you hear? Eileen. Oh, now, Eileen. Bruce, what's the matter? The fleet's in. Who are they? They're the Portuguese merchant marine.
Well, for heaven's sake, how do you do, gentlemen?
¿Cómo estás, Irina?
Listen, Emily Post, how do you say get the chickens out of here in Portuguese? You mean they don't speak any English at all? Not a word.
Lindes pequeñas.
Well, what did you bring them here for? Bring them here? They've been on my tail ever since I left the Brooklyn docks. There were half a dozen more of them when we started, but they got lost in the subway.
Yeah, that's the massimo bellissimo.
Well, what do they want anyway? What do you think they want? Oh, we've got to get them out of here, Ruth. Yeah, well, suppose you take a crack at it.
All right. Go away, boys. Please. Oh, look, boys, go back to your boat. You know, boat?
Admiral Sherwood, I presume.
Oh, dear, what are we going to do?
Well, I guess we're just going to stand around here grinning at each other until they learn to speak English.
Vamos a posta. Evidentemente.
Look, they're tossing a coin. Ruth, what are they tossing for?
I got a hunch it's not me.
Ellos, mina carrera prima americana.
No, go away.
Yeah, it's you, all right. He won.
Oh, wait. Earthquake! Run for your lives! Run for your lives! Earthquake!
What a performance. Bernhardt couldn't have done better.
Well, stop grinning at me like that. Hey, you, turn off that radio. We don't want any music. Ruth, they want to dance. La Ganga. No, La Ganga. I don't even run for it. Hey, boys, let go of me, will you? Eileen, come here. I got an idea. Lead them out the back door, then run like mad for the front, and I'll slip you in. You lead them, and I'll let you. No, they won't follow me. Now, it's you they want. Come on. La Ganga. Oh, you'd better be there. What are you doing? Get rid of them, I tell you. La Ganga.
Calling car 421. Calling car 421. Go to 233 Barrow Street. There's a riot.
Now, wait, listen.
Get the girl in the front.
Wait, that's my sister.
I warned you, too. I warned you, didn't I?
Ruth, help. Let her go. Let her go. That's my sister.
She's going all right to the lockup.
No.
Mike, call the patrol wagon.
Oh, no.
Mr. DeMille returns with Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, Janet Blair, and Akeem Tamiroff for Act 3 of My Sister Eileen. Libby Collins has a report on the long and short of it.
It's a short story on how to get longer wear from our clothes. You see, we're short of silk and nylon and rayon these days. So the things we have, the slips and gowns and other undies, have to last longer.
Sounds like a cue for Lux Flakes, Libby.
Uh-huh. Luxing under things and luxing them often does help them last longer, besides making you sure they're always fresh and dainty. When you lux them out to everywhere, you just sort of, well, float away soil and perspiration.
Easily and very, very gently, with no rubbing, no harmful alkali to weaken the fabric or fade the color.
Don't let things get really soiled before you lux them. That's wasteful. Soil and perspiration left in fabrics are very hard on them. Make them wear out before their time.
And then, too, it's wasteful because you have to use extra Lux to get out the dirt.
Lux them out to every wearing as you should, and I think you'll be surprised at how little Lux you need to do the job. Just 2 tablespoons are enough to wash a blouse, a day's undies, and stockings.
Yes, new improved Lux Flakes give you richer suds than ever, longer-lasting suds that do more work. To make a long story short, Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too.
Lux Care is thrifty care, a short way to longer wear.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll get the latest news about our stars after the play. Now, here's the third act of My Sister Eileen, starring Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair, with Akeem Tamiroff. Ruth's sister, Eileen, is in the lockup. For anyone else, this would be a very serious moment. But Eileen is not worried. She's the belle of the police station, and the officers are feeding her ice cream.
Oh, come on, Eileen. Open your mouth.
Oh, boys, you're awfully sweet. Eileen, dear. Why, Ruth, hello. What are they doing to you, darling? Feeding me ice cream. Isn't that nice of the boys? Eileen, you're sure you're all right? All right. Well, of course I'm all right. Oh, Mr. Baker. Oh, Bob, it was terribly nice of you to come.
Oh, that's all right. I came as fast as I could, Eileen.
Well, I didn't even know you knew Eileen.
Oh.
Well, he certainly does. We had a delightful talk this afternoon, didn't we? Oh?
Look, Ruth, I don't want you to worry, but I'm afraid the news is not too good. I did some phoning about this, and it seems there are peculiar ramifications.
What kind of ramifications?
Well, it seems that Washington wants Eileen held.
Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, something about foreign relations, the Portuguese merchant marine.
Oh, my gosh, what if Dad ever hears about this? We've got to get a lawyer.
Oh, no, it's only a technicality. I'm sure they'll iron it out in a few hours, but I'm afraid Eileen has to spend the night in jail.
Tonight?
Oh, boy!
Get some more ice cream, Al. Come on, Al. Oh, darling, how perfectly horrible for you. Well, now, Ruth, if I have to, I have to, that's all. Come on, boys, knock me up.
Oh, Miss Trevor, you finally returned to the scene of your crime.
Now, don't you start, Apopolis. I'm in no mood to swap subtleties with you.
Not so high and haughty, my dear lady, please. Arrest. Jail. I only hope your sister had sense enough to give the wrong address.
Yeah, imagine what bad publicity could do for this rat hole.
Now, listen. You see, I don't hold grudges. So if you got some money and if you want to stay on here, I'm ready to talk business.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yeah.
All right, how about returning our month's rent? We're still dissatisfied.
What? What are you talking about? Whoever said such a thing? I was one of the witnesses, and I don't remember.
Okay, witness, blow.
Blow? Me? In my own building?
Yeah, blow. In your own building?
Very well, I will blow. But 5 o'clock tomorrow, when your current lease expires, I'm blowing back again.
Just a minute.
Hello, darling.
Why, Dad. Oh, Dad.
I'm here, too, you know.
Grandma.
How are you, Ruth?
Well, why didn't you let us know you were coming? What are you doing here, anyway?
Well, your father's been worrying like a fool.
Worried? Worried about what, Dad?
Where's Eileen, Ruth?
Eileen? Oh, well, she's out for the day already.
Eileen, at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Doing what?
Nothing yet. I mean, she... Oh, gee, Dad, you look great.
Why is it you never wrote about anything definite?
Well, you see, darling, it takes time. I mean, I've sent in a lot of material, one story in particular. I feel sure that...
Well, how are you, Ruth?
Rack, couldn't you come back a little later?
Oh, there ain't going to be no later. Helen and I are just leaving on our honeymoon.
Honeymoon?
Hello, Ruth. Mother said her daughter couldn't get married without her being present, so we had to get married all over again.
Yeah, well, so long, baby. We'll be seeing you.
Yeah, goodbye, Rex.
Oh, Ruth, I want to thank you for all you've done.
Oh, that's all right. Goodbye.
Well, it isn't every girl that would let my husband come and live with him.
What's that? What?
Goodbye, Helen.
Bye.
Goodbye. And listen, tell Eileen we're sorry she wasn't here.
Yes, I will.
Say, when are they letting her out of jail?
Jail? Oh, get out of here, will you, please?
Oh, Ruth. Ruth, is Eileen in jail?
Well, it's a long story.
How long has she been in?
Well, you see, there were 10 Portuguese sailors.
What?
I mean...
Dad! Oh, Grandma!
Eileen, come here.
Darling, is everything all right? Oh, it's fine. Daddy, you'll just die when you hear where I've been.
Yes, I'm sure he will.
I've already heard.
Dad, it isn't as bad as it sounds.
Don't bother, Ruth. You girls are coming home with me tonight.
Home? I can explain the whole thing if you...
You can make your explanations on the way back to Columbus.
You packed, Ruth? Just about. Horrible, that's what it is. Just horrible. And after meeting the nicest person we met in our lives, the first person who really seemed to care what happened to my career. You mean Mr. Baker? Yes, Bob Baker. Now, how am I going to call him up and say, Father's bundling me off home? Well, it really doesn't make any difference, Eileen. We didn't get to know him too well. What? Said we got to go home, so it doesn't matter now. Why, Ruth, I never dreamed. You like him, too. Well, strange as it may seem, why, I never had any idea. And me that's had no experience with men. See, that's bad, isn't it? That's ridiculous. I'm just a goof. Come on, Eileen, finish packing. Dad said he'd be back here any minute. Who is it?
Morning.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Oh, Sherwood. Packing? What does this mean?
We're going home. Yes, Father came. He wants us to go back for a little while.
Yes, but wait a minute. When are you coming back?
I don't think we'll ever be back. We're going home because we're a couple of flat-throat failures.
Oh, Ruth.
As a matter of fact, if Dad hadn't shown up, I guess we'd have had to sum our way back to Columbus.
Oh, now that can't be true.
Oh, no? I got 3 extra pounds to prove it from eating potatoes and spaghetti. We can't even buy that much now.
Well, you can buy a lot of spaghetti for $250. Here, this check seems to be yours. Has your name on it. Here.
$250. It's much too early in life to begin accepting charity, Mr. Baker. We won't take it. Thank you very much.
Oh, I get it. You're going to read page 15 of this new issue of the Manhattan, and you're going to hold us up, eh? I suppose you're going to sue us for almost $1 million.
Page 15? Well, what's on it? Look. My Sister Eileen by Ruth Sherwood. My sister Eileen. Why, that's me. Ruth, that's your story. How did it happen?
How do you think it happened? And if you want to know, several people have already phoned me to say that they consider this is the best human interest story of the year.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Pardon me, dear young ladies, but I couldn't help but overhear. Congratulations.
All right, Apopolis,
Yes.
thank you. And you can have your apartment today.
Oh, no, I will not hear of your leaving. Why? I'm sure we can reach an understanding.
I'm sure you think so now, Mr. Apopolis.
Yes.
But in the future, we certainly won't be living in a place where there are explosions under the bed.
Oh, but wait. The blasting is over. I just got a letter from the city.
What?
In black and white. Please note, blasting will terminate on August the 1st, today.
And you'll fix this place up? Now, wait a minute.
New furniture, new paint, A1 stoves and plumbing, Venetian blinds.
Venetian blinds? Oh, Ruth, I think we ought to do it.
Certainly.
Yes, but how do we know he's going to do what he says?
It's in the lease here.
There, you see? Oh, please, Ruth. He can't back out, and we've got him just where we want him.
Absolutely. I'm trapped.
Well, all right. I'll sign it.
Congratulations, young lady. You've made a Very wise decision.
Aren't you ready yet, girls? The bus leaves in 40 minutes.
Dad, we're not going.
What?
What happened? Ruth told a story. Look, we're famous, both of us.
I don't believe it.
Congratulations, Mr. Sherwood. You have a pair of brilliant daughters. I'm proud to have them as tenants for the next 6 months.
6 months?
Yes, it's all settled, Dad. We've just signed the lease.
Yes, thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
What was that? My goodness. What is it? Apocalypse.
I told you the blasting is over. Now they're starting to drill. Goodbye.
Oh, you cheat!
Now I'm convinced. You girls are coming right back to Columbus.
Oh, no. Not Ruth Sherwood.
What's that?
I didn't tell you, Ruth, but since this morning, Mr. Craven has decided that there is room in his publication for some human material. And I have a contract here for all the future Eileen stories you'll ever write.
Oh, Ruth. And believe me, the Eileen stories will go on forever. Why, I've just got loads of material.
I'll guarantee that.
Now, see here. Oh, what's happening here? Look, I've made up my mind.
No, sir. You can't take Ruth back to Columbus now. Why don't you see? She and I have a lot of work to do together. It may take years. Maybe even a lifetime to finish. I wonder if you understand, Mr. David.
A lifetime? It's getting pretty clear to me.
You mean, you want to, you and Ruth?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, in any case, certainly Eileen is coming
Oh,
home.
no, Dad, she isn't. If I stay, Eileen stays too. Mr. Baker knows a lot of people in the theatrical world.
Of course I do. Well, we ought to celebrate. Will you all be my guests for dinner?
Now you're talking, young man.
But no spaghetti.
Positively not.
Come on.
Hold on, Mother. Not
Oh,
so fast.
Walter, be still. Let's go.
Oh! There's something coming up through the floor. Stand back.
It's a drill. They're drilling through the floor.
Look, it's a man.
Oh, excuse me, ladies. Hey, Mo, I think we made the wrong turn.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. We're a little late for Mother's Day, or even for Father's Day. But good news about babies is welcome any day in the year. You know those underpinnings that baby wears? Well, they used to be triangular, but I understand the modern generation is getting more of a square deal. Here's a note about them I read in the paper the other day. To keep up with the rising birth rate, the WPB has allowed their manufacture to increase, so that by the year's end, we'll be producing 100 million of them. So it looks as though an urgent clothing problem for young America is on the way to being solved, or partly solved. I say partly because baby must not only have these important bits of wearing apparel, but mother or nurse must see to it that they're properly cared for, so they're comfortable for baby to wear. And that's where new improved Lux Flakes come into the picture. Wise mothers use this super safe new Lux for all of baby's washables. Then they run no risk of having the harmful alkali from strong soap remain in the fabric to irritate baby's tender skin. When you wash them the gentle Lux way, little sweaters and woolies will come out soft and fluffy. They won't shrink out of shape or fade or get harsh and scratchy. New improved Lux is the gentlest kind of washing care for everything your baby wears. And its richer, longer-lasting suds do more work than ever, so it's very thrifty care, too. It comes in the same familiar blue box. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
If we all feel a little merrier than we did an hour ago, now is the time to give credit to Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, Janet Blair, and Hakim Tamirov.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's a pleasure to be here again.
In fact, C.P., this is Rosalind's first appearance here since she became the mother of the handsomest baby in Hollywood.
Is that positively?
Oh, I don't think he really is, Hakim. Now, Ross, you're just being modest. Okay, you talked me into it.
What's his name, Rosalind?
His name is Carl Lance.
And I guess he's listening in tonight.
Of course. Maybe he's an even critic.
Well, 8 weeks old. He's a little young for that, Hakim.
And if you want any advice on raising children, Rosalind, just ask me.
That sounds like authority talking.
The authority of 4 children and 7 grandchildren, Janet. I know the business from the 2 a.m. bottle to the stage when they attack the dining room table with a hatchet. By the way, Brian, the last time you were here, you were studying to become a flying instructor. How's it coming along?
Oh, well, C.B., I hope to start right away.
Well, good luck, Brian.
Thank you, Janet. Now, C.B., what about next week's play? Closes the season for you, doesn't it?
Yes, and it closes on a note of triumph, because next Monday night's play is the Warner Brothers screen success, Air Force. And our stars will be George Raft and Harry Carey. Air Force is the story of a lady named Mary Ann, who had a whole crew of men in love with her. A crew which followed her from America to Hawaii, to Wake Island, to Manila, and to Australia. Mary Ann is a flying fortress, and we'll tell you her wonderful story next Monday night.
It should be a very thrilling radio drama, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Hope you've enjoyed the evening as much as I have. Ladies and gentlemen, today we not only celebrate our independence, but in every corner of the world, our boys are fighting for it. Fighting for the freedom that was won so hard and has been kept so long. So I give you an Independence Day toast to our fighting men and the flag they fight for. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Raft and Harry Carey in Air Force. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Rosalind Russell appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, and she is soon to be seen in the Columbia production 10% Woman. Janet Blair also was heard tonight through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, and will next appear on the screen co-starring with Rita Hayworth in Heart of a City. Brian Ahern's next picture is the Columbia production Attack by Night. Akim Tamirov will be seen in Paramount's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Here's a radio announcement of great interest. Fred Brady, MGM's hilarious new comedy find, starts a brand new comedy show beginning Thursday evening over another network. See your daily newspaper for the time and station. I know you'll be glad I called your attention to this new Fred Brady show starting Thursday evening and continuing every Thursday thereafter. Heard in tonight's play were Roland Drew as Rex, Ben Alexander as Frank, Wally Mayer as Chick, Jeff Donnell as Helen, Leo Cleary as Craven, Cliff Clark as Top, and Ken Christie, Arthur Q. Bryan, Eddie Marr, Norman Fields, Verna Felton, Fred Mackay, Louise Arthur, and Vicki Lang. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear George Raft and Harry Carey in Air Force.
Mothers, everyone knows it's harder to get vitamin-rich foods in these days of food shortages. But have you thought about giving your family BIMS? BIMS are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. They give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. And BIMS supply all the minerals commonly lacking. Start taking BIMS this summer and get that BIMS feeling. BI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began when a man who wanted to play king and ended with a real king taking top billing. Old King Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Wheaties flakes are not very large, but my, what they have for you. They've got vitamins and minerals and protein galore. They've got crispness and a nut-like taste. And they're flake after flake of genuine fun. Breakfast fun. Like when you slice bananas on Wheaties and pour on the milk and spoon into 'em and chomp down on 'em. What could be more eating fun and still be so good for you? Why, every Wheaties flake is a whole kernel of wheat. And you know how much whole wheat does for you. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast of kids. Breakfast of grown-ups from coast to coast. No, Wheaties flakes are not very large, but you dig into 'em first thing in the morning and they'll still be with you long toward noon. And that's a promise. Buy some Wheaties. Buy lots of Wheaties very, very soon. And see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Chicago's theatrical district at night is a river of light, flashing marquees, and gay crowds. But through it flows a deep current of hunger and disenchantment, illusion and hope. Yes, hope, forever dying, but never quite dead. There was hope, a strained, threadbare hope on old Max Saracen's face as I crossed Randolph Street and saw him buttonholing Charles Kelsey. Kelsey's a play producer, currently more famous for the frequency of his marriages than those of his stage hits. As I strolled up, Max had one hand on Kelsey's arm, his gaunt, bearded face eager and anxious.
You should have notified me, Charles. I certainly would have appeared at the tryouts if I'd known they were being held. Surely it's not too late.
I'm sorry, old boy. Oh, hello there, Randy.
Hiya, Charlie. Hello, Max.
Charles, listen. You know my work. Remember my performances in the Theater Guild Shakespeare Festival. Me King Lear, me Richard III were acclaimed as the
Max,
greatest.
yes, but that was over 20 years ago.
And it was I who asked that grand old man of the theater, Frank Gaydosh, to take you on as an assistant. If it weren't for
Can't you understand? Henry IV has already been cast. What do you do with a fellow like this, Randy?
Henry IV? Don't tell me Shakespeare on Randolph Street.
Why not? In modern dress and a few sensational innovations that I promise you, Randy, will make Chicago sit up and take notice.
Well, maybe you got something, Kelsey.
I promise you they will sit up and take notice, Charles, if I do King Henry for you. It cannot be too late.
Oh,
you said yourself it would
Max Saracen paid no attention to me. His haunted eyes were fixed on Charles Kelsey, and his tall, angular figure towered over us as he pleaded with the producer. The old actor had a single-track mind.
I'm sorry, Max.
But I could see that as far as Kelsey was concerned, it was going in the wrong direction. It embarrassed me to hear him plead with Kelsey, for the old man had once been great.
Shakespeare's kings from Priam to Claudius.
I've said all I've got to say to you tonight, Max. Now, if you'll kindly remove your hand from my arm...
I'm not asking for any major part, Charles. The part of the king is fairly minor in this play, but it was made for me.
Max, for the last time...
Charles, please, I need it.
Oh, you relic, you. Do I have to use force?
Oh, cut out the rough stuff, Kelsey. Don't!
Move! Nay, hold!
The old man changed before my very eyes. It was frightening. He was suddenly a giant, taller and broader than I'd ever seen him, the stoop in his back gone and rage blazing from a face of iron. He stood like a king in majestic wrath, his eyes darting about until he spotted Charles Kelsey pushing his way through the crowd.
Hold, you foul, fat-witted dog! Stop!
Max, wait!
Keep away. Take your hands off me.
Max, don't be a fool.
I'm warning you, Max. I don't want to hurt... Help! Help me!
Max, stop it. Stop it. You're killing him. Max staggered back as I drove my shoulder into his chest, and Kelsey dropped to the pavement, still kicking. I hurried Max across the street where my car was parked and took off just as a cop showed up. When we got out of traffic, I headed out Sheridan Road along the lake. A nice cool breeze blowing off the water, Max. Feel better?
Why, yes. I feel all right. You're Randy Stone, the journalist.
Who did you think it was?
I just didn't... what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? You had a little argument. Max, look at me. Don't you remember?
Oh, what time is it?
Wait, it's nearly 8.
Oh, I'm late. How could I have forgotten?
What?
I was going to see Mr. Kelsey, Charles Kelsey, you know, the producer.
Oh, I see.
He's opening with the production of Henry IV. You've probably heard about it.
Yeah. Now, look, Max, why don't you join me in a bite to eat at Mr. Joe's? What do you say?
Why, what time did you say it is?
It's about 8.
8. He often works late. Yes, of course. My dear lad, would you mind dropping me by Charles Kelsey's office on Randolph Street, the Warwick Building? I may catch him yet.
Well, look, we can call him up and... Uh-oh.
Eh? What is it?
A police car just pulled in behind us. Some Eagle Scout must have taken down my license number.
What do you mean? Why?
Max Harrison?
Yes, I'm he.
All right, climb out.
What? I?
Now, look, officer...
What's the meaning of this?
The meaning is you're under arrest.
They bundled Max into their car and drove off. I tailed them to headquarters where Max was booked for simple assault, a misdemeanor, and held on $50 bail. I found a telephone and called up Max's home. His wife answered. She broke down when I told her what had happened.
Well, how could he? He was depending so much on getting a part at Mr. Kelsey's
Well, Max isn't well, Mrs. Saracen. The quicker you get him to a doctor, the better off he'll be.
I can't. I haven't got $50. We haven't anything, Mr. Stone. Well, there isn't even any food in the house.
Oh,
Oh, Max, he's been going crazy trying to make ends meet, trying to pay my doctor's bills.
well, look, don't worry now. I'll see what can be done. Well, what could I do? Not much. So I went to the office. I touched a few of the boys for a 5 here, a 10 there, until I had it. Then I went back to headquarters. The desk sergeant stared at the money.
What's this?
Max Saracen's bail. You can turn him loose.
I turned him loose about 20 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, Kelsey dropped the charges.
Oh, I see. He must have finally figured out which side his publicity was butted on. Max go home?
I don't think so. Kelsey sent a limousine over to pick him up. He wants to see him.
Kelsey? Wants to see Max?
Well, that's what the chauffeur said. You know, Stone, I'm beginning to wonder if I did the right thing. The old man didn't seem right in the head. I'm kind of worried.
You're worried. So long, Sergeant.
Hey, where are you going?
To Kelsey's office before Max kills him. I couldn't imagine why Charles Kelsey would want to tempt fate by bringing Max to his office. But whatever the reason, I was too fond of the old actor to have him run the risk of killing a man. I rushed to the Warwick building, went up to the 10th floor where Kelsey maintained his offices. I was about to go in when the door jerked open. Max Saracen shuffled out, pushing past me blindly, and I grabbed his arm. Hey, Max.
Eh? Oh, Randy.
What is it? What happened?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Why?
What did Kelsey want to see you about?
He offered me a job. A job.
Max.
Yes?
What kind of a job?
Playing a part.
What kind of a part?
I can't tell you. Please let go of me, Randy.
No, wait a minute, Max. Now, wait a minute. What's the big mystery? What kind of a job is this going to be, anyway?
It will be the death of me. Now, please, let go my arm, Randy. The death of me.
Max.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know something? You use up an awful lot of energy in a day, whether you're mending fences or breaking sales records, writing novels or wringing out clothes. Doesn't much matter. You burn it up like a champion ball player burns it up. So why shouldn't you store up energy like a champion stores it up? Why shouldn't Wheaties be doing for you what Wheaties do for ball players? Well, I can answer that question. Wheaties should. Wheaties should be giving you vitamins and minerals and proteins. Wheaties should be giving you that early morning energy that helps you through the whole AM. Wheaties should be providing you with crisp, nut-like eating fun at breakfast. And believe me, Wheaties will if you give them a chance. They're not known as breakfast of champions for nothing. Not on your life. Every Wheaties flake is made from a whole kernel of wheat. It counts big in that breakfast bowl. And the more the Wheaties, the bigger the breakfast time help you get. Very simple, really. You buy Wheaties, you bring them home, you eat them faithfully when you bounce out of bed, and Wheaties will give you what the ball players get, right in your own sunny kitchen. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Just like that. Try them. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After Max Saracen had publicly humiliated Charles Kelsey by attacking him in the street, I didn't think the producer was going to offer Max a job without some kind of a catch to it. And when Max emerged from Kelsey's office, I could see by his face that I was right. The old actor was crushed. I barged into Kelsey's office to find out for myself and to warn him that he was playing with dynamite.
Mr. Stone, no man or woman, for that matter, can cross me with impunity. I keep books and I settle all accounts. Every slight, every blow, every insult. I keep a record of them all, Mr. Stone. I overlook nothing, and I repay with interest.
What satisfaction's there getting even with someone who doesn't even know what he did to you?
You expect me to believe that?
Your mind is so narrow it squeezes right through the facts.
I'll remember that.
I wish you would. Max is a sick man. Now, what kind of a job did you give him? Now, let's have it.
Take your hands off me.
I asked you. Why is he so upset?
Disappointment, what else? He wanted the part of King Henry. All I could give him was the job of understudy.
Understudy? Then why the secrecy?
The old ham fancies himself another Barrymore. He doesn't want it known that he's had to accept the part of a mere understudy. It's quite obvious, isn't it?
Just when is this show going to open?
Oh, in 3 or 4 months, I imagine. You satisfied? Now get out.
Yes, I'll be happy to, just as soon as you tell me who's going to play financial angel to your Shakespearean clam bake now that your wife has separated her bankroll from it.
My wife and I have suffered long enough from the malicious lies of scandalmongers like you, Mr. Stone.
Oh, yes, I know. What about that well-known scandal sheet, the court record? That separation suit was faked, I suppose.
Mrs. Kelsey has reconsidered since then.
Oh, well, congratulations. You stay married to her long enough, you too can be in the social register.
The social register. I'd express an opinion on that point, Stone, but not to you. My wife's passion for blue blood is a foible outside the realm of this discussion. However, if it helps convince you that we've solved our differences, you might note that we're entertaining tonight with a little reception in honor of Count Raphael de Guidio.
Oh, where did Max go when he left here?
How do I know? Now will you get out of here?
Yes, with pleasure. I need a little fresh air.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Saracen.
Yes?
It's Randy Stone again.
Oh.
Has Max gotten home yet?
No, he'll be home late. He's dining out.
What's that?
He called up a little while ago. I guess you know what happened, don't you? It was awfully generous of Mr. Kelsey. The whole thing was a mistake. He never meant to have Max arrested. But I do appreciate your concern for Max. It was good of you to call me.
Look, who is Max dining with?
Well, it was Mr. Kelsey at his home. He wants to discuss a part with Max for his Henry IV. It's a wonderful break. Just what we've been hoping for. Max was all choked up with emotion when he told me about it. It's about time. Poor darling.
So Kelsey had actually invited Max over to his home. Why? What kind of web was he weaving for the old actor? Whatever it was, I knew it. Had only one purpose in Kelsey's twisted mind, to destroy Max Saracen, to get even. I got into my car and headed for the Gold Coast where Kelsey lived. I pulled up in the courtyard, went to the door, flashed my press card to the butler.
Thank you, sir. I believe you'll find most of the press people in the next room, by the punch bowl.
Oh, thank you for the tip, but I'm looking for one special character, Max Saracen. Have you seen him?
Saracen, sir? Why, no, sir, I do not believe...
All right, I'll look around. He's probably somewhere in that mob on the ballroom floor.
I think not, sir. There has been no Mr. Saracen. I've let in everyone, sir, and there's been no one by that name. That's quite definite, sir. I would remember a name like that.
Yes, well, I'll look anyway, thank you. I shouldered my way through all that soup and fish, feeling as conspicuous in my everyday clothes as a burglar at a policeman's convention. Where was Max? I glanced from one face to another. There must have been nearly 300 of them there. Was he in another part of the house? Had he come in by another entrance? I couldn't be sure. Kelsey was nowhere to be seen either. If he was alone with Max, there was no telling what would happen. I spotted Mrs. Kelsey over with a group of females clustered about the guest of honor. I was heading in her direction for information when a voice behind me brought me up short.
Stone! Well, what are you doing here?
I'm slumming, Kelsey. Where's Max? I know he was coming here.
Charles, well, it's about time you were arriving. Whatever's been keeping you?
I've been tied up at the office, and then I had to get dressed. Oh, Edith, this is Mr. Stone, the Chicago Star. My wife.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Charles, the Count has been here for quite some time now. Come on and meet him. Hurry.
Kelsey, as soon as you're through, I'd like a word
Oh,
with you.
Mr. Stone, you really should meet the Count Raphael de Guidio yourself. He's just arrived from Barcelona, and he's truly one of the most delightful and charming gentlemen I've ever met. A true aristocrat.
Yes, it'll be a pleasure, I'm sure.
This way. Oh, poor man. Just look at him over there behind those palms.
Where? I don't see him.
Over there in the midst of all those women. They're simply devouring him. Oh, Count Raphael. We'd better go round. Here he is. Oh, Count Guidio.
Ah, Signor Kelsey. I am... Oh.
The Count de Guidio stood staring at me. A red ribbon of honor, 3 medals decorating his magnificent dress coat. In fact, any way you looked at him, he was a magnificent figure of a man with a magnificent snow-white Van Dyke beard, every inch an aristocrat. Except, of course, he wasn't the Count de Guidio at all. He was Max Saracen.
My husband, Charles, Your Highness.
It is indeed a pleasure, Mr. Kelsey.
I have been looking forward to this for a long time, Count. Yes, indeed.
And Mr.
Stone. Randolph Stone, Esquire.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The Count Egidio. Mr. Stone is a journalist.
Well met, Mr. Stone. Well met. I have always admired the gentlemen of the Fourth Estate. To hold a mirror to our life and times is a profession requiring discretion, understanding, and perhaps the ability to say less than one knows.
Why, Count Raphael, you're a philosopher.
Yes, I see what you mean, Your Highness. Silence, even for a journalist.
Can be golden, Mr. Stone.
Yes, golden. It can also be yellow.
Oh, I see Commodore and Mrs. Dwight Vredenberg have just arrived. Will you excuse me, please? I'll bring them over.
All right, what goes on here? What's the idea?
Randy, please.
I'm paying him well for this. Will you join me in a bit of punch, Randy? If His Highness will excuse us.
But, of course.
All right.
Come on, have a glass of punch, Stone. It isn't too bad.
You won't get away with it, not after the morning edition.
After tonight, Stone, the more you expose me, the better I like it. You know, it occurs to me that I should have invited you here in the first place. Your present fits very nicely.
What are you trying to do?
Teach my wife a lesson. Come on, I do say, have some punch.
No, thank you. I've already tasted it.
My dear blue-blooded wife will get the lesson of her life.
Kelsey, why don't you see a psychiatrist?
You do need a drink, old boy.
Yeah. Is there a real Count Egidio? I suppose there must be.
Naturally. He was due to be here tonight, but I received a wire at my office saying that his plane was grounded en route from Miami, Lisbon, and Point Cease. So, not wishing my dear wife to be disappointed...
Oh, Charles.
Yes?
Oh, I'm afraid the Count isn't feeling very well. Oh, dear, I suppose it has been an awfully hard trip. He has to leave.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry. Where is he?
In the hall. I've had Perkins bring him his things. Oh, it really is too bad with the evening so young.
Max was getting into a big black limousine as I ran down the stairs to the driveway. I called to him, Max! The car door slammed shut. The uniformed chauffeur threw the limousine into gear and spun away as I reached the side of the car. I was about to turn and go back into the house to question Kelsey when I saw the car circle the driveway and stop at the servants' entrance. As I hurried over, Max was getting out and was stripping off his overcoat. Oh, Max, now don't tell me that Kelsey wants that outfit back before you go.
Randy.
What goes on?
If you must know, I'm going to help in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yes, the kitchen. Are you satisfied?
But why? What for?
For $100.
$100? How much did you get for playing the Count?
Also $100. But I don't get it until I earn the second $100.
But why? Why would he pay $100 for a dishwasher?
I don't know, but I've got to do it, Randy. I need the money. You might as well know it. Now go away, please. Let me get it over with.
Okay, Max, but you'll get it over with a lot faster with an understudy to assist you.
An understudy?
Yeah, me. Come on. So this was the payoff. This was the booby trap. I couldn't help feeling it was even meaner than it looked, and I wanted to be around to try to keep it from exploding. We went around and back the servants' entrance and stepped into the kitchen. Servants had evidently been briefed by Kelsey, but they said not a word. They asked no questions. They just stared at us and whispered a little to each other. A stout old dame pointed to the pile of dishes in the sink.
Them there.
Thank you.
What about an apron, Max? You can't wash dishes in that dress suit without...
I've got to, just as I am. It's part of the agreement. I won't kid you, Randy. I've got to do this. It's vital. My wife and I, we've been starving.
You don't have to tell me. Look, when Kelsey decides to get even, he doubles it in spades. We grabbed a couple of dish mops and went to work. Max laughed silently to himself as he worked, silently and bitterly. He turned to me.
A king to account to a scullery boy in one short day. A breathless descent, eh, Randy?
For my dough, you're still king, Max.
Thank you, lad. I, a king. You may me glory and me state depose, but not me griefs. I'm still king of those... Oh, I dropped...
Oh, forget about it. What's another dish to Kelsey?
There I lie like a broken plate, used briefly and then... Life is short, Randy, so short.
So what? It's not the length, but the performance that counts, and you were always great, Max, always.
You're a kind wag, my lad. A veritable squire of the night, a minion of the moon. We're the moon's lovers, you and I, Randy, governed by her as is the sea, for our fortunes do ebb and flow like the ocean's tides, now up, Now down.
Well, that's life, Max. It's like sitting in the aisle seat in the movies. Pass the cleanser.
By heaven, I'll hate you everlastingly if you bid me be of comfort anymore. I am barren, bereft of friends.
But you're not, Max.
I have lost the name of king. My jewels are a set of tawdry beads, my place of verminous hermitage, my rich apparel a beggar's garb. Oh, make foul weather with despised tears. Curse heaven and die.
Oh, he's falling to pieces. I've got to get him out of here before... Uh-oh.
Right in here, ladies and gentlemen. Tycoons, barons, and literary lions. Here's the surprise I told you about.
Kelsey, stay out of here.
Hold the music, please. Here he is, your nobleman from Spain, your aristocrat, the Count Raphael de Guidio in person.
Count Raphael, what's the meaning of this? Charles.
This is the silk purse, my dear. The one you keep telling me cannot be made from a sow's ear. Well, look at it. The sow's ear that you were convinced was the silk purse I never could become. You're born gentleman. The kind of gentleman I never could be. Oh, no, I'm not good enough. Well, meet him. How goes it, Count? When you're through with those dishes, come out and give these hypocrites some more samples of your wits and gentility. Look at him, Edith. Look! Your gentleman, my hired clown.
Oh, you unspeakable.
Oh, you weak-minded phony. Only thing you've proved is that Max is a gentleman compared to you.
Villain! Viper damned beyond redemption!
Max, take it easy.
Snake whom we've warmed with our harsh blood! Spotted Judas!
Keep away from me.
Will ye bring
Max.
calumny upon our fair name? By heaven!
Max, don't. Come back.
Get away! Get away! Put me down!
But it wasn't Max. Someone else, a giant, a king with a face of iron.
Let go! Help!
Oh, put him down, Max. Put him down.
I'll make a Golgotha, you grinning skull.
No, Max, don't. Put him down.
When there are devils, cast them out!
Max had lifted him over his head and hurled him through the window to the street below. I clutched his arm and half dragged, half pushed him out of the door and down the stairs to the street. I got him into my car and we drove about for a while. He sat beside me, staring ahead lifelessly as he had once before that night. The power and the majesty had gone out of him. He was just a tired old man once more, talking to himself without making a sound. I stopped in front of a drugstore. I got out and found a telephone. I dialed the Kelsey residence.
Yes?
Who's talking?
Sergeant Charles Inc., City Police. Who's this?
Oh, this Randy Stone. I just left there a little while ago.
You took Max Saracen with you.
Yeah, that's right. He's with me now.
Keep him there. Where are you?
In front of a drugstore, corner of Main and Flower. How is Kelsey? Was he hurt much?
Yeah, he's dead.
I went to the car and sat down beside Max. He looked at me with a strange new light on his bearded face. One that was tragic and far off.
We have lost the name of kings. Me golden cup becomes a dish of wood.
Easy, Max.
Me one-time kingdom a grave, a little grave, an obscure grave.
Max, listen to me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Nay, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. For death sits within the hollow crown that rounds our mortal temples and grins the buffoon, scoffing at our state. I, a king? You have mistook me all the while. But I only live by bread like you, dear coz, like you. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. Aye, in my heart as I...
He sat there beside me quoting Shakespeare. He didn't know me or hear me. I don't think he ever saw me.
Once more.
He was in another world.
Once
a world
more.
of his own dreams.
Try God for heaven.
I heard the siren of the
England
approaching police
and
car.
St. George.
And I know that though his body still lived, Max was gone. The king was dead. Well, the lights are winking out one by one from Clark Street with its flop houses to State Street with its glittering shops. Dawn is around the corner, bringing an end to sleep and to the dreams of those who walk by day and rest by night. Well, as Mr. Shakespeare himself once said, Life itself is but a dream. But dream or real, we only go through here once. Too bad we don't make more of it. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
And here he is, the star of Night Beat. That was a fine story tonight, Frank Lovejoy.
Well, thank you very much. And let's thank Wheaties. Wheaties is sort of our middle name this summer, huh?
Well, a nicer middle name I can't think of, Frank. Folks at your house getting the Wheaties every morning, just like always?
Oh, sure. The kids love them. I do, too, as a matter of fact. We got a regular spot for Wheaties on the kitchen shelf. You know, the salt goes here, flour goes here, Wheaties go here, right up in front, of course.
Sure, I know. Every well-run cupboard should have a spot for the Wheaties. And millions of cupboards do, I guess.
Yeah, say, what is it they say about Wheaties?
America's favorite whole wheat flakes.
Breakfast of champions, that's it.
Attaboy. Thank you, Frank Lovejoy. We'll see you next week. Get your Wheaties, folks. As Frank said, keep 'em right up in front of the kitchen shelf. Have 'em for breakfast tomorrow morning. Remember, Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Irwin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Max Saracen was played by Tudor Owen. Wally Mayer played Kelsey. Others in tonight's cast were Eleanor Audley, Ann Keenan, and Harry Bartell. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Forest fires again are destroying thousands upon thousands of our precious wooded areas and watersheds. 9 out of 10 forest fires are started by human carelessness. Crush out all cigars and cigarettes. Break matches in two after using. Drench campfires. Always find out what the law is about the use of fire in any particular wooded area. Save our forests from their enemy. Next, Alona Massey stars on Top Secret on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School. And although one day in the life of a school teacher is pretty much the same as the next, at night well, perhaps we'd better let Connie Brooks speak for herself.
Although one day in the life of a school teacher is pretty much the same as the next, at night you wish you were dead. Not that I'm bored. How could I be with Mr. Philip Boynton teaching biology at Madison? Of course, every new frog he gets in his laboratory represents an arch rival. But I shouldn't complain. It gives me an added interest in life. Each morning before I get out of bed, I look down to see if I'm getting webbed feet. Somehow, ever since we've been on the faculty together, Mr. Boynton just doesn't seem to think of me as a woman. I can't quite understand that, because when I think of Mr. Boynton, I always think of me as a woman. And I almost always think of Mr. Boynton, or dream about him. Like the other morning, around 7:25. Oh, of course, Philip. I'd love to go dancing with you. When will you come for me? That's quick work.
Connie, it's me, Connie. May I come in?
Oh, it's Mrs. Davis. Come in, Mrs. Davis.
I thought I'd wake you before your alarm clock went off. It's so loud and nerve-wracking.
Oh, I'm pretty used to it by now, Mrs. Davis. I always like to clear my throat before I pour orange juice into it. Well, I guess I better get up and perform my morning ablutions, like they say.
You can ablute later, Connie. You stay right where you are.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis, it's 7:30.
No, it isn't. I set the clock a half hour ahead.
But why?
Snap.
Snap?
That's right. They want pictures of you from the minute you first wake up till you go to sleep.
Who does?
Snap.
You're faded. What is all this about, Mrs. Davis?
Snap is a magazine, Connie. Some time ago, I read that they were looking for the ideal American teacher for an interview. The next thing I knew, the layout editor was here in town and had called me up for an appointment with you.
Me? But why me?
I guess somebody recommended you as the model teacher.
Somebody like who?
Somebody like me. I wrote them all about you. What a wonderful teacher you are and how all your pupils love you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Mrs. Davis.
I didn't.
What?
I discovered the letter in my desk this morning. I'd forgotten to mail it. So it must have been somebody else who... Oh, here they are, Connie. They've been waiting in the living room.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis, I'm not dressed.
Come on in, folks.
Snap's the school teacher. Where is the little lady?
Here she is. Well, and not such a little lady after all. Tootsie's reached all the way over the end of the bed.
Those are my stockings hanging over the rail.
My name is Peterson. Pete to my friends. And this is Miss Forrest.
How do you do? If you'll just wait in the living room for a few minutes, I'll get myself assembled.
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, we'd rather start in here. You see, I'm the layout editor.
That's nice, but before you lay me out, I'd like to comb my hair and wash my face.
I wish you wouldn't. Just put your head back on the pillow for a minute, will you?
Oh, but
You pose the way the folks want you to, Connie. I'm going to make some breakfast for all of us.
Swell, that'll be our second shot. Snap's the school teacher snapping up a breakfast. Good, huh?
Very snappy.
In a few minutes.
Now, as I was saying, my dear, we don't want you to do a thing for this picture. Realism is what our readers want. The eyelids practically stuck together, little straggly clumps of hair flopping over the ears, and those little tired lines around a mouth that looks like it just tasted a raw lamb chop. We want you just the way you are.
Thank you, dear. Have you picked your pallbearers yet?
Do that, Pete. That's just what we want. That snarling look when the teacher first gets up in the morning.
Got it.
Now listen, you
Please,
two.
Miss Brooks. We're going to be together all day. It'll be much more pleasant for all of us if you cooperate.
Well, it isn't that I don't want to cooperate. It's just that I don't like to have my picture taken without a little makeup. Even if it's only an inch or two like you've got on.
A little, aren't you? I use very little makeup. A dab here and a dab there.
Here a dab, there a dab, everywhere a dab. No, Miss Forrest, I'm not sure I really want this spread.
I know, dear, but when a woman reaches a certain age, some spread is inevitable. Oh! You mean in the magazine? Oh, yes. Well, let's talk about it after breakfast. I'm starved.
Good. Will you join us at the table, or do you want your saucer of milk on the back fence?
Well, I hope you enjoyed my pancakes. You know, the batter is my own invention.
Oh, really? What's in it?
If she tells you, you'll never eat them again.
Instead of eggs, I use hot peanut oil. Then to the customary amount of flour and milk, I had half a cup of baking powder mixed with cornmeal, 2 cups of yummy yogurt. And while the whole thing is being whipped in the mixmaster, I gradually add a teaspoonful of cider vinegar and just a smidgen of goose liver.
She's got a recipe for stuffed cabbage that would send you screaming into the hills.
Oh, now, Connie, it isn't that good.
Well, I'll help you clear the table, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, get a shot of this, Pete. The school teacher helps out with chores at home before going to classroom. Here, take a stack of dishes, Miss Brooks.
All right. I don't mind your taking my picture so much now that I'm dressed.
Well, I don't blame you, my dear. That's a very nice suit. Shark skin, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's such durable material. One can tell at a glance that it's worn you for years.
You're very observant. It would be a shame to see those great big eyes of yours closed for a while. I think maybe you'd better get somebody else for these pictures.
But, Connie, think of the prestige it will give you at school.
It will?
Of course. Everybody making a fuss over you. Why, I bet it would make even Mr. Boynton sit up and beg.
Mr. Boynton?
The school mascot. He's a schnauzer. Don't try to pet him because he snaps.
What?
Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. I've changed my mind. You can take all the pictures you want. Oh, that must be Walter Denton. He said he'd pick me up this morning.
Oh, that's right. Your car is in the repair shop again, isn't it, Connie?
Oh, you own a car, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I do.
Well, what kind of a car?
Well, I had a brand new 49 Hudson, but I didn't want to show off, so I traded it for a 32 Stutz. Coming, Walter!
Oh, Walter, eh? Must be nice to have a man call for you in the morning. Who is he? The well-known absent-minded professor?
No, dear. This one's more your type.
Oh?
16 years old, and he can't run very fast.
You think Walter will mind if we ride down to school with you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I guess it'll be all right. Come along.
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, Miss Forrest.
Thanks for breakfast.
See you after school, Mrs. Davis. I'll help you sterilize the mixmaster. Well, good morning, Walter.
Boy, somebody looks yummy this morning.
Why, Walter, do you really think so?
I sure do, Miss Brooks. Where did you meet her?
Oh, you mean Miss Forrest. Miss Forrest, Mr. Peterson, meet Walter Denton. They're with Snap Magazine, Walter.
Glad to know you, Walter.
Hi.
Well, I'm certainly glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Denton. What subject do you teach at Madison High?
Teach? Oh, I'm not a teacher. Although I do coach some of the younger students in subjects that just naturally come easy to me.
Like lunch period and study hall.
Well, it was a natural mistake. You seem so gallant, so worldly, Mr. Denton.
Just call me Walter.
Well, all right, Walter. Then you must call me Stephanie.
I must? Gosh, do you really think I'm worldly, Stephanie?
I certainly do.
I knew this morning was going to be different, even though it started out like all the other crummy mornings in my life. On my way over here, I just felt that something romantic was going to happen. And sure enough, here you are.
Why, Walter, what a lovely speech.
It's not a speech. It's merely what I feel, Stephanie.
Shall we go to school now, Walter, or just stay here in the Casbah?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy. Mine's oily. My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan, using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, forget all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advised. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
You know, folks, when I read that Snap magazine was looking for a model teacher, I was going to write in and suggest Miss Brooks. But then the midterm exams came along, and I got kind of busy, and But honest, I was going to, Miss Brooks.
Thanks anyway, Walter, I think.
Is her picture going to appear on the cover when the story comes out?
I imagine so, Walter.
Gee, that's great. It'll sure be a relief from those pictures of glamorous young girls in bathing suits with legs.
It may come as a shock to you, Walter, but I've got legs myself.
You have?
Yes. Of course, they may not be as pretty as Marlene Dietrich's, but then I'm not a grandmother either.
You're not?
Now, look, rancid one.
Maybe we'd better change the subject. Miss Forrest, Stephanie, after you get through taking pictures of Miss Brooks at school, you ought to get some at the faculty student malt hop this afternoon.
Malt hop?
Well, the faculty call it a tea dance, but we call it a malt hop because it's held in Weber's malt shop.
Well, sounds fascinating.
Yeah, they serve a wonderful malt there. Their slogan is, "Our malts are too thick to sip through a straw. You have to eat it with a spoon." Some of them are even too thick to eat with a spoon.
Some of them are even too thick to dance in.
We've got a swell jukebox and a cute little dance floor. Before we get to school, Stephanie, I'd like to ask you, could you...
She would and she could, and she'll be there 10 minutes ahead of you.
Well, Miss Brooks, you sound a little put out. You weren't by any chance expecting Walter to ask you to the hop.
Me? Oh, heck no. I go with a girl.
Why, Walter, I'm surprised at you. What do you think Miss Brooks is?
A blackboard eraser with teeth.
Gee, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Miss Brooks.
No, you didn't, Walter. I'm used to it. I was just wondering about Harriet Conklin. Didn't you have a date with her for this afternoon?
Oh, sure, but there was nothing definite about it. I merely asked her if she wanted to go to the hop, and she said yes.
Oh. I didn't know it was that tentative.
I guess you're going to the dance with Mr. Boynton, huh, Miss Brooks?
Oh, did they let schnauzers in?
Schnauzers?
Oh, it was just a joke, Walter. I referred to Mr. Boynton as our mascot. He's really the biology teacher at Madison, Miss Forrest.
And what a teacher. Boy, is he good looking.
Oh, really, Walter?
Yeah, he's tall, dark, handsome.
Stoop-shouldered, knock-kneed, cross-eyed.
Hey, isn't this the school?
Oh, yeah, I almost passed it. Guess I was looking at somebody on my right.
Well, if you'll just turn your head, Walter, you'll see Harriet approaching on your left.
Good morning, Walter. Miss Brooks. Oh, I didn't know you had passengers.
Oh, this is Miss Forrest and Mr. Peterson, Harriet. They're here from Snap magazine.
How do you do?
Hi. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to get some atmosphere shots of the campus.
Oh, yes, do that, Pete.
Snap has picked Miss Brooks as a model American teacher.
Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Brooks. And what a coincidence.
Coincidence, Harriet?
Yes. When I read about it, I sat right down and wrote them a letter recommending you.
Well, thank you, Harriet.
But of all the silly things to do, I forgot to put a stamp on it. It just came back the other day.
That's just like a child of your age, Harriet.
What do you mean, child, Walter?
You see, Stephanie, this is the infant I allow to toddle at my heels when I'm not involved with some more glamorous creature like yourself.
Walter Denton, what's gotten into you?
On this crummy morning, Walter's become a man of the world.
Well, I'd better find a place to park. All those that want to better get out here, Miss Brooks.
You little hinter, you.
Well, I'll go with you, Walter, and then walk you back to school.
I was hoping you would.
Miss Brooks, I don't like the way that woman looks at Walter.
I don't like the way that woman looks, period.
She certainly is chic, in a Cobra-like sort of way. Has she seen Mr. Boynton yet?
Bite your tongue, girl.
Well, I think you ought to get permission from Daddy before you go through with this interview. After all, he is Madison's principal.
Harriet, you've given me an idea. I must admit I kind of liked all the attention because I thought it would make Mr. Boynton sit up and take notice. But I never stopped to think that he might sit up and notice the wrong thing.
Well, maybe Daddy won't consent to the interview. Then she'll have to clear right out.
Harriet, you are wise beyond your years. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to beg for your father's unpermission.
Come in.
Could I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Conklin?
I'm all ears, Miss Brooks.
Yes. Mr. Conklin, Snap Magazine wants to do a layout on me as a model teacher for 1948.
You, Miss Brooks?
Isn't it ridiculous? They've sent a Miss Forrest and a Mr. Peterson to take pictures of me and the unpainted school and the overcrowded classrooms and the strained looks on the faces of the pupils.
I can't allow that, Miss Brooks.
Of course you can't. I mean, you can't?
Certainly not. It's beneath the dignity of Madison High.
Way beneath, Mr. Conklin.
I've always looked upon Madison High and its teachers as my family. And it's the first rule of a family that its problems be kept to itself.
Strictly to itself.
We should not hang out our wash for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to see.
Tom, Dick, and Harry should not see our wash, no.
It won't do you any good to argue, Miss Brooks. I've made up my mind. Publicity is nothing but a cheap parasitic device designed to prey on the unfettered appetites of the unsuspecting. Publicity is...
Excuse me, the door was open, so... Oh, you must be Mr. Conklin. I've been looking forward to meeting you, Mr. Conklin. I'm Stephanie Forrest of Snap Magazine.
Won't you sit down, Miss Forrest? I'll be with you in a moment. As I was saying, Miss Brooks, publicity is the foremost blessing of our century. It makes the unknown known. It brings information and joy into the home of everyone.
I can just see Tom, Dick, and Harry peeking at my wash.
Miss Forrest, I was just explaining to Miss Brooks what this wonderful exploitation will mean to Madison High and its problems.
Oh, I'm so glad you see it that way, Mr. Conklin. You and I will have to work together on this. I'll need your advice on so many things.
Of course, Miss Forrest.
Oh. Well, let's not be so formal. You can call me Stephanie.
And you can call me Osgood.
You can call me a doctor. I'm ill.
Well, then it's all settled. I'll get a hold of Pete and we'll start shooting Miss Brooks at once.
Fine. I'll bring my own blindfold.
Excuse me, Mr. Conklin, but I didn't know you were busy, sir.
Well, I am, Boynton. You'd better come back later.
So you're Mr. Boynton. Well, no wonder I've heard so much about Madison's biology department.
Well, thank you, Miss...
Don't look at me. I never saw her before in my life.
Miss Brooks has such a quaint sense of humor. My name is Stephanie Forrest.
But you can call her Miss Forrest, if you want to live to see your frogs again.
Oh, what's that, Miss Brooks?
Never mind, Miss Brooks, now, Boynton.
What do you mean now?
Miss Brooks, will you stop mumbling? Boynton, Miss Forrest here is going to do a story on Miss Brooks for Snap Magazine.
Oh, really? Then they must have picked you as the model teacher. Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Brooks. You know, I was going to write in and suggest your name myself, but then I got all wrapped up in my pigmentation experiments and neglected to do so.
Well, it's nice to know that you thought of me.
Well, now that you're here, Boynton, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Well, sir, it's something I need for my guinea pigs, but I'd rather talk to you when you're alone.
Oh, come now, Mr. Boynton. You mustn't keep anything back from a reporter.
What is it you need for the creatures, Boynton?
I'd rather not say in mixed company, sir.
Oh, come now. We're over 21.
Some of us are way over.
Oh, come on, Boynton. Out with it. What do you need for those guinea pigs?
Well, if you insist, hormones.
Well, that's peculiar behavior. You ran right out of the room.
Well, I guess I'd better be running along, too, Mr. Conklin.
Just a minute, Miss Forrest. Shouldn't we give the quarry a few minutes head start?
Right you are. Now.
Quiet, boys and girls. As some of you know, I have been chosen by Snap Magazine as the model American schoolteacher of 1948. Thank you, boys and girls. And now I'd like you to meet Miss Forrest, Snap's layout editor. Quiet, boys.
Thank you, class. Now, before we take any pictures, Miss Brooks, would you please ask those boys standing in the back of the room to sit down?
They are sitting down, Miss Forrest. They're sitting on the top of the desks.
But why?
Well, with the room as crowded as it is, I use them as lifeguards.
Lifeguards?
Yes, they keep the smaller children from being shoved into the inkwells.
Snap Magazine sits in while Miss Constance Brooks acts as faculty advisor.
Philosophy Club will now come to order.
Miss Brooks, I must be fixing your makeup between classes. You're making yourself look like a teacher, a school teacher.
Just that so many school teachers I've met bear such a marked resemblance to human beings.
Well, we'll just stick a few pencils in your hair and throw a little chalk dust on your suit. There, that's better. Now, just continue as if I weren't here.
That'll be a pleasure. Now, let's get on with the meeting, Walter.
Yes, ma'am. Our subject is, should a high school graduate turn to teaching as a career? But what I mean, Miss Brooks, is in the face of our inflated economy, what security is there in the teaching profession?
Well, Walter, the way I figure it is this. When I first started to teach school, $1 was worth $1. Last year, $1 was worth 60 cents, and this year it's worth 40 cents. So if I were earning more, I'd be getting poorer all the time. Thus, by being a school teacher, I'm actually saving for a rainy day.
Snap joins Miss Brooks for lunch in the school cafeteria.
Thanks so much for getting my lunch, Mr. Boynton.
You're very welcome, Miss Brooks. Here's your change. Let's see. I'm Swiss on rye. You're the stuffed tomato.
And, what am I?
Now, there's an opening you could drive a truck through. Miss Forrest, is Pete going to take any pictures while I'm eating?
In a few minutes. He's getting a bite himself right now.
Oh, good. Then you'll have time to smear some mayonnaise on my nose.
Frankly, darling, I'm not terribly interested in you at the moment. Mr. Boynton, when we chased you into your laboratory before, you wouldn't tell us whom you were taking to the malt hop this afternoon.
Well, I really don't know if I should leave my work. You see...
There you are, Stephanie. I've been looking all over for you. You're going to the hop with me, aren't you?
Well, I can't tell yet, Walter.
Good afternoon, folks. Miss Forrest, as principal of Madison High, I feel that it is my very pleasant duty to invite you to the faculty-student dance this afternoon.
Well, really, Mr. Conklin, I don't know if I'll be finished with my work. That is, could I give you my answer after I've eaten? I haven't had a bit of lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Forrest. I'll go get you a tray.
I'll get you a knife and fork.
If you'll just take my arm, Miss Forrest, I'll personally escort you to the steam table. Oh, no, it isn't.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Shall we have lunch together?
No, thanks, Harriet. I'm quite full. I've just eaten my heart out.
I saw what happened just now.
Well, it's my own fault, Harriet. My sins have come to roost.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
I knew it. I just knew it.
Knew what?
I knew I shouldn't have sent that wire to Snap Magazine recommending me as the model teacher.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first... Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a luster cream shampoo. Only luster cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to
Luster Cream Shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, things didn't work out quite as badly as I expected they would. Right before the dance, one of Mr. Boynton's guinea pigs had a blessed event. Triplets, in fact. And Mr. Boynton couldn't find a sitter for them anywhere. So he didn't even attend the hop. Walter Denton was kept in after school by his history teacher, and after a couple of dances with Mr. Conklin, Stephanie Forrest packed up her equipment, packed up Pete, and packed us in. Not long after that, I was sitting in the cafeteria one day when Walter rushed over all excited.
Miss Brooks, it's out. Snap magazine with a 4-page spread of you as America's model teacher.
Let's see that, Walter.
Here, I've got it open to the story.
Oh, I'll read the story later. How about the cover? Is my picture on it?
Well, it says Portrait of Model School Teacher, Miss Brooks, but here, you better look for yourself.
How do you like that Stephanie Forrest? A blackboard eraser with teeth.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Mary Jane Croft, and Jack Crucian.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur Park Avenue detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. And now is America's most famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles.
Our story tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is an original for radio by that most original of radio writers, Miss Lucille Fletcher. Its title, The Search for Henri Lefebvre. Mercedes McCambridge will be heard as Madame Lefebvre, and so that our story may move without interruption, there'll be no between-acts intermission on this broadcast, our sponsors having very kindly omitted their usual commercial message at that time. So right now, before we get started, let's give Jim Amici a chance to say his say about
Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Friends, as you relax in the comfort of the summer evening to enjoy Mr. Wells' exciting radio drama, I hope that right beside you, on chair, arm, or table, is a tall, frosted, foam-capped glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Believe me, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are doing their best these thirsty days and nights to supply your dealer, and thus supply you, with all this truly great beer you'd like. Occasionally, conditions make this pretty difficult, but of this you can be sure. Every bottle you do get will be, as always, the happy result of blending never less than 33 fine brews into one great beer. As always, 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. So please keep right on asking for it. It's sure worth asking for. Blended, splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles and his own Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefebvre.
I had just set down the last note on paper. You know what it is to write a piece. The agony, the drudgery, the exultation. To wrest the thought out of the drab days of rain. To hear music in one's head, while outside the drizzle patters down and the heads of the mountains are shrouded in mist. And then, one morning it comes. It is spring in the branches outside the window. The mountains glitter. The air is blue and bright. And the melody comes into your heart and nestles close, as though it had always been there. A fever consumes you. Hours melt away at the piano. Time, people mean nothing. The world revolves around this rocking song, this tender magic. There are no terrors, save to break the spell. So it was with this piece. I had just set down the last note on paper. I was happy and weary and full of peace. I lay down on the sofa to relax before Miss Warren brought in my supper. There is a radio near the couch. That night, I turned it on. Horror crawls upon me sometimes out of the shadows, like an animal thing. It grimaces at me from the corner of my room. But this time it was upon me. It was in my brain. For that music on the radio, playing now, was the music I had just set down on paper. Miss Warren! Miss Warren! Miss Warren,
Mr. Flynn.
Come here, listen to this thing. You hear it, don't you? That is real music playing.
Yes, sir. The radio's playing real
It
music.
is not an illusion, an hallucination of some kind in my own brain.
Oh, of course it's real music. And very pretty, too.
Pretty?
Oh, you don't like it? We'll turn it off.
No, leave it alone. Listen to it. Sit there beside the radio. I'll get it for you.
What, sir?
My score. Here, look at it. Note for note, even as they play.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn. I can't read music. I don't understand.
Perhaps someone in this building has heard me playing, but... No, the orchestration is the same. The orchestration is a secret, quiet thing that one does alone. Perhaps they've stolen the score or someone has copied it. But I only finished it this afternoon. It has been here in this drawer and on the piano. Unless someone else. There is someone else. Someone like me with my brain, my soul, my genius, a kind of double.
It's over now, sir. Do you want me to turn it off?
No. See what they announce. See what they dare to say.
You have been listening to the Elegy for Orchestra, Opus 42, by Henri Lefebvre. This concludes...
Henri Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre. After she left, I sat there staring at the freshly written pages. My brain was reeling. It was my music, every little note, every turn of phrase. The silent radio faced me like a mocking, sardonic sphinx.
Adolphus, my good fellow.
Oh, Picard. Excuse me, old friend. Miss Warren, did you call the broadcasting station?
Yes, sir.
And what did they say?
Calm yourself,
What
my dear
did they
fellow.
say,
They
Miss
said-
Warren?
Oh, Mr. Picard, I'm afraid.
They said, Adolphus, that it was composed by this Henri Lefebvre. An old piece. He wrote it nearly 15 years ago.
15 years ago, but I finished it today. If I'd remembered it, Picard, even in my own subconscious, it would have flowed out like a dream, but I had to struggle. Look at these erasures and these cuts, this coda.
And you say it was exactly this way on the radio?
Exactly, as though they had copied out the parts in the twinkling of an eye, and an orchestra was reading my score.
Very strange.
The man
but
either
still-
stole my piece somehow, or else there's some terrible coincidence, some simultaneous crooked streak of identical inspiration that leaped across the world.
Things don't happen.
15 years ago, they said. 15 years ago, he set it down. And finally, like a wave traveling slowly across a boundless ocean, it came to me.
Adolphus.
Who is this Henri Lefebvre?
He was a rather famous composer.
But what's happened to him? Is he still alive?
I don't know, Adolphus. I'm not a musician.
But could you find out for me soon?
I suppose I could, but do you really think it wise? What good would it do you to see this man, this perfect stranger?
I must confront him, do you hear? There is some horrible linkage between this man and myself, some string vibrating in his brain, which has caused a like vibration in my own. I must find him. I must somehow break the spell.
And supposing this Henri Lefebvre is dead?
Dead or alive. I must find him. I must find him, Picard. I must find him.
Henri Lefebvre, born 1885, Rouen, France. Educated at the École Normale. Fellowship student in composition, the Paris Conservatoire. One Prix de Rome, 1908. Do you want me to go on, Mr. Flynn?
No, Miss Warren. These dictionaries tell you nothing. They make everything smell of dust. Dust and corruption.
Adolphus.
Oh, Picard.
I have a letter from his publishers. He's still alive.
Thank God.
But there's some mystery about him. They wouldn't give me his present address.
What do you mean?
They say they haven't heard from him in 10 years. His musical output has ceased. He submits nothing, doesn't answer their letters.
Then how do they know he's still alive?
Well, they hear occasionally from Madame Lefebvre.
Madame Lefebvre.
He has a wife who lives in Rouen.
Madame Lefebvre. Rouen. Word came at last from the Red Cross.
Home of Henri Lefebvre in Rouen, destroyed by bombs. Whereabouts of composer and Madame Lefebvre, unknown.
He's alive, I tell you, he's alive.
What,
if he were dead, I would not feel it. I would be free. But I cannot take up my pen. I cannot write. I cannot even think one thought without wondering whether it may not already be his.
How can you think such things, Adolphus? This poor, hounded, homeless man is probably ill, old, dying.
Even dying, he's reached out a hand to clutch away my genius. Picard, was I ever lazy? My musical output has been enormous. Symphonies, operas, tone poems, songs. Now what do I do all day long? I stand at my window and stare out at the mountains. And at night, I'm tortured by visions. Nightmares. Nightmares of crooked fallen streets and church steeples and bells run by clockwork, the bells are tolling the hours. I dream of rooms, dark, ugly little rooms, and a little girl. Yes, a little girl with long, honey-colored hair who cries and cries.
You have been reading too much, Adolphus. Your brain is tired.
No, don't you understand? These streets, these rooms, that little girl, it is his life of which I am dreaming. It is Rouen. You think me mad. Don't you, Picard?
Mr. Picard,
Yes,
there's a lady downstairs to see Mr. Flynn.
lady.
She says she heard that Mr. Flynn was making some inquiries about her husband.
Madame Lefebvre.
Adolphus.
Madame Lefebvre, bring her up. Bring her up at once. I stood quite motionless in the center of the room. A woman dressed in black confronted me across the waste of polished floor. She was thin, middle-aged, a little stooped. Her pale eyes looked washed out with crying. Yet there was another look in them. A look of some drowned and monstrous terror.
I am Cécile Lefebvre. I have heard that you are searching for my husband.
Yes, madame.
Why do you wish to see him?
Why do I wish to see him? You have not heard of my strange predicament, madame. And what of your husband?
My husband remained in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
He has lived there for many years.
But why? I thought they said your home was in Rouen.
Rouen was my home. My husband and I have been estranged for the last 10 years.
Oh. You've not seen him for 10 years. Do you know his Opus 42, his Elegy for Orchestra?
I do.
When did he write it, please?
About 15 years ago.
15 years ago. Then you would know the music when you see it. Is this the piece, madame?
Yes.
I wrote this music, madame, a month ago, out of my own head.
Impossible, monsieur.
Impossible, but I tell you, it is so.
But how could this be? This is my husband. I remember the night he wrote it. A hot midsummer night. The windows were open. We could hear the bells of Rouen ringing the hour. He could not sleep. Our little daughter had been crying.
Your little daughter?
He rose from his bed saying that his head ached. A little while later, I heard the piano begin to play softly. I called down to him and warned him not to waken Louise.
Louise?
Our little daughter, who had been crying.
Yes.
Then I fell asleep. Next morning when I woke up, the bed was empty. He was downstairs at the piano writing out the final chords.
Go on.
He said it was her piece. It belonged to Louise. And that he had been thinking of her crying all the time he set it down. It was as though all the sadness that was in his love for her had gone into that melody.
Sadness, but I still don't understand. I wrote this music out of beauty, out of wind and birdsong and joy.
My husband used to say this piece held in its heart all the horror of life.
Horror?
He could never understand why it was so popular. He did not want to publish it. He hid it away, saying it was like a premonition, that it had come to him from some other world, like a hideous omen from another world. And he was right, monsieur.
How do you mean?
Our little daughter, Louise. She died a little while later.
Madame Lefebvre.
Yes, monsieur. I beg your pardon for crying.
I do not want to see your husband or hear this music ever again. My search is ended. Do you believe in ghosts, madame?
No. I have been through too much to believe in poor, sad ghosts.
Oh, but I do. I believe that neither your husband nor myself wrote that piece. There is some further horror. Some demon force at work in this music. It captured him. It has captured me.
I do not know. My husband was always a wretched, melancholy man.
Tell me, Madame Lefebvre, did your husband write any music after he wrote this piece?
Not much more.
You mean it wrecked his brain as it has wrecked mine, leaving him without inspiration?
No, it was not that. He continued to write. He still writes, but nothing he has written for 10 years has had any meaning.
What do you mean?
Mr. Flynn, have you not already guessed the truth? My husband has gone mad. He has been mad for the last 10 years, shut up in an asylum in Switzerland.
Oh.
I have told this to very few people. It is a form of horrible neurosis. Work neurosis, the doctors call it. He seems to have lost his heart. The events of his past life are meaningless to him. He has forgotten Noah. He has forgotten me. He has forgotten our little dead Louise.
Oh, terrible.
Now he sits in a bare room and writes music all day long. He has become a slave, a machine. They tell me that his shelf is packed with scores, but all of them are only an endless jumble of notes. Notes such as a child might scrawl across a paper.
And it was the music. The ghost music that did this.
Who knows? Terrible things happen. The mind snaps.
Terrible.
If I told you I should betray my husband, I should tell you something which has never passed my lips till now.
But you must tell me. Do you not see how vitally important it is to me? I am linked somehow with your husband. And perhaps I, too, am destined to go mad.
No, monsieur, you must not think such things.
There were the seeds of madness in this thing, even from the beginning. There was something uncanny. Why should that radio play that music just after I had finished the piece? Why should you, a perfect stranger, have come here and found me?
Mr. Flynn, believe me, people do not go mad so easily. To be destroyed as my husband was destroyed, one must have deep sadnesses and love. One must have human ties, a wife, a beautiful little child. You have no such ties, have you?
No, I have no ties. I have no ties.
My husband went mad because he loved too much. When our little Louise died, he thought that he had killed her. She died of simple pneumonia, but he could never understand that. He became insane with grief. He thought he was her murderer. Don't you see, Mr. Flynn, you who live here alone, whose life is so quiet.
Madame Lefebvre.
I beg your pardon?
I have seen you before, Madame Lefebvre.
I
have met you somewhere. I have heard your story. You have come here before.
No, I have never come here before.
Then why should your face seem so suddenly familiar and your words? There's something uncanny about this thing, Madame. For a moment, I thought I knew.
You knew what?
I thought I knew you and your husband and Louise. Louise. I thought I'd lived. Maybe it was only one of my nightmares, but somehow...
Yes, I try to remember.
Remember.
The little house in Rouen, the stone house, the tree in the garden, the coffee on Sunday afternoons, the Bechstein piano by the window, the bedroom with the calico curtain, the little
doll carriage underneath the stairs. Louise's doll carriage. Louise.
Harvey!
What have they done to her? They've taken her away and I killed her. Her little doll carriage waits at the bottom of the stairs. But she'll never come back. Never come back.
No. She has been dead for 10 years. You must not think of her anymore. No. You are getting better now. Dr. Picard says you are getting well.
Dr. Picard.
Your doctor, darling.
What are you talking about? I have no doctor.
Don't you see, my darling, your long search is over.
No.
You are Henri Lefebvre. And your own music has come back to you at last. And little by little it will all come back. Your memories, your genius. You will be able to go out into the world again.
I am Henri Lefebvre.
Yes, darling.
It's the little old madman. No. I locked up in the walls of a lunatic asylum for 10 years, writing a jumble of notes like a little child. Then, who is Adolphus Flynn?
A name you made up, my darling, a poor mad name.
My symphonies are rubbish, you say. My adoring public are only shadows running across the walls. And these mountains beyond my window, these mountains. You are lying to me!
Harry!
I tell you my name is Adolphus Flynn!
Look, Harry, look! This room, these bare white walls, these bars across the window, this door one cannot open from the inside. For 10 years, aren't we? For 10 years I have waited for a glimmer to come, for some little memory like that music. For 10 years I have prayed for you every day.
For 10? That's what I said here. I do not believe it.
Dr. Picard!
Henri, my dear fellow.
You call me Henri, too?
I cannot tell you how happy I am, Madame Lefebvre. The experiment has worked beyond our fondest hope.
Picard. Am I Henri Lefebvre?
Yes.
I have been mad for 10 years. You deceived me for 10 years.
Not deceived you, my dear fellow. We only humored your whims, hoping that you'd snap back someday. It was your whim to think that you were a composer named Adolphus Flynn. Your whim to sign your name to all these scores. Your whim to live utterly alone and work all day and half the night. You were quite happy until one day a little piece you'd composed for your daughter long ago came back into your mind. Memory began again. You began the search for your lost self. Naturally, after 10 years, one cannot be cured overnight. But you will see, in a few months, we may hope for something quite remarkable. Monsieur and Madame Lefebvre.
In a few months, I would be able to go back. I would take up the threads of my old life as Henri Lefebvre. I'm still here in this room, with its bare white walls and its door that locks from the outside. I'm still here. Although I know now for sure that my name is Henri Lefebvre. The sadness is in my heart. An unutterable sadness and pain that I can never conquer. Rouen has come back. The stone house. The little doll carriage underneath the stairs. And my arms ache with the longing for a little dead child. With long, honey-colored hair. There is no music in me now. No music save that one tune, which sings in my head all day long. My song for Louise. If I could only get it out of my mind, I might be able to work again. I might be happy. As I once was happy. I might look out of my window and find a symphony and a sunset on the mountains. That is why I will not go back. I will not leave this room. I will not leave this home until I find him again. Until I find Adolphus Flynn.
You've just heard Orson Welles' Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefebvre, a radio play by Lucille Fletcher. Mr. Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's offering of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, a few words from our sponsors on a very important subject. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are holding their prices at the levels established by OPA last month. Also, ever since government price control ended, they have urgently counseled each household distributor of Pabst Blue Ribbon throughout the country to do likewise. Further, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon strongly urge beer retailers all over the country to do the same. For we believe it's up to all of us to do our utmost in the battle against inflation. And now, Mr. Welles.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing you the first radio show we ever put on the air for CBS. We haven't done it since. We look back at it fondly. We hope our memories aren't mistaken. We hope you'll enjoy it. It's a great favorite of everybody's childhood, and I don't think anybody ever outgrows it. The Great Tale of Adventure by Robert Louis Stevenson, Treasure Island. So join us next week, please. Same time, same station. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, and for the whole Mercury Theater, including, as usual, Maestro Bernard Herrmann, who was responsible, as usual, for the music on tonight's show, and speaking for Mercedes McCambridge, who was responsible for a very fine performance as Madame Lefebvre. For the whole gang, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust to the hearty Hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order throughout the early western United States.
Whenever men gathered around the campfire, stories were told of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness. And these stories have been handed down through the generations. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Town is waiting on the trail ahead. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
Late one afternoon, a stranger walked down the main street of Ridgeville, leading a bear on a chain. He stopped in front of the express office, and before long, a crowd of townspeople had surrounded him.
Come on, get around. Here you are. Take a squint at him. Get around here.
It's a bear.
He's got him trained.
A brown bear.
My name's Leach. I come from the Rocky Mountains way out west. This here's a bear I catched in the valley of the tall trees. Me and the Yosemite Indians trained him to do tricks. Gather around and watch him dance. Come on, gather around and shower down. If you like the way Rocky dances, you can spare a pinch of gold dust or silver dollar.
Look out. That bear's ferocious. Oh, she's a big one.
Dance, Rocky. I'll go on your hairy hide, I said dance.
Look at his teeth. Look out. He took a swipe at you.
Oh, he's awful mean.
Well, you won't do like I tell you, huh? I'll teach you. My name ain't Jack Leach. I'll learn you. Let's see how you like this.
You're going to whip him.
Get back there, girl. You won't want your pigtails getting caught in this whip.
It's cruel to whip animals.
Pigtails, this here is a cruel bear.
Let's see him dance.
It's a fake.
That bear don't know no tricks.
Are you going to dance? I says dance. Dance. All right, then. Here goes another piece of your hide.
Hey, what's going on here?
Hello there, Sheriff.
How'd you know I was the sheriff?
Because you're wearing your badge in your vest. Come on, Rocky. Dance for the sheriff.
Pa, he shouldn't whip the bear.
You're right, Betsy. It ain't right to do
Look
that.
out there.
Hey, Fletcher, hold that bear still. You almost clawed my horse. Steady, boy. Whoa.
Sorry, Sheriff. I'll tame this here bear. I ain't never failed. Rush the sheriff, will you? I'll teach you.
Look out. He's getting wild. Watch him.
He'll bust that cage.
Look out. Get back there. He's broke loose.
Run for your life.
Betsy, Betsy, come here. Betsy, I can't stop my horse. He's running away.
Run. The bear's loose. The bear's
Soon we be there, Kemosabe.
Yes, Tonto. The town of Ridgeville should be a couple of miles further ahead. This is the stagecoach trail.
You think we find them?
Perhaps.
We on trail long time.
We're getting closer all the time. Remember that.
That's right.
First it was Pecos, then Sandy Valley. After that it was Placer. All the while, Silver, watch it.
Whoa, Scout, whoa. What's wrong, Kemosabe?
Steady, Silver, easy, boy. What's the matter? What were you shying at? There's nothing around it. Oh, I see. Tonto, bring Scout back here.
Scout not come.
He won't, huh? I'm not surprised. Drop his reins and leave him there. There's something here I want you to see.
What's wrong?
Take a look here in the dust.
Oh.
You see? Even Silver doesn't like to stay here. He's going over to join Scout.
That big animal track.
Bear tracks, Tonto. A big bear. Look at this. Only 3 toes on this paw.
That's right.
And here, see this print? What does that mean to you?
Oh, bear, 3 toes. This sign mean bear have chain. Iron chain round neck.
Yes, Tonto, a bear, a big one, with only 3 toes and 1 paw, and wearing an iron chain. There's only one answer, Kemosabe. This is the bear we've been looking for. It's the bear Leach uses for his...
What that?
Never mind the gun, Tonto. That's not the bear.
Oh, it sounds like somebody...
It's over this way.
What is... Oh, his little papoose.
Oh, I thought for a second...
You thought it was the bear.
I was awful scared. He broke loose. Everybody just ran. Oh, he was awful big.
You ran from the town?
I guess so. My pa was going to pick me up on his horse when the bear got loose from the chain. But the bear roared, and Pa's horse just jumped in the air and ran away. So did I.
No, you don't have to cry. What's your name?
Betsy Carter. Pa is the sheriff. The man whipped the bear, and he broke loose and roared.
That bear wasn't after you, Betsy.
He looked awful big.
That was a tame bear, Betsy.
A tame bear?
Yes.
Oh, no. No, he wasn't. The man beat him, and the bear roared.
Now, listen, Betsy. Tonto and I know all about that bear and the man who was with him. He's a tame bear. He's been taught to act that way.
That's right. You not be scared.
Oh, you're Injun.
He's my friend, Betsy, and we're both your friends.
You got a nice voice. I like you. I like the Injun, too.
That good little papoose.
Now, Betsy, I want you to tell me two things.
Yes?
Now, first of all, how long ago was it that this man Leach brought his bear into town?
Gee, I don't know, mister. It was,
Sun almost down now. Where was Sun that time?
It was around 3 o'clock, I guess.
3 o'clock. And where did Leach have his dancing bear?
Huh?
Was it in front of the bank?
Our town ain't got no bank, mister.
Too small, I see. Then, was it in front of the express office?
Yes, that's where. In front of the Wells Fargo office. The express office.
Just as it was before, Tonto.
Leach, him smart man.
Smart and crooked as a loose lariat. Betsy, the bear did a lot of running around and roaring before he ran out of town, didn't he?
I don't recollect, mister.
Well, I recollect. Reach for the sky, both of you.
Papa!
Take it easy, Betsy, honey. Get behind me. I don't want nothing to get between me and these here hombres.
You came up without a sound, Sheriff.
Yeah. I reckon I ain't so bad at tracking down bears myself. And the same goes for crooks.
Oh, we not bad,
You
man.
keep your mouth closed and your hands high, Injun. It's your masked par that'll do all the talking.
Now, just a moment, Sheriff.
Nothing doing. I want to know what you...
The bear chased me.
Quiet, Betsy.
This man, he found me. He says it's a tame bear.
Yeah, honey, he says a lot of things. A lot of things that need checking up. I heard you telling Betsy about where Leach stopped that bear. First, you said a bank. Then you said the express office.
I did.
And then you seemed kind of certain sure the bear did a plenty of roaring around before he skedaddled.
I did. But what's that got to do
You're
with...
convicting yourself, mister. You wasn't in town, but you know all about it. Well, get this. I'm taking you both to jail right now.
No, you
Stop, Tonto. No gunplay. What's behind this, Sheriff?
Plenty, mister. About 50,000 gold. That's what's behind it.
Gold?
Yeah, gold. That tame bear act was a slick scheme to stampede the town folk. While they was running around every which way, all your pard Leach had to do was step into the Wells Fargo office and pull a holdup. He got away, but I'll get him later. But now I got you two, and you're going into the calaboose. Step along now, pronto. March. In you go.
That's not good.
Go ahead, Kemosabe. Do as the sheriff says.
You better. I figured you'd give me some trouble, being you was 2 against 1, but you didn't, and now you're in, and you ain't getting out. Oh, Betsy.
Yeah, Pa?
I'll be back, mister, to take that mask off your face. Betsy, I want you to go straight home now. Tell Ma I won't be along for supper. I'll get something to eat over to the cafe.
Not bad.
You heard that, Tonto?
You not let him take mask off.
We're his prisoners. A prisoner can't conceal his identity.
What matter, Kemosabe? Why you let him bring us to jail?
Yes, I know, Tonto. You're wondering why we didn't make a break as he was bringing us in.
Silver fast horse. Scout fast, too. We get way. But not now.
For several reasons, Tonto. The first, there might have been gunplay.
No. Tonto not shoot with little papoose round.
Not us, Tonto. The sheriff might have fired. We had to think of Betsy. But there's another reason.
What that?
Tonto, you and I know that Leach has worked the same trick dozens of times. He's used that tame bear to create so much excitement that he could rob a bank or an express office without much trouble. In the confusion, he could get out of town. That's just what he's done here.
You're right.
And that's why we're on his trail. He has that bear trained to break loose and head back to where Leach has made his camp.
That way him do it afore.
Leach has one Confederate. We know that. That Confederate must have been here in town unnoticed. He'll most likely report to Leach that we've been arrested for his crime. And I want that to happen.
You not loco.
I'm not loco, Tonto. I have a plan for trapping Leach and his partner and that bear.
That's why we in jail?
That's why. I need the sheriff's help. We've got to win the sheriff's confidence.
That's not easy to do.
And we won't know till we try.
Maybe so. But him want take mask off.
That's the chance we're taking, Kemosabe. Quiet, here he comes.
All right, what was you two sidewinders talking about?
We were talking about you, Sheriff.
Yeah? Well, from now on, I'm going to set the subject for this here debate. Mister, I want to look at your face. Peel off that mask.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. I can't do that.
I got a dozen deputies I can call on. You're just wasting time.
Sheriff, you realize we could have made trouble for you.
It's too late for trouble now. You didn't have nerve enough to draw before. Now take off that mask.
We didn't shy away from guns because we were afraid. But we won't argue about that point. Not now. Right now, I want to tell you that we're not the crooks you think we are.
Yeah?
I want to help you catch the real hold-up men. I want you to trust me. Will you listen?
I'll listen, mister. But don't figure on convincing me. I wouldn't trust either of you further than this cell door. And as for Leach, you got to go a long way to prove to me you ain't the same kind of scheming, low-down crook he is. Him and that trained bear of his.
Take that, you Rocky Mountain brute. Snap at me, will you? I'll learn you up. Somebody coming. Where's my gun?
Leach, where are you?
Oh, it's you, Betty.
Yeah, you can host to that shooting iron. You got the gold?
All of it.
See the bear come back.
Yeah, he knows where to head when he breaks loose and gets out of town. Don't you, Rocky?
Still whipping him, ain't you? Someday that bear's going to get raving mad and go for you, Leach.
Never mind that. You come from town. Anybody suspect we pull that whole lever?
Sure.
Nobody figures it was... Huh? You mean they're on to us?
Yeah, Leach. But don't worry none. The sheriff's picked up a couple others.
Yeah?
Yeah, a masked man and an Indian. That's why they come riding so fast through the dark, to tell you.
A masked man and an Indian? But they ain't in with us.
Well, the sheriff don't savvy that. It's a break for us, Leach. They'll get strung up for a job they ain't never had no hand in. And the sheriff won't bother coming after us on account of we'll be leaving before he has a chance. Pretty good, huh?
It ain't bad. Yeah, not bad at all.
Hey, what the?
What's come over that bear?
Well, he's gone loco.
Look out, he's breaking loose.
I told you, Leach. That bear's gone plumb crazy. He's broke loose. You see the way he was foaming at the mouth as he went past?
You think he...
Plumb loco mad. And you better watch out, Leach. That bear hates you like poison. Once he gets to feeling his strength, he's going to remember that whip. He's going to come back and claw you to bits.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. With the Lone Ranger and Tonto jailed for the express office robbery, Leach and his partner Bailey believed they were safe from pursuit. But suddenly the great bear, which had played an innocent part in Leach's scheme, went berserk. It broke its chain and rushed away from the camp into the darkness. Leach was terrified, certain that the bear would return and pay him back for his cruelty.
Billy, that bear would come after me.
You know he would, Leach. You're trembling right now.
I'm his master. I captured him, fed him, and...
We better break camp.
Break camp? Oh, it's dark.
And we better go at daybreak. You're right. I don't hanker to meet up with that bear at night.
Well, we got fire. Wild animals don't like to get too close to fire.
That bear's used to fire.
Will you stop here? Give me the... What's that? It's a bear.
I told you.
Sounds like it's on this side of the fire.
Leach. Look. Right there. Shining in the dark. Yellow. Shining in the dark.
It's him. It's his eyes.
You idiot. You want to make it worse?
Why is this going? I must have hit him. I must have.
You missed him. Now he's on the other side.
Billy, build up that fire. Build it up high. We got to be careful. We got to watch for them eyes. Build it up. Come dawn, we're making tracks out of here.
It's a long time to dawn, Leach. That bear ain't going to wait.
Hey, Johnson, I'm back. Johnson. Where in tarnation's that deputy?
Who's there?
Who do you think, you fool? It's the sheriff. Come out here.
I can't, Sheriff. Come around.
Huh?
I can't. I'm tied up.
Tied up? What do you... Gee, horse is fat. Well, I'll be hog blind. What happened to you? Didn't I tell you not to go near them prisoners?
Oh, I fell for it, Sheriff. They asked me for a drink of water.
And when you got close, they grabbed you through the bars and wrestled you in close enough to grab the keys.
Yeah.
One of them held you and the other opened the lock.
They was powerful strong, Sheriff.
You ain't got the brains of a maverick, letting prisoners get away. How long ago was it?
Ain't you gonna untie me?
Untie you? Ought to get me a new deputy. How long ago?
Maybe an hour and a half. Sheriff, these ropes...
I hope they're tight enough to leave bruises.
No, they ain't tight. Them two was right nice about it, Sheriff.
Corral that tongue of yours. All right, I'll untie you. Letting them slip away like that. I ought to get rid of
What are you going to do, Sheriff?
How do I know what to do, you fool?
We could get the boys together and trail them, maybe.
With what, you lame brain? It's pitch dark outside.
Yeah, only...
Only what?
Well, I heard the masked fella tell the Injun where they was heading for.
What? Why in tarnation didn't you speak up?
You didn't give me the chance.
Your tongue is hinged in the middle, except when it don't matter. Why for... Never mind that. Where was they heading?
Sure is good to get them ropes off.
I'll put them back on if you don't answer.
Golly, Sheriff, I was...
What?
Sure, I'll tell you. They was heading for where you found them this afternoon.
Out on the trail, huh?
They said that'd be the best place to find where Leach was.
You sure?
Certain sure. They said the bear tracks would lead them to the hideout.
No, we're getting someplace. Come on.
We can't go out there now, Sheriff. It's too hard.
I know a way they're blindfolded. We're getting a posse.
But what about that bear? Bears is awful dangerous in the
Will
night.
you hush that blabbermouth? That bear's as tame as you are. It was all play acting. That masked man in the engine is out there someplace, and we're going to find him. Roust out that posse.
You ought to be getting there soon, Sheriff.
Never mind the chatter, Johnson. Matter of fact, we're already there. Pull up. Now, this is it, men. I grabbed them two right here beside the trail in them bushes.
Hard to make anything out.
Jarvis and Potherow, you stay here and guard the horses.
All right, Sheriff.
I got a feeling them two must be around here somewhere. And I don't want them circling around and grabbing our horses while we're out looking for them. You savvy?
Yeah, we savvy.
We'll pair up and do a little scouting around and then...
Sheriff.
Well?
What makes you so sure they're still here? Maybe they went on and joined that Leach feller.
In the dark? Who can follow a trail in the dark?
That Injun might.
Oh, yeah, I reckon he might.
So maybe we're wasting our time.
Maybe. But it's a plumb line cinch we can't follow no trail in the dark. We might as well look around here. It's all we can...
Hey, did you hear that?
Shut up.
Sheriff, them was...
Shut up and listen. Shots. Them shots, all right. And they're coming from the east. Them fellas must be over that way.
You think maybe they got themselves into an argument?
I don't know. Maybe they're fighting about the gold they stole. Or maybe that bear is acting up. But all I hope is them shots don't stop. It gives us a chance to track them down even in the dark. Come on. And keep listening for them shots.
I see them eyes glaring at me.
Leach, you're wasting bullets. You're crazy.
That bear ain't getting me. There he is. What's going wrong with me? I shot right between them eyes, and they still keep staring.
Maybe it ain't the bear, Leach.
What else? You can hear him, can't you? You can see them eyes, can't you? Yellow eyes staring at us out of the dark. First from one side, then from another. That ain't no coyote, no mountain lion. It's that bear.
You see him?
There he's moved. I ain't seeing things, am I, Bailey? Over there.
Yeah. It's them eyes again.
Feels like I'm going loco. Let me rest my gun on this here branch. This time I ain't gonna miss. I ain't.
Them eyes are still there.
You
Still
varmint, you gotta be getting some of that bullets. You gotta! I ran out of bullets. Bailey, give me some more bullets.
I ain't got no more, Leach.
You got plenty.
No, I tell you, you've been shooting like a crazy man. You fired more than 50 bullets. The bullets is all gone.
All gone?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
Let's get out of here. Let's take the horses.
Yeah, the horses. It's dark tonight. No, I ain't going.
You're scared.
Sure, I'm scared. I That bear's out there waiting. You can see his eyes. He's out there waiting. If we leave this here fire, he'll come at us and out of the dark. No, I'd rather stay here. Stay right here beside that fire.
All right, you men. Pull up your horses. We're stopping.
Ain't heard no shots for quite a spell, Sheriff.
Yeah. Don't know which way to go from here. We've been heading right, but I don't know which...
Let's keep going.
Sure, we'll run into them.
Keep traveling.
Use your brains. They stopped shooting. They'd hear us coming from way off. They couldn't have run out of bullets.
That's exactly what they have done, Sheriff.
What the... Who said that?
Don't anybody reach for a gun.
Where are you? It's too dark to see.
Much too dark, Sheriff. I'm down on the ground. You're on horseback. I can see you outlined against the sky.
Sheriff, it's the masked man.
By cracky, you're right. That's his voice.
Yes, I'm the masked man. Sheriff, I have the drop on you, haven't I?
I reckon you have.
If I come closer, will you agree not to make any gunplay? Well?
Agreed, mister. No gunplay. And the same goes for the posse. Understand that, you fellas?
Yeah, we understand.
All right, masked man. Now, if you'll come up close...
I'm already close, Sheriff.
Oh, yeah.
I told you once before that I wasn't working with Leach. Now I'm going to prove it to you.
I'm listening.
I'll prove it by showing you where Leach is. You can capture him without a fight.
Yeah? What about that bear he's got? I don't relish running into that.
The bear isn't with Leach.
Huh?
You heard me. That bear's right here. Tonto!
Me got him.
Bring the bear over here, Tonto.
Okay, Masabi. We come.
Your eyes are accustomed to the darkness. Besides, dawn isn't far away, and it's growing lighter by the minute. You can see the bear, Sheriff?
Well, I'll be... It's him, all right.
Tame as a sheepdog.
Yes, Sheriff, he's tame. No animal is bad. It's man who makes him bad. This bear would harm no one, except Leach, possibly.
You mean on account of Leach whipped him?
That's right.
Say, how'd you know where to find us?
You gave the answer to that yourself, Sheriff. Your horses made plenty of noise going through the brush.
Oh.
That critter makes me nervous. It's getting on to dawn, Sheriff. If we're going to pick up them crooks, we'd better get started.
Right. Masked man, this ain't no trap?
It's no trap, Sheriff. Leach is camped a half a mile ahead. He and his partner, Bailey. Now, here's what we're going to do.
Bailey, it's getting late. Dawn is coming. We'll get out of here.
I ain't heard the bear in quite a spell, Leach.
Yeah. I ain't neither, but I seen his eyes.
Yeah. Right over there.
Funny how the shadows creep around. This time of night, everything gets gray. We ought to see the bear. But there ain't nothing to spot but his eyes.
They don't wink or nothing. It's getting lighter.
We'll see him soon. A big mountain of fur with his eyes shining out of his face. We'll see him at... Bailey! Bailey!
Leach, you gone loco? Where you going?
Bailey, look.
Well, I'll be...
There ain't no bear here at all. Just a forked stick with a couple of shiny pebbles stuck to him.
Shiny pebbles. And all night long we figured it was the bear staring at us.
Wasted our bullets shooting at nothing.
Leach, we've been tricked. We've been... Hey, Leach, who done it? Who was the foolish with them pebbles?
We'll give you the answer to that. Rush him, boys.
What the?
Your gun, Leach. We know it's empty.
You've been out there all night, ain't you? I never figured any sheriff was that smart.
I wasn't that smart, Leach. I didn't figure this out. The masked man brung us here just now.
Hey, Sheriff, here's the gold from the Wells Fargo office. It was in the saddlebag.
Hold on to it, Johnson. Yeah, Leach, like I was saying, this here was the masked man's ID.
Him, huh? He set up that forked stick with the pebbles on it?
Yes, Bailey. Tonto and I did it. And those noises you heard.
We thought it was a bear.
Tonto's an expert at imitating animal sounds. You recall when your bear broke away?
You mean you fixed that, too?
We did. That bear was hungry. You've been starving it for so long. We used the scent of meat to make him break his chain. And when he followed the scent...
He followed the scent and come right to you.
Yes. Now you're prisoner, Sheriff.
We got a masked man, thanks to you.
Tonto, you've got the bear?
Me and Bear good friends now.
Stop him! Stop him! He's coming after me!
Stop, big fella! Stop! Calm down, Rocky. Calm down.
Get me out of here, Sheriff. Take me to jail. Any place so I don't have to look at that bear.
I sure will. Mister, if you want to turn that bear over to me, we'd be real friendly to him.
No, Sheriff. This bear will harm no one, but he's a wild animal. And wild animals shouldn't be captives. We're setting him free.
Well, suit yourself. Come on, men. Let's head for town. Up on your horses, you coyote. Adios, stranger, and thanks.
Adios.
We alone now, Kemosabe.
Unfasten the bear's chain, Tonto.
Yes.
Now, boy, easy. Easy while I get off this collar. There. Now go. The country's yours. Here, Silver.
We ride, Kemosabe?
Yes, Tonto. Our work here is finished. Yep. Steady, Silver. Steady, old boy.
Look.
Yes, Tonto. The bear's going off. He's heading west for the Rockies.
Him go home.
Let's hope he gets there, Tonto. Look at him shake his head. He realizes that he's free, Tonto. Free. All right, Silver. Come on, old boy.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began when a man who wanted to play king and ended with a real king taking top billing. Old King Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Wheaties flakes are not very large, but my, what they have for you. They've got vitamins and minerals and protein galore. They've got crispness and a nut-like taste. And they're flake after flake of genuine fun. Breakfast fun. Like when you slice bananas on Wheaties and pour on the milk and spoon into 'em and chomp down on 'em. What could be more eating fun and still be so good for you? Why, every Wheaties flake is a whole kernel of wheat. And you know how much whole wheat does for you. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast of kids. Breakfast of grown-ups from coast to coast. No, Wheaties flakes are not very large, but you dig into them first thing in the morning and they'll still be with you long toward noon. And that's a promise. Buy some Wheaties. Buy lots of Wheaties very, very soon. And see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Chicago's theatrical district at night is a river of light, flashing marquees, and gay crowds. But through it flows a deep current of hunger and disenchantment. illusion, and hope. Yes, hope, forever dying, but never quite dead. There was hope, a strained, threadbare hope on old Max Saracen's face as I crossed Randolph Street and saw him buttonholing Charles Kelsey. Kelsey's a play producer, currently more famous for the frequency of his marriages than those of his stage hits. As I strolled up, Max had one hand on Kelsey's arm, his gaunt, bearded face eager and anxious.
You should have notified me, Charles. I certainly would have appeared at the tryouts if I'd known they were being held. Surely it's not too late.
I'm sorry, old boy. Oh, hello there, Randy.
Hiya, Charlie. Hello, Max.
Charles, listen. You know my work. Remember my performances in the Theater Guild Shakespeare Festival. Me King Lear, me Richard III.
Yes, Max, yes, but that was over 20 years ago.
And it was I who asked that grand old man of the theater, Frank Gaydosh, to take you on as an assistant. If it weren't for me...
Can't you understand? Henry IV has already been cast. What do you do with a fellow like this, Randy?
Henry IV? Don't tell me Shakespeare on Randolph Street.
Why not? In modern dress and a few sensational innovations that I promise you, Randy, will make Chicago sit up and take notice.
Well, maybe you got something, Kelsey.
I promise you they will sit up and take notice, Charles, if I do King Henry for you. It cannot be too late.
Oh,
you said yourself it'll be...
Max Saracen paid no attention to me. His haunted eyes were fixed on Charles Kelsey, and his tall, angular figure towered over us as he pleaded with the producer. The old actor had a single-track mind.
I'm sorry, Max.
But I could see that as far as Kelsey was concerned, it was going in the wrong direction. It embarrassed me to hear him plead with Kelsey, for the old man had once been great.
Shakespeare's kings from Priam to Claudius.
I've said all I've got to say to you tonight, Max. Now, if you'll kindly remove your hand from my arm...
I'm not asking for any major part, Charles. The part of the king is fairly minor in this play, but it was made for me.
Max, for the last time...
Charles, please, I need it.
Oh, you relic, you. Do I have to use force?
Oh, cut out the rough stuff, Kelsey. Don't!
Move! Nay, hold!
The old man changed before my very eyes. It was frightening. He was suddenly a giant, taller and broader than I'd ever seen him, the stoop in his back gone and rage blazing from a face of iron. He stood like a king in majestic wrath, his eyes darting about until he spotted Charles Kelsey pushing his way through the crowd.
Hold, you foul, fat-witted dog! Stop!
Max, wait!
Keep away. Take your hands off me.
Max, don't be a fool.
I'm warning you, Max. I don't want to hurt... Help! Help me!
Max, stop it. Stop it. You're killing him. Max staggered back as I drove my shoulder into his chest, and Kelsey dropped to the pavement, still kicking. I hurried Max across the street where my car was parked and took off just as a cop showed up. When we got out of traffic, I headed out Sheridan Road along the lake. A nice cool breeze blowing off the water, Max. Feel better?
Why, yes. I feel all right. You're Randy Stone, the journalist.
Who did you think it was?
I just didn't... what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? You had a little argument. Max, look at me. Don't you remember?
Oh, what time is it?
Wait, it's nearly 8.
Oh, I'm late. How could I have forgotten?
What?
I was going to see Mr. Kelsey, Charles Kelsey, you know, the producer.
Oh, I see.
He's opening with the production of Henry IV. You've probably heard about it.
Yeah. Now, look, Max, why don't you join me in a bite to eat at Mr. Joe's? What do you say?
Why, what time did you say it is?
It's about 8.
8. He often works late. Yes, of course. My dear lad, would you mind dropping me by Charles Kelsey's office on Randolph Street, the Warwick Building? I may catch him yet.
Well, look, we can call him up and... Uh-oh.
Eh? What is it?
A police car just pulled in behind us. Some Eagle Scout must have taken down my license number.
What do you mean? Why?
Max Saracen?
Yes, I'm he.
All right, climb out.
What? I?
Now, look, officer.
What's the meaning of this?
The meaning is you're under arrest.
They bundled Max into their car and drove off. I tailed them to headquarters where Max was booked for simple assault, a misdemeanor, and held on $50 bail. I found a telephone and called up Max's home. His wife answered. She broke down when I told her what had happened.
Well, how could he? He was depending so much on getting a part of Mr. Kelsey's play. It meant everything.
Well, Max isn't well, Mrs. Saracen. The quicker you get him to a doctor, the better off he'll be.
I can't. I haven't got $50. We haven't anything, Mr. Stone. Well, there isn't even any food in the house.
Oh,
Max, he's been going crazy trying to make ends meet, trying to pay my doctor's bill.
Well, look, don't Don't worry now. I'll see what can be done. Well, what could I do? Not much. So I went to the office. I touched a few of the boys for 5 here at 10 there until I had it. Then I went back to headquarters. The desk sergeant stared at the money.
What's this?
Max Harrison's bail. You can turn him loose.
I turned him loose about 20 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, Kelsey dropped the charges.
Oh, I see. He must have finally figured out which side his publicity was butted on. Max go home?
I don't think so. Kelsey sent a limousine over to pick him up. He wants to see him.
Kelsey? Wants to see Max?
Well, that's what the chauffeur said. You know, Stone, I'm beginning to wonder if I did the right thing. The old man didn't seem right in the head. I'm kind of worried.
You're worried. So long, Sergeant.
Hey, where are you going?
To Kelsey's office before Max kills him. I couldn't imagine why Charles Kelsey would want to tempt fate by bringing Max to his office. But whatever the reason, I was too fond of the old actor to have him run the risk of killing a man. I rushed to the Warwick building, went up to the 10th floor where Kelsey maintained his offices. I was about to go in when the door jerked open. Max Harrison shuffled out, pushing past me blindly, and I grabbed his arm. Hey, Max.
Eh? Oh, Randy.
What is it? What happened?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Why?
What did Kelsey want to see you about?
He offered me a job. A job.
Max.
Yes?
What kind of a job?
Playing a part.
What kind of a part?
I can't tell you. Please let go of me, Randy.
No, wait a minute, Max. Now, wait a minute. What's the big mystery? What kind of a job is this going to be, anyway?
Oh, it will be the death of me. Now, please, let go my arm, Randy. The death of me.
Max.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know something? You use up an awful lot of energy in a day, whether you're mending fences or breaking sales records, writing novels or wringing out clothes. Doesn't much matter. You burn it up like a champion ball player burns it up. So why shouldn't you store up energy like a champion stores it up? Why shouldn't Wheaties be doing for you what Wheaties do for ball players? Well, I can answer that question. Wheaties should. Wheaties should be giving you vitamins and minerals and proteins. Wheaties should be giving you that early morning energy that helps you through the whole AM. Wheaties should be providing you with crisp, nut-like eating fun at breakfast. And believe me, Wheaties will if you give them a chance. They're not known as breakfast of champions for nothing. Not on your life. Every Wheaties flake is made from a whole kernel of wheat. It counts big in that breakfast bowl. And the more the Wheaties, the bigger the breakfast time help you get. Very simple, really. You buy Wheaties, you bring them home, you eat them faithfully when you bounce out of bed, and Wheaties will give you what the ball players get, right in your own sunny kitchen. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Just like that. Try them. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After Max Harrison had publicly humiliated Charles Kelsey by attacking him in the street, I didn't think the producer was going to offer Max a job without some kind of a catch to it. And when Max emerged from Kelsey's office, I could see by his face that I was right. The old actor was crushed. I barged into Kelsey's office to find out for myself and to warn him that he was playing with dynamite.
Mr. Stone, no man or woman, for that matter, can cross me with impunity. I keep books and I settle all accounts. Every slight, every blow, every insult. I keep a record of them all, Mr. Stone. I overlook nothing, and I repay with interest.
What satisfaction's there getting even with someone who doesn't even know what he did to you?
You expect me to believe that?
Your mind is so narrow it squeezes right through the facts.
I'll remember that.
I wish you would. Max is a sick man. Now, what kind of a job did you give him? Now, let's have it.
Take your hands off me.
I asked you. Why is he so upset?
Disappointment, what else? He wanted the part of King Henry. All I could give him was the job of understudy.
Understudy? Then why the secrecy?
The old ham fancies himself another Barrymore. He doesn't want it known that he's had to accept the part of a mere understudy. It's quite obvious, isn't it?
When is this show going to open?
Oh, in 3 or 4 months, I imagine. You satisfied? Now get out.
Yes, I'll be happy to, just as soon as you tell me who's going to play financial angel to your Shakespearean clam bake now that your wife has separated her bankroll from it.
My wife and I have suffered long enough from the malicious lies of scandalmongers like you, Mr. Stone.
Oh, yes, I know. What about that well-known scandal sheet, the court record? That separation suit was faked, I suppose.
Mrs. Kelsey has reconsidered since then.
Oh, well, congratulations. You stay married to her long enough, you too can be in the social register.
The social register. I'd express an opinion on that point, Stone, but not to you. My wife's passion for blue blood is a foible outside the realm of this discussion. However, if it helps convince you that we've solved our differences, you might note that we're entertaining tonight with a little reception in honor of Count Raphael de Guidio.
Oh, where did Max go when he left here?
How do I know? Now, will you get out of here?
Yes, with pleasure. I need a little fresh air.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Saracen.
Yes?
It's Randy Stone again.
Oh.
Has Max gotten home yet?
No, he'll be home late. He's dining out.
What's that?
He called up a little while ago. I guess you know what happened, don't you? It was awfully generous of Mr. Kelsey. The whole thing was a mistake. He never meant to have Max arrested. But I do appreciate your concern for Max. It was good of you to call me.
Look, who is Max dining with?
Well, it was Mr. Kelsey at his home. He wants to discuss a part with Max for his Henry IV. It's a wonderful break. Just what we've been hoping for. Max was all choked up with emotion when he told me about it. It's about time. Poor darling.
So Kelsey had actually invited Max over to his home. Why? What kind of web was he weaving for the old actor? Whatever it was, I knew it had only one purpose in Kelsey's twisted mind, to destroy Max Saracen, to get even. I got into my car and headed for the Gold Coast where Kelsey lived. I pulled up in the courtyard, went to the door, flashed my press card at the butler.
Thank you, sir. I believe you'll find most of the press people in the next room, by the punch bowl.
Oh, thank you for the tip, but I'm looking for one special character, Max Saracen. Have you seen him?
Saracen, sir? No, sir, I do not believe...
All right, I'll look around. He's probably somewhere in that mob on the ballroom floor.
I think not, sir. There has been no Mr. Saracen. I've let in everyone, sir, and there's been no one by that name. That's quite definite, sir. I would remember a name like that.
Yes, well, I'll look anyway, thank you. I shouldered my way through all that soup and fish, feeling as conspicuous in my everyday clothes as a burglar at a policeman's convention. Where was Max? I glanced from one face to another. There must have been nearly 300 of them there. Was he in another part of the house? Had he come in by another entrance? I couldn't be sure. Kelsey was nowhere to be seen either. If he was alone with Max, there was no telling what would happen. I spotted Mrs. Kelsey over with a group of females clustered about the guest of honor. I was heading in her direction for information when a voice behind me brought me up short.
Stone! Well, what are you doing here?
I'm slumming, Kelsey. Where's Max? I know he was coming here.
Charles. Well, it's about time you were arriving. Whatever's been keeping you?
I've been tied up at the office, and then I had to get dressed. Oh, Edith, this is Mr. Stone, the Chicago Star. My wife.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Charles, the Count has been here for quite some time now. Come on and meet him. Hurry.
Kelsey, as soon as you're through, I'd like a word with you.
Mr. Stone, you really should meet the Count Raphael de Guidio yourself. He's just arrived from Barcelona, and he's truly one of the most delightful and charming gentlemen I've ever met. A true aristocrat.
Yes, it'll be a pleasure, I'm sure.
This way. Oh, poor man. Just look at him over there behind those palms.
Where? I don't see him.
Over there, in the midst of all those women. They're simply devouring him. Oh, Count Raphael. We'd better go round. Here he is. Oh, Count Guidio.
Signora Kelsey. I am... Oh.
The Count de Guidio stood staring at me. A red ribbon of honor, 3 medals decorating his magnificent dress coat. In fact, any way you looked at him, he was a magnificent figure of a man with a magnificent snow-white Van Dyke beard, every inch an aristocrat. Except, of course, he wasn't the Count de Guidio at all. He was Max Saracen.
My husband, Charles, Your Highness.
It is indeed a pleasure, Mr. Kelsey.
I have been looking forward to this for a long time, Count. Yes, indeed.
And Mr.
Stone. Randolph Stone, Esquire.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The Count de Guidio. Mr. Stone is a journalist.
Well met, Mr. Stone. Well met. I have always admired the gentlemen of the Fourth Estate. To hold a mirror to our life and times is a profession requiring discretion, understanding, and perhaps the ability to say less than one knows.
Why, Count Raphael, you're a philosopher.
Yes, I see what you mean, Your Highness. Silence, even for a journalist,
can be golden, Mr. Stone.
Yes, golden. It can also be yellow.
Oh, I see Commodore and Mrs. Dwight Vredenberg have just arrived. Will you excuse me, please? I'll bring them over.
All right, what goes on here? What's the idea?
Randy, please.
I'm paying him well for this. Will you join me in a bit of punch, Randy? If His Highness will excuse us.
But, of course.
All right.
Come on, have a glass of punch, Stone. It isn't too bad.
You won't get away with it, not after the morning edition.
After tonight, Stone, the more you expose me, the better I like it. You know, it occurs to me that I should have invited you here in the first place. Your present fits very nicely.
What are you trying to do?
Teach my wife a lesson. Come on, I do say, have some punch.
No, thank you. I've already tasted it.
My dear blue-blooded wife will get the lesson of her life.
Kelsey, why don't you see a psychiatrist?
You do need a drink, old boy.
Yeah. Is there a real Count Egidio? I suppose there must be.
Naturally. He was due to be here tonight, but I received a wire at my office saying that his plane was grounded en route from Miami, Lisbon, and Point Cease. So, not wishing my dear wife to be disappointed...
Charles?
Yes?
Oh, I'm afraid the Count isn't feeling very well. Oh, dear, I suppose it has been an awfully hard trip. He has to leave.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry. Where is he?
In the hall. I've had Perkins bring him his things. Oh, it really is too bad with the evening so young.
Max was getting into a big black limousine as I ran down the stairs to the driveway. I called to him. Max! The car door slammed shut. The uniformed chauffeur threw the limousine into gear and spun away as I reached the side of the car. I was about to turn and go back into the house to question Kelsey when I saw the car circle the driveway and stop at the servants' entrance. As I hurried over, Max was getting out and was stripping off his overcoat. Oh, Max, now don't tell me that Kelsey wants that outfit back before you go.
Randy.
What goes on?
If you must know, I'm going to help in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yes, the kitchen. Are you satisfied?
But why? What for?
For $100.
$100? How much did you get for playing the Count?
Also $100. But I don't get it until I earn the second $100.
But why? Why would he pay $100 for a dishwasher?
I don't know, but I've got to do it, Randy. I need the money. You might as well know it. Now go away, please. Let me get it over with.
Okay, Max, but you'll get it over with a lot faster with an understudy to assist you.
An understudy?
Yeah, me. Come on. So this was the payoff. This was the booby trap. I couldn't help feeling it was even meaner than it looked, and I wanted to be around to try to keep it from exploding. We went around and back the servants' entrance and stepped into the kitchen. Servants had evidently been briefed by Kelsey, but they said not a word. They asked no questions. They just stared at us and whispered a little to each other. A stout old dame pointed to the pile of dishes in the sink.
Them there.
Thank you.
What about an apron, Max? You can't wash dishes in that dress suit without...
I've got to, just as I am. It's part of the agreement. I won't kid you, Randy. I've got to do this. It's vital. My wife and I, we've been starving.
You don't have to tell me. Look, when Kelsey decides to get even, he doubles it in spades. We grabbed a couple of dish mops and went to work. Max laughed silently to himself as he worked, silently and bitterly. He turned to me.
A king to account to a scullery boy in one short day. A breathless descent, eh, Randy?
For my dough, you're still king, Max.
Thank you, lad. Aye, a king. You may me glory in me state deposed, but not me griefs. I'm still king of those... Oh, I dropped it.
Oh, forget about it. What's another dish to Kelsey?
There I lie like a broken plate, used briefly and then... Life is short, Randy, so short.
So what? It's not the length, but the performance that counts, and you were always great, Max, always.
You're a kind wag, me lad. A veritable squire of the night, a minion of the moon. We're the moon's lovers, you and I, Randy, governed by her as is the sea. For our fortunes do ebb and flow like the ocean's tides, now up, now down.
Well, that's life, Max. It's like sitting in the aisle seat in the movies. Pass the cleanser.
By heaven, I'll hate you everlastingly if you bid me be of comfort anymore. I am barren, bereft of friends.
But you're not, Max.
I have lost the name of king. Me jewels are a set of tawdry beads, me place a verminous hermitage. may rich apparel a beggar's garb. Oh, make foul weather with despised tears. Curse heaven and die.
Oh, he's falling to pieces. I've got to get him out of here before...
Right in here, ladies and gentlemen, tycoons, barons, and literary lions. Here's the surprise I told you about.
Kelsey, stay out of here.
Hold the music, please, please. Here he is, your nobleman from Spain, your aristocrat, the Count Raphael de Guidio in person.
Count Raphael, what's the meaning of this? Charles.
This is the silk purse, my dear. The one you keep telling me cannot be made from a sow's ear. Well, look at it. The sow's ear that you were convinced was the silk purse I never could become. You're born gentleman. The kind of gentleman I never could be. Oh, no, I'm not good enough. Well, meet him. How goes it, Count? When you're through with those dishes, come out and give these hypocrites some more samples of your wits and gentility. Look at him, Edith. Look! Your gentleman, my hired clown.
Oh, you unspeakable.
Oh, you weak-minded phony. Only thing you've proved is that Max is a gentleman compared to you.
Villain! Viper damned beyond redemption.
Max, take it easy.
Snake whom we've warmed with our heart's blood. Spotted Judas.
Keep away from me.
Will ye bring
Max.
calumny upon our fair name? By heaven.
Max, don't. Come back.
Get away! Get away! Put me down!
But it wasn't Max. Someone else, a giant, a king with a face of iron.
Let go! Help!
Oh, put him down, Max. Put him down.
I'll make a Golgotha, you grinning skull.
No, Max, don't. Put him down.
When there are devils, cast them out.
Max had lifted him over his head and hurled him through the window to the street below. I clutched his arm and half dragged, half pushed him out of the door and down the stairs to the street. I got him into my car and we drove about for a while. He sat beside me, staring ahead lifelessly as he had once before that night. The power and the majesty had gone out of him. He was just a tired old man once more, talking to himself without making a sound. I stopped in front of a drugstore. I got out and found a telephone. I dialed the Kelsey residence.
Yes?
Who's talking?
Sergeant Charles Inc., City Police. Who's this?
Oh, this Randy Stone. I just left there a little while ago.
You took Max Saracen with you.
Yeah, that's right. He's with me now.
Keep him there. Where are you?
In front of a drugstore, corner of Main and Flower. How is Kelsey? Was he hurt much?
Yeah, he's dead.
I went to the car and sat down beside Max. He looked at me with a strange new light on his bearded face. One that was tragic and far off.
We have lost the name of kings. May golden cup becomes a dish of wood.
Easy, Max.
May one time kingdom a grave, a little grave, an obscure grave.
Max, listen to me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Nay, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. For death sits within the hollow crown that rounds our mortal temples and grins the buffoon, scoffing at our state. I, a king? You have mistook me all the while. But I only live by bread like you, dear coz, like you. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. Aye, in my heart as I...
He sat there beside me quoting Shakespeare. He didn't know me or hear me. I don't think he ever saw me.
Once more.
He was in another world.
Once
a world
more.
of his own dreams.
Try God for heaven.
I heard the siren of the approaching police car.
St. George.
And I know that though his body still lived, Max was gone. The king was dead. Well, the lights are winking out one by one from Clark Street with its flop houses to State Street with its glittering shops. Dawn is around the corner, bringing an end to sleep and to the dreams of those who walk by day and rest by night. Well, as Mr. Shakespeare himself once said, life itself is but a dream. But dream or real, we only go through here once. Too bad we don't make more of it. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
And here he is, the star of Night Beat. That was a fine story tonight, Frank Lovejoy.
Well, thank you very much, and let's thank Wheaties. Wheaties is sort of our middle name this summer, huh?
Well, a nicer middle name I can't think of, Frank. Folks at your house getting the Wheaties every morning, just like always?
Oh, sure. The kids love them. I do, too, as a matter of fact. We got a regular spot for Wheaties on the kitchen shelf. You know, the salt goes here, flour goes here, Wheaties go here, right up in front, of course.
Sure, I know. Every well-run cupboard should have a spot for the Wheaties. And millions of cupboards do, I guess.
Yeah, say, what is it they say about Wheaties?
America's favorite whole wheat flake.
Breakfast of champions, that's it.
Attaboy. Thank you, Frank Lovejoy. We'll see you next week. Get your Wheaties, folks. As Frank said, keep 'em right up in front of the kitchen shelf. Have 'em for breakfast tomorrow morning. Remember, Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Erwin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Max Saracen was played by Tudor Owen. Wally Mayer played Kelsey. Others in tonight's cast were Eleanor Audley, Ann Keenan, and Harry Bartell. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Forest fires again are destroying thousands upon thousands of our precious wooded areas and watersheds. 9 out of 10 forest fires are started by human carelessness. Crush out all cigars and cigarettes. Break matches in two after using. Drench campfires. Always find out what the law is about the use of fire in any particular wooded area. Save our forests from their enemy. Next, Ilona Massey stars on Top Secret on NBC.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters presents the case of the date with death, when murder linked an old coat, a woman in the rain, and angry police officers out to avenge a slain comrade.
M. Joseph Wallace, Chief Inspector, Baltimore City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Inspector Wallace.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin tonight's case on a Sunday afternoon in late November 1947. A huge crowd had gathered in the Baltimore Municipal Stadium to watch the Baltimore Colts in a professional football game. The weather had been threatening all afternoon, and during the third quarter, the skies opened up. Many of the fans scurried out of the rain for cover beneath the stands. One of these was an attractive young woman who ran down a ramp toward the first shelter where a man was standing.
Is there room in there?
Room enough.
Oh, thanks. Oh, football.
The greatest game in the world.
Maybe on television. Look at my hair.
It's very nice.
Nice and wet. 50,000 idiots. 50,000 idiots watching a few men dribble a ball up and down out there in the pouring rain.
How about a cigarette?
Yes. Thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Yes. Very nice.
What?
Your hair.
Oh. You should see it in pin curls.
I'd love to.
Well, thanks for the cigarette.
So you're not going back into the pouring rain, are you?
Oh, I've got a date out there.
He's more interested in football than in you.
Looks that way.
Not very smart, is he?
He just likes football.
So what do you say you and me find some place to have a drink?
Oh, I couldn't run out on him.
You won't even miss him.
How do you know I won't miss him?
Well, that's another story.
Do you know of some place nearby where we can get a drink?
Sure.
I suppose we should have been introduced proper.
I'll introduce us. My name is Wood, Roy Wood.
Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Wood.
Roy.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Roy. I'm Helen.
Just Helen? That's nice.
Helen Denny.
Well, what are we standing here for? Shall we go?
Okay, why not? Oh, football.
You see, I told you I'd find a place where we could have a drink.
Well, here's to the Baltimore Colts. May they be victorious, wet or dry.
Say, what made you run out of the rain and right into me?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's the way it was meant.
Yeah, it was meant, Helen. You and me. We were meant.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
It is that way. You know it.
Roy, how crazy can we get? Known each other 20 minutes.
I couldn't be the liquor. We haven't even finished our first drink yet.
And what is it? You know, this is funny. I'm 28 years old. I feel like a schoolgirl. Like a kid in saddle shoes.
You want to hear how I feel?
I hope I know.
You do, baby.
Tell me all about yourself. Where do you live? What do you do? Everything.
Oh, I live out on 33rd.
You do? I live out that way myself, on Pratt, near Broadway.
We're practically neighbors. It's made to order.
Well, what do you do? For a living, I mean.
Oh, odd jobs.
What do you mean, odd jobs?
Oh, just that. I don't believe in tying myself down from 9 to 5 every day. When I need money, I work for it.
Oh.
You look a little bit disappointed.
Well, I just took it for granted that everybody had a job.
Well, let's just say that I'm more in the professional line. If there's anything I need, I just get it.
Nice to be able to get anything you need.
Is there anything you need, honey?
Nothing I can think of right now.
Well, don't let it worry you, Helen. I get along.
I'm sure you do. I think it stopped raining now.
Then we'll celebrate. We'll have another drink, huh?
All right, Roy. Let's have another drink.
Waiter. Waiter, hey, waiter.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, during the next few weeks that Roy Wood and Helen Denny became better acquainted, he was the subject of considerable thought in another part of Baltimore. But the man thinking about Roy Wood was not so fortunate as Helen Denny. He knew neither Wood's name nor his whereabouts. He was Detective Lieutenant George G. Bryan of the Baltimore Police Department. And as he sat at his desk one afternoon, the door to his office opened.
Hello, Lieutenant. Oh, Sergeant Mayer, come in here. I want to talk to you. I thought you swore you'd take a Sunday or two off. Well, not this Sunday, Sergeant. Sit down.
Thanks.
How was Cleveland?
We got a conviction.
Yeah, I read about it. Well, are you ready to go to work?
Have you got trouble?
Yeah. Some stick-ups out of North Baltimore. Cab drivers. 7 of them so far. Between 9 o'clock at night and 2, 3 in the morning, this boy hops in a cab, asks to be taken someplace, puts a gun on the driver.
Only in North Baltimore?
So far, only in North Baltimore.
Any information on them, Lieutenant?
Only the description given by the victims. 25 to 30, 5, 8, or 9, 150 to 60 pounds, good-looking, dresses well.
I see. Want me to get on it?
Yep. have a look at the report, Sergeant, and the uniform men out there are pretty much on the watch for this boy. They're taking a good look at every taxicab in the street at night. Talk to the uniform commander out in Northeast tonight. Maybe you can be of some help to each other.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Hop in, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, what a night.
Yeah, looks like we're in for a big snow tonight. Thank heavens I'm through in another hour. Boy, I hate that driving that snow. Old man Winter should drop dead. Where to?
Alameda and 33rd.
Right? Yeah, every winter I say to myself, Ernie, they got taxi cabs in Florida. Go to Miami, get yourself a job for the winter. Will you ever do it? Look at me. I got flat feet. Hey, did you ever hear of anybody getting flat feet pushing a hack?
Shut up.
What?
Look, mister, I don't want any more talk out of you. All I want is your dough. Now keep your eye on the street, but remember, this is a gun sticking in your back.
Well, take it easy now.
You take it easy if you ever want to get to Miami. Where's your dough?
Right here in this pocket.
Keep your hands on the wheel. I'll reach for it.
Yeah, that's the pocket.
That's all you got?
Well, look, I had a bad night. It ain't my fault I had a bad night. Want me to pull over so you can get out now?
Alameda and 33rd.
Yeah, Alameda and 33rd. I hate to remark about it now, buddy, but in my rear view mirror it comes up a squad car. You know, cops.
Just keep on driving.
Yeah. They're still there.
I see them.
There's a red light down there. You want me to stop for the red light or go on through?
Stop for it.
Yeah. Right alongside. They're pulling right alongside.
Don't give them any high sign.
I won't. Not me. Uh-oh, one of them's getting out to have a look. Here he comes.
Keep your mouth shut.
Okay.
Is everything all right, driver?
Yeah, officer,
you. Me? Step out of there. Let me have a look at you. Huh. It's snowing, officer. Step out here. Oh, all right. You can have a look at this.
Hey! Halt! Stop that man! Stop him! He's got a gun! Come on now, let's go! Come on! I'm right with you here.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, honey. Roy, let me in.
Roy. It's after 2 a.m.
Please, let me in, please.
All right.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks a lot.
What's the matter with you, Roy?
Never mind, I'll be all right.
Where's your coat? You should have more sense than to go out on a night like this without your coat.
I should have had more sense than to go out, period.
What's the matter with you, Roy?
Don't you have any idea?
When you wake me up at 2 o'clock in the morning and practically break into my room, I don't care for riddles. I'm entitled to an explanation.
Helen, you love me?
What's that got to do with it?
It's got plenty to do with it.
All I want is a reasonable explanation.
All right. You hear those sirens? That's your explanation.
You're in trouble.
You bet I'm in trouble.
I'm sure you can straighten it out.
Not this kind of trouble you can't straighten out.
Were you in a fight?
Sort of a fight, yeah. Only worse.
Well, what happened?
They were chasing me. It's a break. You live right in the neighborhood. They're probably looking for me on the street right downstairs.
Not the police.
Now, who else do you think?
Oh, Roy.
That's not that much of a shock, Helen. You know it.
Yes, Roy, I know it.
Look, you let me stay a while, won't you, baby? Let me stay here.
Yes. As long as you want.
Good girl. Now, look, there's something you have to do for me.
What?
My overcoat. I couldn't run with it. I threw it in the alley next to the tavern around the corner. I want you to get dressed and go get it for me.
But, Roy...
Please, honey, if they find the coat, they can find me. They have ways. Please, baby, if you love me.
All right. I'll get dressed.
Lieutenant Bryan.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Mayer.
Patrolman Benedict was dead on arrival at the hospital.
Yeah, we heard, Lieutenant.
Any sign of this man out there, Sergeant?
No, he probably ducked in someplace. But we found an overcoat in an alley off Pratt Street. It might be his. He might have shed it to make better time running.
Well, that may be a break, Sergeant. Bring the coat in here right away.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, Baltimore detectives finally had their first tangible lead toward the identity of the hold-up man, Roy Wood. But unfortunately, it didn't come until the hold-up man became the murderer of a policeman. Detectives still had a long way to travel in the case, but they were able to take shortcuts because of a news vendor and a curt telegram.
Gangbusters. And now we hear again from tonight's narrator, Chief Inspector M. Joseph Wallace of Baltimore.
Thank you. As you know, Roy Wood, a hold-up man, shot and killed a Baltimore policeman who sought to question him. The killer escaped on foot, although pursued by the policeman's partner. It was about an hour later when the girl, Helen, came in the front door of her house and walked down the hall toward her room where the killer, Roy Wood, was waiting.
Baby, I thought you'd never get back. I thought you... The coat, where's the coat?
I looked in the alley, Roy. It wasn't there.
I guess they got it. Guess the cops picked it up.
Roy.
Huh?
You killed that policeman, didn't you?
Listen, baby.
Did you or didn't you?
Yeah, it was me.
The whole neighborhood is up. There are police cars all over.
Listen, honey, you won't say anything to anybody about this, will you?
How could you do it, Roy?
I did it, that's all. You won't say anything, will you?
Why didn't you leave me alone? Why'd you have to bring me all this?
Baby, I love you. You know what'll happen if they get me, you know, don't you?
You weren't fair to me, Roy. You should have let me know what I was getting into.
I know I should have, but I didn't. Honey, you won't say anything, will you?
No, Roy. I won't say anything.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks a lot.
What are you going to do, Roy?
I don't know. I gotta think.
They got the coat. You said they might be able to find you through the coat.
Yeah. I'll have to get out of town for a little while. I better go back to my room now and get some things.
But, Roy, the streets are full of policemen. If they see somebody without an overcoat...
Yeah, that's right. Can I stay here a little while longer?
All right. But you mustn't go back to your room, Roy. You mustn't go back at all.
Hey, Johnny, Lieutenant in there?
Yeah, he's in there, Sergeant.
Thanks.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Come in, Sergeant.
Well, I guess we can put this overcoat in cold storage.
No luck, huh?
I traced it from the manufacturer to the retailer, the United on Fayette Street. They keep records of names and addresses of customers only when there's alterations. No alterations on this coat.
Well, how about their memory? Doesn't anybody there have a good memory?
Yeah, they remember having coats of this style in stock. That's about all. Nobody remembers selling this one.
Any cleaner's marks in it?
No, the coat's never been cleaned. Well, we at least know the guy is a perfect 40.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
It's pretty much of a sure thing this guy lives or did live in North Baltimore.
From the way he operated, yeah.
You want to waste a little time?
How?
Well, if he does live in North Baltimore someplace, there's somebody that's seen him and knows him. I think we ought to take this coat and visit every store and bar between Monroe and Hanover, north of Franklin. The coat's not the most ordinary ever made. Maybe somebody will recognize it and know the guy.
Maybe.
Don't you think it's worth it?
Sure, Lieutenant. I think it's worth it. Anything's worth it.
Son! Ollie! What do you read? Son, News Post? Paper, buddy?
No, not just now. I'm a police officer.
Yeah? Son, News Post? What do you read? What do you read? Paper?
Look, the shopkeepers around here tell me you know most everybody in the neighborhood.
They can read, I know 'em. Son, News Post, Ollie.
You know the owner of this coat?
That coat there?
Yeah.
I don't look at people's coats up. Hey, that could be Roy's.
Roy? Roy who?
How should I know Roy who? He buys the paper from me once in a while. I call him Roy.
Who calls him Roy?
The guys. He hangs out in that bar down the street, Casey's.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
For what? What do you read? Paper, all late, Sun Post. What do you read?
Hey, bartender.
Yeah? What'll it be?
Are you Casey?
I am.
I'm from the police department.
Oh, well. Have a drink on the house.
You got a customer, Roy?
I got lots of customers. Some of them's named Roy.
Coat.
Sweet suffering chipmunks. What's happened to Roy? Nothing yet.
Well, he ain't been in here in a week.
What's Roy's other name?
Roy Wood, Woods, something like that. What's the matter with him?
Is he about 25 to 30 years old? 60?
Yeah, that's him.
Where does he live?
Well, I don't know exactly. Over on 33rd someplace, but he ain't been in here in a week. Sweet suffering chipmunks, what's he got himself into?
Who knows? We just want to have a little talk with him. Thanks, Casey. Thanks a lot.
Deposit 45 cents, please.
Yeah. Here you are.
There's your party.
Helen?
Yes, Roy. How are you?
Miserable, baby.
Me too.
Honey, listen. Nobody's been around to see you. You know who I mean.
No, nobody's been around.
Ah, good. I guess everything's okay then. I'm coming back to Baltimore.
I don't know, Roy. It's too soon.
I've got to come back.
Roy.
I know what I'm doing, baby. I'll be in touch with you.
All right, Roy. Goodbye.
Bye, honey.
Why, you gentlemen are certainly mistaken. Roy Wood is a fine young man. I wouldn't have rented a room to him unless he was a fine young man.
But he hasn't been home in a week.
I told you he's a fine young man.
Mrs. Porter, you're positive this is his coat?
Well, I can't be positive, but he has one like it.
It wasn't in his room.
Well, if he went away, he must have taken the coat with him.
You say that Roy never brought any friends here?
Never.
You never saw any of his friends?
No. I asked him not to have company, and he didn't. He's a very respectable young man.
Well, what about women? Did you ever see him with any women?
No, I never saw him with any women. But those that he did go out with were very nice girls.
How do you know they were very nice girls?
Well, this last one, she sounded like a very nice young lady over the phone.
You spoke to her?
Of course, several times. I took messages for Roy.
What kind of messages?
Well, this girl, this Helen, she called and left a number 2 or 3 times. She sounded like a very nice girl.
What'd you do with the number?
Oh, now, what would I do with the telephone number? I scratched it on the telephone book.
May we see the telephone book, Mrs. Porter?
If you insist, this way.
Thank you.
But Roy Wood is a fine young man. A very fine young man.
Here she is, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Bryan, Helen Denny.
Sit down, Miss Denny.
You have no right to drag me down here to the police station and keep me waiting so long. I think I'm entitled to some explanation.
She says she hasn't seen Roy Wood in a week.
That's true.
Exactly how many times did you see Roy Wood altogether?
I don't know. I didn't stop to count.
You heard from him in the last week?
No, I haven't heard from him.
Where is he now?
I told you I don't know. I don't know.
You know what we want him for?
No.
We think he killed a policeman.
That's not so.
We wish it weren't. Now, the more you try to cover up for him, the more trouble you're going to get yourself into, young lady.
I'm not trying to cover up because there's nothing to cover up.
All right. I know you've been in touch with Roy Wood.
Please.
I know it. Matter of fact, while the sergeant was bringing you down here, a Western Union messenger boy knocked on your door. You didn't know that we have a couple of men watching your house day and night, did you?
I don't know anything.
And that Western Union messenger boy, when there wasn't any answer, he slipped a telegram under your door. Would you like to read it? Here. Go on, open it up, Ellen. And you still tell me you haven't been in touch with Roy?
All right. I just don't want to see him hurt. That's all. I don't want to see him hurt.
If you don't want to see him hurt or anybody else, then you'll help us.
How?
He sent you a wire to meet him on the corner of Broadway and Pratt tonight. You will meet him.
Please. Can't you do it some other way? Do you have to get me involved in it?
You said you didn't want to see him hurt. This is the easiest way we can take him. For him, for us, and for you.
But All right. What do you want me to do?
You go home now. You'll wait until 10 minutes after 8. Then you'll walk out the front door. You'll walk down Pratt Street to Broadway. and you'll stand on the corner in front of the drugstore.
Please, Lieutenant,
You'll stand on the corner in front of the drugstore. We don't know whether he'll drive or take a cab or walk, but we do know for sure he's got a gun on him. We'll be all around there. When Roy Wood shows up, you'll drop your purse.
Drop my purse?
That's the sign to us that it is Roy Wood. I'm warning you, Helen. There'll be our men all around. You don't want to see Roy hurt. He won't get hurt if you carry off your part as you're supposed to.
To Gangbusters.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, at precisely 8:15 that night, the girl Helen waited in front of the drugstore on the busy corner of Broadway and Pratt. The eyes of several teams of detectives were fastened on the approaches to the intersection, waiting for Roy Wood to appear. As the minutes passed, she stood firm until finally she saw the fugitive crossing the street.
Hello, honey. How are you?
Hello, Roy.
Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Yes, I am glad.
Look, I've got a car parked on the block. Let's go, huh?
Roy, listen to me.
Well, come on. We can't stand here all night.
Roy, I don't want to see you hurt.
I won't. Here, I'll pick up your purse.
No, that's all right. I think it's best, Roy. I really do.
You think what's best?
All right, Wood, don't make a move.
Hey, what are you
doing? We're police officers.
Let me go, will you?
Hold still there. Uh-huh. Is this the gun you used to kill him?
You turned me in, didn't you, you little
No,
rotten...
Roy. Honest, I didn't. I just didn't want you hurt.
Go on home.
Don't you worry about her, Wood. You just come with us.
That, Gangbusters listeners, was exactly how this killer was taken by detectives of the Baltimore Police Department. He was placed on trial a short time later and convicted of first-degree murder. Roy Wood is now in a death cell at the Maryland State Penitentiary, awaiting hanging.
Thank you, Chief Inspector M. Joseph Wallace, for this insight into how Baltimore police conducted a difficult murder investigation. And congratulations to Captain of Detectives Henry J. Criss and all the officers who participated in the investigation leading to the arrest of this killer. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Les Damon and Deli Ellis in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. The Phillips H. Lord production. The Phillips H. Lord production. The Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You caused an innocent boy to spend 6 years in prison. Other people have turned their backs on the wrong that has been committed simply because you're a woman. But I'm here to see that you stand trial. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Come in.
Oh, we saw Paladin?
Oh. Hello, hey boy.
Oh, you play game solitaire, huh?
Uh-huh. I see.
Yeah, Mr. Paladin, you put up black ace.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, yes. Thank you, hey boy. Black ace, now easy.
Yeah, make a red 6 on black 7?
Oh? Oh, yes. What? What's the matter?
Over here like this, see?
Hey boy.
Then Make this one here.
Yes, I see that.
You put him here.
Look, hey...
And then this one
Hey,
go.
boy, did you want something?
How's that, Mr. Paladin?
Well, you knocked on the door.
I knocked on the... Oh, yes, sir. This letter come for you.
Oh, thank you. There's a man named Todd Griffin in Tucson, Arizona. He wants to see me. Well, guess I better get ready to leave.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you got to go right away, not even finish nice game of solitaire?
Well, No, hey, boy. I had sort of lost interest in it anyway.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women, too. So listen. Today, you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
It was late afternoon, and I had several miles still ahead of me when a hush fell on the desert. The sky deepened in color, and a thin winter rain started to fall. The dust settled, and the new-washed air was clean and spicy with sage. When I reached Tucson, I was soaked through, and I decided I'd better have a warming drink before I checked into the hotel. I stopped at the Cantino, a quiet saloon in the old section. I finished my drink in a hurry, paid for it, and started to leave.
Senor?
Yeah, I'll see you later, Wano.
Un momento, Senor Paladin.
What?
A drink for you.
Oh, no, thanks. No more, Wano. I've got to find a hotel.
But the man at the end of the bar wants to buy this drink for you.
End of the bar? Who? Which man?
It is the tall man, young with the light hair.
Oh, yeah. Well, all right, Wano. Well, thank you.
Don't mention it.
Your health.
You don't remember me, do you, Paladin?
Well,
Abilene.
Curly McLean.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's been such a long time.
Sure. I'd never forget you. But then I've got something to remember you by. That slug of yours is still in my shoulder.
You asked for it.
No, I know. And I know it didn't have to land in my shoulder. You could have put it where it would have finished the job. And you'd have been within your rights.
You were just a hot-headed kid, and what you really needed was a good spanking, but you didn't leave me any choice.
Yeah, I know. Remember what you told me?
No, what's that?
You said if I didn't simmer down and get wise, I'd see the inside of a prison.
You were really going for trouble.
I want you to know I took your advice.
Oh? I'm glad to hear it.
I left Abilene, broke up with the old bunch, came here to Arizona, took a job, worked hard.
Well, good. What are you doing now, Curly?
I just finished 6 years in Yuma Territorial Prison.
Oh.
I've been out just 2 weeks, 5 days, and 10 hours.
I won't ask you any questions, Curly, but just tell me this. Can I give you a hand? Have you any plans?
Thanks, no. There's a little matter I have to see to before I settle on anything.
And I have a business appointment tomorrow afternoon. Suppose I look you up tomorrow night. We'll talk.
Sure. I'll be around.
That night and all the next morning, I couldn't seem to get Curly McLean off my mind. When we had our little run-in back there in Abilene, he was a wild one, hell-bent for trouble, but I felt he was a good kid who just needed a little help in the right direction. And I'd tried to give it to him. I thought I'd succeeded. I wondered what had gone wrong along the way. I started early for Todd Griffin's ranch, which was some distance out of town. I inquired for him at the house and was directed to the corrals. Mr. Griffin?
Yeah?
I'm Paladin.
Paladin? Oh, yeah.
Breeding stock?
Yeah. Brought him in to straighten my herd.
Yeah. Nice layout you have here.
I figure it's quite a bit to show for the 5 years I've been in business. I tell you why I sent for you, Paladin. I make it a point never to wear a gun, so I'll have to hire one.
What makes you think you'll be needing a gun?
A man is looking for me to kill me.
How do you know this?
He made the threat 6 years ago that he'd kill me the first chance he had.
Why have you waited 6 years to get concerned about it?
Well, this is the first chance he's had. He'd been behind bars until a week before last.
Oh?
His name is McLean, a young fella. I'll show you his picture. If he ain't in town already, he will be soon. You can be sure of that.
You want me to protect you from him?
Yeah.
Do you have any particular plan?
He ain't very smart. We'll figure something.
Mr. Griffin, why did he make this threat?
What do you mean?
Well, why did he say 6 years ago that he would kill you the first chance he had?
I don't see how that's any of your business.
No?
No, that ain't any of your concern. Why, how, where, or what? For a darn good fee, I'm offering to hire your gun. Now, if you don't want the job, you say so. I'll get somebody else.
No, I'll take the job, Mr. Griffin.
Can you imagine the tragedy of a child abandoned to lifelong crippling because there was no one to care for him? This tragedy could happen due to the desperate shortage of medical workers in our country today. Your national foundation, as it expands its fight against crippling diseases to include birth defects and arthritis, as well as polio, is also expanding its historic professional training program. This program aims to help meet shortages of doctors and scientific researchers, nurses, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and medical social workers. But your support of the new March of Dimes is urgently needed to help make this professional education program possible. Your dimes and dollars will help train the hands and minds needed to save lives and rehabilitate the stricken from whatever illness they suffer. January, new March of Dimes month. Give to train medical workers so vitally needed right now. Join the new March of Dimes today.
Curly. Hey, Curly, hold up.
Oh, Paladin?
You're a hard man to locate. I think I've missed you by one hand at every poker game along the street.
I like to keep moving.
Oh, why? What's on your mind?
What do you mean?
Are you looking for someone, Curly?
Is it any of your business?
Yeah. Griffin has hired me to protect him.
So that's it.
Is he right, Curly? Does he need protection from you?
I guess you could say he does, because I'm aiming to kill him first chance I get.
Why?
I've been saving up a lot of hate.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Why don't you forget this, Curly?
Paladin, I ain't going to forget one dirty minute of those 6 years in Yuma. I can thank Todd Griffin for every one of them, and I'm going to thank him personally with a bullet in his belly.
Yeah, but don't forget, I'm working for Griffin.
Well, then I guess you and me are going to have to tangle again. We'll have to see how it works out this time.
Curly, listen to me.
Paladin, you listen to me. I don't want any more of your advice. I followed your advice once, remember?
I don't understand. But...
All that fine talk you gave me after our little fracas there in Abilene, straighten out, settle down. It didn't work out, Paladin.
All right. You want to tell me about it, Curly?
Okay. I came to Arizona, took a job, worked hard. I was driving a team for a freight line. It was owned by Todd Griffin. We serviced the mines in Bisbee, carried equipment, supplies, and every once in a while they'd send the payroll along with us. No guard or anything, just tossed it in. Figured it would be safe that way.
Big payroll?
Real big. Big enough for Griffin to set himself up with that cattle spread he's got.
What do you mean?
One time when the payroll was going in, it never got there. The wagon was found abandoned halfway up the grade. The money was gone. I didn't happen to be driving that night. Griffin, in his report, said I was.
Your word against his?
Yeah.
Wasn't there anyone who could prove you weren't driving?
Yeah. The woman I was with. Only she was part of the frame. She swore in court she hadn't seen me. Said I told her I had to work that day.
Is that woman still in Bisbee?
Last I heard, she was in Phoenix.
What's her name?
Carrie Porter. Why?
I'd like to see her. Maybe she'll tell the truth. Maybe we can reopen the case.
Will that give me back the last 6 years?
Will killing Griffin?
No. But I'll be pretty sure he won't be enjoying the next 6.
Curly, will you make a deal?
What's that?
Will you give me a week? And promise me that you won't make a move for a week?
All right, Paladin. I've waited a long time. I can wait another week if that's what you want. But 1 week, that's the deal.
I was working for Todd Griffin, but he said it himself. He was hiring my gun. That was all. So I didn't question the ethics of my plan. When I found Carrie Porter, I realized I had my work cut out for me. She owned the Four Aces Saloon near the outskirts of Phoenix. She had lots of warm, red-gold hair and hard, cold blue eyes, and while it wasn't obvious, I felt sure she had hide like a buffalo. I gave up any notion I might have had of appealing to her better nature. Even if she had one, it was well protected.
All right. I can give you a few minutes. What is it you wanted?
Could you sit down with me here and let me order you a drink?
Look, I got things to do. If you got something to say, say it. If you want to sit around and drink, come in this evening when the crowd's here. Pete?
Yeah.
Roll in that barrel of beer that's been sitting out there in the sun getting hot. Oh. What'd you say your name was?
Paladin.
Selling something?
Nope.
What's on your mind? Let's have it fast. Like I say, I'm busy.
This is a nice place.
Yeah.
I understand you bought it about 5 years ago.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. About the same time Todd Griffin went into the cattle business.
Exactly what are you getting at?
Oh, it takes quite an investment to open a saloon or to start up a cattle spread. Where'd the money come from?
How do you figure that's any of your business?
Just curious. Seems to me very strange to me that more people haven't been curious.
I think you better get out of here.
Maybe it's because people always take the easy way out. Maybe rather than face the truth that a terrible wrong has been committed by society, it's easier to look the other way.
Now, see,
even if it's plain as day that you and Griffin set yourself up with loot from a payroll robbery, it's better to accept it than admit a mistake and face up to the fact that an innocent boy spent 6 years in prison.
All right, Paladin, your time's up. Pete?
Yeah, be righto.
Just put your gun on the table, Paladin. Pete has you covered, but he won't shoot you. We have another way.
Oh?
We get nosy people like you in here every once in a while. First, we just warn them. And so far, that's always been enough.
I see.
Yeah, Miss Carey?
Pete's a good bartender, but that ain't why I keep him here. Now, you can try to put up a fight. You look like the kind who will, but believe me, it's no use. All right, Pete.
All right. Now, you wait a minute.
Miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan, the amazing 3-layer tablet now bringing real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion to millions. Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergen helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever, and vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan. So for real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion, accept only Dristan decongestant tablets.
Carrie was right on both counts. 1, I was the kind who would try to put up a fight. And 2, it was no use. When I came to, I was stretched out on the edge of the desert. It was dark. It was raining. Strangely enough, I was quite content just to lie there, which was lucky, because I couldn't move. A long time later, I started to think, and then I got mad. Finally, I was mad enough to find my way back to the Four Aces Saloon. On the way, I picked up a club. The place was closed. Pete was locking the back door.
Who's that?
Never mind locking that door, Pete. I'm going in.
Hey.
This is for you. Now, take care of it.
Pete?
No, Carrie, it's Paladin.
What are you doing here? Pete?
Pete's resting.
What'd you do with him?
I hit him with a club.
What do you want?
A signed confession to just how you and Griffin framed Curly McLean.
Crazy. How do you plan to get it? Hit me with a club?
No, I guess I can't do that.
Oh, of course you can't. You're too much of a gentleman.
Unfortunately.
Then how?
Frankly, I don't know.
Well, there's no way that you can reach me, Paladin.
What are you after?
This knife? You broke into my place, and I have every right to kill you.
Oh, no, you don't. You just drop that knife. Drop it.
Oh, you get out of here.
Yeah. Hey, that's quite a knife, Carrie. Razor sharp. Probably a split of hair. Let's see.
No.
What's the matter?
Don't you dare touch my hair.
Oh, what do you know? You're a vulnerable spot. Everyone has one.
What are you talking about?
You're very vain about your long red hair, aren't you, Carrie?
What if I am?
I don't blame you. It's very beautiful. It's the only warm thing about you.
Quit shooting off your face and you get out of here.
No, I have an idea based on the old truth. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
You talk crazy.
Carrie, I'm too much of a gentleman to hit you with a club, but I wouldn't hesitate a minute to give you a haircut.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would. So let's get busy writing that confession. Carrie Porter wrote the confession, and I marched her to the marshal's office with it to make sure it would stand up in court. Then I started back to Tucson. I reached there one day past the week Curly had agreed to give me. He wasn't in town, so I rode out to the Griffin Ranch. I dismounted at the gate and searched the grounds. Finally, out by the tool shed, I found the two men. Griffin was cowering against a corner of the building, and Curly stood over him with a gun.
Now I'm here. This seems too good for you. You ought to sweat more.
No, I ain't armed, Curly. It's murder.
Curly!
What? Stay out of this, Paladin. I gave you your week.
Don't do it, Curly.
I said stay out.
Curly, I'm working for Griffin. You'll have to face me first.
All right, if you want it that way.
Curly?
You ain't learned to shoot any better in all these years. Shoulder again.
Yeah. That's the other shoulder this time, Curly. Give you a little balance.
You shouldn't have stopped me.
Don't worry, Curly. Griffin isn't going to enjoy the next 6 years. Or maybe the 6 after that. This wog.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you keep covers up. You get chills.
This wog. What are you trying to do to me?
What do you mean?
This thing.
That mustard plaster.
Yeah.
Very good for bad cold.
This wog is going to burn the hide right off me.
Oh, that Chinese mustard. Very hot. Very good.
I can't stand it.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you're very careless in Arizona. Get this bad cold.
Well, I was out of the rain.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit? Where'd you learn that?
Mr. Fisher in room 419 said that. He say it means next time wear rubbers. Don't get feet wet.
Oh, he did it.
He did.
Did he? Well, he.
Gesundheit, Mr. Paladin.
Tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavorful, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, and Sam Edwards. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
We call this one Coming Attraction Murder. It's one that began as California and I were heading back to the Bar 20. We had detoured a ways to visit an old friend of mine, MacDonald, who was, you'll be relieved to know, a Scotsman. He had written me about his hotel, the Pride of Quincy, a hustling little town in the Panhandle. Quincy wasn't much different than most cow towns, except possibly for the owner of its hotel monopoly, who with 40 years in the West still smelled of heather and talked with the butter of the Highlands on his tongue.
So this is Quincy, huh? Seems almighty quiet, Hoppy.
Well, this is one time we're not looking for excitement, California. This is just a quiet call on an old friend.
What you stopping for?
This poster tacked on the tree. Looks like you're in luck. Quincy is bringing in entertainment for tomorrow night.
Coming attraction. Jack Line Dupree. Chantuzy. Say, this is great. I really get a kick out of them magic acts.
California, that's a French word. Means she's a singer.
Sure. I know it all the time. I just wanted to see if you did. And, where do we find this friend of yours?
Right across the street, the hotel. Come on, you old faker. Let's look up McDonald. There's Mac over at the desk. Good morning. Got a couple of rooms, mister?
Sure, I have. Coffee! Oh, man, you're a sight for my eyes.
Mac, meet my partner, California Carlson. California, meet McDonald McDonald.
Friend of Happy's is my friend as well.
Glad to meet you, too.
For a man who's making money, you don't seem too happy, Mac.
As a matter of fact, something's weighing on my mind.
That's so?
There's trouble coming to Quincy.
Oh, we'll be glad to do anything we can to help, Mac.
That I'm pleased to hear, Happy. And with such a promise, I'll tell you what the trouble is. I've obligated myself and had a singer imported from New York. I was hoping to make a few dollars. But then I got the note.
Note?
An ominous note, to be sure.
A warning?
Aye. Here. I'll show you.
Warning. Quincy doesn't need a singer. Send Mr. Free back on the first stage or she will die.
What'll I do, Happy? I can't send the lassie back when I paid her for a week's performance.
I think when she sees the note, she may be willing to give the money back.
Of course, it may be just a practical joke. But, Happy, it's in my bones that this note means death.
Well, if it does and Mr. Priest stays, you better change that poster.
Change? I don't understand you, laddie.
Make it read, Coming Attraction, Murder.
Now back to Along Cassidy and our story, Coming Attraction, Murder.
The stage is late, Happy. Very late.
Stop pacing, Mac. You're wearing out the floor of your office. There's no danger to Mr. Pree until she gets here. And none if she decides to go back on the next stage.
Oh, sorry, Mac. Thought you were alone.
Oh, come in, Barra. Doc. These are friends of mine, Along Cassidy and California Carlson. John Barra, our banker, and Doc Baker, our sawbones.
Howdy. Pleased to meet you.
Howdy.
Likewise, gentlemen.
And I, too.
Getting ready to send your singing star back, Mac?
With the aid of Happy here, I may not have to, Barra.
Well, that's good, Mac. We'll get to hear the old girl sing, and you won't lose any money.
Aye. It's a fate I hope to avoid, Doc.
Well, aren't you depending a little strong on your friends, though, Mac? No offense, gentlemen, but it seems a trifle dangerous to allow Miss Dupree to remain after that threat to her life.
I think it's her choice, Mr. Barron, not ours.
Yeah? Yeah, well, of course. Well, call on me if I can help in any way. Meanwhile, I've got a call to make at the Rolling Y.
You'll not be meeting Miss Dupree then, Barra?
Oh, I'll see her tomorrow, Mac. Happy to have met you, gentlemen. Good day. Coming, Doc?
Yes. See you folks later.
Blamed if I've been called a gentleman so many times in all my life.
You'll pardon, Barrow. It's his background. He was an Easterner up until 10 years or so ago.
Hey, ain't that the stage coming down the street?
Sure is, California.
If you didn't mind, Happy, I'll meet Mr. Prey first and bring her in here to see you. I didn't want a lot of talk going around about you being her bodyguard yet.
Sure, Mac. We'll wait here.
Doggone. I wonder if this Shantuzi looks like Hoppy.
I'll take a look through the window. She's getting out of the stage.
Hey, there's two of them, and ain't neither of them very pretty, Hoppy. They can't be singers.
How can you tell from here?
Well, I've seen singers in saloons from Montana to Monterey, and I ain't never seen one that weren't at least passable. Not that I ever had anything to do with them, Hoppy.
In New York, maybe they pay attention to their voices instead of their faces.
Danged Easterners ain't got no judgment.
Mr. Prey, may I present Along Cassidy and California Carlson.
How do you do, Mr. Prey?
Same here.
Enchanté, mes amis.
Where's the other one, Hoppy?
Oh, I hear you, fuzzy face. That was my maid, Louise. She's gone to unpack the clothes.
Fuzzy face? Hoppy, you hear that? She called me fuzzy face.
Should teach you to shave, California.
I shaved only last week. You want me to act like a dude?
It couldn't be done. But let's get down to business. Did you tell Mr. Pree about the note, Mac?
No. I didn't have time, Hoppy.
Note? What is this note? I am being mashed?
What? Oh, no, Miss Dupree. This note is a warning, a serious warning. You may not want to unpack your clothes. Here, read it.
She will get out of town, or she will die. Oh, what is this? Am I the sitting buzzard?
Duck, lady.
Why?
Why?
Why should I duck?
I meant you meant sitting duck.
Oh, you talk so funny, Fuzzy Face. Please, gentlemen, what is the meaning of this note? It is the joke, no?
It is a joke, we think, no. And to be safe, it might be best if you leave Quincy at once.
I will not leave. I came to spend a vacation as well as work. Nobody makes Jacqueline Dupre the quitter. I stay.
Well, Mac, I guess Quincy gets its singer, and California and I have a job.
I guess you do, laddie.
Well, how is this?
We're your bodyguards, Miss Dupree. At least until we know if you're safe.
Oh, it's so? Oh, then get a horse for me. You guard me while I ride this afternoon.
But you're not going to ride now. You must be tired.
But I am not tired. I'm only restless from being cramped in the interior of that horrible stagecoach.
Stage, lady, not sage.
There you go, Fuzzy Face. I like you, but you sound so silly. Monsieur Hoppy, I shall meet you in front of the hotel in 1 hour. Agree?
Agreed, Miss Dupree, but...
In 1 hour, monsieur.
Sheriff Harkness?
Yeah, I'm Harkness. What's on your mind, stranger?
Name's Cassidy. Hop along, Cassidy. This is my partner, California Carlson.
So?
So McDonald asked us to help keep Mr. Dupree from being killed.
Oh, you mean that note? Well, I ain't going to chase no crackpot letter writers.
And you're not planning to take action to investigate the note?
I am not. Now get out of here. I'm busy.
If I were you, I'd start being sheriff before someone takes that star away from you.
Here's the horse for Miss Dupree, Hoppy. You sure you don't want me to ride with you?
No, I don't think so, California. You stay here in town and keep your ears open. I want to know if anyone knows Miss Dupree.
I get you.
Try to learn if anyone would profit by her not appearing tomorrow night.
Right, Hoppy. I'll keep my ears flapping and my eyes peeled.
I'm all ready, Monsieur Hoppy. But why does Fuzzy Face want to peel his eyes?
Oh, lady, it's just an expression.
Here, let me give you a hand up.
Oh, thank you. Monsieur Fuzzy Face, then you do not really peel the eyes?
No, of course not. That'd be silly.
Oh, oui. Then you only flap the ears.
He's turning blue. Maybe we better ride. See you later, California.
Oh, this country. Quel magnifique. Oh, it is so big, so wonderful.
You stand up pretty well for an Easterner.
I am not an infant, monsieur. For 10 years I have been in the show business, ever since my husband ran away. It has not been easy, struggling first against the scandal, then against the hard heart of the public. But it has toughened me. Beyond the matter of a few hours' exercise or a threat.
To that I can testify.
Besides, the note is probably from a cracked pot. In New York, I get many such foolish... Oh, mon Dieu!
Down! Over to those rocks, quick!
Monsieur, what do we do?
Keep down. I'll see if I can spot the smoke of his rifle.
Oh, Monsieur Hoppy, that dirty pig, he's killed you.
Not quite. Oh, my head. I sure got creased, though. Well, I guess our friend has left. We'd better get back to town.
I agree, monsieur. One thing is certain. This man who shoots at us, he is no crackpot.
He's mighty set on you not staying around. Yeah, you could say he's dead set. That was a fine meal, Mac. Makes me forget my sore head.
Do you think Mr. Dupree will be safe tonight?
Well, I've warned her to stay in her room, and California's guarding the door. No one will get past him, and I'll take the post at midnight.
Aye, it's a good precaution.
Evening, gentlemen.
Howdy, Mac. You ready for the game? Barrow and I are, and Doc Baker will be here soon.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not feeling much like Pinochle tonight, Sheriff. You and Barra pour yourselves a drink. Happy?
No, thanks.
I guess Miss Dupre left on the evening stage, eh, Mac?
No, she's still with us, Barra. She wouldn't leave, so Happy in California are standing guard to see that nothing happens to her.
What's the rag on your head, Cassidy? You bump into something?
Yeah, a slug.
A slug?
That's right. Seems that Quincy breeds a fancy dry gulcher, Sheriff.
A dry gulcher?
What are you talking about, Mr. Cassidy?
Just that the note writer gave us a last warning this afternoon. Took shots at us over near Coyote Pass where Mr. Dupree and I were riding.
Well, she'll have to leave. You can't let her stay here with somebody shooting at her.
Aren't you forgetting the lady, gents? It's up to her. And believe me, she wants to stay.
I hate to run out, gentlemen, but I've an errand I want to do.
Wait, Barra. I'll go with you. All right. Remember what I said, Cassidy?
Oh, I'm not liable to forget it, Sheriff. Not liable at all.
Good night, Barra, Sheriff. Good night. Tell Doc Baker the game's off. Happy. They're right. We should make Miss Dupree leave somehow.
She's an awfully stubborn lady.
A man could do worse.
Why, you bandy-legged Scotsman. You're turning into a Romeo.
But it's a bad time. My Juliet seems to be quite a target.
Yeah, and so far our suspects include the population of Quincy and surrounding ranches. Mac, that's from upstairs.
A scream. A woman's scream. Jacqueline! Jacqueline!
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Coming Attraction, Murder. While California stood guard outside the threatened Miss Dupre's hotel room, Mac and Hoppy were talking in Mac's office. Their conversation was interrupted by a shot and a scream from Miss Dupre's room above them, and we now find them investigating.
California, what's happened?
It's Mr. Dupree and her maid.
Mr. Dupree?
She just fainted, but her maid's been shot. Through that window, Hoppy.
California, clear those people out of the hall. Mac, get the doc, quick. The killer probably fired from that alley across the street. No way to catch him now.
All right now, folks. Clear out. Now, back to your rooms. Come on, now, keep moving. This ain't no medicine show.
Happy, here's Doc Baker. Met him in the hall.
Good. Take a look at the maid here, Doc. I think she's pretty badly wounded.
Yes. Mac, get me some hot water.
Aye, right away.
The other one, she's just fainted?
Yeah. Shall I put her on the bed?
No, take her to another room where she can rest. I'll need space to work. Here's a sedative. Give it to her when she comes around.
Come on, California. Give me a hand. Yeah, I've got her. Open our door for me. There she is. See if you can bring her around, California.
Right, Hoppy. This picture's cold water in it.
California.
No! Too late.
I think I'll leave you with her. You through the water. You give her the sedative. I'll see how the maid's doing.
No, Hoppy. Hoppy, come back. Oh.
Oh, I was... Oh! No, not you!
Lady, it's just me. It's California. You know,
Fuzzy face. Oh, what a startle you gave me. I thought I'd died and gone to... Well, never mind. But you do look a lot like...
Here's the sedative.
I'm all wet. Fuzzy face, did you drunk me?
Dunk, lady.
Dunk? Oh, so... Now you think I am the donut.
Never mind. Just take the pill. Come on, now. Please take the pill. Now, please. Please.
How is she, Doc?
Sinking fast.
More water's being heated downstairs, Doc. How's Mr. Dupree, Hoppy?
Well, she was having a moist awakening when I left.
Huh?
Mac, you can forget the other hot water. She doesn't need it now.
Doc, you mean...
She's dead.
Here's the spot where the killer took those shots at us yesterday, California.
What do you think you'll find, Harvey?
I don't know. There's no place else to start. The bullet we took from the hotel wall was too mashed to tell us what kind of a gun fired it.
Yeah, doggone. If I had been smarter, it wouldn't have been fired at all.
Don't go start blaming yourself, California. No one could have figured the killer to take that kind of a gamble, shooting through a shaded window at a shadow. I only wish we'd have made Mr. Dupree leave town on that stagecoach. Now, at least, we got her out of town for a while.
That was a slick bit of smuggling you and Mac did. But you think she'll be all right at his ranch?
Safer than in town, that's a cinch. Hey, look here, California.
What you find?
A heel print. Pretty faint, but you can make it out.
Where? Yeah, well, what do you know?
Uh-huh. The field's narrowing. Let's get back to town. You got a little chore to do.
Yeah? What?
Stealing.
What?
That's right. There's something I want you to borrow for me. Come on, get the horses. I'll tell you about it on the way in. You go on, California. Be careful. I'll meet you at the hotel later.
Right, Hoppy.
Hoppy, over here.
Coming, Mac.
Hoppy, what's all this California tells me about you finding a heel print on the pass?
Yeah, and we found some footprints. That narrows it down to a few certain people.
Does it now? Are you sure? Who?
Not now, Mac. But if you'll help me, I'll show you the killer this evening.
Anything, Hoppy. Anything to take the danger from Jacqueline.
From Jacqueline? Well, you are working fast, Mac.
Never mind my progress, Hoppy. What do you want me to do now?
Get up a pinochle game for this evening.
What? Hoppy, I'd appreciate it if you'd be more serious.
I am very serious, Mac. And tell everyone that I'm bringing Mr. Dupree in to meet them later. Don't say why, just keep it mysterious.
After smuggling her out of town, you'd bring her back to face being killed? I'll not do it, Hoppy. It's too risky.
Mac, trust me and do as I say.
But it's again my wishes. Now where are you going?
Out to the ranch to see Miss Dupree. With her help, the killer's going to stretch rope plenty soon. See you tonight.
Hoppy, now, where in the name of Jupiter you been?
Getting nails for a coffin. You get what I told you to?
Yeah, I swiped it out of his coat when he was eating. Here. But what's it for, Hoppy?
Never mind. Just back my play. It's after 7. Mac's pinochle game should be in full swing.
Pinochle?
Pinochle. But you stay out here and guard that office there. I don't want our killer to run off.
He'll be here, I tell you. Oh, Hoppy, we're a hand short.
I figured you would be, Mac. One man was certain to back out of meeting Mr. Dupree before witnesses. Let's go have a talk with him, shall we?
You're being a wee bit dramatic, Hoppy. It's hard to believe you're right.
Only 4 men knew Mr. Dupree intended to stay after the warning. Finding the heel print of the city shoe out at Coyote Pass eliminated 1. Our good friend Sheriff Harkness here. He wears boots.
Thanks, Cassidy.
Don't thank me. I'd be far from crying if you'd been the one.
So you were left with 3 suspects.
2, Mac. You sure weren't going to kill the woman after you'd paid her to come. Then of the 2, I remembered one of them knowing something he shouldn't about her. Something no one should have known unless he knew her, and pretty well.
And that?
That was the fact that she's an older woman. Did you know how old she was?
Oh, not until she arrived, Hoppy. And even now she lays claim to only 39. And of that, I have my suspicions.
Yet one man knew she was not young. Let's go in here, gents, and meet the killer. Dr. Baker of New York.
Cassidy, I was afraid you'd be coming. Do come in, gentlemen. Come in. Pardon me if I don't rise to greet you.
I must say you're come, Doc.
I have no reason to be otherwise, Mac. As yet, that is. I see Miss Dupree is not with you.
No, but we don't need her to identify you, Doc. You dropped something out at Coyote Pass that pins this thing right around your neck. Take a look.
The thermometer. Doc's thermometer.
What? Why, well, that's not mine. I have mine right here in my coat. It's gone.
There it is in front of you, Doc. Even got your initials on the case.
It's his, all right. Sheriff, I guess it's time for you to take over.
Yeah, come on, killer.
Stand back, all of you. I have a gun in my lap under the desk, and I'll kill the first one who moves.
What?
You see, I feared tonight was a trap, So I prepared.
Put it away, Doc. You can't run. California's outside on guard.
You're the smart one, aren't you, Cassidy? You thought you were going to send me up to hang. Well, I've murdered in New York and didn't hang. I won't out here. Get back against the wall. All of you. A lot of sheep. I may even kill you all. Drop your guns, quick. You too, Cassidy. You dirty snooper. If it wasn't for that long nose. Drop them, I said.
Doc, I'm kind of fond of these guns, and I'd sure hate to break the handles by dropping them on the floor. Here, I'll hold them out butts first, and you can take them from me.
Sure. I'll take some, Cassidy, and then I'll kill you, you meddling fool, with your own gun. Here. Oh!
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Doc.
No use, Mac. He's not with us.
Aye. Well, it saved us the bother of hanging him. Yeah, that was a neat trick, Hoppy.
Yeah, the best example of rolling a gun I've ever seen. I saw Wes Hardin pull that trick on Wild Bill Hickok in Abilene, but not any slicker.
I had the advantage of Doc Baker. He was no gunman.
Aye, he was just a killer. But he was nervy enough, up until you made him see you had proof of his guilt.
Yeah, I wasn't sure it'd work either. California stole that thermometer for me.
Stole? Well, you had a gall. Stealing a killer's thermometer and then making him confess with it. Happy, I mean, you're dead for tonight's work.
For more than you know, Mac. Miss Dupree was freed to marry you tonight.
Aye?
Doc Baker. He was her husband back in New York, only his name wasn't Baker. She put up with his mental quirks until he finally murdered a man and deserted her.
Her husband?
Yeah. That was his motive for wanting her to stay out of Quincy. She'd have recognized him and reported him to the New York authorities.
Oh, Happy, it's hard to know how to repay you. But maybe I can make a settlement on your bill at my hotel. When are you leaving?
Probably tomorrow, Mac. Why?
That'd be 2 days at $5.25 a night. $10.50. Happy, my friend, as a gesture of gratitude, I'm cutting it down.
Well, thanks, Mac. That's thoughtful of you.
Aye, Tiggy. I'll make it $10 even. The 50 cents will be my loss.
Thus ends the almost ending to Hoppy's story, Coming Attraction Murder. Almost ending, I say, because we're wondering if MacDonald ever married his lady fair, Miss Dupree. Hoppy's next story, titled Wet Beef and Dry Bones, concerns the old legend of Massacre Canyon when the ghosts of redskins dance at midnight. It's an exciting one, so don't miss the next episode of Hopalong Cassidy. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Coming Attraction Murder was written by Herb Purdom. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Let's go back tonight to another time, the time of King George III of England. But our story tonight is not of monarchy. It's the story of an ordinary man by the name of Samuel Jones, who had the extraordinary profession of state executioner. Tonight's Lights Out presents another psychological drama, a play in which the principal part is taken
not by the character himself, but by his thoughts. The voice you are about to hear is that of the thoughts of one Samuel Jones, the state executioner for His Majesty George III. He sits alone in a dismal room, and these are his thoughts.
I want to be dead. Do you feel anything when you're dead? Are you hungry? Are you cold? Are you tired when you're dead? No. When I'm dead, I'll have peace. I've got to have peace. Kill myself. Yes. Bullet in my heart. The pain. I don't like pain, but it can't hurt. They say it doesn't hurt, only hanging hurts. I know it does. I've seen their faces when they cut them down, purple, black. I've seen their faces when the masks came off and there's pain in them, pain that twists their faces, grinds their teeth, and gives them living hell until at last they die. That's why I've got to use this pistol to kill myself. I can't stand pain. All I want is peace. Peace. It's getting late. I've got to do it quick before they get here. I ran much faster than they did, but they'll get here quick enough. I've got to be dead when they come in through that door. They can't bother the dead in their grave. I'll be dead, deep in the grave. Why should they blame me? I only did my duty. Someone's got to be the hangman. Someone's got... That's what he said to me that night. That's what his lordship said to me 20 years ago it was. He said...
Samuel Jones, eh?
Yes, your worship.
What makes you think you can do this work?
Oh, I just know, your worship. I know all about hanging, sir. Everything there is to know.
Well...
hemp rope's best, sir, hemp rope, but each rope's got to be fresh and new for every job, and you've got to keep it soapstoned and always in a cool, dry place.
Well, you do know something about it.
Oh, yes, sir. Then there's a short drop and a long drop. The long drop's better, sir. I know it is.
Eh?
It breaks their neck, sir. Every time it breaks their neck.
All right. I'll give you your chance. We're having a hanging here tomorrow. I'll let you do it. If all goes well, I'll recommend you to the prison board. If all goes well.
All did go well. Why not? And there I was, executioner for His Majesty. 5 guineas a broken neck. 777 hangings in 20 years. 777 broken necks, and mine the hand that sprung the trap. 777 times. And now the hand's got a pistol in it. When they reach here, when they knock on that door, I'll press the trigger, and so I won't have to face them. None of them. 777 broken necks, and no one knew that I was the man who did it. Not even she knew it. Ellen, my own wife, not even she. I met her, married her, and she didn't know. Until that day. Infernal day, that meddling fool nosing around.
It's the truth. I'm telling you, Mrs. Jones. It's God's big judge.
No. There must be some mistake.
No mistake at all, Mrs. Jones. No mistake at all. My husband told me. And he never makes mistakes. Not me husband.
What did you say?
State executioner. You know your husband's the... Or don't you know?
Please, I don't know what you're talking about.
Look here. Don't you know what your husband does?
You mean the business he's in?
Business. Aye, hanging's a business.
Hanging?
Hangings on a rope.
But what has Samuel to do with those?
Mrs. Jones, are you saying you don't know that Samuel's the hangsman?
You must be crazy.
Oh, so I'm crazy, am I? Well, he's the hangsman, and no mistake about it.
He's not.
And I tell you...
He's not. Get out of here. Get out.
Well, now, you don't have to be... Well, here he is. Ask him yourself.
Oh, Sam.
What's going on here? What's the matter? What is it, Ellen?
Oh, Sam, this woman.
What about this woman? What?
All I've done is to tell the God's truth.
Oh, Sam, she says...
Says what? What?
All I said was that you were the hangsman, as you are.
Get out of here.
Now, just a minute.
Get out.
All right, I'll go.
Say one more word about me and I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll kill you. Meddling fools.
Sam.
You shouldn't have talked to her. Why did you listen?
Sam.
Things like that, it isn't good for me.
Sam, it is true.
Man's got to earn his living.
Living from killing?
You're crazy. I don't kill. I don't condemn them.
You killed them.
I tell you, I'm not the judge. Oh, now, Ellen.
Don't touch me, hangman.
All right, that's what I am, hangman. Yes, hangman. Say it again and again. What do I care? I like being a hangman. You hear me? I like being a hangman.
Oh, no.
Yes, here's something more.
No, Sam.
I like killing them.
No.
I like the way they stumble when they walk up the stairs.
No.
I like the cold whiteness of their skins when I put the noose around their necks. I like the way everyone looks at me, watches me, and then the crash of the rope stretches. Sometimes their legs kick in the air, and you hear them heaving for a little air. They can't get past the tight rope around their neck.
No, Sam. No, Sam.
When I was a boy, they strung a man up from a tree just outside of a town. And I watched him, and I saw him dance on air, and I said to myself, someday I'll do that, too.
No.
Hang them, legal, make them dance on air, because it's the law. And now I'm doing what I wanted. Executioner for the crown. And Whalen won't change it a bit. Now, come here to me.
No, stay away from me.
Come here.
No, I won't stay with you. I won't, Hangman. I won't stay with you. I'll go away. I'll go away.
I thought she wouldn't leave me, but she did. Ellen left me. I looked all over, couldn't find her. After a while, I didn't care. What's a woman? I had my work. Hanging work. 5 guineas a hanging and gold coin. 5 of them. 5 golden guineas. I like the sound of them. I like the sound of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I bought a strong box and kept them there. Every hanging meant 5 more. Paying me they were for what I liked to do. It was funny, very funny. I didn't miss her. No, why should I? I had my work. I got to be good at my work. The courts were good, too. They gave me plenty to do. I tried out different ways. I made a hanging machine with springs and sandbags that jerked the man into the air first and then dropped him through a trap. I tried out different ropes and different running nooses. Oh, I got to be good at it in 20 years. Real good. Ticking. Stop ticking. I hear you, blasted clock. I hear you. What are you trying to tell me? I know. There isn't much time left. They'll be here soon. Let them come. I'm ready. Pistol in my hand. I'm ready. After the first knock on the door, I won't be here to hear them. I'll have peace and quiet. Whatever they say to me, I won't hear it because I'll be dead. And why should they say it? What's done is done. 777 of them. It was fun because each died different. 777 different hangings. It was fun, I tell you, fun. Some are moaning. And some went to the gallows a crying. Best of all, I like the one that went out crazy scared. Screaming, yelling, wailing. Yes. The ones that were crazy scared were the best. I liked them fine. And 5 guineas just the same for having fun. 5 guineas. What's that at the door? I heard a sound. No. I just imagine no one's knocking. If they knock, I press the trigger. They won't get me, not me. 777 at 5 guineas each. Coins that bit into my flesh when I grabbed them tight. Oh, I like the sound. Money, yellow money. First, I like the hangings best, and then the money. Then I got to like them both. Watching, eager around the courtrooms, this trial, that trial. Would they hang him? Would they hang her? Would the judge say guilty? If he did, and they're hanging another 5 guineas. Oh, I'll watch for business, new business, my business. Hang them up and watch them die. When will they knock on the door? When? Pistol's heavy in my hand. He used a pistol, too, they said. Tom Allen. I read about him in the court announcement one day when I was outside of the courtroom looking for new business. Hanging business.
Thomas Allen, 20-year-old law student, was charged by the city police with having murdered his sweetheart, Lorraine Hamilton, 19-year-old daughter of Arvin Hamilton. Young Allen denied the charge vigorously. He stated that the girl had sent him a letter in which he told of her intentions of committing suicide. But at a late hour, Allen was unable to produce this letter. He was held without bond at the tower in the church.
Yes, that's what it said. He'd murdered her, young girl. The minute I read it, I said to myself, Sam Jones is the next one. I could hear the money clinking in my hand already. And Tom Allen hanging by his neck. What am I thinking about? I don't think I'm going to knock on the door and let me get this over with. I need the knocking on the door to give me nerve enough to press the trigger. This waiting. I waited for Tom Allen, too. I waited for them to say guilty to him so I could put the running noose around his neck. I waited, going every day to the trial. The prosecutor for the Crown said...
Guilty.
The young man's solicitor said...
Not guilty.
The young man said.
I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it. She did it herself. She wrote me a letter saying that she was killing herself. She wrote me a letter. She wrote me a letter, I tell you. She wrote me a letter.
Yes, that's what he said. She wrote me a letter saying she was killing herself. But where was the letter? Where was the letter? Nobody knew. Couldn't find it. And day after day, sitting there in the courtroom, I could see the noose coming close and close. A few days more and he'd be dancing on air. Another 5 guineas in my box. Such a pity, such a handsome young man, strong young neck for my rope. I say he didn't have a chance. What good did it do for his solicitor to keep saying...
I tell you, gentlemen, it is circumstantial evidence and circumstantial evidence alone which has been produced. A weird combination of circumstances have conspired to make it appear that the suicide of this unfortunate girl was a murder committed by this equally unfortunate young man. And an equally weird set of circumstances have resulted in the disappearance of this vital letter, which clears Tom Allen of all responsibility for Mistress Hamilton's death. In this letter, the girl clearly stated that she was taking her own life by poison. In spite of the absence of this letter, surely you, as intelligent men, can tell after seeing and hearing Tom Allen's testimony that he is telling the truth, that such a letter did reach him, and that he is innocent of all wrongdoing.
But there was no letter. He didn't have a chance. The prosecutor for the Crown got up. He said...
The letter. The mysterious letter. And where, gentlemen of the jury, is this letter? To what mystical realms has it disappeared? This wondrous communication which so conveniently absolved Tom Allen for the death of that poor girl. Where, I ask again, is this letter? The young man has stated repeatedly that the letter was in his lodging undestroyed. But every inch of that lodging has been carefully examined, and yet the letter has not been found. And why hasn't it been found, gentlemen? I'll tell you. It is because that letter does not exist. Lorraine Hamilton never wrote such a letter. She was murdered. Murdered in a fit of jealous rage by this man who expects you to believe a preposterous story about her death.
Yes. I sat there and I felt good, because I saw that young fellow didn't have a chance. My noose was getting closer and closer to his neck. And then the black cap on the judge's head.
For this vicious crime against the order and security of the Crown, you, Thomas Allen, are hereby condemned to be hanged by the neck until dead.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't. I'm innocent. I didn't do it. I tell you,
Then I had him. All his yelling, all his screaming wouldn't do any good. I had him. All ready for my noose, guilty. I wanted to go up and thank the judges. Gave me business, hanging business, devil's business. Why don't they hurry up and get here? Wouldn't have to think anymore. Knock on the door, I wouldn't have to think. Finger squeeze the trigger, finished piece. I wouldn't have to think what happened then, what happened after they said the boy was guilty. They put him in a cell. Death cell, the door shut tight. And I stood and watched. They put him in a cell. 5 golden guineas in the cell. A few more weeks and he'd be mine to teach that dancing lesson on thin air. I counted every day until they'd give him to me. I peeked along the corridor watching his cell. The warden of the prison said,
Well, Sam, it certainly looks as if you're going to have another customer. I suppose you heard about it. The king refused young Allen's last appeal. He hangs in 2 more days. We'll try to make his going as easy as we can. I like the lad. Too bad about that letter he says the girl wrote him. Well, no use talking about it. We've got to do our duty. Oh, by the way, you're going past the cell? Here's some books of his. His landlady sent him. Thought he might like to read them while he had the time. Take them with you, Sam, and give them to him. It'll be his last time to read.
So I took the books along. Why not? Reading wouldn't save that neck. I started down the corridors with his books. Down the corridors toward the death cell. Something white fell out of one of his books, and I picked it up. It was a letter, and it read,
Dear Tom, I told you I was going to kill myself, and now I'm going to do it. By the time you get this, the police ought to be accusing you of murder. since undoubtedly all those people who heard us quarrel the other night will be testifying that you killed me. That's the main reason I'm sending you this letter, so that you will have some proof that the poison they'll find in me was self-administered. Forgive me. I'm just tired of living.
And it was her name signed to it, hers, that girl's. The one they said he'd killed. This was the letter. The letter he'd been yelling about. The letter he wanted to save his neck. But his neck belonged to me already. 5 guineas. I stuck the letter deeper in my pocket and just waited until the night. The warden...
Well, Sam, it looks as if we're going to have to go through with it. Now, I want everything done properly and no mistake. Going to have a large visitors' gallery. Very distinguished people. Say, and that reminds me, there's been some woman trying to see you all day. Some woman. Don't know who she is, Sam. She says she's got to see you.
Well, I wasn't seeing any woman, not that night. There was my work to do. See that everything was ready. The rope was ready. Everything perfect for a perfect hanging. It grew later and later. I could hear him in the death cell pleading with the minister.
But you've got to help me, sir. You've got to get the king. He's got to believe that I didn't kill her. I didn't. Oh, won't anyone believe me? She wrote me a letter. She wrote me a letter in which she said she killed herself. She wrote me a letter, I tell you. She wrote me a letter.
Yes, a letter. The letter was in my pocket, and there it was going to stay until it was all over. He couldn't live now. I'd waited too long. It had been such a long time since they'd given me a good, strong neck to hang. They couldn't cheat me now. At last it was the hour. They came for him in his cell. They led him down the corridor. And then they were marching him up the stairs to the gallows. I was waiting. The rope was in my hand. The boy looked up at me. His lips moved. He said,
I tell you I didn't do it. The letter.
Black hood over his head.
The letter, I didn't kill her. The letter, I tell you I didn't do it.
The trap. His heart.
This man is dead.
It was done. This man is dead. 5 golden guineas, the warden said.
Good work, Sam. Broke his neck.
I went out into the streets. I was walking home. I felt real good. 5 golden guineas. A woman came up to me and said...
Are you Sam Jones?
Yes, that's me. What do you want? I haven't got time
You'll have time to listen to me, hangman.
Who are you?
Look at me.
Ellen.
Yes, Ellen.
Wife?
Wife no longer, hangman. Nor mother either.
Eh?
No mother either, and you're the thing that's done it.
Oh, wait, what?
I tried to reach you. I tried to tell you. They said you wouldn't see me. What could I do? Your hand did it. Yours, hangman, yours.
What are you talking about, woman? Why?
Tonight, Tom Allen. My maiden name was Allen. Don't you understand? You hung Tom Allen.
Well, and so I did. What of it, woman? What of it?
Tom Allen, hangman, was your son.
No.
Your son. You hear me, hangman? Your son. You hung your son. You hung your son. Your son. You hung your son. Your son. Your son. You hung your son.
I began to run. Down the street. Away from her. Running. A man stepped out of the shadows. He stopped me. I couldn't see his face.
You killed my brother 7 years ago this night, hangman.
I said, no. Leave me alone. I kept on running. A woman stopped me.
You killed my brother 7 years ago.
You hung my father, monster. You hung my father 11 years ago.
No, I said, no, let me go. I kept on running, but they kept after me, yelling, screaming. I kept on running. Faster. New voices joined them. I looked back. The street was black with hundreds chasing me, yelling, screaming. I'd hung their sons, fathers, brothers. The street was black with them, I tell you, and every one of them akin to one of the 777 that had felt my rope. Chasing me. Hundreds of them yelling, screaming after my life, wanting my blood. Hands outstretched like claws to catch me, tear my flesh and stretch my eyes up. Running, mustn't catch me, no! That's the way I did it. Slammed the door, lost the pack of them. Every one of them, wives and sons and brothers of the 777. But they'll find me. They'll search me out. They're searching now. Yes, they'll find me. That's why my finger's on the pistol. The mob won't get me. No, the mob won't get me. funny mob they were. They're not bodies, just heads of people chasing me and yelling. They won't get me. No, they won't. When they find me here, when they knock on the door, I'll kill myself. And they're here outside the door. You won't get me. Not you. Yes, I hung your sons, husbands, killed your friends, lovers, but that's not all. I hung my son. You hear me? Hung my son for 5 guineas. Hung my son. Yes. Come in, all of you, and see me die.
And you mean to say he yelled out for you to come in and then he shot himself?
Yes, sir. It's the God's truth. I knocked on the door. He yelled, come in, all of you, and see me die. And when I opened the door, bang, he did it.
And what were you banging on his door for this early in the morning? What were you after?
After? After nothing. I was looking for MacDonald. Lives next house. I just knocked on the wrong door.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Hello, Americans. This is Paul Harvey. Stand by for news. The newlywed Pollocks of Fort Wayne, Indiana, fixing up their first home, were so proud, so eager to make everything just right, including the new lawn. And for the mulch they needed, they went to the Fort Wayne store, the Walmart on Coldwater Road, because the price is so much less at Walmart. They borrowed a neighbor's van and picked up 100 bags of mulch. But during the ensuing days, the Pollocks discovered they'd miscalculated what they needed by 70 bags. And the neighbor had sold his van. Now what to do? Well, Leanne Pollock called Walmart and explained the situation. Did they have a delivery service? And the Walmart associate said, let's see what we can do. Within 1 hour, the 70 bags of mulch were delivered, and when the Pollocks offered to pay for the delivery service, the Walmart man said, we don't have a delivery service. He had just borrowed a truck from another Walmart associate. And Leanne writes he had unloaded the bags for her. He would accept no payment. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Pollock, welcome to Fort Wayne and to your new home. And let us know if there's anything else we can do. Tropical storm Gabriel meandered for days in the Gulf of Mexico, but is now moving west to east across Florida with heavy rain, high winds, fierce tornadoes. At 4 this morning, from the skyjacked airliner which crashed into the Pentagon, both black boxes were recovered, the flight data recorder and the voice data recorder. We should now learn details of all cockpit communication and conversation. An enormously impressive vote of confidence for President Bush today. A survey by this ABC network reveals that 9 of 10 Americans are applauding his performance on the job. President Bush met with his cabinet this morning for the first time this week. He briefed them on his plan to mobilize a worldwide pursuit and a search and destroy mission to eliminate all terrorists. The first overseas airline passengers have arrived in Los Angeles from Italy, and they say that their luggage was searched with such diligence that not even a fingernail file was allowed aboard. You will hear today, if you haven't, that tens of thousands of our military reserves are being called up for homeland defense. Any other week, what I'm about to relate might have gone unnoticed, but our Coast Guard boarded a Carnival cruise ship in the Caribbean and removed 2 men. At the Pink Pony Bar in Daytona Beach, 2 men were mean-mouthing our country and threatening bloodshed. One of them left on the bar his copy of the Koran, the Muslim book. At the same time, in Algiers, Islamic rebels killed 7 people. State Secretary Powell is a very persuasive man. That gift is bringing the world into line behind us, U.S., most of the world. Among the retaliatory options being considered, one involves bombing terrorist hideouts in Afghanistan. Our warplanes would have to overfly Pakistan, and Pakistan has not yet said yes. Pakistan is one of only 3 countries that recognize the Taliban, the hard-line Islamic militia which rules Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden's been operating in at least 34 countries. Our Library of Congress research indicates his followers may be equipped with some shoulder-fired Stinger missiles capable of shooting down airliners because the United States supplied such weapons to the Muslims when they were fighting the Soviet Union in Afghanistan in the 1980s. This has to figure in our computations. It was decades of ground war in Afghanistan which bankrupted the Soviet Union. The official newspaper of Iraq today blames us. The Ba'ath Party paper in Baghdad said the terror attacks were the inevitable outcome of United States involvement in the affairs of other countries. The leading Taliban clerics in Afghanistan this morning were calling for the world's Muslims to unite against the United States. Now, page 2, somebody has discovered in a review of the periodic table of contents of elements that element number 20 has a pronounced effect on preventing the second leading cause of nursing home admissions. Amazingly, this element 20, has also been found to reduce the risk of bone fractures of the hip and the wrist and the spine. And I know what you're thinking. Element 20 must be some new discovery. It is not. In fact, element 20 has been around for years, and you're probably not getting enough of it. What is element 20? Calcium. Calcium. And the best way to get enough calcium is to take Citracal every day, because Citracal is a patented form of calcium which is supported by an avalanche of research proving it is better absorbed than others. That's your insurance policy for the future. So don't settle for some store brand. There really is a difference. Just remember cit as in citrus, cal as in calcium, and insist on Citracal. In New York, we love heroes. As no place on earth, we ticker tape our heroes. We love to celebrate heroes. This week we discovered heroes who've been among us all along, but rarely noticed and almost never celebrated. Firemen. And you have wondered why in the world anybody would want to be one. If you will meet me here at this time on this ABC station tomorrow, Saturday, we are going to try to figure out why. Medical surgical, gently warming a patient's skin before an operation, gently warming the patient's skin may reduce the risk of surgical wound infection by as much as 60%. The bacteria which commonly infect surgical wounds are becoming immune to antibiotics, so this warming procedure could counteract that. Details in the medical journal Lancet. Now, medical nutritional. Autumn olives are plants with tiny red berries like small cranberries. They can thrive in the poorest soil, so highway crews have been planting these things along roadsides to prevent erosion. What do you know? Now our USDA discovers that the berries are not only edible, but they are rich in antioxidant lycopene. 18 times more lycopene than tomatoes. If any law enforcement agency wants to wiretap the telephone or computer of a suspected terrorist, a judge may refuse to allow it. The United States Senate has already passed a new law to make such surveillance permissible, and Congress is moving fast to authorize the president to use whatever force is required to corral terrorists and $40 billion to help repair the damage. Don't you know it has to confound our nation's enemies and inspire our friends? The degree to which our Congress, left and right, Republican and Democrat, has moved together this week. March 30 last year, in Azle, Texas, Terry Thompson's car broke down, so he borrowed his son's bike to get to work. Well, work was more than 34 miles away. That's both ways 68.8 miles. It was when his wife said that he'd never make it that Terry got stubborn. Now, that, remember, was March of last year. Terry has ridden his bike to and from work every day since. With a bottle of water in a backpack, he's now biked 23,400 miles. That's the distance from Azle, Texas to Bombay, India. He says he wouldn't travel any other way. He's worn out 4 new bikes, a few injuries, mostly from dogs getting in the way. Once he saw an elderly lady with an electric wheelchair trying to get up a hill, and he stopped and fetched a rope and towed her up. Jerry Thomas's gas bill is nil, but his grocery bill is enormous. And yet he is trim as an athlete, even at 42. He says with a sedentary lifestyle, he'd now weigh 675 pounds. Page 3.
I'll never forget her first baby steps. She walked right into my arms. The first book she ever read, she read to me. The first skinned knee, she wanted me to make it all better. I took her to her first day of school. She came to me when she had trouble with her homework, and when she learned that cooties aren't real. When that boy from math class wouldn't stop pulling her hair, I was the one she came to. And when word about the birds and the bees started to travel in her circle, she came to me. So why didn't she come to me the first time someone passed her a joint?
Don't wait for your child to come to you when it comes to drugs. Talk to them first. If you're not sure where to begin, call 1-800-729-6686 for a brochure. You'll learn all you need to know to take that first step. It's not too early to talk to your kids about drugs. A message from the Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
Greetings today to the Gordons of Fleming, Colorado. Hazel and Kenneth have been married for 70 years today. Shop Talk television networks, following the assassination of President Kennedy, canceled all commercials and gave blanket coverage to that news story, the death of President Kennedy, for 2 days. This week, the big 3 networks had canceled commercials and given blanket coverage to this story for 4 days. And Nielsen Media Research reports some viewer fatigue. The combined television audience was 60 million on Tuesday. By Wednesday, it was down to 43.6 million. This is personal. Intermingling with the others, there are tears of pride in my eyes today, because today in Chicago, the AWRT, the National Organization of American Women in Radio and Television, will present their first ever award for lifetime achievement to Angel Harvey. In the Sportlight, what kind of a reason would you have to explain the season for the Colorado Rockies? I don't know, but the team mascot has given up. Dinger has resigned, going to pursue some other interests. There's something I want you to think about over the weekend, and let me have your response to this. Has this week changed the dynamics of warfare? It's important that we know. Our president is pondering that question right now. Has this week changed the dynamics of warfare? Must we all shift gears now from technology to terrorism? What good, for example, is an orbiting satellite against a madman with a knife? And will future airline passengers resist skyjackers if they feel they are doomed either way? And then the terrorist would have to resort to biological weapons, poisoning a city's water supply, or releasing potentially deadly viruses. Well, as I say, our president's men are pondering these possibilities right now as they contemplate ways and means of going after and taking out all terrorists, whatever their weapons of choice. Now, page 4, Stuart Bryant of Canfield, Ohio, was losing his eyesight, macular degeneration, the wet type. Last October, he heard you and me talking about something called ocular nutrition, and he ordered some. Now I'm quoting, "Leaking blood vessels have dried up, vision and distortion have improved wonderfully." But that's just one case, you say? No, it's not. Elaine Lansing of San Antonio, Texas, was told she would have to have eye surgery to get her driver's license renewed. Then she heard you and me talking about ocular nutrition from High Health. She telephoned 1-800-686-2299. She ordered ocular nutrition. It's now 3 years later, and Elaine reports she had no operation. She no longer has any macular degeneration. She has her driver's license, and her doctor says her eyes are very healthy. Ocular nutrition from High Health. 1-800-686-2299. I know High Health has heard similar results from hundreds of people. In fact, the American Medical Association Journal confirms that macular degeneration may improve with proper nutrition, and High Health has combined all of the recommended vitamins and minerals in a single capsule. Ocular Nutrition. You can order with a phone call to 1-800-686-2299. Oh, I do indeed take Ocular Nutrition from High Health every day. One more time, that 800 number is 686-2299. Agronomics, the young Christmas tree crop in Michigan is down to 1/4 what it was last year. The wet spring delayed planting, and then it was the hottest, driest summer in 13 years. Wholesale prices increased 4/10 in August. Most of the increase was in gasoline and other energy products. The farmers sure didn't get it. China, with almost never enough rainfall, is persistently plagued by locusts. Where there is enough water for the survival of ducks and chickens, the ducks and chickens keep the population of locusts in check. Elsewhere in China, swarms of locusts can denude cropland in hours. So, in western China, farmers are advertising for reinforcements. They're willing to pay for snakes and sparrows and frogs. They're not going to get many frogs. I don't think they can compete with the prices offered by big city restaurants. For what it's worth, in Madison, Wisconsin, Richard Williams, roasting a turkey for dinner, put the turkey in the oven, forgetting that oven is where he hides his handgun. Boom. Oh, boy, I mean a big boom. Richard Williams is Madison, Wisconsin's chief of police. Paul Harvey, good day.
Well, we've come to it. It's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. On November 2nd, 1889, South Dakota became a state along with North Dakota. There is no evidence suggesting which state, North or South, was incorporated first because President Benjamin Harrison shuffled the bills and signed one at random with the order unrecorded. North Dakota is traditionally listed first. Lewis and Clark, explorers on an official mission, visited South Dakota in 1804 and 1806. The second time was on the return trip back to the East Coast. At least 13,000 years ago, the first people arrived in what is now South Dakota, and thousands of years later, Native American tribes such as Shawnee, Ponca, Lakota, Dakota, and Akara live on the land. South Dakota is home to the Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota tribes, which together make up the Sioux Nation. Dakota's name roughly means friendly or allies. It is a Native American Sioux word. The first Europeans to set foot on the land were the Endry brothers, who claimed the land for France in 1743. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless.